They followed Highlander to a gas station, demanding he return to the scene.
I have a bunch of abrasions that are, some are pretty, this one's pretty deep, and then I had a pretty bad concussion.
Geppert, who has been released from the hospital, furious at what he saw in the video of the incident.
I'm so angry. It looked like he could have stopped before he rolled over me, but then he sped up and went right over me. You know, and he just seems so callous and so disregarding of the fact that there was a human there.
Police say while treating Geppert, Highlander ran on scene, quote, hysterically, shouting, quote, "I'm sorry." According to the police report, officers found 6 empty beer cans and a backpack in Highlander's SUV, and his blood alcohol content was twice the legal limit.
Impaired driving is still a major crisis on our roads. It is a major public health crisis that we're facing.
Advocacy groups like Mothers Against Drunk Driving, or MAD, are pushing to end drunk driving with technology. The Halt Drunk Driving Act, which passed in 2021, will require all new cars to come equipped with smart technology that detects and stops impaired driving by 2027.
I think it's better than a breathalyzer. In fact, what it would actually do is passively detect impairment once the driver gets behind the wheel.
According to the Department of Transportation, in 2020, at least 34% of all crashes resulting in a bicyclist death involved alcohol consumption by either the driver or the biker. Geppert says he spent decades helping people as a physician. Now retired, he says he won't let this crash stop him from riding again.
You know, I definitely want to be at least 2-3 weeks out before I try it again. It's huge because my friends are part of cycling a lot of the time.
Well, thanks to Adrian for that report. There was travel chaos in the tri-state area after both Amtrak and New Jersey Transit trains in and out of New York City were halted for hours Thursday. An overhead power outage at Penn Station caused mass cancellations, and a brush fire in Secaucus, New Jersey also caused issues for train travel between New York and Philly. The problem was fixed late afternoon, but delays continued for the rest of the day, frustrating commuters during a tough heat wave. And also those high temperatures forcing Amtrak trains to travel slower, which will cause delays for at least the rest of the week. Most of the country has been experiencing extreme weather of some kind this week. Southeast Texas is reeling from the heavy rains of Tropical Storm Alberto. At the same time, millions more are burning up under a heat dome. Here's NBC's Sam Brock.
On the first day of summer, it's fire and rain across America, with Surfside Beach, Texas still soaked from the far sweep of Tropical Storm Alberto, which made landfall in Mexico.
It's really weird looking out your living room window and just seeing water.
Yeah,
Everywhere.
Driving around this Texas town, you see palm trees protruding from pools of water, and vacationers perched on decks like Erica Fine, unable to retrieve her car.
We're waiting for high tide to go down to drive through.
So current status is trapped.
Yeah, we're just a little bit stranded.
The storm leaving a wake of damage along Texas's coastline, with a tornado ripping this roof in Rockport.
It was all over the place.
While floodwaters remain in Surfside Beach.
We thought everything was going to be clearing up pretty good this morning, but about 5:30, high tide hit and the storm surge came back in, and we were right back to where we were yesterday.
Record-breaking heat elsewhere in the U.S., living up to the term summer solstice.
Brutal. Very, very hot.
Some schools have had to postpone classes as 65 million bake in high 90s and triple-digit temps. In Bangor, Maine, the heat index climbing to 106, while a combination of flames and dust storms called a haboob have wreaked havoc in New Mexico. The White House approving a major disaster declaration. Now, with rain on the way, flooding concerns around the burn scars. The country's patience for trying conditions being tested, even as some take solace in how their neighbors and first responders are coming together.
This little community here really stays in touch in times of need like this.
Sam Brock, NBC News, Surfside Beach, Texas.
All right, and that sweltering heat wave still not letting up for millions across the country. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the temperatures for us. It is unbelievable how this feels. Michelle, how much longer?
I know we are looking at days and days still of this, especially through the weekend. We're going to see DC temperatures into the triple digits Saturday and also Sunday. You factor in the humidity. It's going to feel really, really warm as we go throughout the next couple of days. We're in record territory once again. We're looking at 64 million people from the Great Lakes to the Ohio Valley into the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast under heat alerts. We have heat advisories, heat watches, also heat warnings. This is why we're sweltering still. We're going to be sweltering throughout the weekend as well. Temperatures climbing to near 100 degrees today in St. Louis. Lots of 90s on the map too, 98 degrees in Louisville. Notice that heat index though. That's when you factor in the humidity. It will feel like 102. Feeling like 96 today in DC, but that's much better than what they're going to feel like over the weekend because we're looking at temperatures, air temperatures in the triple digits. Look at Baltimore tomorrow, 100 degrees, 98 in Nashville, 95 in Lexington, Toledo, looking at 95. It's going to be like 98 degrees with that humidity factored in. And then as we go into the weekend, later part of the weekend into early next week, DC 101 on Sunday, 94 on Monday and Tuesday. So a little bit of a break, but still really hot on Monday and Tuesday. New York City, we're looking at temperatures in the 90s both Sunday and Monday, upper 80s on Tuesday, and we're keeping it warm in Cincinnati as well, 93 on Sunday and 89 on Monday. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures in the 90s, another sweltering day. We're looking at record-breaking territory, really warm nights as well. Northern New England, you're going to get a break today. Temperatures much better than they were the past couple of days. And look at Phoenix today, 114, 105 in Tucson. All right, that is your Friday forecast.
All right, thanks so much, Michelle. The heat isn't stopping them in Boston from celebrating, and Boston is closing all of its public schools today, due in part to that brutal heat. Also because of the Celtics victory parade. The city is celebrating the team's historic 18th NBA championship later this morning. Celtics players will ride through the heart of downtown on Boston's famous duck boats. The team's last victory parade was back in 2008. Hope they stay cool and stay safe in their celebrations. Early Today is back in a minute with a tribute to legendary actor Donald Sutherland and a warning about the surging counterfeit weight loss drugs.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Tap magnifier. We can zoom in.
Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all of the wrinkles.
The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammond and everything.
All right, it just did too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
A new health alert this morning over those wildly popular weight loss drugs. Officials are warning some could be dangerous counterfeits. NBC's Ann Thompson has the story.
Weight loss drugs are now a global phenomenon.
I went down 4 pant sizes.
This country accounting for 71% of semaglutide sales, the active ingredient in Wegovy and Ozempic, a diabetes drug. But high demand breeds counterfeits that could jeopardize your health. The World Health Organization warning that it found fake batches of Ozempic in the U.S., U.K., and Brazil last year.
It could have contaminants that could actually harm you.
UC San Diego professor Tim Mackey and his team of researchers bought counterfeits of semaglutide online to find out what's being sold.
And when we purchased 6 of these products from online pharmacies, 3 were scammers, and another 3 sent us products that had questionable quality safety issues associated with them.
And so if somebody had taken any of these drugs, could they have ended up in the hospital or ill from the drugs?
Yeah, so patients, one, could have been scammed out of thousands of dollars, and two, they could have taken a product that had too much semaglutide in them and could have been injured from that as well.
Lilly also warning about fake versions of tirzepatide, the active ingredient in Mounjaro and Zepbound, its diabetes and weight loss drugs. Lilly says it does not sell these drugs on social media and warns illegal online pharmacies selling fakes put people at risk. Lilly and Novo Nordisk, the maker of Wegovy and Ozempic, say they are the only manufacturers of these drugs and there are no generics. So how do you know you're getting the real thing? First of all, make sure you get a prescription from your licensed doctor and get that prescription filled at a licensed pharmacy. And always check the expiration dates and the serial numbers on what you buy. I'm Ann Thompson in New York. Now back to you.
And thank you. Acting legend Donald Sutherland has passed away at the age of 88. In a career spanning decades and continents, the Canadian appeared in both Hollywood blockbusters and international art films. An actor of great range, he told NBC back in 2016 that he was attracted to complex characters.
I don't play nice or bad or good. I just play the fella. So I can find something in everybody to play.
His actor son Kiefer confirming his death on social media, saying his father had a place in film history, adding, quote, "He loved what he did and did what he loved, and no one can never ask for more than that. A life well lived." Donald Sutherland, dead at 88. Still to come, a celebration worthy of the Say Hey Kid himself. MLB travels to Alabama to pay their respects to the Negro Leagues and one of its most important players.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the Andrew with everything.
All right, it just fit, too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just fit,
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
On this night in this stadium,
we honor the memory of Willie Mays and celebrate the original Negro Leagues players, the pioneers. Everybody make some noise. Let's go.
Just days after baseball lost one of its towering figures, the MLB gathered at Rickwood Field in Alabama to honor Willie Mays and the pioneers of the Negro Leagues. Black legends from the game, from Ken Griffey Jr. and Barry Bonds to 99-year-old Bill Greason, were celebrated at the oldest ballpark in the country. Following the tribute, the Cardinals and Giants wore throwback uniforms and played the first ever Major League game in Alabama. St. Louis broke a third-inning tie with San Fran in the third, on their way to making MLB history with their 6-5 win. A little over a week after being turned down by the hottest coach in college, the Lakers have found their man. ESPN reported Thursday that LA has signed former NBA player J.J. Redick to a 4-year deal to be their head coach. It comes after the Lakers fired coach Darvin Ham after 2 seasons and failing to sign UConn's Dan Hurley to a massive deal. Redick, who played 15 years in the league, currently works for ESPN as an NBA analyst. He also co-hosts the podcast Mind the Game with Lakers superstar LeBron James. Still ahead, it's too hot to handle, a recall for thousands of glass coffee mugs. And Amazon is going green. More on the company's plan to ditch a major source of plastic pollution.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the number one issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Time for what's making headlines this morning. Local health officials in Las Vegas are urging people to take precaution after a record-breaking number of mosquitoes have tested positive for West Nile virus. Mosquitoes carrying the virus have been found across 25 southern Nevada zip codes. Glassware company Joy Jolt has issued a recall for 580,000 glass coffee mugs. The recall comes after the company received over 100 reports that the mugs broke when filled with hot liquids. 56 injuries have been reported. Amazon has announced that it will stop using plastic air pillows for delivery packaging in North America. Scientists have found the plastic film is the most common form of plastic litter in the sea. The switch to recycled paper filler will allow the company to avoid using nearly 15 billion air pillows a year. Netflix is now selling ready-to-eat popcorn bags with their new line called Netflix Now Popping Snacks. They'll be available in Walmart and also ShopRite. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
A daring race against time in Ukraine. Andrea Mitchell takes us inside the daunting mission to save 2 majestic animals from the war zone.
The Russian offensive is in full force in Kharkiv. The local aquarium at risk, home to 2 beluga whales, 15-year-old Plombier and 14-year-old Miranda. The battle was closing in. Whale food, fresh squid, herring, and mackerel increasingly scarce. Caregivers knew they had to get them out of the war zone. Were you afraid that you and the whales would come under attack?
Certainly the risk of rockets and things it was on our mind, for sure.
The challenge, how do you move 2 1,500-pound whales in 20,000-pound tanks, almost 3,000 miles to their new home in Spain? Very carefully. The Ukrainians, with experts from the Georgia Aquarium, SeaWorld, and Oceanographic de Valencia, came up with a plan. From Ukraine to Spain, with caregivers calming them down along the way. Are Plombier and Miranda friends? Are they even a couple? Can I be so bold as to ask?
It's an adult male and an adult female. They seem very bonded, very close.
How do you feel now that you've accomplished this? Daniel?
Taking these animals out of the war is probably one of the life experiences that I could tell my grandkids.
Now safe in their new habitat and looking happy. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington.
Oh, those faces. All right, a 45-foot sailboat abandoned and adrift for 3 weeks has mysteriously washed up on the shores of the Florida Panhandle. The captain and crew had to abandon the ship after being caught in a violent storm in the Florida Keys. The U.S. Coast Guard rescued them, but the sailboat was left to drift aimlessly in the Gulf of Mexico. After 3 weeks, the winds and tides finally pushed the sailboat north, causing it to run aground. Carol Burnett was honored at the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood. It amounted to a homecoming for the comedy legend, who grew up just a few blocks away. In her speech, she remembered going to the theater as a little girl with her grandmother, admiring the cement, hand, and footprints of great movie stars.
If my grandmother is somehow floating around here today, I know she is as amazed and thrilled as I am, and I thank you all so very much. I love you.
The 91-year-old brunette is best known for comedic roles, especially in the Carol Burnett Show back in the 60s and 70s. It won her 3 Emmys, and of course, that signature ear tug we know Carol Burnett would do. Thanks for watching. I'm Frances Rivera. The race for the White House firing up earlier than ever. Ready or not, the first debate is less than a week away. We're live with how President Biden and Donald Trump are preparing for their first showdown. A sigh of relief as a massive multi-state manhunt comes to an end, where police finally caught the suspect wanted for multiple murders across Oklahoma and Alabama. Extreme conditions across the country, Tropical Storm Alberto claiming at least 4 lives and flooding the Texas coast. This as deadly wildfires burn out of control in New Mexico. Remembering a silver screen legend, a look back at the decade-spanning career of Donald Sutherland as Hollywood pays tribute to the star. And a song of heights and spires. The dragon straight out of the Game of Thrones has taken over the Empire State Building. We'll hear from the brave crew who put it in place 102 stories above the ground. It's Friday, June 21st. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. Thanks for ending your week with us. I'm Frances Rivera. We are less than 1 week away from the first presidential debate. The Trump and Biden campaigns have begun their final preparations before this highly anticipated showdown in Georgia on Thursday. NBC's Alice Barr joins us now. And Alice, we know a little bit more about what this debate will look like thanks to a coin toss.
Francis, this coin toss decided some key logistics, including where the candidates will stand and who is going to speak first. The Biden campaign won the coin toss and decided that the president will choose the podium on the right side of the stage, and the Trump campaign decided that former President Trump will get the last word during the closing statements. President Biden left for Camp David overnight. Senior campaign officials tell NBC News he plans to do intensive prep there for at least several days, possibly the whole week. The campaign officials say the president is preparing to hold the former president accountable for what they're calling his extreme record and dangerous statements on the campaign trail. They tell NBC News the president will most likely run through full-length mock debates led by former Chief of Staff Ron Klain. The Trump campaign is taking a less structured approach to their prep, a senior advisor saying Mr. Trump has been holding informal policy sessions, speaking about issues like the economy with Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio and talking about immigration with former White House aide Stephen Miller. The Trump campaign has insisted that his rallies and media interviews act as debate prep as well, but many recent interviews have been with friendly conservative outlets. Several court hearings will also begin today regarding the federal case out of Florida involving Mr. Trump's handling of classified documents. The former president is not expected to attend any of those hearings. He is planning a rally tomorrow in Philadelphia. Francis.
Alice Barr for us. Alice, thank you. Fewer undocumented immigrants are crossing at the southern border. New numbers for U.S. Customs and Border Protection showed a 9% drop in May compared to April. Border Patrol agents reported about 118,000 encounters with immigrants crossing into the country illegally. Mexico played a major role in the dip, stopping nearly 3 times as many migrants in the country as it did a year ago. In Arkansas, police caught up with a murder suspect after a manhunt that covered several states. Stacey Lee Drake was arrested around 50 miles outside of Little Rock, wanted for up to 4 murders in Oklahoma and Alabama. Our Priya Schroeder has the story.
A convicted felon and suspected killer is in custody after evading law enforcement in multiple states for weeks.
If you look at his criminal history, he was continuously escalating his violent behavior.
Before being arrested, police say 50-year-old Stacey Lee Drake was last seen on surveillance video Tuesday outside of an Arkansas Motel 6. Arkansas State Police, who are leading the investigation, say Drake is connected to crimes across several states. In Oklahoma, police say he's a person of interest in last week's murder and carjacking of Philip Emerson.
They've arrived and at least 2 people have been shot.
He's also wanted in connection to 2 murders at a gas station about 200 miles away. In Alabama, the Tuscaloosa County Sheriff is now revealing Drake is a suspect in a murder they too are investigating. They say he was there for a few weeks using a fake name when he shot and killed Russell Andrews last month. His son, Russell Jr., says he was beloved.
A very kind and passionate person. He was very selfless.
Drake has an extensive criminal history spanning decades and multiple states that include convictions for robberies, carjackings, and assault. He's off the streets and behind bars.
I can sleep better at night knowing that, you know, he's not going to hurt anybody else.
Priya Sridhar, NBC News.
The Los Angeles District Attorney says a USC student will not face charges for the fatal stabbing of a 27-year-old homeless man on Monday. According to police, it happened outside a fraternity house where the student and his two friends say they saw the man breaking into his car. LAPD says the victim told them he had a gun. There was a confrontation and the student stabbed the man, who was pronounced dead at the scene. The DA says the student believed his life was in danger. No gun was found. A big announcement from the Manhattan District Attorney. The office is dropping charges against most of the protesters arrested at Columbia University in April. The demonstrators were arrested after occupying Hamilton Hall on the Manhattan campus amid a wave of pro-Palestinian protests. Prosecutors say 31 out of 46 trespassing cases were dropped due to lack of evidence. The rest are due in court in July. There was travel chaos in the tri-state area after both Amtrak and New Jersey Transit trains in and out of New York City were halted for hours Thursday. An overhead power outage at Penn Station caused mass cancellations, and a brush fire in Secaucus, New Jersey also caused issues for train travel between New York and Philly. The problem was later fixed in the afternoon, but delays continued for the rest of the day, frustrating commuters during a tough heat wave. Also, those high temperatures forcing Amtrak trains to travel slower, which will cause delays for at least the rest of the week. Let's turn now to the coast-to-coast extreme weather. Parts of Texas still reeling from what was Tropical Storm Alberto. The storm is being blamed for at least 4 deaths in Mexico, where it first made landfall. Beach towns along southeastern Texas were also left underwater. NBC's Sam Brock is in Surfside Beach.
It's really weird looking out your living room window and just seeing water.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
We're waiting for high tide to go down to drive through.
So current status is trapped.
Yeah. We're just a little bit stranded.
Massive wildfires continue to burn in New Mexico. At least 2 people were killed and more than 8,000 were ordered to evacuate in a moment's notice. And the whipping winds fueling that fire also triggering this dust storm near Albuquerque. Low visibility leading to a massive pileup, leaving more than a dozen people injured. Meanwhile, millions are still sweltering under a heat dome. In Bangor, Maine, the heat index climbing to 106, the city's highest record ever. And the heat could climb even higher today. Let's get right to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman with more on what we can expect and when we're going to finally get some relief. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Francis. I know it just keeps going on, and we're going to see this lasting throughout the weekend into early next week. And then looking at the July outlook, we're above average in the east for many spots. So let's take a look at what's happening this morning, because 64 million people from the Great Lakes to the Ohio Valley and to the Northeast. Also parts of New England, although northern New England getting a break today. That's good news. Under heat alerts, we're looking at heat advisories, heat watches, also heat warnings, because we're going to see temperatures soaring once again into the 90s, record territory, well above normal for this time of year. And then you factor in that humidity, it's going to feel warmer than that. So Louisville today, 98 degrees. You factor in the humidity, it will feel like 102, feeling like 96 today in Washington, D.C. That's much better than what you're going to feel like over the weekend. New York City feeling like 96 today, and we are looking at 97 today in St. Louis. A hot day today. Once again, we'll keep the heat in place tomorrow. Look at Baltimore, 100 degrees. So hitting that triple digits, and 107 is what it's going to feel like. Feeling like 99 in Lexington tomorrow. Chicago feeling like 99. So many warm temperatures tomorrow as well. And then Sunday, D.C. also hitting the triple digits mark. But we're going to cool down just a bit as we head towards Tuesday, 88 degrees in New York City on Tuesday. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, find the pool today, air conditioners, because we're looking at temperatures into the 90s once again. Look at Bangor, Maine, though. Much, much better, just 80 degrees today compared to the 106 heat index they had on Wednesday. Temperatures in the triple digits in Phoenix, 105 in Tucson. All right, that's your Friday forecast.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Acting legend Donald Sutherland has passed away at age 88. In a career spanning decades, he appeared in both Hollywood blockbusters and international art films. NBC's Joe Fryer has this look back.
Donald Sutherland could not be confined by a single genre, from drama.
Can't you see anything except in terms of how it affects you?
To comedy.
Look, I'm not joking. This is my job.
To thrillers.
The one at Elizabeth's place was duplicating her.
I don't play nice or bad or good. I just play the fella. So I can find something in everybody to play.
His big break came in 1967 with The Dirty Dozen.
I'd rather be a civilian, sir.
He was Hawkeye Pierce in the movie MASH.
I've seen you somewhere before. I don't know your name, stranger, but your face is familiar.
Then opposite Jane Fonda in Clute.
Or maybe I can bring you some friends. I've got some terrific friends.
No, thank you.
Later, he ventured into TV, winning an Emmy for Citizen X.
Welcome to the halls of power.
Before introducing himself to a new audience on the big screen in The Hunger Games.
And may the odds be ever in your favor.
In the 2016 Western Forsaken, he played father-son with his real-life son, Kiefer.
He's someone that I wanted to work with for my whole career.
Kiefer called his dad one of the most important actors in the history of film, never daunted by a role, good, bad, or ugly. From Ron Howard, who directed Sutherland in Backdraft, one of the most interesting, intelligent, and engrossing film actors of all time. A body of work that led to an honorary Academy Award in 2017.
Thank you for putting my name on this.
Sealing his sweeping legacy. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Up next, how MLB is paying tribute to the heavy hitters of the Negro League. And will it be smooth sailing for the economy this summer? Our deep dive in just 60 seconds.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Tap magnifier. We can zoom in.
Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all of the wrinkles.
The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Summer travel season is in full swing this morning, and this year Americans are spending more than ever on the road and in the skies. And as Christine Rowan reports, on the sea.
Aboard the schooner Stephen Tabor, which set sail from Rockland, Maine, the summer is completely booked.
Schooner Stephen Tabor, Whiskey Delta Bravo.
Captain Noah Barnes, like his parents before him, ushering in guests.
Welcome aboard the Stephen Tabor. We're going to have a great time.
Vacationers pay just over $300 a night to eat, drink, and sleep aboard.
2-6-P!
And pitch in.
Hoist the stage trysail. We've got pilots, and we've got lab techs, and we've got plumbers, and we've got cable installers. It's everybody.
So business is good.
So business is good.
Americans' summer travel budgets are up.
up 18% overall from last year, and travelers are hungry for experiences.
My cell phone went off and just got thrown into the cabin, and it was just wonderful.
Below deck.
Today I'll be cooking breakfast for about 26 people, including crew. And yeah, just another morning in paradise.
Chef Gray Lideker serves it up.
We're having blueberry Dutch baby. We're having a maple sausage that is from a small farm in Iowa.
What's this job like?
Well, it's basically cooking all day long inside of a shaking box.
You must love boats.
Yes, yes. The prerequisite for the job is must love boats.
Fenders, please. For Captain Barnes, rising costs are a challenge he has to pass on to passengers.
I don't worry about our product. I worry about staffing. I worry about the cost of materials.
Do customers balk at the higher prices, or they're still coming?
We haven't seen a dip. I don't think we've met the place where people are resistant to pay it, but we don't want to find that spot.
To maintain crew, he has raised wages. Even still, Chef Gray and several deckhands live aboard when they aren't sailing. Housing costs on the mainland out of reach.
I couldn't find anything. It was phenomenally expensive, so staying on the boat just made economic sense.
Gray sleeps here, under the stairs. You can learn a lot about today's economy aboard a 115-foot wooden schooner built when Ulysses Grant was president.
Finish the sentence for me. The American economy is...
Seems to be doing just fine from where we're sitting. Well, there's something about this experience, being outside, being in good company, sort of reminds people the important things. There's good company, there's good food, there's cool boats.
A contrast on deck. For so many, affordability a challenge, even while travel and leisure are booming. Christine Romans, NBC News, Rockland, Maine.
What a cool experience. All right, just days after baseball lost one of its towering figures, MLB gathered at Rickwood Field in Alabama to honor Willie Mays and the pioneers of the Negro Leagues. Black legends from the game, from Ken Griffey Jr. and Barry Bonds to 99-year-old Bill Greason, were celebrated at the oldest ballpark in the country. Following the tribute, the Cardinals and Giants wore throwback uniforms and played the first ever Major League game in Alabama. St. Louis broke a third-inning tie with San Fran in the third and made their way to making MLB history with their 6-5 win. Still to come, we're witnessing the beginning of a dark universe. Universal's classic monsters come to life in the latest land for their new theme park.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
To a new world of gods and monsters.
Dark Universe is inspired by all the Universal Monster films. In our world, all the Universal Monster stories have happened, and Darkmoor is the result of that. It's the consequence.
Believe that monsters are real.
On Thursday, Universal Orlando shared an in-depth look at Dark Universe, the new land based off the studio's classic monster movies. It's one of the 5 areas at the upcoming Epic Universe theme park. The land is set to feature a Wolfman-themed roller coaster and a dark ride mashup of Frankenstein, Dracula, and more. Epic Universe, which is part of our parent company, NBC Universal, opens next year. Turning now to a hip-hop superstar booked on Miami Beach. Travis Scott was arrested on a disorderly conduct charge early Thursday. Police say the rapper was asked to leave the Miami Beach Marina after they responded to reports of a disturbance. Scott was taken into custody after he allegedly became erratic and started yelling and making threats. Authorities say he also admitted to drinking alcohol, telling officers, quote, "It's Miami." He was released on bond. Sabrina Carpenter is giving North America that me espresso. The singer announced dates for her tour in support of her upcoming album, Short and Sweet. It kicks off September 23rd in Columbus, Ohio, and is set to make stops in New York, LA, and Dallas. Ticket pre-sales begin on Monday, and the album drops on August 23rd. The West Nile virus has made its way to Sin City. More on the health advisory when we come back. Plus, Netflix and chill just got better. More on the streaming giant's new popcorn line.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. Health officials in Las Vegas are urging people to take precaution after a record-breaking number of mosquitoes have tested positive for West Nile virus. Amazon has announced that it'll stop using plastic air pillows for delivery packaging. The switch to recycled paper filler will allow the company to ditch nearly 15 billion air pillows a year. And Netflix is rolling out ready-to-eat popcorn with their new line called Netflix Now Popping Snacks. And the snacks will be available in Walmart and also available at ShopRite. We'll be right back.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We told you earlier this week about this giant dragon that's taken over the top of the Empire State Building. But how did it get up there? From our New York station, Ida Siegel introduces us to the crew who dared to put the beast in its place.
The towers of Manhattan, standing tall in the sweltering city heat, got a fire-breathing neighbor this week. Just below the spire of the Empire State Building is a creature that could destroy the city if it wanted to. At least it did in Westeros. The dragon, now perched above New York, isn't real, of course, but it's real impressive.
To actually get it up there, ooh, a lot of bravery. A lot of bravery. But the design is pretty cool, though.
That inflatable dragon is part of a clever ad campaign for the HBO series House of Dragons. But how'd they get it up there? Meet James Marksberry.
I heard the plan. At first, it seemed a little outlandish and maybe a little bit impossible, but the more I thought about it, I knew there was ways.
James and his team are master riggers, and they spent 3 months conceptualizing the installation and then 2 nights putting the dragon in place.
We spread the body around using different hoists from different levels, and then we started tying it back, deflated.
Anyone who's been to the Empire State Building has likely been here to the 86th floor observation deck. But the dragon was installed starting from the ice deck, which is all the way up on the 104th floor. What is going through your mind?
Every single emotion you could think of. Excitement, fear, just all these emotions going through your body that it's incredible.
The dragon balloon itself was created off-site and then delivered to James and his crew of about 20 guys to install. It's about 270 feet of fabric and 1,500 pounds in total. And yeah, they had to rappel down to make sure it was secured to the building exactly as designed.
rappelling down the side of this thing. It's like a massive bouncy house, if you will.
They had to check the weather and measure the wind every day. And even now, someone is always monitoring the dragon just in case bad weather moves in. Onlookers are amazed, and so is James. This project is the first of this magnitude at the Empire State Building, and now also the place of perhaps the most special marriage proposal in the city. That's James asking his girlfriend to marry him.
I told her I want to be with you for the rest of my life and asked her if she would marry me.
Did she say yes?
She said yes.
Yes.
She said yes.
A storybook ending and a job well done.
You had butterflies with that proposal. I have butterflies just watching them that high. Our thanks to Ida Siegel for that, and thanks to you for watching.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, flooding and fire, a double dose of extreme weather on this first full day of summer. From a new round of severe storms slamming the East Coast to more oppressive heat all over the country. We're tracking the conditions, the dangers, and what you can expect as we head into the weekend. Also this morning, a new chapter in Donald Trump's classified documents case. Today, a Florida judge set to hear arguments over whether to dismiss charges against the former president. We're going to break down both sides and what it could mean not just for the trial, but also the November election. Plus, a free speech fight between TikTok and the U.S. government. The new court filings filed by the social media giant just months from a possible ban on the app. And remembering a Hollywood legend. This morning, tributes pouring in for actor Donald Sutherland. We're going to look back at his life and prolific decades-long career. Good morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Good to have you with us on this Friday. We start with the latest on that record-breaking extreme weather that is ravaging the U.S. from coast to coast. More than 92 million Americans are under heat alerts with triple-digit heat indices as far north as Maine, where one town had to issue an excessive heat warning this week for the first time ever. Out west, crews in 9 states are fighting several active wildfires. One of the worst is in New Mexico, where at least 2 people have died. President Biden has issued a disaster declaration for southern parts of the state. Officials there say that heavy rain and flash flooding are making it even harder to contain the flames. All this unfolding as we are watching 2 potential tropical disturbances in the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico. Our team is tracking all this weather. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is standing by with our weekend forecast. But we start with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin, who's on the ground in Watauga, New York.
Hey there, millions of Americans are waking up once again to scorching temps. Folks heading out to beaches such as this one to try and beat the heat. Tens of millions of Americans waking up this morning from coast to coast under heat alerts. We're expecting more sizzling temperatures in the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic. We're also seeing those wildfires out in New Mexico, killing at least 2, devastating communities, flooding continuing out in Texas, despite the fact that Tropical Storm Alberto is long gone. And get this, so far this year, there have been more than 12,000 record highs recorded at weather stations across the country, and this is showing no signs of slowing down, even though the summer has just begun. They're predicting for the month of July above average temps for the entire country. This is looking like it's going to be a summer of extremes. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. So let's talk more about what we can expect this weekend and beyond. Time for your Morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with the forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And we're going to continue to bake today and through the weekend. D.C. could be in the triple digits by this weekend, feeling much warmer than that. So as mentioned earlier, 92 million people across the country under heat alerts. That includes the West now. In the East, we're looking at 64 million. That includes the Great Lakes into the Ohio Valley, the Northeast, and then expanding into the Mid-Atlantic as we go throughout the weekend here. Major cities like Columbus, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Hartford, New York City under heat alerts. We do have a heat warning for Pittsburgh, also Fort Wayne. A heat watch for Philadelphia and also D.C. Wait till you see these numbers in D.C. this weekend. You're going to want to find some indoor activities. So we're sweltering still. We're looking at temperatures well into the 90s, record-breaking territory, not only daytime highs, but nighttime lows, and also most likely monthly records as well. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s today. Nashville, we're looking at 96. You factor in that humidity. That's a really important number. That's what our body perceives as a temperature. So I was going to respond to that. It will feel like 99 in Nashville, feeling like 96 in St. Louis. 102 is what it's going to feel like in St. Louis. And then as we head further to the mid-Atlantic, D.C., 97 will be the heat index in New York City on this Friday. Kicking off the weekend, we're looking at 96 degrees as a heat index. The air temperature right around 93 degrees. Another hot one today. You want to find those cooling centers, hydrate, all the tips we've been giving all week long. And again, this really adds up as the days go on. So we're not getting that relief at night either. The heat does continue tomorrow. Take a look at Baltimore, 98 degrees, feeling more like 105, feeling like 103 in Richmond. You get the idea. A lot of spots will be feeling like the triple digits, even air temperatures near the triple digits in Nashville, 97, 95 in Lexington. It's going to be another warm one in Chicago, temperatures near the mid-90s, 93 and 95 in Toledo. Then as we go throughout the rest of the weekend into early next week, we trend a little cooler, but that word cooler, I mean, we're still in the upper 80s, low 90s in many spots, but D.C. by Sunday could hit 100 degrees again. We're forecasting 99, but still in the mid-90s Monday and Tuesday. Those are the air temperatures, not with the heat index involved. Chicago, we're into the 80s on Sunday and Monday, so that's a little bit better. Same story in Buffalo. Nice change there because we have a front that's kind of lingering right there into New England, so a big reprieve for them. They were so warm, especially in Bangor, Maine. The past couple of days are getting a break today with temperatures in the 80s. Buffalo by Monday, 78 degrees. Unfortunately, that cold front doesn't sink enough south, and we're looking at really hot temperatures in the mid-Atlantic and also the Northeast. I have some more bad news for you. We're looking at July outlook, and it's looking hotter than average. So most likely June is going to end up very hot, above average, breaking records. And we're going to see that once again into July in portions of New England, the Northeast, the Ohio Valley, Midwest, into the Southeast. Hotter than average in the Southwest, the inner mountains as well. The Rockies, we're looking at at least the forecasted outlook for July, looking a little warmer than normal. So for today, that's going to be the big weather story once again. Also looking at lots of spots where we're looking at some moisture, some showers, some storms. Some could be on the severe side. So for today, we'll start in the northern plains, the upper Mississippi Valley, because we're looking at the chance for flooding rains. We're seeing that at this hour. I'll show you that in just a minute. We have a front that's draped right there. It's bringing those rains that are dropping 3 inches per hour. A lot of humidity in the air. A flood threat throughout portions of the Southwest. That's all due to a tropical disturbance. Same story in southern Texas. Not getting a break there. We're not expecting a whole lot of rain, but we had a whole lot of rain a couple days ago, and we're looking at additional rain with that Gulf disturbance. And then we have a disturbance in the Atlantic as well, and that's going to bring some tropical showers along the Carolina coast into portions of Florida. We'll see if those develop into any names or even further than where they are right now. But nonetheless, we're looking at some rain falling. Flood alerts right now, we're looking throughout portions of the upper Midwest, the plains as well. We do have some flash flood warnings. That means flash flooding is happening right now. So Eli into Chamberlain, Sioux Falls, you're seeing some really tough conditions right now. So be careful as you head out this morning. And again, these alerts same place through Saturday because that front kind of parts itself there. This is why we're looking at radar. We're looking at some rain in portions of the Southwest, also the Four Corners, looking towards the northern plains into the upper Midwest. We're looking at some lightning there as well. We do have a severe thunderstorm risk from the northern plains into the upper Midwest, the upper Mississippi Valley, 6 million people at risk. So, Joe, we're looking at that and then also looking at those tropical disturbances in the tropics. That could bring some moisture to Florida and also Texas.
All right, it's either rain or heat. Take your pick. Michelle, thank you so much. As his legal battles continue, former President Trump is turning his attention to Florida. That's where the classified documents case against him continues to be stalled thanks to a series of ongoing motions and hearings over legal issues. Now, in the latest attempt by Trump's legal team to get the case thrown out, they're arguing that special counsel Jack Smith's appointment to run the investigation violates the Constitution. We have NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen joining us for a closer look at all this, along with NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Danny, let's start with you. So Trump pleaded not guilty to these charges just over a year ago. It's no surprise he has been trying to delay all these legal proceedings as much as possible. But some of these issues that are coming up in this specific case, does it seem like they could have been disposed of much more quickly without day-long hearings?
Yes, and that is a fair criticism of the judge, that she's holding hearings on issues that another judge might have decided by simply a stroke of the pen in a matter of days, maybe even weeks. But that is the beauty of the Constitution. Federal judges are appointed for life, and they're given almost complete discretion as to how to manage their calendar and how to decide on things like motions and other issues before them, including whether or not to hold evidentiary hearings or not hold evidentiary hearings. Or one of the things I think is a fair criticism, to have your lower magistrate judge help out. Aileen Cannon has not used her magistrate very much. I think that's a fair criticism as well. But that's the system we live in. We have district judges who have tremendous authority. It's fair to criticize one for moving slowly. Attorneys do it all the time. So that's what you may have here. Is it intentional by the defense? Well, their primary mission is to get the case thrown out, like every other defendant in the world. Is there a secondary benefit by delaying the case? Absolutely, because if it's delayed past the election, and specifically past inauguration, all federal cases against Trump, poof, go into the ether.
How unusual is it that we don't even have a trial date yet?
It is very unusual in federal court, but this is not the usual case. If this were a guns and drugs case, I'd say, yeah, this should be going to trial within 2 to 3 months. There should be a trial date set, and then if it's changed, you can reset that trial date, move it out 2 or 3 months, whatever the case may be. But this is a different case. So too is the January 6th case. They're all different. So you can't hold them to the ordinary timeline. Is Judge Cannon's approach causing delay? Is her refusal to set a trial date something that can be criticized? Absolutely. Would another federal judge set a trial date and then just move it as needed? That's what I think is the more common practice. But again, that is the discretion the Constitution and our system gives federal district court judges.
John, let's bring you in here. It is looking very unlikely this case will make it to court ahead of the November elections. Does it matter to voters, especially following the New York hush money trial? Do they seem to be paying attention to these criminal cases, and is it influencing them at all?
Well, I think certainly some of them are paying attention to the criminal cases, and it may influence some of them. This one is a federal case about the handling of classified documents, which is something that is very close to, very much a part of what a president of the United States does. It's also probably the one, Danny's the legal expert, but, from many of the lawyers I've spoken to, they think this is actually the most straightforward case in terms of Donald Trump had these documents, then refused to give them back. He's claiming that they effectively belong to him. But there's a lot of evidence that he both retained the documents and didn't give them back. So, I think the first point you made is probably the right one, Joe, which is it seems very unlikely that any of this is going to be resolved, at least in terms of the classified documents case, before the election. And to Danny's point, then if Trump wins, all the cases go into the ether. If Trump loses, then perhaps this is something that goes forward.
So, Danny, let's talk about a past case. Trump now filing another motion in New York. His legal team calling on Judge Engoron in the civil fraud case to recuse himself. This sounds strange to people because it already happened. All that's really left are the inevitable appeals. So what's going on here? What do they want?
This is a fascinating motion. The allegations are basically that while in the courthouse hallways, an attorney unconnected to the case, completely having nothing to do with any cases involving Trump, approached the judge and said effectively, hey, Judge, I want to make sure you get the law right in this Trump case. Now, one of two things could have happened. Either the judge said, thank you, but I got to go, which is probably what he should have done if this happened. And that might be what happened. But the attorney's also saying that they had something of a prolonged discussion about it, the facts, the issues, maybe they're in the hallway. If that happened, that is a cause for concern. But there's also a very strong likelihood, this happens to judges all the time, busybody attorneys come up with their opinions in the hallways, and he may have just said, yeah, thanks, got to go to lunch.
Of course, Trump assessed a $454 million penalty in that case. All right, John, while we have you, less than a week away from the first presidential debate, real quick, how are the candidates getting ready?
They're doing it a little bit differently, which is not terribly surprising because they've run against each other before and done things differently, and candidates tend to keep things the same. President Biden is going to be in Camp David for most of next week. He's going to surround himself with some of his top aides and perhaps even do full mock debates Basically, you're going to see around him Anita Dunn, one of his top advisors, Mike Donnellan, Steve Ricchetti, former Congressman Cedric Richmond, who was co-chairman of his last campaign, is probably going to be there as well. But they're going to do a pretty formal debate structure. Trump, on the other hand, hates the idea of full mock debates. He doesn't. One of the things he doesn't like to do is preview his actual arguments. I think he believes that, according to people I've spoken to, have been in prep with him before, he really wants to make sure that when he says something on stage, it's the first time he said it. So these are going to be a little different, but he does sort of informal discussions with his aides, on the plane or when he's at his resort.
Very different approaches. A lot to cover. No one better to help us through than John Allen and Danny Savalos. Thank you both. Now, while the president prepares for next week's debate, his administration's disagreement with Israel over weapons continues to make headlines. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the U.S. has been withholding deliveries of weapons from Israel. The White House responded saying, quote, "We genuinely do not know what he is talking about." Now, this is just adding more tension to a relationship that was already getting strained. NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist joins us with the latest. So, Aaron, how has this new tension impacted the U.S.-Israel relationship and Israeli efforts to fight the war and get hostages out of Gaza?
Yeah, this back and forth, Joe, really does represent sort of a widening of this tension that we've been seeing, particularly for the last couple of months between Israel and the United States. We know that there had been a high-level meeting planned with a delegation coming from Israel to Washington to meet here in D.C. And once the Israeli prime minister posted that video on Tuesday criticizing the Biden administration for slowing this delivery of weapons and ammunition, as the prime minister said, that meeting was postponed, according to officials here in D.C. It wasn't canceled, as some reports had suggested. It was postponed. And then we still saw just yesterday both Secretary of State Tony Blinken and the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan held separate meetings with two high-ranking Israeli officials who they've been meeting with regularly to talk about, we learned from the readout from Secretary Blinken's meeting, to talk about the ceasefire negotiations, to talk about getting hostages out of Gaza, to talk about surging humanitarian aid into the Palestinian people. And so even though there seem to be all these reports and these nuggets dropped in social media and other places that there's this tension that's creating an inability to get things done, we then turn around and still have these meetings happening as they have been over the last several months, Joe.
So, Aaron, remind us, when it comes to these weapons, why is this one shipment being held, and have any of the concerns been addressed by either party?
So we're talking about these 2,000-pound bombs. The Biden administration, through Secretary Blinken and others, have said that the normal flow of weapons is still happening, with the exception of these, I think it was about 3,500 of these massive bombs that the administration decided back in May to pause, to put a hold on. And the secretary reaffirmed earlier this week that the U.S. is reviewing the use of such munitions because there were concerns about those bombs being used in Gaza in places where there were dense groups of civilians who might be harmed by these large bombs that are not as accurate and not as precise as some other smaller munitions might be, Joe.
All right, Aaron Gilchrist. Aaron, thank you so much. Now to a different kind of battle, the digital battle in the race for the White House. The Biden campaign is now denouncing what it calls cheap fakes. Well, the Trump team has its own gripes. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez takes us through this new age battlefield.
The video went viral faster than usual. President Biden at the G7 summit in Italy, surrounded by world leaders, appearing to wander off before being pulled back to the group by the Italian prime minister. In reality, another camera angle showed the president was actually trying to greet skydivers who just finished a demonstration. But the Republican National Committee and conservative media quickly amplified the first angle, falsely claiming the president was meandering. The Biden campaign is calling it a, quote, cheap fake.
What is a cheap fake?
Cheap fakes are these deceptively edited videos, and they're a huge part of Donald Trump's campaign strategy.
Rob Flaherty is Biden's deputy campaign manager, who's overseeing the escalating digital war and slamming the Trump campaign, saying it's increasingly taking videos out of context.
We have to be more aggressive about monitoring, about intervening, about taking action against it, because it is just going to be such a centerpiece of how he's communicating.
That G7 video is among a string of clips that some some Republicans say raises concerns about President Biden's age and abilities. The Trump campaign is arguing there's nothing wrong with highlighting videos that are not digitally altered, like this clip of President Biden standing still for several seconds on stage at a Hollywood fundraiser until former President Obama leads him off stage. And another where he also stood still as people danced around him during a Juneteenth celebration. The White House says the president did not freeze in these incidents, but was enjoying the moments. The Trump team telling us
the Biden campaign is trying to convince the American public not to believe their own eyes. We are simply posting these videos for the world to see and to come to their own conclusion on, which the American public has.
The Trump campaign argues the Biden team has taken the former president's words out of context.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line. Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath.
By claiming that comment referred to political violence instead of economic pain.
Then he said if he loses, there's going to be a bloodbath.
It's called the bloodbath hoax, taking my words completely out of context.
There's always been misinformation during campaigns, but this election cycle, cyber experts expect much more of it, including AI-generated deepfakes. Current and former officials tell NBC News that the FBI and Department of Homeland Security have no firm plan to alert the public about deepfakes or other false information during the 2024 election, unless it's clearly coming from a foreign actor and poses a sufficiently grave threat. A digital battlefield raising questions about free speech, censorship, and partisan politics. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Wilmington, Delaware.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, TikTok taking on the U.S. government in a fight over freedom of speech. The new court documents just filed ahead of a potential ban on the app. Up first after the break, he was a Hollywood mainstay for decades. More on the life and lasting legacy of actor Donald Sutherland. Stay with us.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, Hollywood is mourning the loss of a big screen legend. Canadian actor Donald Sutherland, whose career spanned more than 6 decades, has died at the age of 88. Now his family and friends are paying tribute to his life and legacy. Donald Sutherland could not be confined by a single genre, from drama.
Can't you see anything except in terms of how it affects you?
To comedy.
I'm not joking. This is my job.
To thrillers.
The one at Elizabeth's place was duplicating her.
I don't play nice or bad or good. I just play the fella. So I can find something in everybody to play.
His big break came in 1967 with The Dirty Dozen.
I'd rather be a civilian, sir.
He was Hawkeye Pierce in the movie MASH.
I've seen you somewhere before. I don't know your name, stranger, but your face is familiar.
Then opposite Jane Fonda in Clute.
Or maybe I can bring you some friends. I've got some terrific friends.
No, thank you.
Later, he ventured into TV, winning an Emmy for Citizen X.
Welcome to the halls of power.
Before introducing himself to a new audience on the big screen in The Hunger Games.
And may the odds be ever in your favor.
In the 2016 Western Forsaken, he played father-son with his real-life son, Kiefer.
He's someone that I've wanted to work with for my whole career.
Kiefer called his dad one of the most important actors in the history of film, never daunted by a role, good, bad, or ugly. From Ron Howard, who directed Sutherland in Backdraft, one of the most interesting, intelligent, and engrossing film actors of all time. A body of work that led to an honorary Academy Award in 2017.
Thank you for putting my name on this.
Sealing his sweeping legacy. For more on the life and legacy of Donald Sutherland, we're joined by entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. Brian, good to have you with us. So his son Kiefer described his father, as we just heard there, as one of the most important actors in the history of film. Talk to us a little more about his legacy, both on and off screen.
Well, it's really interesting to hear him say that, because one of the lines that he says there is that he was never daunted by a role, good, bad, or ugly. You see that there. And I think that's how you get cast in 200 roles in your lifetime, which was the case with Donald Sutherland. 200 roles. And you don't get that unless you have a level of versatility that allows you to play the good guy, the bad guy, the ugly guy. And on that note, just to say, he once recounted a story from his childhood when he asked his mother if he was a good-looking kid. And his mother said, "No, but your face has a lot of character." Now, first, that sounds ouch, but you know, that character, that face, that delivery allowed him to transform himself into every man possible, and that's why he got all these roles, and that's why he's left such an incredible mark on us as movie watchers and television watchers.
I mean, he was in countless films plus TV projects. It's kind of hard to define him. Not a leading man, not really a traditional movie star, but always compelling. Just talking with people over the last day or so, everyone kind of refers to a completely different role when they're thinking about him. I mean, what role do you think he'll be remembered for the most?
Remembered for is interesting because every generation, we're looking at film roles since 1965. So every generation is going to have their own, whether it's some who remember his breakout role in The Dirty Dozen or The Hunger Games now. I loved him in The Italian Job. He was great in Backdraft or JFK. Ordinary People, you've got to see him in Ordinary People. So I think it's hard to lock down just one. That's how great he was in so many roles.
What does it say that he was able to stay relevant and stay working for so long in a business that is notoriously fickle?
Wow. Well, you know what? It speaks to the fact not only do you not get 200 roles unless you're talented, but also if you're a good guy and you're easy to work with. We get, you know, casting directors, movie producers, they get to choose who they work with. And I think it says a lot. We don't really know what he was like as a real guy because we've only seen him in these amazing varied roles. So to not know what he was like is a testament to how great an actor he was. And, you know, he wouldn't have gotten these roles if he wasn't such a great guy to work with.
He really did know how to play an evil character very well.
Oh, yeah. He's chilling sometimes.
Do you have a favorite Donald Sutherland role?
I think Ordinary People and The Italian Job were two of my favorite roles for him. But I think, if you go on Netflix or, your whatever streaming platform and search some of his films, you're going to find one. And I agree. I like him best in chilling, icy roles. I thought he was great in The Hunger Games, too. I thought he was perfect for that series.
All right. Brian Balthazar helping us remember Donald Sutherland. Brian, thanks for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
As the war in Ukraine rages on, 2 beluga whales from an aquarium there are now safe from the war zone. It was a daring mission that involved moving the pair thousands of miles away. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has more on this complex operation.
The Russian offensive is in full force in Kharkiv, the local aquarium at risk, home to 2 beluga whales, 15-year-old Plombier and 14-year-old Miranda. The battle was closing in. Whale food, fresh squid, herring, and mackerel increasingly scarce. Caregivers knew they had to get them out of the war zone.
Were you afraid that you and the whales would come under attack?
Certainly the risk of rockets and things it was on our mind, for sure.
The challenge, how do you move 2 1,500-pound whales in 20,000-pound tanks, almost 3,000 miles to their new home in Spain? Very carefully. The Ukrainians, with experts from the Georgia Aquarium, SeaWorld, and Oceanographic de Valencia, came up with a plan. From Ukraine to Spain, with caregivers calming them down along the way.
Are Plombier and Miranda friends? Are they even a couple? Can I be so bold as to ask?
It's an adult male and an adult female. They seem very bonded, very close.
How do you feel now that you've accomplished this? Daniel?
Taking these animals out of the war is probably one of the life experiences that I put in my grandkids.
Now safe in their new habitat and looking happy. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington.
Very happy and very cute. All right, coming up, counterfeit concerns. One drug maker saying it's ready to take legal action over fake versions of its weight loss drugs. The warning from health officials when Morning News Now returns.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Welcome back. A startling new report just out reveals an increase in the number of children who died after they were left in a hot car. It is a reminder as summer begins and temps heat up, simple routines can reduce that risk. Susan Hogan, a consumer investigative reporter from our Washington, D.C. affiliate station, WRC, has this report.
Hot car deaths happen all too often, leaving traumatic scars in their wake. In most cases, the child was unintentionally left inside the vehicle. often with a family's change in routine. But how can it happen?
We have a powerful autopilot brain memory system, and it gets us to do things automatically. And in that process, we lose awareness of other things in our mind, including that there's a child in the car.
Even on days with mild temperatures, the heat inside a vehicle can reach dangerous levels within an hour, posing significant health risks to small children or pets left inside.
Children aren't able to efficiently regulate their own body temperature, and their bodies can heat up 3 to 5 times faster than in adults.
One new safety tool: some car manufacturers have introduced technology that goes beyond just reminding drivers if they leave something behind in the back seat.
This new technology could actually detect an occupant.
But this advancement is not widely available. Consumer Reports advice for all parents: create a routine with your own reminders every time you drive.
You should create a habit of putting a personal item in the back seat, like your laptop or your phone. This forces you to visit the back seat after every trip.
And some people go so far as to say, put your shoe in the back. Give yourself a cue so that when you get out of the car, you have that reminder.
It's an easy behavioral change, enough to trigger the brain to do something different that could save a life.
Our thanks to Susan Hogan for that report. And if you're wondering if a cracked open window or parking in the shade will help cool the car enough, the answer is simply no. That is why it is important to never leave a child unattended in a vehicle. This morning, health officials are warning about risky counterfeits of popular weight loss drugs. Both the World Health Organization and drug maker Eli Lilly say people should be on the lookout for fake versions of Wegovy and Zepbound. And now Lilly says it's even ready to take legal action against the counterfeits. Here's NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson with more.
Weight loss drugs are now a global phenomenon.
I went down 4 pant sizes.
This country accounting for 71% of semaglutide sales, the active ingredient in Wegovy and Ozempic, a diabetes drug. But high demand breeds counterfeits that could jeopardize your health. The World Health Organization warning that it found fake batches of Ozempic in the U.S., U.K., and Brazil last year.
It could have contaminants that could actually harm you.
UC San Diego professor Tim Mackey and his team of researchers bought counterfeits of semaglutide online to find out what's being sold.
And when we purchased 6 of these products from online pharmacies, 3 were scammers, and another 3 sent us products that had questionable quality safety issues associated with them.
And so if somebody had taken any of these drugs, could they have ended up in the hospital or ill from the drugs?
Yeah, so patients, 1, could have been scammed out of thousands of dollars, and 2, they could have taken a product that had too much semaglutide in them and could have been injured from that as well.
Lilly also warning about fake versions of tirzepatide, the active ingredient in Mounjaro and Zepbound, its diabetes and weight loss drugs. Lilly says it does not sell these drugs on social media and warns illegal online pharmacies selling fakes put people at risk. Lilly and Novo Nordisk, the maker of Wegovy and Ozempic, say they are the only manufacturers of these drugs and there are no generics.
All right, Ann, thank you so much. For more on what you need to know about these counterfeit drugs, let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good to have you with us. So as we're seeing more reports like this pop up, it's also a reminder of similar warnings that were issued by the parent company of Ozempic in the past. In Ann's piece, the professor talked about the medical danger posed by getting too much semaglutide in these counterfeits. So what can too much of that drug do to someone, and what might those symptoms be?
Yeah, you can see a spectrum of symptoms, Joe, starting with nausea and vomiting, all the way to, in very severe cases, pancreatitis, or things that can happen where you get an infection with your gallbladder, leading to sepsis. So it can be very serious, but usually it starts with some sort of nausea, vomiting, fatigue, headaches, and that can last for days, just to reiterate a point, because the half-life of these drugs are days. So this could be an ongoing problem for many days.
As you know, these drugs are enormously popular. They are also expensive, and they are tough to get. So from a public health perspective, what does it tell you that the World Health Organization is actually taking this step?
Yeah, I think the World Health Organization taking this step signifies three things. Number one, that this is an uptick across the world in the demand for these drugs, which we already knew, Joe, but also in the kind of fakes and counterfeits that are in response to that demand. Number two, that this is really a global health equity issue. The pricing, to your point, is out of reach for not just so many people in the United States, but so many people across the world. And I think they're trying to underscore we need to come to a better place when we see such demand to have a supply that's more equitable. And then I think third, and probably the most important, is just caveat emptor, just buyer beware. I think the World Health Organization is trying to indicate that this is something that they want everybody, regardless of access, to be aware of and spread just more information around some of the problems with these counterfeits, fakes, and just the fact that, again, you shouldn't be buying these things online. I did a quick social media search, Joe. Every single social media platform, I could find a mechanism to buy this online, leading to what we heard in Ann's report, likely fakes or counterfeits or not the actual drug, since the drug makers don't sell that online.
Important to keep that in mind. Just a simple search there, and that's what you saw. So for people who are actually prescribed these medications, what can they do to make sure they're taking the real thing? What should they be on the lookout for? What questions should they be asking their doctor or pharmacist?
Yeah, so absolutely asking their pharmacist, if you go to some of the large box pharmacies, think CVS, Walgreens, those have like very safe supply chains. But many of us use pharmacies where we might not necessarily know the supply of the drugs. Always look at the container. You should see a lot number. You should see the manufacturer very clearly on there. You should see an expiration date. So those are just like you would on a gallon of milk, Joe. Look for that on your drug itself, on that box and container. But feel free to ask the pharmacist and say, did this come directly from the manufacturer? Pharmacists are very used to dealing with these questions because we've had so many compounding pharmacies. And then again, if you're buying something online, because there are online ways to get this drug legitimately, pharmacies like Amazon, CVS, Walgreens can deliver to your house. So if you do buy something online, feel free to pick up a phone and be able to talk to a pharmacist and say, I just want to make sure I'm getting the authentic product that my doctor prescribed. And that can also be reassuring.
It seems like what's fueling this problem is the shortages. Does it seem like we're going to be moving toward a place where there is going to be more of this drug or enough of it so that maybe it will prevent us from having to worry so much about fake drugs?
We do. I do know, first of all, there are so many, in addition to what we've found from Novo Nordisk and Lilly, there are other manufacturers that are kind of in process with clinical trials where they also expect to offer competing products. Usually when we see that kind of competition, Joe, the prices do come down. That might take a year or two as these trials are working through and the FDA is reviewing this data. So in the now, we don't have really a short-term solution, which is why you're seeing so many people offering this. Technically, this is a drug that is listed as a shortage. So these compounded drugs, which is something we've talked about on previous reports, is something that's an alternative, but you have to be very careful. Again, ask your pharmacist, ask the person supplying the drug, where did you obtain this product? And so I think that we will not have this conversation in about a year or two, but until then, this demand is sky high. And I think Lilly underscored a point. They don't recommend this. It is not studied for cosmetic weight loss. When I have someone who wants 5 pounds of weight loss, this is not for them.
Important reminder there, and always be an advocate for yourself. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Coming up, the clock is ticking for TikTok. Now the social media giant taking new steps to stop a potential nationwide ban. We're going to have the latest developments from court. Plus, more and more Americans spending their summer vacations at sea. We're going to take you below deck for a look at a booming industry next on Morning News Now.
still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're back with the hugely consequential battle over the future of TikTok here in the U.S. In scathing court filings, TikTok's lawyers and a group of creators on the app accuse the U.S. government of trying to violate Americans' right to free speech. It's just the beginning of the court fight over a law that says TikTok's Chinese parent company, ByteDance, must sell the company by January 19th, or it will be banned in the U.S. Kristen Gibbons-Fedden is here to explain what this all means. She's a civil rights attorney and former prosecutor, as well as an NBC News contributor. Kristen, good to have you with us. So this brief was filed to the U.S. Court of Appeals in Washington yesterday by TikTok attorneys and a group of 8 content creators. The sale or ban law from the Biden administration set this appeals court as the exclusive jurisdiction for any challenges. So first of all, just explain to us what that means and how it might be different from other court battles.
Sure, yeah. So as you mentioned, Biden and his administration set the D.C. Court of Appeals for exclusive jurisdiction. That means that TikTok and any challenger to that law has to start their lawsuit there, with the final arbiter, of course, being the Supreme Court. And this is significant, because what it does is it centralizes the legal battle in one court, so it prevents TikTok and other challengers from filing suits in other areas, potentially speeding up the legal process, or even what it does is avoid inconsistent rulings across different states. But this particular court, Joe, is actually known for its expertise in national security. So it really ensures that this critical national security issue is handled by judges that are best equipped to handle it.
All right, let's talk about the brief. TikTok says, quote, never before has Congress silenced so much speech in a single act, going on to say the U.S. law, quote, sets a dangerous precedent, which it likens to the kind of suppressive internet laws in China that lawmakers here have criticized. What's your take on this? Is this going to be the heart of the legal battle here?
Absolutely, because what that one line actually does is it centers all of the constitutional challenges that TikTok is actually raising. They're raising, as you mentioned, this is a platform, and this law actually bans free speech use for millions of Americans. In that line, Joe, they're also raising due process concerns because they're saying basically this law is an unfair taking of property. They're also saying that this law unconstitutionally singles out TikTok for punishment. So that is the crux of their legal argument, but they're all centering around the constitutional right to free speech.
All right, let's get out our calendars here. Both the Justice Department and TikTok asked for a decision from the court by December 6th. That would give the Supreme Court time to review it before the January 19th deadline. But we also know the Supreme Court does kind of move slowly. Is that realistic? I mean, what happens if there's not a ruling by then?
Yeah, so it's interesting because I think given the high stakes of this case and the potential impact on national security and the constitutional challenges involved, the court's likely to move as expeditiously as possible. But Joe, as you pointed out, the court makes their own deadlines. So, I think in reality, even whatever decision the D.C. court makes, whatever decision happens, there's always going to be appeals. So I don't think it's realistic. What could happen instead is an injunction could be laid down. In other words, they would say, okay, that January 19th deadline to sell TikTok, while it sounds like it's a long way away, we're actually going to stop it so that we have the opportunity to really analyze all of these legal arguments and make sure we're making the right decision. So essentially, it'll stay that deadline so that they'll have more time.
All right, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you for the explanation. Appreciate your time this morning. Let's get some financial headlines. After a massive data breach earlier this year, Change Healthcare is now notifying the users impacted by that cyber attack. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good Friday morning to you. Yeah, as you mentioned, so Change Healthcare is starting to notify hospitals, insurers, and other customers who had patient data exposed in a massive cyber attack earlier this year. The company, which is a division of United Health Group, provides technology used to submit and process billions of insurance claims. Hackers gained access to the company's system in February, disrupting payments and claims for doctors' offices and healthcare systems nationwide. Now, Change will start notifying individuals and patients in late July. Hackers are reportedly selling off consumer data from Quote Wizard. That's a unit of LendingTree that provides quotes and rates on all types of insurance policies. Bloomberg says LendingTree is still trying to determine the impact of the breach after it found unauthorized activity on a database hosted by cloud platform Snowflake. Now, it's unclear yet how the theft occurred and if it was part of a broader effort by hackers to steal data from Snowflake's customers. And Netflix is expanding into yet another avenue. This time it's snacks. The streaming service is partnering with Popcorn Indiana to sell a ready-to-eat popcorn bag to go with your ready-to-binge TV show. Now Popping comes in 2 flavors, Cult Classic Cheddar Kettle and Swoon-worthy Cinnamon Kettle. The Netflix popcorn will be available at Walmart stores nationwide and other retailers. An 8-ounce bag costs $4.49, Joe. Those flavors sound so good.
Yeah, I like a flavored popcorn, so we'll see. All
Yum.
Right. Savannah, thank you. Let's stick with your money and take a look at how the big summer travel season is affecting the economy, with record-breaking spending expected on the roads and skies, as well as on the water. Here's our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans.
Aboard the schooner Stephen Tabor, which set sail from Rockland, Maine, the summer is completely booked.
Schooner Stephen Tabor, Whiskey Delta Bravo.
Captain Noah Barnes, like his parents before him, ushering in guests.
Welcome aboard the Stephen Tabor. We're going to have a great time.
Vacationers pay just over $300 a night to eat, drink, and sleep aboard. 260! And pitch in.
Hoist the stage rifle. We've got pilots, and we've got lab techs, and we've got plumbers, and we've got cable installers. It's everybody.
So business is good.
So business is good.
Americans' summer travel budgets are up 18% overall from last year, and travelers are hungry for experiences.
My cell phone went off and just got thrown into the cabin, and it was just wonderful.
Below deck.
Today I'll be cooking breakfast for about 26 people, including crew. And yeah, just another morning in paradise.
Chef Gray Lideker serves it up.
We're having blueberry Dutch baby. Oh. We're having a maple sausage that is from a small farm in Iowa.
What's this job like?
Well, it's basically cooking all day long inside of a shaking box.
You must love boats.
Yes. It's a prerequisite for the job is must love boats.
Fenders, please.
For Captain Barnes, rising costs are a challenge he has to pass on to passengers.
I don't worry about our product. I worry about staffing. I worry about the cost of materials.
Do customers balk at the higher prices, or they're still coming?
We haven't seen a dip. I don't think we've met the place where people are resistant to pay it, but we don't want to find that spot.
To maintain crew, he has raised wages. Even still, Chef Gray and several deckhands live aboard when they aren't sailing. Housing costs on the mainland out of reach.
I couldn't find anything. It was phenomenally expensive, so staying on the boat just made economic sense.
Gray sleeps here, under the stairs. You can learn a lot about today's economy aboard a 115-foot wooden schooner built when Ulysses Grant was president. Finish the sentence for me. The American economy is...
Seems to be doing just fine from where we're sitting. Well, there's something about this experience, being outside, being in good company, sort of reminds people the important things. There's good company, there's good food, there's cool boats.
A contrast on deck. For so many, affordability a challenge, even while travel and leisure are booming. Christine Romans, NBC News, Rockland, Maine.
Coming up, from the battlefield to one of the world's most famous music venues, how one Marine veteran made his way to the stage of the Grand Ole Opry in honor of his fellow American heroes. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
Kelly, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Welcome back. For PTSD Awareness Month, we're bringing you the story of one Marine veteran. He has battled back from wounds of war, both visible and invisible, to reach his fellow veterans. And as NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber explains, he did it all from one of the biggest stages in country music.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the moment Sal Gonzalez has been waiting decades for. His debut at one of the most iconic music venues in the country, the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, Tennessee.
This one goes out to all you veterans. I hope you like it, and I hope it strikes a chord.
Those veterans, his brothers and sisters in arms. Gonzalez joined the Marines in the wake of the attacks on 9/11.
I was in English class in high school, and we watched the Twin Towers fall. And I knew all of a sudden that we were going to go to war, and I wanted to go do my part.
Gonzalez was serving as a machine gunner in Iraq in 2004 when his vehicle was hit with an improvised explosive device.
I'd been in a coma for a week. Both my lungs collapsed. I almost died a couple of times, and my leg was in shambles.
Months later, Gonzalez and his doctors made the difficult decision to amputate his left leg below the knee. It's now a very physical reminder of the toll of war, but there are mental scars too.
I thought it was normal to just go and drink myself to sleep because I didn't want to think about stuff. I think more than anything, the survivor's guilt was the thing that was hardest to deal with. Thinking of all these friends that I'd lost, not just my lieutenant who was killed in the explosion that took my leg.
Soon, Gonzalez learned to rely on the passion that he'd had since childhood, music, ultimately partnering with the Wounded Warrior Project to play for other veterans across the country.
Danny had a daughter that he'll never get to see, and I know that he was proud. He was only 23. Some of those vets were like, hey, that's awesome. You nailed it on the head. I couldn't have said those words myself. I'm just happy to get to be a part of that and get to give back to an organization that I'm pretty sure, had they not been around, I don't think I'd be around.
That passion quickly becoming more than just a pastime. Gonzalez moving to Nashville to pursue a career in music and even appearing on America's Got Talent in 2014.
No sunshine, seas gold. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away.
And just last month, that offer of a lifetime.
Making his Opry debut, let's give him a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Sal Gonzalez.
Gonzalez taking the stage with an original song written after one of his fellow veterans called him a hero.
I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but heroes ain't the ones who make it home. No.
The Opry crowd giving Gonzalez a standing ovation.
Thank you so much, folks. God bless. My name's Sal Gonzalez. It's hard to explain that moment, to be totally honest. I'm not special by any means. I'm just a normal dude. And some of the people that I served with that didn't come home were those exceptional people.
Gonzalez now working toward a full-time music career, even playing us a little bit of his latest original about being away from his family, playing music on the road.
These nights can get so lonely, but I never thought they'd own me. So I'm starting to hate the thing I love the most.
But no matter where his music career takes him, Gonzalez says he'll always make time to serve his fellow veterans. And for those who may be struggling, he hopes you'll remember this.
This world is better with you in it. Don't give up.
I love how he's taking all this attention and shining a light on others. Our thanks to Ellison Barber for bringing us that inspiring story. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but please stay with us. The news continues right now. Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah Sellers is on assignment today. Right now on Morning News Now, bringing the heat. Multiple temperature records broken as an unprecedented heat wave scorches the country from coast to coast. Alerts in place for tens of millions of people, with many looking to cool off by flocking to the nation's beaches, an alternative to scarce air conditioning.
It gets that hot, everybody flocks to the beaches. There'll be plenty of room here. I just tell everybody, bear with the traffic, bear with the crowds.
Plus, we'll hear from a New Mexico mayor about the ongoing effort to contain the wildfires that are raging in that state. Also this morning, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu showing no signs of backing down in the public rift with the Biden administration over weapons deliveries. The latest on that as Israeli forces continue to pound the Gaza Strip. Setting the stage, we are just days out from the first presidential debate. President Biden preparing to lock horns with former President Trump as the showdown nears. The Biden campaign criticizing the Trump team, accusing them of making videos that it's calling cheap fakes as the campaigning on both sides becomes more aggressive. Plus, remembering an iconic actor. We're going to look back at the remarkable film career of Donald Sutherland, who died at the age of 88. His son, fellow actor Kiefer, paying a heartfelt tribute to his legendary dad. Thanks again for joining us. Glad to have you with us. We're going to start this hour with the latest on the extreme weather scorching several states across the U.S. On the East Coast, an unrelenting heat wave is putting tens of millions under heat alerts today. Dozens of cities are on track to shatter heat records over the weekend. Well, out west, emergency crews are battling deadly wildfires and flash flooding in New Mexico. It's a weather whiplash that prompted President Biden to make a disaster declaration in southern parts of that state. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the latest.
Hey there, millions are bracing for yet another scorcher. Folks will be heading out to beaches like this one to try to beat the heat. So far this year, more than 12,000 record highs have been recorded at weather stations across the country, and the summer has just begun. It's the first full day of summer with extreme weather from coast to coast.
I don't even have words for it. It's that hot.
From tropical storm flooding in Texas to deadly and devastating wildfires out west and sweltering record-breaking heat in the Northeast. Just outside New York City, a double commuter headache on the roads and rails. On Thursday, the heat fueling a brush fire, triggering a massive traffic jam on I-95, and power outages forcing the suspension of Amtrak and local train service, causing a ripple effect of delays and cancellations on the busy Northeast corridor.
I am exhausted. It is hot. I can't do it anymore.
In the city's streets, doubling as splash parks with the help of fire hydrants turned sprinklers. Across the tri-state area, power grids being pushed to the brink by the increased demand for AC. Further north in states like Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Vermont, where searing heat is unusual, many people don't have air conditioning at all.
Everybody asks if we have AC. We do not.
One Massachusetts district ended the school early so that kids and teachers could avoid sweltering classrooms.
Brutal. Very, very hot. I feel bad for the kids who have to walk in it, too.
Across the country in New Mexico, a major disaster has been declared after a deadly wildfire devastated communities, destroying hundreds of homes and forcing thousands to flee. Crews nowhere near containing that blaze. Meanwhile, parts of the Texas coast are still dealing with extreme flooding, even though Tropical Storm Alberto is long gone.
I didn't actually think it was going to happen 2 days back to back. It receded yesterday pretty good, and this morning we woke up, but we were completely covered again.
And it looks like it's only going to get worse. Experts are now predicting above average temps for the entire nation for the month of July. They're pointing to climate change as the culprit. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. As she mentioned, crews are working around the clock to contain 2 deadly wildfires in New Mexico. Those efforts being complicated now by heavy rain and flash flooding, especially in the mountain village of Ruidoso, which is located between those 2 fires. Joining me now is the mayor of Ruidoso, Lynn Crawford. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for your time. I know this is an incredibly busy time for you. You said these fires, which reached your village earlier this week, have wiped out entire communities. Now you have this heavy rain coming in on Wednesday, triggering flash flooding. First and foremost, how is your community doing right now? Can you even get in there to see the extent of the damage?
Well, we just have our, local infrastructure folks that are working here, essentials. Of course, we have a lot of police presence, military, National Guard, people like that. But as far as residents, they're still evacuated to the surrounding local communities. And in fact, as far as Texas, it's very dangerous to get in right now. We still are actively fighting the fire. We have more firefighters arriving daily. And now then we are staging for the flooding that is predicted to come, which is going to be massive from all the radars and meteorologists, all the people that we have here, what they're showing us on radar. So we've got a lot of heavy equipment in from the National Guard, from the Department of Transportation, our own equipment, contractors that are staged just outside of the area so that they can be brought in immediately. We're just going to try to protect the homes that we have, the bridges that are still here. But it's predicted that over the next 2 or 3 days that we should probably lose a few of the bridges. And for a small community of around 10,000 people, we've got a lot of work ahead of us. We're a tourist community, so this is the height of our season. And this is very, very rough on our businesses and our citizens, to say the very least.
What is your biggest concern right now?
The biggest concern is that, we still have a lot of homes here, a lot of things to protect, that we protect those, and that we do not have any more loss of life. We have had some, and we just want our citizens, and that's who I'd like to speak to. I know your listeners all across the country, we're receiving a lot of donations, food, prayers, things of that nature, but specifically to the folks of Ruidoso that are displaced right now. Trust us, we're working hard to protect what we have. We've got the experts in, and I'm reminded all the time, I didn't get any smarter when I got elected to mayor. So we brought in the experts and our local people here that are trained in wildland fire. They are the experts, and that's who we're listening to.
Do you worry that there are people who haven't evacuated at all?
Absolutely, and we're trying to make sure that those people are aware of the situation, because we've had our partners with AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, others that have come in and put up these mobile towers so that we're able to get some signal here for cell phone, because the fire took out a lot of our electricity and infrastructure. So we've had our local electrical co-op here, P&M, has been out working along with our natural gas provider, ZIA, to make sure that the areas are safe. But we've got to bring in search and rescue teams to search for those that didn't make it out.
The fires are devastating enough, but then you add this flash flooding on top of that. I realize people might think, oh, rain, water, that's going to help, but that's certainly not the case. How is this impacting the fight?
Well, it could make it very treacherous for the firefighters on the ground, depending on where the rain falls. We're hoping that it doesn't fall directly heavily on the burn scar. Because what that'll do is it'll just make it that much more difficult for the firefighters on the ground. It'll make it more unsafe for them, and their safety is, on the tip of our tongue. We're always talking about it and planning for their safety. It's a very difficult situation, and some people just don't understand how flash floods work. But the ground, after it's been burned with the ash, is hydrophobic, so it's not taking on any water. It just picks up logs and debris and builds a big wall of material that moves down the water column. And that's another issue. We're very concerned about our watershed and our drinking water. Currently, we're all secure. We have a lot of water that is stored in storage containers throughout the community. Our wastewater treatment plant is secure. We have backup generators in the event that we lose additional power. We want to prevent another disaster if the plant was taken over by the flood.
Certainly don't want a horrible situation to grow even worse. Mayor Lynn Crawford, we appreciate your time this morning. We are thinking of you and your community.
Thank you so much for having us.
Let's get to NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman for more on what we can expect this weekend. She has the forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And unfortunately, we're going to expect more of the same. We are looking at the chance for really dangerous temperatures continuing throughout the weekend into early next week. And then the projection for July looks to be above normal as well. So there's that intense heat once again in the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, the Northeast, and then extending into the Mid-Atlantic. The good news is northern New England getting a little reprieve today. You can see that line there with the blue and the red. That is a front that's situated. So north of that, we are much cooler. So a little bit of a break for them as we had heat indices in the triple digits in Bangor, Maine, remain the past couple of days. Better today. We're looking at flooding and stormy conditions in portions of the northern plains into the upper Midwest. We're upper Mississippi Valley, too. We're looking at the chance for some flash flooding there as well. So do be careful on this Friday. A flood threat throughout the southwest into portions of the Intermountain West. And we're also looking at tropical showers throughout Florida. That's due to a disturbance right off the coast and then another disturbance in the Gulf. So we're going to add to the rainfall in parts of Texas once again. Then as we near tomorrow, the big story remains the summer scorcher throughout portions of the mid-Atlantic into parts of the Northeast and also New England. Notice that green in parts of the Northeast. So we're expecting some showers as well. Some could be heavy in New England where you're seeing that yellow there with some thunderstorms. Severe storms are likely once again in the Great Lakes, the upper Midwest. Could see additional flash flooding there as well. And then you see that green still in Florida, still in southern Texas, and that's where we're expecting that disturbance to still bring some rain. There are two different disturbances off into the Atlantic and also the Gulf. The West is heating up as well. So we're looking at 92 million Americans across the country under heat alerts and 64 million in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic and also the Great Lakes. More record highs on Sunday. Plenty of sunshine throughout the northern plains, the central plains, the Midwest. So we're going to dry it out there, which is good news. Rainy still for southern Texas, also through Florida. So it's going to be a wet weekend in those spots. Let's sprinkle in a little bit of good news here because I know the weather's been a little daunting lately. We're looking at really nice conditions, a little bit warm for the PGA Championships. This is Sammamish, Washington. We're looking at 86 degrees today. Bright sunshine, sun and clouds on Saturday. Sunday, look at that, nice and cool at 66 degrees. Also looking at a few showers, but we're not expecting heavy rain. Speaking of the heat, 64 million Americans in the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, the Mid-Atlantic, also the Northeast under heat alerts because we're going to see those temperatures soaring once again into the 90s, into the triple digits by tomorrow for some spots. 96 degrees today in Evansville. You factor in that humidity, it's going to feel warmer than that. We're going to get close to record-breaking temperatures once again. We've already broken so many records. We're going to break monthly records as well. Also nighttime lows, daytime highs. That will be the same story as we go throughout tomorrow. 99 degrees in Washington. The record there is 101. Richmond, same story, right around the triple digits. We could certainly get to the triple-digit mark there, but we're forecasting 99. 96 in Peoria, and we're also looking at Peoria and also looking at Chicago, really warm day there. We are trending cooler in quotes because it's still going to be really warm in New York City as we near Tuesday, but Sunday is going to be warm. Monday, 90 degrees. D.C., 99 on Sunday. Monday, 94. And Tuesday on 94 degrees, too. So, Joe, we need to be careful over the next several days. We are looking at dangerous heat continuing through the weekend and throughout the beginning of next week. Back to you.
Cooling down to 94 is still pretty hot.
Quotes.
All right. Michelle, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Agreed.
The Biden administration is once again clashing with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, this time over aid shipments for the country's war with Hamas. White House officials are denying they paused shipments after Netanyahu released a video accusing the U.S. of withholding weapons in recent months. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest on this. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So what we're seeing, actually, Benjamin Netanyahu has commented on this once again. He made some comments that were published today based on an interview with Punchbowl News, in which he said that he was grateful for President Biden's support, but that there were some outstanding supply issues that have not yet been resolved.
American officials firing back as the diplomatic dispute between the Biden administration and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu continues.
I didn't know what the Prime Minister was talking about or what he was trying to accomplish, and I'm happy to make the record clear.
White House officials still visibly annoyed by a video released by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu on Tuesday, scolding the administration for what he said were delays in American weapons deliveries.
It's inconceivable that in the past few months, the administration has been withholding weapons.
Netanyahu's still not backing down, this time writing on X, formerly known as Twitter, "I'm willing to absorb personal attacks if that's what it takes for Israel to get the arms and ammunition it needs in its war for survival." But Netanyahu faces his fiercest resistance at home, where families of dozens of hostages still being held in the Gaza Strip are raising pressure with a week of protests. One of them, Naama Levy, will celebrate her 20th birthday tomorrow in captivity. This year, her brother's wishes for her birthday are modest.
The most basic needs, like she would have something to eat on her birthday, that maybe she has a friend or two around her.
Images of Naama, bruised and bloody, have made her a symbol of the horrors young women have endured at the hands of Hamas. A symbol that's difficult for Amit to watch.
I woke up this morning, and I don't know how she woke up. I don't know if she even slept. I don't know what maybe these awful human beings that did awful things might still be doing these awful things. And sometimes it's really hard for me to breathe.
And Joe, there's also new information saying that American aid may be reaching Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. The U.S. military announced yesterday that floating pier has now been reattached to the beach in the Gaza Strip and that aid is already being transferred. Joe?
All right, Matt, thank you so much. In the race for the White House, we are now less than a week away from the first presidential debate. But in our fast-paced social media culture, both the Biden and Trump campaigns are escalating their battles online, including using something the Biden team is calling cheap fakes. And for the first time, we're hearing former President Trump acknowledge he lost the 2020 election. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is here with all of the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Good morning. President Biden is at Camp David for the next few days to prep for that debate. But the first round is already being fought online, with both campaigns getting more aggressive, trying to shape the narrative.
This morning, the stage is set for next week's crucial debate. President Biden winning a coin toss, picking the lectern on the right side of the stage. Former President Trump will deliver the night's final closing statement. But ahead of the first 2024 debate, for the first time, Mr. Trump, in an interview for a new book, appeared to briefly acknowledge he lost the 2020 election when asked about his relationship to Geraldo Rivera.
And are you guys still close, or are you no longer?
No, I don't think so. He is... after I lost the election, I won the election, but when they said we won, he called me up 3 or 4 times.
Now, with their face-to-face meeting days away, the Biden campaign is accusing the Trump team of using, quote, cheap fakes.
What is a cheap fake?
Cheap fakes are these, deceptively edited videos, and they're a huge part of Donald Trump's campaign strategy.
At last week's G7 summit in Italy, this camera angle appeared to show President Biden wandering off before being pulled back to the group by the Italian Prime Minister. In reality, another angle showed the president was actually trying to greet skydivers who just finished a demonstration. But the Republican National Committee and conservative media quickly amplified the first angle, falsely claiming the president was confused.
These deceptive videos are out here because Donald Trump is desperate to distract from his unpopular agenda.
Still, it's among a string of clips some Republicans say raises concerns about President Biden's age and ability. This video shows President Biden standing still for several seconds on stage at a Hollywood fundraiser until former President Obama leads him off stage. In another, he also stands still as people dance around him during a Juneteenth celebration. The White House says the president did not freeze in these incidents, but was simply enjoying the moment. The Trump campaign insists the clips are not misleading.
The Biden campaign is trying to convince the American public not to believe their own eyes. We are simply posting these videos for the world to see and to come to their own conclusion.
The race for campaign cash is also heating up. Businessman Timothy Mellon gave a super PAC backing Mr. Trump $50 million, one of the largest contributions in history. The date of the contribution was the day of Mr. Trump's conviction in New York. Meanwhile, billionaire Michael Bloomberg gave about $20 million to groups backing President Biden, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. And you can watch the presidential debate hosted by CNN right here on NBC News Now next Thursday night. Turning now to the Supreme Court, where the justices are nearing the end of the term. They've yet to release decisions on a series of high-profile cases, including issues like gun rights, abortion access, and presidential immunity. Those decisions could come as early as today and might have serious implications for the country. So let's dig into it with NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, first of all, I think people are keeping an eye on this presidential immunity case, the broad argument for immunity that former President Trump is making, especially when it comes to his actions during the 2020 election. What are the possibilities here?
Here's what's not going to happen. The court will not conclude that a president has absolute immunity for everything that could possibly be prosecuted. The other thing they're not going to conclude is that there's no such thing as immunity, which is really what the lower court concluded. I don't think that's going to stand. What I think you're going to see is something in the middle, because both sides essentially concede what I just said. Neither is arguing for the extreme. So the government is essentially conceding there are core executive functions like the pardon power, the appointments power, that are, I guess, immune. They don't like to use that word, but there may be immunity for those. And Trump's team is arguing that there is no immunity for private conduct. The challenge for the court is deciding what is private conduct and what is not. What is official conduct and whether or not that official conduct can even be parsed out or separated in a criminal indictment. Justice Gorsuch perhaps said it best. The parties are arguing on their specific facts, but the court has a job to write an opinion for the ages, as Justice Gorsuch put it.
Some folks are thinking about Watergate and the Supreme Court deciding on whether President Nixon's taped conversations were protected by executive privilege. That decision took, 16 days? We're now like 57 days away from these arguments. Should we read anything into that time frame?
No, you can try, but it really doesn't yield much because people like me, people who are watching the court, are wondering when is it going to come down? And we make predictions, but we're frequently wrong. And that's because federal judges, including Supreme Court justices, really operate on their own timeline. And if we're talking about the Supreme Court, on a collective timeline. So anything could be holding this up. Something as simple as running spell checker through it for one last time. I'm not being glib. I mean, that really is, this is a publication that is going to be scrutinized for years, decades, maybe even centuries. So they are getting all of these opinions, including immunity, ready to go and making it as perfect as they can on their end. After debating among themselves, the justices, which opinion is ultimately going to be the opinion.
As you say, it's a decision for the ages. Let's talk about abortion. Really, this might be the biggest decision we've had since Roe versus Wade was overturned a couple of years ago. It pits the federal government against the state of Idaho. What are the possible implications of this decision?
Here's the issue. There's a federal law that says that people who come to the emergency room must be provided stabilizing treatment if the hospital participates in Medicare. That's a spending clause. In other words, it's a hook to get hospitals to comply with this federal law. Now, the question is whether or not that requirement to stabilize, whatever stabilizing means, can override an Idaho law prohibiting abortion. Idaho, of course, is arguing that this federal law just requires stabilization. It has nothing to do with abortion, and federal law is not intended to govern malpractice standards in medicine. That is the province of state law. And, of course, the government is arguing the other side, which is this federal law requires stabilization. Sometimes stabilization includes abortion. Therefore, the Idaho law cannot override federal law, which is true. When federal law occupies an area of state law where there's overlap, the federal law usually wins.
Let's also talk about a gun control issue. This tackles whether people with domestic violence restraining orders can still buy firearms. Do we have an idea of where the justices were leaning on this one?
Yes, this one I feel comfortable making a prediction. This will be either a 9-0, an 8-1, maybe a 7-2 decision upholding this federal law. It is a tricky issue because ever since the court's decision in Bruin, they have to go back and look at a historical analog. And is there a historical analog for disarming people who are under domestic violence restraining orders? And the government's argument is that this really isn't about domestic violence restraining orders. The statute focuses on dangerousness. The challenge for the government is that dangerousness is really never been recognized as a reason to disarm people, although there is something of a path to get there if they're not responsible and not law-abiding. So that's probably where the court's going to go. That one I feel comfortable predicting.
All right. Danny Savalos, as always, thank you so much. Coming up, celebrating a remarkable career, we're going to take a look back at the life and legacy of iconic film star Donald Sutherland, who passed away yesterday at the age of 88. How his son Kiefer is paying tribute next.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Top magnifier. We can zoom in.
Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all the wrinkles. The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius.
You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
We are back with heartfelt tributes for a big screen legend. Beloved actor Donald Sutherland died yesterday at the age of 88 after a long battle with an unspecified illness. He had a film career spanning more than 60 years. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has more on tributes pouring in from the actor's friends and family, most notably his son Kiefer's message. Chloe, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Donald Sutherland's versatility on screen made him famous for dramatic, comedic, and thrilling roles. He even got a chance to star with his son, Kiefer Sutherland, who you just mentioned, and now his family, friends, and fans are all mourning the loss of an actor who always delivered.
I could not have parted with you, my Lizzie, to anyone less worthy.
For Donald Sutherland, no role was out of reach.
I don't know your name, stranger, but your face is familiar.
The prolific actor conquered practically every genre on screen during his 6-decade-long career, as he appeared in nearly 200 films and TV shows.
Look, I'm not joking. This is my job.
On Thursday, Sutherland's oldest son, Kiefer, announcing the 88-year-old has died, calling his father one of the most important actors in the history of film, never daunted by a role, good, bad, or ugly. In 2016, the two shared the screen for the first and only time, aptly playing father and son in the film Forsaken.
He's someone that I've wanted to work with for my whole career.
I didn't give you any advice, did I? I said be truthful.
The Canadian actor's big break came in 1967 with The Dirty Dozen.
Very pretty. But can they fight? Yes, sir. I hope you're right.
A string of memorable film characters followed, including starring roles in MASH and alongside Jane Fonda in Clute.
Or maybe I could bring you some friends. I've got some terrific friends.
No, thank you.
His roles on the small screen earned critical acclaim, including an Emmy and Golden Globe for his role in Citizen X.
Welcome to the halls of power.
Sutherland found new fans in 2012 with his cunning portrayal of President Snow in The Hunger Games.
And may the odds be ever in your favor.
He spoke about his love for complex characters when he stopped by Today in 2016.
I don't play nice or bad or good. I just play the fella. So I can find something in everybody to play.
At the age of 82, Sutherland received an honorary Oscar, thanking his children and wife.
Thank you to Francine Rosette, from whom everything has come and to whom everything is owed.
Word of his death prompting touching tributes. Jane Fonda posting on Instagram, "We loved working together," adding, "I am heartbroken." And Michael Douglas writing, "What a lovely, talented, and curious man. Rest in peace." Sutherland's performances never predictable, but always passionate.
And I don't know what I'm going to do without that.
Kiefer writing, "He loved what he did and did what he loved, and one can never ask for more than that." Donald Sutherland was just about a month away from his 89th birthday, and his talent agency says that his family is going to hold a private celebration of life for him soon. And guys, we've also learned that Sutherland was about to start shooting a new movie in August. He was always working, and the director tells NBC News that Sutherland had said it would be his last film, and that he had also worked on some script revisions with the producers. No word yet on who would replace Sutherland in that film. And he was also working on a memoir that's now going to be coming out this fall.
Oh my goodness, I'm eager to read that. He's had such an incredible career. Exactly.
Right? To just like keep working and something that you really love to do.
Exactly. Chloe, thanks for that look back. Appreciate it. All right, let's get a look now at headlines from around the world this morning. South Korea says it fired warning shots after soldiers from the north crossed the border again. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other international news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. That happened early on Thursday morning when South Korean soldiers fired warning shots after several North Korean soldiers crossed the border. Now, this is just the latest incident amid rising tension in the Korean peninsula. On Friday, South Korea summoned the Russian ambassador to protest the new defense pact signed this week by Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un, in which they pledged to come to each other's aid if attacked and to share military technology. Now, South Korea's deputy foreign foreign minister, called for Moscow to immediately halt its alleged military cooperation with Pyongyang. And let's go to Britain now, where Prime Minister Rishi Sunak said Thursday that anyone found to have used inside information to bet on the date of the election should be expelled from the Conservative Party. The warning comes amid allegations that the UK's Gambling Commission is investigating at least 2 Conservative candidates who bet on the timing of the election before it was announced it will be held on July the 4th. Sunak told the BBC he is incredibly angry and that they should face the full force of the law if they were found guilty. And we end this tour of the world again in London, where Prince William turns 42 and celebrated his birthday by releasing a photograph of him with his children, Prince George, Prince Louis, and Prince Charlotte. Now, the photo shows the prince leaping into the air with the 3 young royals with a message saying, "Happy birthday, Papa. We all love you so much." Well, you can't get a better birthday present than that, I suppose, Joe.
I wonder how many takes that took. My goodness, get that just right, everyone up in the air. All right. Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, soaring temps are leaving many of us sweltering this summer, but the climate crisis is also having a major economic impact. How recent natural disasters and extreme weather phenomena are causing financial havoc. That's next.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Welcome back. As parts of the country deal with the scorching heat, 2024 is already set to possibly outpace last year when it comes to the price of recovering from natural disasters. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns takes a look at the strain not just on homeowners and their budgets, but on the government as well.
Should we get away from the windows?
Tornado outbreaks hitting states like Florida and Nebraska this spring.
We looked over to the northwest and the whole neighborhood's gone.
Wildfires in California and New Mexico. And now, an early season tropical storm, bringing heavy rain to Mexico and Texas.
And rain poured in practically all night.
Intense weather around the country wreaking financial havoc. Already costing more than $25 billion this year through mid-May, NOAA says. Not even halfway through the year, the data from the weather agency shows the country might be on track to match or even pass the cost of 28 individual billion-dollar weather disasters last year, with the most expensive season still to come.
That's the story of the summer of 2024, is we're seeing extreme weather in areas that are not used to it.
There's worry FEMA could run out of money by the end of the summer, something former FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate says is not likely, although the hot weather could drain more taxpayer money. FEMA tells us in a statement it continues to work to ensure sufficient funding and support life-saving and life-sustaining activities.
FEMA's having to go back to Congress for additional appropriations, but we're also now seeing gaps that the program cannot address. The insurance model is breaking down. Increasingly, insurance is becoming unavailable or unaffordable.
And that can hit homeowners hard. Insurance prices spiking, faster than inflation overall in the last few years, soaring an estimated 20% from 2021 to 2023 due to climate catastrophes. And in fire and flood-prone areas like California, Louisiana, and Florida, some insurers are even pulling out, leaving homeowners with limited and costly options.
I think this increase in premiums is inevitable, right? Insurance companies have to make money. Some places are just in areas where the risk is growing quickly.
Our thanks to Bill Cairns for that report. Now, while many of us are opting to remain indoors to deal with this current heat wave sweeping the country, farmers do need to work outside. In Maine, many farm industries have been preparing for the unusually high temps. NBC News reporter David Guildford from our affiliate station in Portland, Maine, visited 2 farms to see how they're managing the heat.
We can go to the strawberries, we got the blueberries.
At Gossberry Farm in Mechanic Falls, Mike Goss has ways to keep the birds out of the merchandise.
And they were wondering if we're down here shooting stuff. It's like, oh no, that's my bird cannon. Oh, here we go.
But there's little escaping the heat.
I mean, if it was like going to be more than like a week of this, then might be a little more concerned, but.
He's optimistic and doing well. The farm closed to berry pickers Tuesday because they had sold out. There are other berry farms in the area, so to mix it up, Goss uses plastic beds to retain heat under the strawberries, helping them ripen sooner. They'll be doing plenty of ripening this week.
They'll just ripen overnight. And then if you don't get the crowds to come out during the day because it's too hot, then they go by real fast in this heat.
He'll need more customers braving the haze and fast. Over in Durham at Old Crow Ranch, things move at a slow pace. Because of the heat, Steve Sinisi got up early to move his cattle to a nice shady field where they'll graze comfortably, minus the flies, for the week. Now it's time to harvest hay for them.
It's drying down faster than we can bale it right now, because I don't want like dry hay.
It's all well and good until it isn't.
Farming's hard work on a perfect day. Throw in a 105-degree temperature in the cab of that tractor, and the hay baling machine breaks down in the middle of your run while you're trying to get the winter's worth of cow feed in the barn. Maybe that's why not everyone's cut out for it.
And yet, they'll manage the heat like they managed the endless rain last year, with the right mindset.
I do it because I love it, and I do it because I want my kids growing up this way, and it's what I want to do.
Our thanks to David Guildford for that report. The American bald eagle is the symbol of America, but in the 60s, the beloved bird was on the brink of extinction. Well, now, with its population no longer threatened, NBC News correspondent George Solis has the story of one very special eagle and his keeper, making sure that success story continues.
We're good. Go ahead and cue.
This is not something you see every day. You don't have to be an eagle-eyed viewer to see why.
Good job.
Up close and personal with an American bald eagle who seldom wings it. But remember, this is a wild animal.
He's taking his sweet old time today.
Meet Clark the eagle and his handler and longtime bestie of nearly 2 decades, Daniel Cohn.
You know where you're supposed to go, huh? Come here.
During our visit, the dynamic duo getting their reps in during test flights at North Carolina's High Point University ahead of their commencement. Familiar territory for the pair who've been coming here for the past decade, rain or shine.
And now, as we end the ceremony, Clark, the American eagle, will fly over your heads, graduates.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies.
As awe-inspiring and entertaining as it is, each flight delivers an important message.
This species is our national symbol, and we almost lost it.
The 21-year-old eagle is a conservation ambassador for the species, a job you could say he was hatched for.
Do you feel that the work that you've done with Clark has had a direct impact on that conservation?
Absolutely.
Clark, who is pure muscle, boasts an impressive 6-foot wingspan and stands at a little more than 2 feet tall. He's the offspring of one of 2 eagles that were given to President Ronald Reagan back in 1982. Reagan kept the raptors until he donated them. One went to the National Zoo in D.C. Clark's father, Captain, lived out the rest of his life at the World Bird Sanctuary just outside St. Louis as part of the effort to save the eagle. It's where an already bird-obsessed teenage Daniel first met Clark.
Is that a journey you could have imagined taking?
Conservation and working with birds wasn't just a passion, it was a calling. There is a different level of love in the trust that you have. Like, he trusts me and I trust him.
From volunteer to now serving as the assistant executive director of the sanctuary. Both Clark and Daniel have been inseparable over the last 18 years.
He was 3, I was 13, and we kind of just grew up together. Now, Clark is a member of my family. He's very much family to me.
In 2007, 4 years after Clark was born, the American bald eagle was removed from the list of threatened and endangered species. There are now an estimated more than 300,000 bald eagles in the lower 48 states, and the two travel the country, turning heads as they share the eagle success story.
I've spent more nights in a hotel room with this bird than members of my own family.
What's that like?
He sits on a perch, falls asleep, or watches cartoons.
These are the photos to prove it. They are always happy to pose for photos with the TSA in public on their never-ending mission of conservation.
People wouldn't know that 20 minutes west of St. Louis City, there's an organization that is helping to save birds all around the world. If you lose the species, it's gone forever. There is no Jurassic Park to bring them back.
That resiliency and message of overcoming the odds is why High Point University, among others, remain drawn to Clark, Daniel, and the sanctuary.
You invite him back every year. Why?
High Point University gives you wings, your parents give you roots, and the combination of both is remarkably powerful, just like the eagle.
Forever soaring and inspiring.
You can't look at this species and not see majesty.
George Solis, NBC News.
Coming up, the Eras Tour reaches a very special stop. We're in London ahead of Taylor Swift's 8 concerts there, how fans are gearing up for the gigs, and why the capital city means so much to the singer who we all know loves a London boy. That's next. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. As temperatures rise to dangerous levels across the country, it's also leading to a new warning for drivers of electric vehicles. A growing number of reports appear to show that because of scorching temperatures, people are having trouble simply getting into or out of their Teslas. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more on the potential safety issue, which many drivers may not know about.
Yeah, good morning, and it's been striking to hear from so many different drivers on this very same issue. One of them not mincing words in a public complaint, calling it a potential death trap after becoming locked inside their electric vehicle when they say the battery died. Now one firefighter is on a mission to educate as many people as they can on how they can help themselves if and when their power goes out.
With an estimated 3 million electric cars cruising on American roads, an urgent warning this morning following multiple reports of drivers getting stuck inside the vehicles or locked out of them if an onboard battery dies. Becky Liebau says she and her daughter were driving a rented Tesla when a 12-volt battery powering the car's electronics died, locking them inside. Unsure how to get out, they called a tow truck driver who didn't know either.
He had said he had never experienced that, and he wasn't sure how he was going to get us out.
Alice Moran says it happened to her, too, on a 97-degree day in Palm Springs.
If we had been on our way to Vegas, for example, that is a long, desolate stretch. And even if you call 911, we might have been dead by the time they got there.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration now urging the owners of electric vehicles to familiarize themselves with the vehicle's features, including the manual door release location, and immediately replace their 12-volt battery if they receive a low battery warning. Most electric vehicles have a main battery that powers the car and a smaller battery for onboard electronics, including the door release and windows. If that 12-volt battery dies, experts say neither will work.
So if the power goes out while you're inside, how do you get out? Well, in this Tesla, a Model 3, look to the armrest, find the unmarked latch, push up, and you're out. But if you're trying to get inside, that's a different issue.
Nobody's telling them about this.
Firefighter Paul Shoemaker now trains first responders on rescues specifically for electric vehicles due to the unique challenges they can pose.
It could be the difference between life and serious injury due to dehydration, or even death if it was something where it was like a drowning or a vehicle fire.
Since every electric car is slightly different, he says firefighters often end up breaking windows or tearing open doors to save those inside.
Now, we did reach out to Tesla. So far, we have not received an official response. But in the owner's manuals of the vehicles that we examined, they did have a clear indication of how you can manually open up that door. So make sure you check those out, because every model could be slightly different, not just for Teslas, but for all electric vehicles. We'll send it back to you.
Some good advice, Morgan. Thank you. The Eras Tour has arrived in London. Starting tonight, Taylor Swift is playing several sold-out dates in the UK capital, which, as fans know, is a city especially close to her heart. Crowds there have been lining up since yesterday. They do have tickets, right? The excitement is running high. NBC News international correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us from London's Wembley Stadium with more on the Taylor takeover. Megan, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Look, these fans have been waiting over a year for this moment. It's finally here. Are you guys excited? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Joe, just a little excited. Just a little excited. Look, they have painted London Taylor. Take a look for yourself here. You can see these steps are painted with her face, but this is just the start of what's expected to be an epic summer ahead.
We love Taylor! This morning, London is gearing up for Taylor Mania. Starting tonight, Taylor Swift playing a record 8 shows at the famous Wembley Stadium. And the fans, well, they're a little excited. While the Brits are stoked, Taylor's American fans do travel well. These devoted Swifties came all the way from LA.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how excited are you?
13.
Yeah. 13? 13? Okay.
London hosting more performances than any other city in the world. And locals here think they own a piece of Taylor's heart. But is her connection to the city still intact after heartbreak with her so-called London boys? Swift's living here part-time for 6 years while in a long-term relationship with British actor Joe Alwyn. Their breakup last year potentially influencing her latest record lyrics. Alwyn opening up for the first time about the relationship, telling the Sunday Times the difficulties that come with the end of a long, loving, fully committed relationship is a hard thing to navigate. But she left her mark in London through her music.
Camden Market is such a London staple. You can find me in the pub. What's more British than a pint? Yeah, thank you so much. In a pub.
This is Taylor's favorite kebab shop. She comes in and she gets, thank you very much, a chicken kebab with extra garlic sauce and salad on top. The tour's UK shows expected to boost the economy to the tune of more than $1 billion. London is welcoming Taylor with open arms, with new murals and these just unveiled Swiftie steps.
I want to keep secrets just to keep you.
The party here in London is just getting started.
Okay, Joe, so last week in Edinburgh at the concert there, the fans created seismic activity because they danced so hard. So I had a question for these guys. Can you top that?
Yeah!
Okay. Are you sure you can top that?
Yeah!
All right, Joe, I guess London's about to be rumbling here.
All right, get ready. Earthquake's coming. Megan, thank you so much. Enjoy the time there. All right, coming up, get ready to head out on the highway. We have all the entertainment you need to know about, from motorcycle movie The Bike Riders to a comedy about a 93-year-old vigilante. All that and more on your can't miss list coming up next. Finally, this hour, it is Friday, which means it's time for your weekly can't miss list to look at all the films and shows and all the stuff you need to see this weekend if you want to be in the know. when you get back to work on Monday. Andrew Freund is a television host and pop culture expert. He joined us now with what you can't miss. All right, so let's start off in the movie theaters, the bike riders.
Yes.
You've got Austin Butler, who I met this week and is lovely. You've got Jodie Comer, Tom Hardy, and it's actually based on a book of photos. Is that right?
Yeah, it's based off this 1968 photo book about this outlaw motorcycle group in Chicago. And you know, this movie takes some twists and turns. Also, Jodie Comer's accent in this is...
I've heard.
Yes, and it's stirring up. People are like, that's not real. But it actually, if you hear the real woman it's based on, it is dead on. Her accent, Jodie Comer, congrats. Like, we could see her getting an award nomination for this performance. I thought her performance was really, really spectacular.
Oh, that's good to know. She's already got an Emmy and a Tony, I think, so
she can do no wrong.
Almost to the EGOT. All right, so let's swap motorbikes for a mobility scooter for our next movie.
Yes.
A 93-year-old vigilante named Thelma, is that it?
Yeah, so, you know, when you think of action heroes, you think of Tom Cruise, you think of The Rock, and now you think of June Squibb. And basically, this movie came about because the director's grandmother was scammed. And so he was like, well, what if my grandmother got back? And cut to, he makes this movie starring June Squibb, and she goes on a mission to get her $10,000 back. And she did her own stunts in the film.
What?
Yes, and she's 94 years young. June Squibb, you go on with your bad self.
Oh my gosh, she's a national treasure, so I
Yes.
love that. All right, let's talk about the documentary that we've been talking about for a couple weeks now. It's the one about Celine Dion, capturing her journey over the last few years, her battle with stiff person syndrome. You've seen it. What were some of the biggest moments in your mind?
I've been thinking about this movie. I saw the film on Monday, and now what day is it? It's Friday.
It is Friday. I know, it feels...
I can't honestly get it out of my head. It is the most kind of raw, compelling documentary we've seen about a star of that caliber. And, you know, I don't know if you watched Hoda's interview, but one of the things Hoda talked about was there is a scene where you actually see Celine, an episode where Celine has a seizure.
Okay.
And the camera does not go off of her. And it's probably one of the hardest things I've ever seen on screen to watch. And she has been through hell, but you know what? You root for her. Yeah. I hope she has the biggest comeback.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That she's sharing this with people too and being so open about it. It's pretty incredible.
Incredible. No makeup, and it's her raw, trying to get her voice back, trying to get her life back.
We can only hope that she does. I've interviewed her before. She's absolutely lovely too.
Yeah.
All right, this week we celebrated Juneteenth, and Netflix released a documentary about the history of the first black Barbie doll, which actually wasn't released until 1980.
I know, right?
We've been talking so much about Barbie over the last year. This is an important story.
Yeah, when I heard about this, I was shocked. It's produced by Shondaland. Shonda Rhimes is a huge Barbie fan, but the documentary is really about 3 black women that worked at Mattel that really spearheaded in getting black Barbie to the market in 1980. There's also interviews with Gabourey Sidibe, but it's really a documentary about race, about identity, and about feeling valued, and it's fascinating.
All right, let's talk about a new special from HBO. It's streaming on Max. The full title is Slave Play, Not a Movie, a Play. This goes behind the scenes and digs into this play that was produced on Broadway a few years ago. It was a big thing. It was a little controversial.
Yeah.
Everyone wanted to see it. What should we know about this?
Yeah, so this was the second most nominated play in history, and this documentary is about the director going back and teaching new actors how to kind of be in the play. But of course, the play is very provocative. It did very well. I have not seen it yet, but I'm dying to see it, and I looked this up, and the play is about, and I quote, 3 interracial couples undergoing antebellum sexual performance therapy.
Got it.
So
I haven't seen it yet either.
Yeah.
It was kind of before I moved to New York, but I always heard so much talk about it. So a different way to check it out. All right.
Yes.
Andrew Freund, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us and walking us through all these things that you need to watch this weekend. All of it. It's hot. Just stay indoors and watch everything. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stick with us. The news continues right now. Developing right now on Morning News Now, flooding and fire, a double dose of extreme weather on this first full day of summer. From a new round of severe storms slamming the East Coast to more oppressive heat all over the country. We're tracking the conditions, the dangers, and what you can expect as we head into the weekend. Also this morning, a new chapter in Donald Trump's classified documents case. Today, a Florida judge set to hear arguments over whether to dismiss charges against the former president. We're going to break down both sides and what it could mean not just for the trial, but also the November election. Plus, a free speech fight between TikTok and the U.S. government. The new court filings filed by the social media giant just months from a possible ban on the app. And remembering a Hollywood legend. This morning, tributes pouring in for actor Donald Sutherland. We're going to look back at his life and prolific decades-long career. Good morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Good to have you with us on this Friday. We start with the latest on that record-breaking extreme weather that is ravaging the U.S. from coast to coast. More than 92 million Americans are under heat alerts with triple-digit heat indices as far north as Maine, where one town had to issue an excessive heat warning this week for the first time ever. Out west, crews in 9 states are fighting several active wildfires. One of the worst is in New Mexico, where at least 2 people have died. President Biden has issued a disaster declaration for southern parts of the state. Officials there say that heavy rain and flash flooding are making it even harder to contain the flames. All this unfolding as we are watching 2 potential tropical disturbances in the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico. Our team is tracking all this weather. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is standing by with our weekend forecast. But we start with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin, who's on the ground in Watauga, New York.
Hey there, millions of Americans are waking up once again to scorching temps. Folks heading out to beaches such as this one to try and beat the heat. Tens of millions of Americans waking up this morning from coast to coast under heat alerts. We're expecting more sizzling temperatures in the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic. We're also seeing those wildfires out in New Mexico, killing at least 2, devastating communities, flooding continuing out in Texas, despite the fact that Tropical Storm Alberto is long gone. And get this, so far this year, there have been more than 12,000 record highs recorded at weather stations across the country, and this is showing no signs of slowing down, even though the summer has just begun. They're predicting for the month of July above average temps for the entire country. This is looking like it's going to be a summer of extremes. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. So let's talk more about what we can expect this weekend and beyond. Time for your Morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with the forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And we're going to continue to bake today and through the weekend. D.C. could be in the triple digits by this weekend, feeling much warmer than that. So as mentioned earlier, 92 million people across the country under heat alerts. That includes the West now. In the East, we're looking at 64 million. That includes the Great Lakes into the Ohio Valley, the Northeast, and then expanding into the Mid-Atlantic as we go throughout the weekend here. Major cities like Columbus, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Hartford, New York City under heat alerts. We do have a heat warning for Pittsburgh, also Fort Wayne. A heat watch for Philadelphia and also D.C. Wait till you see these numbers in D.C. this weekend. You're going to want to find some indoor activities. So we're sweltering still. We're looking at temperatures well into the 90s, record-breaking territory, not only daytime highs, but nighttime lows, and also most likely monthly records as well. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s today. Nashville, we're looking at 96. You factor in that humidity. That's a really important number. That's what our body perceives as a temperature. So it's going to respond to that. It will feel like 99 in Nashville, feeling like 96 in St. Louis. 102 is what it's going to feel like in St. Louis. And then as we head further to the Mid-Atlantic, D.C., 97 will be the heat index in New York City on this Friday. Kicking off the weekend, we're looking at 96 degrees as a heat index. The air temperature right around 93 degrees. Another hot one today. You want to find those cooling centers, hydrate, all the tips we've been giving all week long. And again, this really adds up as the days go on. So we're not getting that relief at night either. The heat does continue tomorrow. Take a look at Baltimore, 98 degrees, feeling more like 105, feeling like 103 in Richmond. You get the idea. A lot of spots will be feeling like the triple digits, even air temperatures near the triple digits in Nashville, 97, 95 in Lexington. It's going to be another warm one in Chicago, temperatures near the mid-90s, 93 and 95 in Toledo. Then as we go throughout the rest of the weekend into early next week, we trend a little cooler, but that word cooler, I mean, we're still in the upper 80s, low 90s in many spots, but D.C. by Sunday, Could hit 100 degrees again. We're forecasting 99, but still in the mid-90s Monday and Tuesday. Those are the air temperatures, not with the heat index involved. Chicago, we're into the 80s on Sunday and Monday, so it's a little bit better. Same story in Buffalo. Nice change there because we have a front that's kind of lingering right there into New England, so a big reprieve for them. They were so warm, especially in Bangor, Maine. The past couple of days are getting a break today with temperatures in the 80s. Buffalo by Monday, 78 degrees. Unfortunately, that cold front doesn't sink enough south, and we're looking at really hot temperatures in the mid-Atlantic and also the Northeast. I have some more bad news for you. We're looking at July outlook, and it's looking hotter than average. So most likely June is going to end up very hot, above average, breaking records. And we're going to see that once again into July in portions of New England, the Northeast, the Ohio Valley, Midwest, into the Southeast. Hotter than average in the Southwest, the inner mountains as well. The Rockies, we're looking at at least the forecasted outlook for July, looking a little warmer than normal. So for today, that's going to be the big weather story once again. Also looking at lots of spots where we're looking at some moisture, some showers, some storms. Some could be on the severe side. So for today, we'll start in the northern plains, the upper Mississippi Valley, because we're looking at the chance for flooding rains. We're seeing that at this hour. I'll show you that in just a minute. We have a front that's draped right there. It's bringing those rains that are dropping 3 inches per hour. A lot of humidity in the air. A flood threat throughout portions of the Southwest. That's all due to a tropical disturbance. Same story in southern Texas. Not getting a break there. We're not expecting a whole lot of rain, but we had a whole lot of rain a couple days ago, and we're looking at additional rain with that Gulf disturbance. And then we have a disturbance in the Atlantic as well, and that's going to bring some tropical showers along the Carolina coast into portions of Florida. We'll see if those develop into any names or even further than where they are right now. But nonetheless, we're looking at some rain falling. Flood alerts right now, we're looking throughout portions of the upper Midwest, the plains as well. We do have some flash flood warnings. That means flash flooding is happening right now. So Eli into Chamberlain, Sioux Falls, you're seeing some really tough conditions right now. So be careful as you head out this morning. And again, these alerts same place through Saturday because that front kind of parks itself there. This is why we're looking at radar. We're looking at some rain in portions of the Southwest, also the Four Corners, looking towards the northern plains into the upper Midwest. We're looking at some lightning there as well. We do have a severe thunderstorm risk from the northern plains into the upper Midwest, the upper Mississippi Valley, 6 million people at risk. So, Joe, we're looking at that and then also looking at those tropical disturbances in the tropics. That could bring some moisture to Florida and also Texas.
All right, it's either rain or heat. Take your pick. Michelle, thank you so much. As his legal battles continue, former President Trump is turning his attention to Florida. That's where the classified documents case against him continues to be stalled thanks to a series of ongoing motions and hearings over legal issues. Now, in the latest attempt by Trump's legal team to get the case thrown out, they're arguing that special counsel Jack Smith's appointment to run the investigation violates the Constitution. We have NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen joining us for a closer look at all this, along with NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Danny, let's start with you. So Trump pleaded not guilty to these charges just over a year ago. It's no surprise he has been trying to delay all these legal proceedings as much as possible. But some of these issues that are coming up in this specific case, does it seem like they could have been disposed of much more quickly without day-long hearings?
Yes, and that is a fair criticism of the judge, that she's holding hearings on issues that another judge might have decided by simply a stroke of the pen in a matter of days, maybe even weeks. But that is the beauty of the Constitution. Federal judges are appointed for life, and they're given almost complete discretion as to how to manage their calendar and how to decide on things like motions and other issues before them, including whether or not to hold evidentiary hearings or not hold evidentiary hearings. Or, one of the things I think is a fair criticism, to have your lower magistrate judge help out. Aileen Cannon has not used her magistrate very much. I think that's a fair criticism as well. But that's the system we live in. We have district judges who have tremendous authority. It's fair to criticize one for moving slowly. Attorneys do it all the time. So that's what you may have here. Is it intentional by the defense? Well, their primary mission is to get the case thrown out, like every other defendant in the world. Is there a secondary benefit by delaying the case? Absolutely, because if it's delayed past the election, and specifically past inauguration, all federal cases against Trump, poof, go into the ether.
How unusual is it that we don't even have a trial date yet?
It is very unusual in federal court, but this is not the usual case. If this were a guns and drugs case, I'd say, yeah, this should be going to trial within 2 to 3 months. There should be a trial date set, and then if it's changed, you can reset that trial date, move it out 2 or 3 months, whatever the case may be. But this is a different case. So, too, is the January 6th case. They're all different. So you can't hold them to the ordinary timeline. Is Judge Cannon's approach causing delay? Is her refusal to set a trial date something that can be criticized? Absolutely. Would another federal judge set a trial date and then just move it as needed? That's what I think is the more common practice. But again, that is the discretion the Constitution and our system gives federal district court judges.
John, let's bring you in here. It is looking very unlikely this case will make it to court ahead of the November elections. Does it matter to voters, especially following the New York hush money trial? Do they seem to be paying attention to these criminal cases, and is it influencing them at all?
Well, I think certainly some of them are paying attention to the criminal cases, and it may influence some of them. This one is a federal case about the handling of classified documents, which is something that is very close to, very much a part of what a president of the United States does. It's also probably the one, Danny's the legal expert, but, from many of the lawyers I've spoken to, they think this is actually the most straightforward case in terms of Donald Trump had these documents, then refused to give them back. He's claiming that they effectively belong to him. But there's a lot of evidence that he both retained the documents and didn't give them back. So, I think the first point you made is probably the right one, Joe, which is it seems very unlikely that any of this is going to be resolved, at least in terms of the classified documents case, before the election. And to Danny's point, then if Trump wins, all the cases go into the ether. If Trump loses, then perhaps this is something that goes forward.
So, Danny, let's talk about a past case. Trump now filing another motion in New York. His legal team calling on Judge Engoron in the civil fraud case to recuse himself. This sounds strange to people because it already happened. All that's really left are the inevitable appeals. So what's going on here? What do they want?
This is a fascinating motion. The allegations are basically that while in the courthouse hallways, an attorney unconnected to the case, completely having nothing to do with any cases involving Trump, approached the judge and said effectively, hey, Judge, I want to make sure you get the law right in this Trump case. Now, one of two things could have happened. Either the judge said, thank you, but I got to go, which is probably what he should have done if this happened. And that might be what happened. But the attorney's also saying that they had something of a prolonged discussion about it, the facts, the issues, maybe they're in the hallway. If that happened, that is a cause for concern. But there's also a very strong likelihood, this happens to judges all the time, busybody attorneys come up with their opinions in the hallways, and he may have just said, yeah, thanks, got to go to lunch.
Of course, Trump assessed a $454 million penalty in that case. All right, John, while we have you, less than a week away from the first presidential debate, real quick, how are the candidates getting ready?
They're doing it a little bit differently, which is not terribly surprising because they've run against each other before and done things differently, and candidates tend to keep things the same. President Biden is going to be in Camp David for most of next week. He's going to surround himself with some of his top aides and perhaps even do full mock debates. Basically, you're going to see around him Anita Dunn, one of his top advisors, Mike Donnellan, Steve Ricchetti, former Congressman Cedric Richmond, who was co-chairman of his last campaign, is probably going to be there as well. But they're going to do a pretty formal debate structure. Trump, on the other hand, hates the idea of full mock debates. He doesn't. One of the things he doesn't like to do is preview his actual arguments. I think he believes that, according to people I've spoken to, have been in prep with him before, he really wants to make sure that when he says something on stage, it's the first time he said it. So these are going to be a little different, but he does sort of informal discussions with his aides, on the plane or when he's at his resort.
Very different approaches. A lot to cover. No one better to help us through than John Allen and Danny Zavalos. Thank you both. Now, while the president prepares for next week's debate, his administration's disagreement with Israel over weapons continues to make headlines. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the U.S. has been withholding deliveries of weapons from Israel. The White House responded saying, quote, we genuinely do not know what he is talking about. Now, this is just adding more tension to a relationship that was already getting strained. NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist joins us with the latest. So, Aaron, how has this new tension impacted the U.S.-Israel relationship and Israeli efforts to fight the war and get hostages out of Gaza?
Yeah, this back and forth, Joe, really does represent sort of a widening of this tension that we've been seeing, particularly for the last couple of months between Israel and the United States. We know that there had been a high-level meeting planned with a delegation coming from Israel to Washington to meet here in D.C. And once the Israeli prime minister posted that video on Tuesday criticizing the Biden administration for slowing this delivery of weapons and ammunition, as the prime minister said, that meeting was postponed, according to officials here in D.C. It wasn't canceled, as some reports had suggested. It was postponed. And then we still saw just yesterday both Secretary of State Tony Blinken and the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan held separate meetings with two high-ranking Israeli officials who they've been meeting with regularly to talk about, we learned from the readout from Secretary Blinken's meeting, to talk about the ceasefire negotiations, to talk about getting hostages out of Gaza, to talk about surging humanitarian aid into the Palestinian people. And so even though there seem to be all these reports and these nuggets dropped in social media and other places that there's this tension that's creating an inability to get things done, we then turn around and still have these meetings happening as they have been over the last several months, Joe.
So, Aaron, remind us, when it comes to these weapons, why is this one shipment being held, and have any of the concerns been addressed by either party?
So we're talking about these 2,000-pound bombs. The Biden administration, through Secretary Blinken and others, have said that the normal flow of weapons is still happening, with the exception of these, I think it was about 3,500 of these massive bombs that the administration decided back in May to pause, to put a hold on. And the secretary reaffirmed earlier this week that the U.S. is reviewing the use of such munitions because there were concerns about those bombs being used in Gaza in places where there were dense groups of civilians who might be harmed by these large bombs that are not as accurate and not as precise as some other smaller munitions might be, Joe.
All right, Aaron Gilchrist. Aaron, thank you so much. Now to a different kind of battle, the digital battle in the race for the White House. The Biden campaign is now denouncing what it calls cheap fakes, while the Trump team has its own gripes. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez takes us through this new age battlefield.
The video went viral faster than usual. President Biden at the G7 summit in Italy, surrounded by world leaders, appearing to wander off before being pulled back to the group by the Italian prime minister. In reality, another camera angle showed the president was actually trying to greet skydivers who just finished a demonstration. But the Republican National Committee and conservative media quickly amplified the first angle, falsely claiming the president was meandering. The Biden campaign is calling it a, quote, cheap fake.
What is a cheap fake?
Cheap fakes are these, deceptively edited videos, and they're a huge part of Donald Trump's campaign strategy.
Rob Flaherty is Biden's deputy campaign manager, who's overseeing the escalating digital war and slamming the Trump campaign, saying it's increasingly taking videos out of context.
We have to be more aggressive about monitoring, about intervening, about taking action against it, because it is just going to be such a centerpiece of how he's communicating.
That G7 video is among a string of clips that some Republicans say raises concerns about President Biden's age and abilities. The Trump campaign is arguing there's nothing wrong with highlighting videos that are not digitally altered, like this clip of President Biden standing still for several seconds on stage at a Hollywood fundraiser until former President Obama leads him off stage. And another where he also stood still as people danced around him during a Juneteenth celebration. The White House says the president did not freeze in these incidents, but was enjoying the moments. The Trump team telling us
the Biden campaign is trying to convince the American public not to believe their own eyes. We are simply posting these videos for the world to see and to come to their own conclusion on, which the American public has.
The Trump campaign argues the Biden team has taken the former president's words out of context.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line. Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath.
By claiming that comment referred to political violence instead of economic pain.
Then he said if he loses, it's going to be a bloodbath.
It's called the bloodbath hoax, taking my words completely out of context.
There's always been misinformation during campaigns, but this election cycle, cyber experts expect much more of it, including AI-generated deepfakes. Current and former officials tell NBC News that the FBI and Department of Homeland Security have no firm plan to alert the public about deepfakes or other false information during the 2024 election, unless it's clearly coming from a foreign actor and poses a sufficiently grave threat. A digital battlefield raising questions about free speech, censorship, and partisan politics. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Wilmington, Delaware.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, TikTok taking on the U.S. government in a fight over freedom of speech. The new court documents just filed ahead of a potential ban on the app. Up first after the break, he was a Hollywood mainstay for decades. More on the life and lasting legacy of actor Donald Sutherland. Stay with us.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head? That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. This morning, Hollywood is mourning the loss of a big screen legend. Canadian actor Donald Sutherland, whose career spanned more than 6 decades, has died at the age of 88. Now his family and friends are paying tribute to his life and legacy. Donald Sutherland could not be confined by a single genre, from drama...
Can't you see anything except in terms of how it affects you?
...to comedy...
I'm not joking. This is my job.
...to thrillers.
The one at Elizabeth's place was duplicating her.
I don't play nice or bad or good. I just play the fella. So I can find something in everybody to play.
His big break came in 1967 with The Dirty Dozen.
I'd rather be a civilian, sir.
He was Hawkeye Pierce in the movie MASH.
I've seen you somewhere before. I don't know your name, stranger, but your face is familiar.
Then opposite Jane Fonda in Clute.
Or maybe I can bring you some friends. I've got some terrific friends.
No, thank you.
Later, he ventured into TV, winning an Emmy for Citizen X.
Welcome to the halls of power.
before introducing himself to a new audience on the big screen in The Hunger Games.
And may the odds be ever in your favor.
In the 2016 Western Forsaken, he played father-son with his real-life son, Kiefer.
He's someone that I've wanted to work with for my whole career.
Kiefer called his dad one of the most important actors in the history of film, never daunted by a role, good, bad, or ugly. From Ron Howard, who directed Sutherland in Backdraft, one of the most interesting, intelligent, and engrossing film actors of all time. A body of work that led to an honorary Academy Award in 2017.
Thank you for putting my name on this.
Sealing his sweeping legacy. For more on the life and legacy of Donald Sutherland, we're joined by entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. Brian, good to have you with us. So his son Kiefer described his father, as we just heard there, as one of the most important actors in the history of film. Talk to us a little more about his legacy, both on and off screen.
Well, it's really interesting to hear him say that, because one of the lines that he says there is that he was never daunted by a role, good, bad, or ugly. You see that there. And I think that's how you get cast in 200 roles in your lifetime, which was the case with Donald Sutherland. 200 roles. And you don't get that unless you have a level of versatility that allows you to play the good guy, the bad guy, the ugly guy. And on that note, just to say, he once recounted a story from his childhood when he asked his mother if he was a good-looking kid. And his mother said, "No, but your face has a lot of character." Now, first, that sounds ouch, but you know, that character, that face, that delivery allowed him to transform himself into every man possible, and that's why he got all these roles, and that's why he's left such an incredible mark on us as movie watchers and television watchers.
I mean, he was in countless films plus TV projects. It's kind of hard to define him. Not a leading man, not really a traditional movie star, but always compelling. Just talking with people over the last day or so, everyone kind of refers to a completely different role when they're thinking about him. I mean, what role do you think he'll be remembered for the most?
Remembered for is interesting, because every generation, we're looking at film roles since 1965. So every generation is going to have their own, whether it's some who remember his breakout role in The Dirty Dozen or The Hunger Games now. I loved him in The Italian Job. He was great in Backdraft or JFK. Ordinary People, you've got to see him in Ordinary People. So I think it's hard to lock down just one. That's how great he was in so many roles.
What does it say that he was able to stay relevant and stay working for so long in a business that is notoriously fickle?
Wow. Well, you know what? It speaks to the fact not only do you not get 200 roles unless you're talented, but also if you're a good guy and you're easy to work with. We get, you know, casting directors, movie producers, they get to choose who they work with. And I think it says a lot. We don't really know what he was like as a real guy because we've only seen him in these amazing varied roles. So to not know what he was like is a testament to how great an actor he was. And, you know, he wouldn't have gotten these roles if he wasn't such a great guy to work with.
He really did know how to play an evil character very well.
Oh, yeah. He's chilling sometimes.
Do you have a favorite Donald Sutherland role?
I think Ordinary People and The Italian Job were two of my favorite roles for him. But I think, you know, if you go on Netflix or, you know, your whatever streaming platform and search some of his films, you're going to find one. And I agree. I like him best in chilling, icy roles. I thought he was great in The Hunger Games, too. I thought he was perfect for that series.
All right. Brian Balthazar helping us remember Donald Sutherland. Brian, thanks for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
As the war in Ukraine rages on, 2 beluga whales from an aquarium there are now safe from the war zone. It was a daring mission that involved moving the pair thousands of miles away. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has more on this complex operation.
The Russian offensive is in full force in Kharkiv, the local aquarium at risk, home to 2 beluga whales, 15-year-old Plombier and 14-year-old Miranda. The battle was closing in. Whale food, fresh squid, herring, and mackerel increasingly scarce. Caregivers knew they had to get them out of the war zone.
Were you afraid that you and the whales would come under attack?
Certainly the risk of you know, rockets and things it was on our mind, you know, for sure.
The challenge, how do you move 2 1,500-pound whales in 20,000-pound tanks, almost 3,000 miles to their new home in Spain? Very carefully. The Ukrainians, with experts from the Georgia Aquarium, SeaWorld, and Oceanographic de Valencia, came up with a plan. From Ukraine to Spain, with caregivers calming them down along the way.
Are Plombier and Miranda friends? Are they even a couple? Can I be so bold as to ask?
I mean, it's an adult male and an adult female. They seem very bonded, very close.
How do you feel now that you've accomplished this? Daniel?
Taking these animals out of the war is probably one of the life experiences that I could tell my grandkids.
Now safe in their new habitat and looking happy. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington.
Very happy and very cute. All right, coming up, counterfeit concerns. One drug maker saying it's ready to take legal action over fake versions of its weight loss drugs. The warning from health officials when Morning News Now returns.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A startling new report just out reveals an increase in the number of children who died after they were left in a hot car. It is a reminder as summer begins and temps heat up, simple routines can reduce that risk. Susan Hogan, a consumer investigative reporter from our Washington, D.C. affiliate station, WRC, has this report.
Hot car deaths happen all too often, leaving traumatic scars in their wake. In most cases, the child was unintentionally left inside the vehicle, often with the family's change in routine. But how can it happen?
We have a powerful autopilot brain memory system, and it gets us to do things automatically. And in that process, we lose awareness of other things in our mind, including that there's a child in the car.
Even on days with mild temperatures, the heat inside a vehicle can reach dangerous levels within an hour, posing significant health risks to small children or pets left inside.
Children aren't able to efficiently regulate their own body temperature, and their bodies can heat up 3 to 5 times faster than in adults.
One new safety tool, some car manufacturers have introduced technology that goes beyond just reminding drivers if they leave something behind in the back seat.
This new technology could actually detect an occupant.
But this advancement is not widely available. Consumer Reports advice for all parents: create a routine with your own reminders every time you drive.
You should create a habit of putting a personal item in the back seat, like your laptop or your phone. This forces you to visit the back seat after every trip.
And some people go so far as to say, put your shoe in the back. Give yourself a cue so that when you get out of the car, you have that reminder.
It's an easy behavioral change, enough to trigger the brain to do something different that could save a life.
Our thanks to Susan Hogan for that report. And if you're wondering if a cracked open window or parking in the shade will help cool the car enough, the answer is simply no. That is why it is important to never leave a child unattended in a vehicle. This morning, health officials are warning about risky counterfeits of popular weight loss drugs. Both the World Health Organization and drug maker Eli Lilly say people should be on the lookout for fake versions of Wegovy and Zepbound. And now Lilly says it's even ready to take legal action against the counterfeits. Here's NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson with more.
Weight loss drugs are now a global phenomenon.
I went down 4 pant sizes.
This country accounting for 71% of semaglutide sales, the active ingredient in Wegovy and Ozempic, a diabetes drug. But high demand breeds counterfeits that could jeopardize your health. The World Health Organization warning that it found fake batches of Ozempic in the U.S., U.K., and Brazil last year.
Could have contaminants that could actually harm you.
UC San Diego professor Tim Mackey and his team of researchers bought counterfeits of semaglutide online to find out what's being sold.
And when we purchased 6 of these products from online pharmacies, 3 were scammers, and another 3 sent us products that had questionable quality safety issues associated with them.
And so if somebody had taken any of these drugs, could they have ended up in the hospital or ill from the drugs?
Yeah, so patients, 1, could have been scammed out of thousands of dollars, and 2, they could have taken a product that had too much semaglutide in them and could have been injured from that as well.
Lilly also warning about fake versions of tirzepatide, the active ingredient in Mounjaro and Zepbound, its diabetes and weight loss drugs. Lilly says it does not sell these drugs on social media and warns illegal online pharmacies selling fakes put people at risk. Lilly and Novo Nordisk, the maker of Wegovy and Ozempic, say they are the only manufacturers of these drugs and there are no generics.
All right, Ann, thank you so much. For more on what you need to know about these counterfeit drugs, let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good to have you with us. So as we're seeing more reports like this pop up, it's also a reminder of similar warnings that were issued by the parent company of Ozempic in the past. In Ann's piece, the professor talked about the medical danger posed by getting too much semaglutide in these counterfeits. So what can too much of that drug do to someone, and what might those symptoms be?
Yeah, you can see a spectrum of symptoms, Joe, starting with nausea and vomiting, all the way to, in very severe cases, pancreatitis, or things that can happen where you get an infection with your gallbladder, leading to sepsis. So it can be very serious, but usually it starts with some sort of nausea, vomiting, fatigue, headaches, and that can last for days, just to reiterate a point, because the half-life of these drugs are days. So this could be an ongoing problem for many days.
As you know, these drugs are enormously popular. They are also expensive, and they are tough to get. So from a public health perspective, what does it tell you that the World Health Organization is actually taking this step?
Yeah, I think the World Health Organization taking this step signifies 3 things. Number 1, that this is an uptick across the world in the demand for these drugs, which we already knew, Joe, but also in the kind of fakes and counterfeits that are in response to that demand. Number 2, that this is really a global health equity issue. The pricing, to your point, is out of reach for not just so many people in the United States, but so many people across the world. And I think they're trying to underscore we need to come to a better place when we see such demand to have a supply that's more equitable. And then I think third, and probably the most important, is just caveat emptor, just buyer beware. I think the World Health Organization is trying to indicate that this is something that they want everybody, regardless of access, to be aware of and spread just more information around some of the problems with these counterfeits, fakes, and just the fact that, again, you shouldn't be buying these things online. I did a quick social media search, Joe. Every single social media platform, I could find a mechanism to buy this online, leading to what we heard in Ann's report, likely fakes or counterfeits or not the actual drug, since the drug makers don't sell that online.
Important to keep that in mind. Just a simple search there, and that's what you saw. So for people who are actually prescribed these medications, what can they do to make sure they're taking the real thing? What should they be on the lookout for? What questions should they be asking their doctor or pharmacist?
Yeah, so absolutely asking their pharmacist, if you go to some of the large box pharmacies, think CVS, Walgreens, those have like very safe supply chains. But many of us use pharmacies where we might not necessarily know the supply of the drugs. Always look at the container. You should see a lot number. You should see the manufacturer very clearly on there. You should see an expiration date. So those are just like you would on a gallon of milk, Joe. Look for that on your drug itself, on that box and container. But feel free to ask the pharmacist and say, did this come directly directly from the manufacturer, pharmacists are very used to dealing with these questions because we've had so many compounding pharmacies. And then again, if you're buying something online, because there are online ways to get this drug legitimately, pharmacies like Amazon, CVS, Walgreens can deliver to your house. So if you do buy something online, feel free to pick up a phone and be able to talk to a pharmacist and say, I just want to make sure I'm getting the authentic product that my doctor prescribed. And that can also be reassuring.
It seems like what's fueling this problem is the shortages. Does it seem like we're going to be moving toward a place where there is going to be more of this drug or enough of it so that maybe it will prevent us from having to worry so much about fake drugs?
We do. I do know, first of all, there are so many, in addition to what we've found from Novo Nordisk and Lilly, there are other manufacturers that are kind of in process with clinical trials where they also expect to offer competing products. Usually when we see that kind of competition, Joe, the prices do come down. That might take a year or two as these trials are working through and the FDA is reviewing this data. So in the now, we don't have really a short-term solution, which is why you're seeing so many people offering this. Technically, this is a drug that is listed as a shortage. So these compounded drugs, which is something we've talked about on previous reports, is something that's an alternative, but you have to be very careful. Again, ask your pharmacist, ask the person supplying the drug, where did you obtain this product? And so I think that we will not have this conversation in about a year or two, but until then, this demand is sky high. And I think Lilly underscored a point. They don't recommend this. It is not studied for cosmetic weight loss. When I have someone who wants 5 pounds of weight loss, this is not for them.
Important reminder there, and always be an advocate for yourself. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Coming up, the clock is ticking for TikTok. Now the social media giant taking new steps to stop a potential nationwide ban. We're going to have the latest developments from court. Plus, more and more Americans spending their summer vacations at sea. We're going to take you below deck for a look at a booming industry next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the banner delivered.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Report live from Tel Aviv. From Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with the hugely consequential battle over the future of TikTok here in the U.S. In scathing court filings, TikTok's lawyers and a group of creators on the app accuse the U.S. government of trying to violate Americans' right to free speech. It's just the beginning of the court fight over a law that says TikTok's Chinese parent company, ByteDance, must sell the company by January 19th, or it will be banned in the U.S. Kristen Gibbons-Fedden is here to explain what this all means. She's a civil rights attorney and former prosecutor, as well as an NBC News contributor. Kristen, good to have you with us. So this brief was filed to the U.S. Court of Appeals in Washington yesterday by TikTok attorneys and a group of 8 content creators. The sale or ban law from the Biden administration set this appeals court as the exclusive jurisdiction for any challenges. So first of all, just explain to us what that means and how it might be different from other court battles.
Sure, yeah. So as you mentioned, Biden and his administration set the D.C. Court of Appeals for exclusive jurisdiction. That means that TikTok and any challenger to that law has to start their lawsuit there, with the final arbiter, of course, being the Supreme Court. And this is significant, because what it does is it centralizes the legal battle in one court, so it prevents TikTok and other challengers from filing suits in other areas, potentially speeding up the legal process, or even what it does is avoid inconsistent rulings across different states. But this particular court, Joe, is actually known for its expertise in national security. So it really ensures that this critical national security issue is handled by judges that are best equipped to handle it.
All right, let's talk about the brief. TikTok says, quote, never before has Congress silenced so much speech in a single act, going on to say the U.S. law, quote, sets a dangerous precedent, which it likens to the kind of suppressive internet laws in China that lawmakers here have criticized. What's your take on this? Is this going to be the heart of the legal battle here?
Absolutely, because what that one line actually does is it centers all of the constitutional challenges that TikTok is actually raising. They're raising, as you mentioned, this is a platform, and this law actually bans free speech use for millions of Americans. In that line, Joe, they're also raising due process concerns, because they're saying basically this law is an unfair taking of property. They're also saying that this law unconstitutionally singles out TikTok for punishment. So that is the crux of their legal argument, but they're all centering around the constitutional right to free speech.
All right, let's get out our calendars here. Both the Justice Department and TikTok asked for a decision from the court by December 6th. That would give the Supreme Court time to review it before the January 19th deadline. But we also know the Supreme Court does kind of move slowly. Is that realistic? I mean, what happens if there's not a ruling by then?
Yeah, so it's interesting because I think given the high stakes of this case and the potential impact on national security and the constitutional challenges involved, the court's likely to move as expeditiously as possible. But Joe, as you pointed out, the court makes their own deadlines. So, I think in reality, even whatever decision the D.C. court makes, whatever decision happens, there's always going to be appeals. So I don't think it's realistic. What could happen instead is an injunction could be laid down. In other words, they would say, OK, that January 19th deadline to sell TikTok, while it sounds like it's a long way away, we're actually going to stop it so that we have the opportunity to really analyze all of these legal arguments and make sure we're making the right decision. So essentially, it'll stay that deadline so that they'll have more time.
All right, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you for the explanation. Appreciate your time this morning. Let's get some financial headlines. After a massive data breach earlier this year, Change Healthcare is now notifying the users impacted by that cyber attack. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good Friday morning to you. Yeah, as you mentioned, so Change Healthcare is starting to notify hospitals, insurers, and other customers who had patient data exposed in a massive cyber attack earlier this year. The company, which is a division of United Health Group, provides technology used to submit and process billions of insurance claims. Hackers gained access to the company's system in February, disrupting payments and claims for doctors' offices and healthcare systems nationwide. Now, Change will start notifying individuals and patients in late July. Hackers are reportedly selling off consumer data from Quote Wizard. That's a unit of LendingTree that provides quotes and rates on all types of insurance policies. Bloomberg says LendingTree is still trying to determine the impact of the breach after it found unauthorized activity on a database hosted by cloud platform Snowflake. Now, it's unclear yet how the theft occurred and if it was part of a broader effort by hackers to steal data from Snowflake's customers. And Netflix is expanding into yet another avenue. This time it's snacks. The streaming service is partnering with Popcorn Indiana to sell a ready-to-eat popcorn bag to go with your ready-to-binge TV show. Now Popping comes in 2 flavors, Cult Classic Cheddar Kettle and Swoon-worthy Cinnamon Kettle. The Netflix popcorn will be available at Walmart stores nationwide and other retailers. An 8-ounce bag costs $4.49, Joe. Those flavors sound so good.
Yeah, I like a flavored popcorn, so we'll see. All
Yum.
Right. Savannah, thank you. Let's stick with your money and take a look at how the big summer travel season is affecting the economy, with record-breaking spending expected on the roads and skies, as well as on the water. Here's our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans.
Aboard the schooner Stephen Tabor, which set sail from Rockland, Maine, the summer is completely booked.
Schooner Stephen Tabor, Whiskey Delta Bravo.
Captain Noah Barnes, like his parents before him, ushering in guests.
Welcome aboard the Stephen Tabor. We're going to have a great time.
Vacationers pay just over $300 a night to eat, drink, and sleep aboard. 216 and pitch in.
Hoist the stage trysail. We've got pilots, and we've got lab techs, and we've got plumbers, and we've got cable installers. It's everybody.
So business is good.
So business is good.
Americans' summer travel budgets are up 18% overall from last year, and travelers are hungry for experiences.
My cell phone went off and just got thrown into the cabin, and it was just wonderful.
Below deck.
Today I'll be cooking breakfast for about 26 people, including crew. And yeah, just another morning in paradise.
Chef Gray Lideker serves it up.
We're having blueberry Dutch baby. Oh. We're having a maple sausage that is from a small farm in Iowa.
What's this job like?
Well, it's basically cooking all day long inside of a shaking box.
You must love boats.
Yes. It's a prerequisite for the job is must love boats.
Fenders, please.
For Captain Barnes, rising costs are a challenge he has to pass on to passengers.
I don't worry about our product. I worry about staffing. I worry about the cost of materials.
Do customers balk at the higher prices, or they're still coming?
We haven't seen a dip. I don't think we've met the place where people are resistant to pay it, but we don't want to find that spot.
To maintain crew, he has raised wages. Even still, Chef Gray and several deckhands live aboard when they aren't sailing. Housing costs on the mainland out of reach.
I couldn't find anything. It was phenomenally expensive, so staying on the boat just made economic sense.
Gray sleeps here, under the stairs. You can learn a lot about today's economy aboard a 115-foot wooden schooner built when Ulysses Grant was president. Finish the sentence for me. The American economy is...
Seems to be doing just fine from where we're sitting. Well, there's something about this experience, being outside, being in good company, sort of reminds people the important things. There's good company, there's good food, there's cool boats.
A contrast on deck. For so many, affordability a challenge, even while travel and leisure are booming. Christine Romans, NBC News, Rockland, Maine.
Coming up, from the battlefield to one of the world's most famous music venues, how one Marine veteran made his way to the stage of the Grand Ole Opry in honor of his fellow American heroes. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. For PTSD Awareness Month, we're bringing you the story of one Marine veteran. He has battled back from wounds of war, both visible and invisible, to reach his fellow veterans. And as NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber explains, he did it all from one of the biggest stages in country music.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the moment Sal Gonzalez has been waiting decades for. His debut at one of the most iconic music venues in the country, the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, Tennessee.
This one goes out to all you veterans. I hope you like it, and I hope it strikes a chord.
Those veterans, his brothers and sisters in arms. Gonzalez joined the Marines in the wake of the attacks on 9/11.
I was in English class in high school, and we watched the Twin Towers fall. And I knew all of a sudden that we were going to go to war, and I wanted to go do my part.
Gonzalez was serving as a machine gunner in Iraq in 2004 when his vehicle was hit with an improvised explosive device.
I'd been in a coma for a week. Both my lungs collapsed. I'd almost died a couple of times, and my leg was in shambles.
Months later, Gonzalez and his doctors made the difficult decision to amputate his left leg below the knee. It's now a very physical reminder of the toll of war, but there are mental scars too.
I thought it was normal to just go and drink myself to sleep because I didn't want to think about stuff. I think more than anything, the survivor's guilt was the thing that was hardest to deal with. Thinking of all these friends that I'd lost, not just my lieutenant who was killed in the explosion that took my leg.
Soon, Gonzalez learned to rely on the passion that he'd had since childhood, music, ultimately partnering with the Wounded Warrior Project to play for other veterans across the country.
Danny had a daughter that he'll never get to see, and I know that he was proud. He was only 23. Some of those vets were like, hey, that's awesome. You nailed it on the head. I couldn't have said those words myself. I'm just happy to get to be a part of that and get to give back to an organization that I'm pretty sure, had they not been around, I don't think I'd be around.
That passion quickly becoming more than just a pastime. Gonzalez moving to Nashville to pursue a career in music and even appearing on America's Got Talent in 2014.
No sunshine, seas gold. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away.
And just last month, that offer of a lifetime.
Making his Opry debut, let's give him a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Sal Gonzalez.
Gonzalez taking the stage with an original song written after one of his fellow veterans called him a hero.
I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but heroes ain't the ones who make it home. No.
The Opry crowd giving Gonzalez a standing ovation.
Thank you so much, folks. God bless. My name's Sal Gonzalez. It's hard to explain that moment, to be totally honest. I'm not special by any means. I'm just a normal dude. And some of the people that I served with that didn't come home were those exceptional people.
Gonzalez now working toward a full-time music career, even playing us a little bit of his latest original about being away from his family, playing music on the road.
These nights can get so lonely, but I never thought they'd own me. So I'm starting to hate the thing I love the most.
But no matter where his music career takes him, Gonzalez says he'll always make time to serve his fellow veterans. And for those who may be struggling, he hopes you'll remember this.
This world is better with you in it. Don't give up.
I love how he's taking all this attention and shining a light on others. Our thanks to Ellison Barber for bringing us that inspiring story. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but please stay with us. The news continues right now. Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah Sellers is on assignment today. Right now on Morning News Now, bringing the heat. Multiple temperature records broken as an unprecedented heat wave scorches the country from coast to coast. Alerts in place for tens of millions of people, with many looking to cool off by flocking to the nation's beaches, an alternative to scarce air conditioning.
It gets that hot, everybody flocks to the beaches. There'll be plenty of room here. I just tell everybody, bear with the traffic, bear with the crowds.
Plus, we'll hear from a New Mexico mayor about the ongoing effort to contain the wildfires that are raging in that state. Also this morning, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu showing no signs of backing down in the public rift with the Biden administration over weapons deliveries. The latest on that as Israeli forces continue to pound the Gaza Strip. Setting the stage, we are just days out from the first presidential debate. President Biden preparing to lock horns with former President Trump as the showdown nears. The Biden campaign criticizing the Trump team, accusing them of making videos that it's calling cheap fakes as the campaigning on both sides becomes more aggressive. Plus, remembering an iconic actor. We're going to look back at the remarkable film career of Donald Sutherland, who died at the age of 88. His son, fellow actor Kiefer, paying a heartfelt tribute to his legendary dad. Thanks again for joining us. Glad to have you with us. We're going to start this hour with the latest on the extreme weather scorching several states across the U.S. On the East Coast, an unrelenting heat wave is putting tens of millions under heat alerts today. Dozens of cities are on track to shatter heat records over the weekend. Well, out west, emergency crews are battling deadly wildfires and flash flooding in New Mexico. It's a weather whiplash that prompted President Biden to make a disaster declaration in southern parts of that state. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the latest.
Hey there, millions are bracing for yet another scorcher. Folks will be heading out to beaches like this one to try to beat the heat. So far this year, more than 12,000 record highs have been recorded at weather stations across the country, and the summer has just begun. It's the first full day of summer with extreme weather from coast to coast.
I don't even have words for it. It's that hot.
From tropical storm flooding in Texas to deadly and devastating wildfires out west and sweltering record-breaking heat in the Northeast. Just outside New York City, a double commuter headache on the roads and rails. On Thursday, the heat fueling a brush fire, triggering a massive traffic jam on I-95, and power outages forcing the suspension of Amtrak and local train service, causing a ripple effect of delays and cancellations on the busy Northeast corridor.
I am exhausted. It is hot. I can't do it anymore.
In the city's streets, doubling as splash parks with the help of fire hydrants turned sprinklers. Across the tri-state area, power grids being pushed to the brink by the increased demand for AC. Further north in states like Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Vermont, where searing heat is unusual, many people don't have air conditioning at all.
Everybody asks if we have AC. We do not.
One Massachusetts district ended the school early so that kids and teachers could avoid sweltering classrooms.
Brutal. Very, very hot. I feel bad for the kids who have to walk in it, too.
Across the country in New Mexico, a major disaster has been declared after a deadly wildfire devastated communities, destroying hundreds of homes and forcing thousands to flee. Crews nowhere near containing that blaze. Meanwhile, parts of the Texas coast are still dealing with extreme flooding, even though Tropical Storm Alberto is long gone.
I didn't actually think it was going to happen 2 days back to back. It receded yesterday pretty good, and this morning we woke up, but we were completely covered again.
And it looks like it's only going to get worse. Experts are now predicting above average temps for the entire nation for the month of July. They're pointing to climate change as the culprit. Back to you.
All right, Erin, thank you so much. As she mentioned, crews are working around the clock to contain 2 deadly wildfires in New Mexico. Those efforts being complicated now by heavy rain and flash flooding, especially in the mountain village of Ruidoso, which is located between those 2 fires. Joining me now is the mayor of Ruidoso, Lynn Crawford. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for your time. I know this is an incredibly busy time for you. You said these fires, which reached your village earlier this week, have wiped out entire communities. Now you have this heavy rain coming in on Wednesday, triggering flash flooding. First and foremost, how is your community doing right now? Can you even get in there to see the extent of the damage?
Well, we just have our, local infrastructure folks that are working here, essentials. Of course, we have a lot of police presence, military, National Guard, people like that. But as far as residents, they're still evacuated to the surrounding local communities. And in fact, as far as Texas, it's very dangerous to get in right now. We still are actively fighting the fire. We have more firefighters arriving daily. And now then we are staging for the flooding that is predicted to come, which is going to be massive from all the radars and meteorologists, all the people that we have here, what they're showing us on radar. So we've got a lot of heavy equipment in from the National Guard, from the Department of Transportation, our own equipment, contractors that are staged just outside of the area so that they can be brought in immediately. We're just going to try to protect the homes that we have, the bridges that are still here. But it's predicted that over the next 2 or 3 days that we should probably lose a few of the bridges. And for a small community of around 10,000 people, we've got a lot of work ahead of us. We're a tourist community, so this is the height of our season. And this is very, very rough on our businesses and our citizens, to say the very least.
What is your biggest concern right now?
The biggest concern is that, we still have a lot of homes here, a lot of things to protect, that we protect those, and that we do not have any more loss of life. We have had some, and we just want our citizens, and that's who I'd like to speak to. I know your listeners all across the country, we're receiving a lot of donations, food, prayers, things of that nature, but specifically to the folks of Ruidoso that are displaced right now. Trust us, we're working hard to protect what we have. We've got the experts in, and I'm reminded all the time, I didn't get any smarter when I got elected to mayor. So we brought in the experts and our local people here that are trained in wildland fire. They are the experts, and that's who we're listening to.
Do you worry that there are people who haven't evacuated at all?
Absolutely, and we're trying to make sure that those people are aware of the situation, because we've had our partners with AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, others that have come in and put up these mobile towers so that we're able to get some signal here for cell phone, because the fire took out a lot of our electricity and infrastructure. So we've had our local electrical co-op here, P&M, has been out working along with our natural gas provider, ZIA, to make sure that the areas are safe. But we've got to bring in search and rescue teams to search for those that didn't make it out.
The fires are devastating enough, but then you add this flash flooding on top of that. I realize people might think, oh, rain, water, that's going to help, but that's certainly not the case. How is this impacting the fight?
Well, it could make it very treacherous for the firefighters on the ground, depending on where the rain falls. We're hoping that it doesn't fall directly heavily on the burn scar. Because what that'll do is it'll just make it that much more difficult for the firefighters on the ground. It'll make it more unsafe for them, and their safety is, on the tip of our tongue. We're always talking about it and planning for their safety. It's a very difficult situation, and some people just don't understand how flash floods work. But the ground, after it's been burned with the ash, is hydrophobic, so it's not taking on any water. It just picks up logs and debris and builds a big wall of material that moves down the water column. And that's another issue. We're very concerned about our watershed and our drinking water. Currently, we're all secure. We have a lot of water that is stored in storage containers throughout the community. Our wastewater treatment plant is secure. We have backup generators in the event that we lose additional power. We want to prevent another disaster if the plant was taken over by the flood.
Certainly don't want a horrible situation to grow even worse. Mayor Lynn Crawford, we appreciate your time this morning. We are thinking of you and your community.
Thank you so much for having us.
Let's get to NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman for more on what we can expect this weekend. She has the forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And unfortunately, we're going to expect more of the same. We are looking at the chance for really dangerous temperatures continuing throughout the weekend into early next week. And then the projection for July looks to be above normal as well. So there's that intense heat once again in the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, the Northeast, and then extending into the Mid-Atlantic. The good news is northern New England getting a little reprieve today. You can see that line there with the blue and the red. That is a front that's situated. So north of that, we are much cooler. So a little bit of a break for them as we had heat indices in the triple digits in Bangor, Maine the past couple of days. Better today. We're looking at flooding and stormy conditions in portions of the northern plains into the upper Midwest. We're upper Mississippi Valley too. We're looking at the chance for some flash flooding there as well. So do be careful on this Friday. A flood threat throughout the Southwest into portions of the Intermountain West. And we're also looking at tropical showers throughout Florida. That's due to a disturbance right off the coast and then another disturbance in the Gulf. So we're going to add to the rainfall in parts of Texas once again. Then as we near tomorrow, the big story remains the summer scorcher throughout portions of the Mid-Atlantic into parts of the Northeast and also New England. Notice that green in parts of the Northeast, so we're expecting some showers as well. Some could be heavy in New England where you're seeing that yellow there with some thunderstorms. Severe storms are likely once again in the Great Lakes, the upper Midwest. Could see additional flash flooding there as well. And then you see that green still in Florida, still in southern Texas, and that's where we're expecting that disturbance to still bring some rain. There are two different disturbances off into the Atlantic and also the Gulf. The West is heating up as well. So we're looking at 92 million Americans across the country under heat alerts and 64 million in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic and also the Great Lakes. More record highs on Sunday. Plenty of sunshine throughout the northern plains, the central plains, the Midwest. So we're going to dry it out there, which is good news. Rainy still for southern Texas, also through Florida. So it's going to be a wet weekend in those spots. Let's sprinkle in a little bit of good news here because I know the weather's been a little daunting lately. We're looking at really nice conditions, a little bit warm for the PGA Championships. This is Sammamish, Washington. We're looking at 86 degrees today. Bright sunshine, sun and clouds on Saturday. Sunday, look at that, nice and cool at 66 degrees. Also looking at a few showers, but we're not expecting heavy rain. Speaking of the heat, 64 million Americans in the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, the Mid-Atlantic, also in the Northeast under heat alerts because we're going to see those temperatures soaring once again into the 90s, into the triple digits by tomorrow for some spots. 96 degrees today in Evansville. You factor in that humidity, it's going to feel warmer than that. We're going to get close to record-breaking temperatures once again. We've already broken so many records. We're going to break monthly records as well. Also nighttime lows, daytime highs. That will be the same story as we go throughout tomorrow. 99 degrees in Washington. The record there is 101. Richmond, same story, right around the triple digits. We could certainly get to the triple-digit mark there, but we're forecasting 99. 96 in Peoria, and we're also looking at Peoria and also looking at Chicago, really warm day there. We are trending cooler in quotes because it's still going to be really warm in New York City as we near Tuesday, but Sunday is going to be warm. Monday, 90 degrees. D.C., 99 on Sunday. Monday, 94. And Tuesday on 94 degrees, too. So, Joe, we need to be careful over the next several days. We are looking at dangerous heat continuing through the weekend and throughout the beginning of next week. Back to you.
Cooling down to 94 is still pretty hot.
Quotes.
All right. Michelle, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Agreed.
The Biden administration is once again clashing with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, this time over aid shipments for the country's war with Hamas. White House officials are denying they paused shipments after Netanyahu released a video accusing the U.S. of withholding weapons in recent months. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest on this. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So what we're seeing, actually, Benjamin Netanyahu has commented on this once again. He made some comments that were published today based on an interview with Punchbowl News, in which he said that he was grateful for President Biden's support, but that there were some outstanding supply issues that have not yet been resolved.
American officials firing back as the diplomatic dispute between the Biden administration and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu continues.
I didn't know what the Prime Minister was talking about or what he was trying to accomplish, and I'm happy to make the record clear.
White House officials still visibly annoyed by a video released by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu on Tuesday, scolding the administration for what he said were delays in American weapons deliveries.
It's inconceivable that in the past few months, the administration has been withholding weapons.
Netanyahu's still not backing down, this time writing on X, formerly known as Twitter, "I'm willing to absorb personal attacks if that's what it takes for Israel to get the arms and ammunition it needs in its war for survival." But Netanyahu faces his fiercest resistance at home, where families of dozens of hostages still being held in the Gaza Strip are raising pressure with a week of protests. One of them, Naama Levy, will celebrate her 20th birthday tomorrow in captivity. This year, her brother's wishes for her birthday are modest.
The most basic needs, like she would have something to eat on her birthday, that maybe she has a friend or two around her.
Images of Naama, bruised and bloody, have made her a symbol of the horrors young women have endured at the hands of Hamas. A symbol that's difficult for Amit to watch.
I woke up this morning, and I don't know how she woke up. I don't know if she even slept. I don't know what maybe these awful human beings that did awful things might still be doing these awful things. And sometimes it's really hard for me to breathe.
And Joe, there's also new information saying that American aid may be reaching Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. The U.S. military announced yesterday that that floating pier has now been reattached to the beach in the Gaza Strip and that aid is already being transferred. Joe?
All right, Matt, thank you so much. In the race for the White House, we are now less than a week away from the first presidential debate. But in our fast-paced social media culture, both the Biden and Trump campaigns are escalating their battles online, including using something the Biden team is calling cheap fakes. And for the first time, we're hearing former President Trump acknowledge he lost the 2020 election. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is here with all of the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Good morning. President Biden is at Camp David for the next few days to prep for that debate. But the first round is already being fought online, with both campaigns getting more aggressive, trying to shape the narrative.
This morning, the stage is set for next week's crucial debate. President Biden winning a coin toss, picking the lectern on the right side of the stage. Former President Trump will deliver the night's final closing statement. But ahead of the first 2024 debate, for the first time, Mr. Trump, in an interview for a new book, appeared to briefly acknowledge he lost the 2020 election when asked about his relationship to Geraldo Rivera.
And are you guys still close, or are you no more?
No, I don't think so. He is... After I lost the election, I won the election, but when they said we won, he called me up 3 or 4 times.
Now, with their face-to-face meeting days away, the Biden campaign is accusing the Trump team of using, quote, cheap fakes.
What is a cheap fake?
Cheap fakes are these, deceptively edited videos, and they're a huge part of Donald Trump's campaign strategy.
At last week's G7 summit in Italy, this camera angle appeared to show President Biden wandering off before being pulled back to the group by the Italian Prime Minister. In reality, another angle showed the president was actually trying to greet skydivers who just finished a demonstration. But the Republican National Committee and conservative media quickly amplified the first angle, falsely claiming the president was confused.
These deceptive videos are out here because Donald Trump is desperate to distract from his unpopular agenda.
Still, it's among a string of clips some Republicans say raises concerns about President Biden's age and ability. This video shows President Biden standing still for several seconds on stage at a Hollywood fundraiser until former President Obama leads him off stage. In another, he also stands still as people dance around him during a Juneteenth celebration. The White House says the president did not freeze in these incidents, but was simply enjoying the moment. The Trump campaign insists the clips are not misleading.
The Biden campaign is trying to convince the American public not to believe their own eyes. We are simply posting these videos for the world to see and to come to their own conclusion.
The race for campaign cash is also heating up. Businessman Timothy Mellon gave a super PAC backing Mr. Trump $50 million, one of the largest contributions in history. The date of the contribution was the day of Mr. Trump's conviction in New York. Meanwhile, billionaire Michael Bloomberg gave about $20 million to groups backing President Biden, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. And you can watch the presidential debate hosted by CNN right here on NBC News Now next Thursday night. Turning now to the Supreme Court, where the justices are nearing the end of the term. They've yet to release decisions on a series of high-profile cases, including issues like gun rights, abortion access, and presidential immunity. Those decisions could come as early as today and might have serious implications for the country. So let's dig into it with NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, first of all, I think people are keeping an eye on this presidential immunity case, the broad argument for immunity that former President Trump is making, especially when it comes to his actions during the 2020 election. What are the possibilities here?
Here's what's not going to happen. The court will not conclude that a president has absolute immunity for everything that could possibly be prosecuted. The other thing they're not going to conclude is that there's no such thing as immunity, which is really what the lower court concluded. I don't think that's going to stand. What I think you're going to see is something in the middle, because both sides essentially concede what I just said. Neither is arguing for the extreme. So the government is essentially conceding there are core executive functions like the pardon power, the appointments power, that are, I guess, immune. They don't like to use that word, but there may be immunity for those. And Trump's team is arguing that there is no immunity for private conduct. The challenge for the court is deciding what is private conduct and what is not. What is official conduct and whether or not that official conduct can even be parsed out or separated in a criminal indictment. Justice Gorsuch perhaps said it best. The parties are arguing on their specific facts, but the court has a job to write an opinion for the ages, as Justice Gorsuch put it.
Some folks are thinking about Watergate and the Supreme Court deciding on whether President Nixon's taped conversations were protected by executive privilege. That decision took, what, 16 days? We're now like 57 days away from these arguments. Should we read anything into that time frame?
No, you can try, but it really doesn't yield much, because people like me, people who are watching the court, are wondering, when is it going to come down? And we make predictions, but we're frequently wrong. And that's because federal judges, including Supreme Court justices, really operate on their own timeline. And if we're talking about the Supreme Court, on a collective timeline. So anything could be holding this up. Something as simple as running spell checker through it for one last time. I'm not being glib. I mean, that really is, this is a publication that is going to be scrutinized for years, decades, maybe even centuries. So they are getting all of these opinions, including immunity, ready to go and making it as perfect as they can on their end. After debating among themselves, the justices, which opinion is ultimately going to be the opinion.
As you say, it's a decision for the ages. Let's talk about abortion. Really, this might be the biggest decision we've had since Roe versus Wade was overturned a couple of years ago. It pits the federal government against the state of Idaho. What are the possible implications of this decision?
Here's the issue. There's a federal law that says that people who come to the emergency room must be provided stabilizing treatment if the hospital participates in Medicare. That's a spending clause. In other words, it's a hook to get hospitals to comply with this federal law. Now, the question is whether or not that requirement to stabilize, whatever stabilizing means, can override an Idaho law prohibiting abortion. Idaho, of course, is arguing that this federal law just requires stabilization. It has nothing to do with abortion, and federal law is not intended to govern malpractice standards in medicine. That is the province of state law. And, of course, the government is arguing the other side, which is this federal law requires stabilization. Sometimes stabilization includes abortion. Therefore, the Idaho law cannot override federal law, which is true. When federal law occupies an area of state law where there's overlap, the federal law usually wins.
Let's also talk about a gun control issue. This tackles whether people with domestic violence restraining orders can still buy firearms. Do we have an idea of where the justices were leaning on this one?
Yes, this one I feel comfortable making a prediction. This will be either a 9-0, an 8-1, maybe a 7-2 decision upholding this federal law. It is a tricky issue because ever since the court's decision in Bruin, they have to go back and look at a historical analog. And is there a historical analog for disarming people who are under domestic violence restraining orders? And the government's argument is that this really isn't about domestic violence restraining orders. The statute focuses on dangerousness. The challenge for the government is that dangerousness is really never been recognized as a reason to disarm people, although there is something of a path to get there if they're not responsible and not law-abiding. So that's probably where the court's going to go. That one I feel comfortable predicting.
All right. Danny Savalos, as always, thank you so much. Coming up, celebrating a remarkable career. We're going to take a look back at the life and legacy of iconic film star Donald Sutherland, who passed away yesterday at the age of 88. How his son Kiefer is paying tribute next. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good morning. We're coming on the air with breaking news. A major decision from the Supreme Court that could have larger implications on gun laws nationwide. The justices have ruled that people who are under domestic violence restraining orders cannot possess a firearm. The ruling upholds at least some limit on who can own a weapon. I want to go right to correspondent Laura Jarrett right now to explain. You've read through this decision. What exactly does it mean?
Yes, Lester, this is a major victory for the federal government that wanted to make sure that people who had been deemed dangerous because they had domestic violence restraining orders cannot possess firearms. There have been a slew of different lawsuits and examinations of the exact parameters of this federal law. The Fifth Circuit had tried to strike it down, but today the Supreme Court, by a division of 8-1, saying no, this federal law can stand. And I want to read a key portion of the decision where the Chief Justice explains the reasoning here. He says, when a restraining order contains a finding that an individual poses a credible threat to the physical safety of an intimate partner, that individual may, consistent with the Second Amendment, be banned from possessing firearms while that order is in effect. This had really been an examination, Lester, of a decision just 2 years ago where the Supreme Court gave sort of a redefining of the Second Amendment and the rights of individuals to possess firearms in public. And since that decision, Lester, there's been sort of a cottage industry of different courts grappling with what are those limits, what does it look like, how are we supposed to interpret history and tradition consistent with the Second Amendment. And today the High Court is saying, and we're going to work through the reasoning, but today the High Court is saying there are limits and that if someone is dangerous and has been deemed dangerous, they cannot possess a firearm. So again, a major victory for the federal government and the Biden administration.
All right, legal analyst Danny Savalos also here with us. What's a wider impact of this ruling?
The wider impact is that this is yet another in a series of very rare decisions by the Supreme Court on the Second Amendment at all. There are only a handful in the last 50 years. And recent decisions had said that the government can disarm people under the Second Amendment if they are not law-abiding and not responsible. The government here argued that that not responsible prong included people who are dangerous. And it's important to note that this doesn't apply to all domestic violence orders. Very specific domestic violence orders where there's a hearing and specific findings that someone is essentially a dangerous person. So the court looked back at historical precedent from the 1700s and 1800s and found analogs, similar laws where people who posed a threat for some reason or another were disarmed. And that gave them the historical basis under the new framework, the new guidance from the court, to conclude that the Second Amendment allowed this federal law, which disarms a number of different people. It's really important to note, Lester, this is just one subsection of many subsections of a federal disarmament law. And it's interesting because other parts of this law continue to be litigated, including in front of the Supreme Court, felon in possession and some of the other subsections. So this is just one prong of a law that is very much under attack.
All right, Danny, I'll ask you to stand by for more on the politics of all this. Let's bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Hallie, how will this be read in political circles?
Well, Lester, to be honest, based on what we know from the ruling so far, it upholds what is essentially the status quo here. After the Supreme Court had strengthened gun rights essentially within the last 18 months or so, this is a ruling that is obviously significant, a big win for the Biden administration. Politically, however, it is a real question as to whether it actually animates anybody where I'm sitting here in Washington. I will tell you that to the immense frustration of many Democrats who want to see further restrictions on gun laws, President Biden has repeatedly called for more restrictions on gun laws. There is not much of an animating force in Congress to do much about it, especially not in an election year. It is simply not seen as one of the bigger issues right now that has any chance of working through Congress. That has been the case even after a series of mass shootings in this country, Lester. Again, Democrats have been very vocal about wanting to see more done on this. So politically, not much of a jump ball here, but we're going to see how the Biden administration reacts to this significant ruling, Lester.
All right, Hallie, thank you. Our senior White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, joins us now. Gabe, has the White House responded to this ruling yet?
Hi there, Lester. Well, we're awaiting a statement from the White House any moment now, but so far we have not heard directly from White House officials on this ruling that just happened moments ago. But as Hallie was mentioning, Lester, this will be considered a major win for the Biden administration. It was back in 2022, just after the Uvalde shooting, that President Biden signed the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and that law broadened some gun restrictions, again, shortly after the Uvalde shooting, and it closed the so-called boyfriend loophole, which some critics had said was a loophole that allowed dating partners, not just spouses, to be able to acquire guns even though they may have been convicted of domestic abuse. So again, this, as Hallie was alluding to, this will be considered a win for the Biden administration, which has suggested that more gun restrictions are needed in order to keep communities safe. But Lester, we are awaiting any formal comment from the White House any moment now.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thanks. Let's go back to senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. You've been poring over this. What else stands out?
Yeah, it's interesting. The Chief Justice is really trying to give some guidance to lower courts here that have been grappling with how to read that decision back from 2022 that we've been talking about. And they say here the Second Amendment permits more than just those regulations identical to ones that could be found in 1791. So in other words, you don't have to look back to the finding only to decide whether or not this type of regulation is legal. They say holding otherwise would be as mistaken as applying the protections of the right only to muskets and sabers. So essentially recognizing this is not 1791, this is 2024, and there are some limits, again, on who can possess a firearm in this country.
And Danny, you had mentioned the court has not really delved into the Second Amendment much, but we saw the bump stock ruling last week, not a Second Amendment case,
exactly.
and not inconsistent then.
Not inconsistent. In fact, the bump stock decision had nothing at all to do with the Second Amendment. It was a statutory reading of a law defining whether or not a trigger pull or a trigger function defines a gun as a machine gun. So the Second Amendment in this case, the litigation is ongoing. There's another case called Range that is coming before the court on the felon in possession statute. Just to give you an idea, statistically, this subsection, the domestic violence subsection of 922 of the gun statute, is almost never prosecuted. Far more significant will be when Range, the felon in possession, when that comes before the court, and it is coming before the court because that is the one that the government prosecutes all the time in comparison to this one.
All right, Danny and Laura, thanks to you both. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and I'll have a full wrap-up tonight on NBC Nightly News. We're going to return most of you to the Today Show. I'm Lester Holt, NBC News New York. Good day.
Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Welcome back. As parts of the country deal with the scorching heat, 2024 is already set to possibly outpace last year when it comes to the price of recovering from natural disasters. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns takes a look at the strain not just on homeowners and their budgets, but on the government as well.
Should we get away from the windows?
Tornado outbreaks hitting states like Florida and Nebraska this spring.
We looked over to the northwest and the whole neighborhood's gone.
Wildfires in California and New Mexico, and now an early season tropical storm, bringing heavy rain to Mexico and Texas.
And rain poured in practically all night.
Intense weather around the country wreaking financial havoc, already costing more than $25 billion this year through mid-May, NOAA says. Not even halfway through the year, the data from the weather agency shows the country might be on track to match or even pass the cost of 28 individual billion-dollar weather disasters last year, with the most expensive season still to come.
That's the story of the summer 2024, is we're seeing extreme weather in areas that are not used to it.
There's worry FEMA could run out of money by the end of the summer, something former FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate says is not likely, although the hot weather could drain more taxpayer money. FEMA tells us in a statement it continues to work to ensure sufficient funding and support life-saving and life-sustaining activities.
FEMA's having to go back to Congress for additional appropriations, but we're also now seeing gaps that the program cannot address. The insurance model is breaking down. Increasingly, insurance is becoming unavailable or unaffordable.
And that can hit homeowners hard. Insurance prices spiking, faster than inflation overall in the last few years, soaring an estimated 20% from 2021 to 2023 due to climate catastrophes. And in fire and flood-prone areas like California, Louisiana, and Florida, some insurers are even pulling out, leaving homeowners with limited and costly options.
I think this increase in premiums is inevitable, right? Insurance companies have to make money. Some places are just in areas where the risk is growing quickly.
Our thanks to Bill Cairns for that report. Now, while many of us are opting to remain indoors to deal with this current heat wave sweeping the country, farmers do need to work outside. In Maine, many farm industries have been preparing for the unusually high temps. NBC News reporter David Guildford from our affiliate station in Portland, Maine, visited 2 farms to see how they're managing the heat.
We can go to the strawberries, we got the blueberries.
At Gossberry Farm in Mechanic Falls, Mike Goss has ways to keep the birds out of the merchandise.
And they were wondering if we're down here shooting stuff. It's like, oh no, that's my bird cannon. Oh, here we go.
But there's little escaping the heat.
I mean, if it was like gonna be more than like a week of this, then might be a little more concerned, but.
He's optimistic and doing well. The farm closed to berry pickers Tuesday because they had sold out. There are other berry farms in the area, so to mix it up, Goss uses plastic beds to retain heat under the strawberries, helping them ripen sooner. They'll be doing plenty of ripening this week.
They'll just ripen overnight. And then if you don't get the crowds to come out during the day because it's too hot, then they go by real fast in this heat.
He'll need more customers braving the haze and fast. Over in Durham at Old Crow Ranch, things move at a slow pace. Because of the heat, Steve Sinisi got up early to move his cattle to a nice shady field where they'll graze comfortably, minus the flies, for the week. Now it's time to harvest hay for them.
It's drying down faster than we can bale it right now, because I don't want like dry hay.
It's all well and good until it isn't.
Farming's hard work on a perfect day. Throw in a 105-degree temperature in the cab of that tractor, and the hay baling machine breaks down in the middle of your run while you're trying to get the winter's worth of cow feed in the barn. Maybe that's why not everyone's cut out for it.
And yet, they'll manage the heat like they managed the endless rain last year, with the right mindset.
I do it because I love it, and I do it because I want my kids growing up this way, and it's what I want to do.
Our thanks to David Guildford for that report. The American bald eagle is the symbol of America, but in the 60s, the beloved bird was on the brink of extinction. Well, now, with its population no longer threatened, NBC News correspondent George Solis has the story of one very special eagle and his keeper, making sure that success story continues.
We're good. Go ahead and cue.
This is not something you see every day. You don't have to be an eagle-eyed viewer to see why.
Good job.
Up close and personal with an American bald eagle who seldom wings it. But remember, this is a wild animal.
He's taking his sweet old time today.
Meet Clark the eagle and his handler and longtime bestie of nearly 2 decades, Daniel Cohn.
You know where you're supposed to go, huh? Come here.
During our visit, the dynamic duo getting their reps in during test flights at North Carolina's High Point University ahead of their commencement. Familiar territory for the pair who've been coming here for the past decade, rain or shine.
And now, as we end the ceremony, Clark, the American eagle, will fly over your heads, graduates.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies.
As awe-inspiring and entertaining as it is, each flight delivers an important message.
This species is our national symbol, and we almost lost it.
The 21-year-old eagle is a conservation ambassador for the species, a job you could say he was hatched for.
Do you feel that the work that you've done with Clark has had a direct impact on that conservation?
Absolutely.
Clark, who is pure muscle, boasts an impressive 6-foot wingspan and stands at a little more than 2 feet tall. He's the offspring of one of 2 eagles that were given to President Ronald Reagan back in 1982. Reagan kept the raptors until he donated them. One went to the National Zoo in D.C. Clark's father, Captain, lived out the rest of his life at the World Bird Sanctuary just outside St. Louis as part of the effort to save the eagle. It's where an already bird-obsessed teenage Daniel first met Clark.
Is that a journey you could have imagined taking?
Conservation and working with birds wasn't just a passion, it was a calling. There is a different level of love in the trust that you have. Like, he trusts me and I trust him.
From volunteer to now serving as the assistant executive director of the sanctuary, both Clark and Daniel have been inseparable over the last 18 years.
He was 3, I was 13, and we kind of just grew up together. Now, I mean, Clark is a member of my family. He's very much family to me.
In 2007, 4 years after Clark was born, the American bald eagle was removed from the list of threatened and endangered species. There are now an estimated more than 300,000 bald eagles in the lower 48 states, and the two travel the country, turning heads as they share the eagle success story.
I've spent more nights in a hotel room with this bird than members of my own family.
What's that like?
He sits on a perch, falls asleep, or watches cartoons.
These are the photos to prove it. They are always happy to pose for photos with the TSA in public on their never-ending mission of conservation.
People wouldn't know that 20 minutes west of St. Louis City, there's an organization that is helping to save birds all around the world. If you lose the species, it's gone forever. There is no Jurassic Park to bring them back.
That resiliency and message of overcoming the odds is why High Point University, among others, remain drawn to Clark, Daniel, and the sanctuary.
You invite him back every year. Why?
High Point University gives you wings, your parents give you roots, and the combination of both is remarkably powerful, just like the eagle.
Forever soaring, and inspiring.
You can't look at this species and not see majesty.
George Solis, NBC News.
Coming up, the Eras Tour reaches a very special stop. We're in London ahead of Taylor Swift's 8 concerts there, how fans are gearing up for the gigs, and why the capital city means so much to the singer who we all know loves a London boy. That's next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy. Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Welcome back. As temperatures rise to dangerous levels across the country, it's also leading to a new warning for drivers of electric vehicles. A growing number of reports appear to show that because of scorching temperatures, people are having trouble simply getting into or out of their Teslas. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more on the potential safety issue, which many drivers may not know about.
Yeah, good morning, and it's been striking to hear from so many different drivers on this very same issue. One of them not mincing words in a public complaint, calling it a potential death trap after becoming locked inside their electric vehicle when they say the battery died. Now one firefighter is on a mission to educate as many people as they can on how they can help themselves if and when their power goes out.
With an estimated 3 million electric cars cruising on American roads, an urgent warning this morning following multiple reports of drivers getting stuck inside the vehicles or locked out of them if an onboard battery dies. Becky Liebau says she and her daughter were driving a rented Tesla when a 12-volt battery powering the car's electronics died, locking them inside. Unsure how to get out, they called a tow truck driver who didn't know either.
He had said he had never experienced that, and he wasn't sure how he was going to get us out.
Alice Moran says it happened to her, too, on a 97-degree day in Palm Springs.
If we had been on our way to Vegas, for example, that is a long, desolate stretch. And even if you call 911, we might have been dead by the time they got there.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration now urging the owners of electric vehicles to familiarize themselves with the vehicle's features, including the manual door release location, and immediately replace their 12-volt battery if they receive a low battery warning. Most electric vehicles have a main battery that powers the car and a smaller battery for onboard electronics, including the door release and windows. If that 12-volt battery dies, experts say neither will work.
So if the power goes out while you're inside, how do you get out? Well, in this Tesla, a Model 3, look to the armrest, find the unmarked latch, push up, and you're out. But if you're trying to get inside, that's a different issue.
Nobody's telling them about this.
Firefighter Paul Shoemaker now trains first responders on rescues specifically for electric vehicles due to the unique challenges they can pose.
It could be the difference between life and serious injury due to dehydration, or even death if it was something where it was like a drowning or a vehicle fire.
Since every electric car is slightly different, he says firefighters often end up breaking windows or tearing open doors to save those inside.
Now, we did reach out to Tesla. So far, we have not received an official response. But in the owner's manuals of the vehicles that we examined, they did have a clear indication of how you can manually open up that door. So make sure you check those out, because every model could be slightly different, not just for Teslas, but for all electric vehicles. We'll send it back to you.
Some good advice, Morgan. Thank you. The Eras Tour has arrived in London. Starting tonight, Taylor Swift is playing several sold-out dates in the UK capital, which, as fans know, is a city especially close to her heart. Crowds there have been lining up since yesterday. They do have tickets, right? The excitement is running high. NBC News international correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us from London's Wembley Stadium with more on the Taylor takeover. Megan, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Look, these fans have been waiting over a year for this moment. It's finally here. Are you guys excited? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Joe, just a little excited. Just a little excited. Look, they have painted London Taylor. Take a look for yourself here. You can see these steps are painted with her face, but this is just the start of what's expected to be an epic summer ahead.
We love Taylor! This morning, London is gearing up for Taylor Mania. Starting tonight, Taylor Swift playing a record 8 shows at the famous Wembley Stadium. And the fans, well, they're a little excited. While the Brits are stoked, Taylor's American fans do travel well. These devoted Swifties came all the way from LA.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how excited are you?
13.
Yeah, 13. Okay.
London hosting more performances than any other city in the world. And locals here think they own a piece of Taylor's heart. But is her connection to the city still intact after heartbreak with her so-called London boys? Swift living here part-time for 6 years while in a long-term relationship with British actor Joe Alwyn. Their breakup last year potentially influencing her latest record lyrics. Alwyn opening up for the first time about the relationship, telling the Sunday Times the difficulties that come with the end of a long, loving, fully committed relationship is a hard thing to navigate. But she left her mark in London through her music.
Camden Market is such a London staple.
You can find me in the pub.
What's more British than a pint? Yeah, thank you so much. In a pub. This is Taylor's favorite kebab shop. She comes in and she gets, thank you very much, a chicken kebab with extra garlic sauce and salad on top. The tour's UK shows expected to boost the economy to the tune of more than $1 billion. London is welcoming Taylor with open arms, with new murals and these just unveiled Swiftie steps.
I don't want to keep secrets just to keep you. The party here in London is just getting started.
Okay, Joe, so last week in Edinburgh at the concert there, the fans created seismic activity because they danced so hard. So I had a question for these guys. Can you top that?
Yeah!
Okay. Are you sure you can top that?
Yeah!
All right, Joe, I guess London's about to be rumbling here.
All right, get ready. Earthquake's coming. Megan, thank you so much. Enjoy the time there. All right, coming up, get ready to head out on the highway. We have all the entertainment you need to know about, from motorcycle movie The Bike Riders to a comedy about a 93-year-old vigilante. All that and more on your can't miss list coming up next.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me 40 bucks.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Top magnifier. We can zoom in. Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all of the wrinkles.
The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me 40 bucks.
That's a good idea.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammond with everything.
All right, it just did too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Finally, this hour, it is Friday, which means it's time for your weekly can't miss list to look at all the films and shows and all the stuff you need to see this weekend if you want to be in the know when you get back to work on Monday. Andrew Freund is a television host and pop culture expert. He joined us now with what you can't miss. All right, so let's start off in the movie theaters, the Bike Riders.
Yes.
You've got Austin Butler, who I met this week and is lovely. You've got Jodie Comer, Tom Hardy, and it's actually based on a book of photos. Is that right?
Yeah, it's based off this 1968 photo book about this outlaw motorcycle group in Chicago. And you know, this movie takes some twists and turns. Also, Jodie Comer's accent in this is...
I've heard.
Yes, and it's stirring up. People are like, that's not real. But it actually, if you hear the real woman it's based on, it is dead on. Her accent, Jodie Comer, congrats. Like, we could see her getting an award nomination for this performance. I thought her performance was really, really spectacular.
Oh, that's good to know. She's already got an Emmy and a Tony, I think, so
she can do no wrong.
Almost to the EGOT. All right, so let's swap motorbikes for a mobility scooter for our next movie.
Yes.
A 93-year-old vigilante named Thelma. Is that it?
Yeah, so, you know, when you think of action heroes, you think of Tom Cruise, you think of The Rock, and now you think of June Squibb. And basically, this movie came about because the director's grandmother was scammed. And so he was like, well, what if my grandmother got back? And cut to, he makes this movie starring June Squibb, and she goes on a mission to get her $10,000 back. And she did her own stunts in the film.
What?
Yes, and she's 94 years young. June Squibb, you go on with your bad self.
Oh my gosh, she's a national treasure, so
Yes.
I love that. All right, let's talk about the documentary that we've been talking about for a couple of weeks now. It's the one about Celine Dion capturing her journey over the last few years, her battle with stiff person syndrome. You've seen it. What were some of the biggest moments
So
in your
it's
mind?
fun. I've been thinking about this movie. I saw the film on Monday, and now what day is it? It's Friday.
It is Friday. I know, it feels...
I can't honestly get it out of my head. It is the most kind of raw, compelling documentary we've seen about a star of that caliber. And, you know, I don't know if you watched Hoda's interview, but one of the things Hoda talked about was there is a scene where you actually see Celine, an episode where Celine has a seizure.
Okay.
And the camera does not go off of her. And it's probably one of the hardest things I've ever seen on screen to watch. And she has been through hell, but you know what? You root for her.
Yeah.
I hope she has the biggest comeback.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
That she's sharing this this with people too and being so open about it. It's pretty incredible.
Incredible. No makeup, and it's her raw, trying to get her voice back, trying to get her life back.
We can only hope that she does. I've interviewed her before. She's absolutely lovely, too.
Yeah.
All right, this week we celebrated Juneteenth, and Netflix released a documentary about the history of the first black Barbie doll, which actually wasn't released until 1980.
I know, right?
We've been talking so much about Barbie over the last year. This is an important story.
Yeah, when I heard about this, I was shocked. It's produced by Shonda Land. Shonda Rhimes is a huge Barbie fan, but the documentary is really about 3 black women that worked at Mattel that really spearheaded in getting black Barbie to the market in 1980. There's also interviews with Gabourey Sidibe, but it's really a documentary about race, about identity, and about feeling valued, and it's fascinating.
All right, let's talk about a new special from HBO. It's streaming on Max. The full title is Slave Play, Not a Movie, a Play. This goes behind the scenes and digs into this play that was produced on Broadway a few years ago. It was a big thing. It was a little controversial. Yeah. Everyone wanted to see it. What should we know about this?
Yeah, so this was the second most nominated play in history, and this documentary is about the director going back and teaching new actors how to kind of be in the play. But of course, the play is very provocative. It did very well. I have not seen it yet, but I'm dying to see it, and I looked this up, and the play is about, and I quote, 3 interracial couples undergoing antebellum sexual performance therapy.
Got it.
So
I haven't seen it yet either.
Yeah.
It was kind of before I moved to New York, but I always heard so much talk about it. So a different way to check it out. All right.
Yes.
Andrew Freund, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us and walking us through all these things that you need to watch this weekend. All of it. It's hot. Just stay indoors and watch everything. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stick with us. The news continues right now. We have breaking news from the Supreme Court this morning. The justices have upheld a federal law that keeps guns out of the hands of domestic abusers, specifically those with restraining orders against them. It was an 8-1 ruling. Justice Clarence Thomas was the only dissenting vote. The case was brought before the court by a Texas man named Zachary Rahimi, who was accused of hitting his girlfriend during an argument and later threatening to shoot her. His partner then obtained a restraining order against him. Now, he argued the government violated his Second Amendment rights by banning him from purchasing a gun because of that restraining order. As part of his opinion, Chief Justice John Roberts wrote, an individual found by a court to pose a credible threat to the physical safety of another may be temporarily disarmed consistent with the Second Amendment. This ruling marks the first major Second Amendment decision since the conservative-led court expanded gun rights 2 years ago. We have our team standing by to help break down this opinion. Joining us, NBC's Julia Ainsley, who's outside the Supreme Court, and NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella. Julia, let's start with you. Tell us what this ruling will mean now for gun owners, and just how significant is this 8-1 ruling in this case?
Yeah, Joe, so anyone who's ever been a victim of domestic abuse would obviously breathe a sigh of relief after this ruling, knowing that the Supreme Court does now put checks and would not disband those checks that keep guns out of the hands of people who have restraining orders because of domestic abuse. But legally, it carries a lot of weight, too, and I'm going to tell you why. There was a concern that because this court has become so conservative, there was a thinking that maybe they would then take that 2022 ruling where it said that the Second Amendment could be broadened to a much broader scope, saying that even if there was a weapon or something that wasn't around when the Second Amendment was written, that historically it could still be applied and allow gun ownership to remain very strong, even in certain circumstances. They were worried that they could broaden that out, and that would mean that they would block any prohibitions on domestic violence abusers and people who had temporary restraining orders from being able to get guns. And there was another case, too. They were worried that drug users would then be able to hold guns as well. As you know, if that rings a bell, it's because we talked about that a lot in the Hunter Biden case. And in fact, Hunter Biden's lawyers argued in that case in Delaware that they wanted to wait until this decision and this case from the Supreme Court for the judge to rule on whether or not Hunter Biden should have been in possession of a firearm when he had a drug issue. Now, because of the way the court ruled today, even if the judge had allowed them to wait for the Supreme Court decision, Biden would not not be able to go down that road, because it's looking like, from the way the court ruled in this decision, it could have implications where they say, yes, we did rule in 2022 that the scope of the Second Amendment is broad, but that it should not apply to people who shouldn't have guns, meaning domestic abusers and perhaps people who have drug problems as well.
So, Angela, let's bring you in here. Many gun rights activists say that many existing gun restrictions are not anchored in historical tradition. Should anyone think here the conservative majority is rethinking its stance on guns based on the ruling in this case, or did this seem like something pretty specific?
I wouldn't say rethinking, but I would say clarifying. So I do think that Julia really laid it out so well. This entire ruling is based in the 2022 Bruen ruling. And at that point, the Supreme Court overturned a New York State gun law, claiming that it was unconstitutional. But with regards to history, at that point, Thomas had opined that it had to be rooted in this historical tradition, basically going back to the beginning of our country. Now, with this clarification, Roberts says that many courts have actually misunderstood the methodology of the Second Amendment recent case. And instead, it doesn't have to have a historical twin in the founding of our country, but it just has to be consistent with the spirit. And so in this case, they decided that any credible threat to the physical safety of a human has been consistent in terms of a restriction of any sort of weaponization or arming of an American since our founding of our country. And so in that case, they were willing to uphold it at this time, Joe.
Julia, is this just the beginning of gun cases like this that will be coming before the Supreme Court in the wake of that decision 2 years ago, or are there not going to be many cases coming before them?
Well, it'll be interesting to see the way people read the tea leaves here, because as we're pointing out, this could have implications that mean anyone who wanted to strike down other rules that could prohibit guns from falling into the hands of other people who might pose a threat. We mentioned drug users as well. It could be they read the tea leaves here and think, you know what, we're not going to get the decision we want from the Supreme Court. Although they appeared to expand the scope of their interpretation of the Second Amendment in 2022, it's clear that they still want to uphold prohibitions that keep guns out of the hands of people who could be more harmful than others. And so it could be that we actually have fewer gun cases based on this decision today, but you know, there could still be some that people may try.
Angela, for those who are looking at the Supreme Court right now, seeing these decisions over the last couple of years and trying to figure out where they really stand when it comes to gun rights, how do you sum it up right now?
You know, I think that this 2022 case really worried a lot of people. And I think in this exact decision, they really rolled themselves back and showed a level of compromise and showed a level of almost midline reasonability, which really sets a standard moving forward that neither side can guarantee what the future of gun rights would be in this country. It almost brought a sense of balance back from their 2022 decision. So I think in terms of reading the tea leaves for how they will act in the future, I think it's wide open, Joe.
All right, Julia, Ainsley, Angeles, and Adela, thank you both. Again, the Supreme Court today upholding a federal law that prohibits people subjected to domestic violence restraining orders from having firearms, really taking a step back from its recent endorsement of a broad right to possess a gun. It was an 8-1 decision, the only dissenting opinion coming from Justice Clarence Thomas. We will have more throughout the day here on NBC News Now. On the East Coast, an unrelenting heat wave is putting tens of millions under heat alerts today. Dozens of cities are on track to shatter heat records over the weekend. Well, out west, emergency crews are battling deadly wildfires and flash flooding in New Mexico. It's a weather whiplash that prompted President Biden to make a disaster declaration in southern parts of that state. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the latest.
Hey there, millions are bracing for yet another scorcher. Folks will be heading out to beaches like this one to try to beat the heat. So far this year, more than 12,000 record highs have been recorded at weather stations across the country, and the summer has just begun. It's the first full day of summer with extreme weather from coast to coast.
I don't even have words for it. It's that hot.
From tropical storm flooding in Texas to deadly and devastating wildfires out west and sweltering record-breaking heat in the Northeast. Just outside New York City, a double commuter headache on the roads and rails. On Thursday, the heat fueling a brush fire, triggering a massive traffic jam on I-95, and power outages forcing the suspension of Amtrak and local train service, causing a ripple effect of delays and cancellations on the busy Northeast corridor.
I am exhausted. It is hot. I can't do it anymore.
In the city's streets, doubling as splash parks with the help of fire hydrants turned sprinklers. Across the tri-state area, power grids being pushed to the brink by the increased demand for AC. Further north in states like Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Vermont, where searing heat is unusual, many people don't have air conditioning at all.
Everybody asks if we have AC. We do not.
One Massachusetts district ended the school early so that kids and teachers could avoid sweltering classrooms.
Brutal. Very, very hot. I feel bad for the kids who have to walk in it, too.
Across the country in New Mexico, a major disaster has been declared after a deadly wildfire devastated communities, destroying hundreds of homes and forcing thousands to flee. Crews nowhere near containing that blaze. Meanwhile, parts of the Texas coast are still dealing with extreme flooding, even though Tropical Storm Alberto is long gone.
I didn't actually think it was going to happen 2 days back to back. It receded yesterday pretty good, and this morning we woke up, but we were completely covered again.
And it looks like it's only going to get worse. Experts are now predicting above average temps for the entire nation for the month of July. They're pointing to climate change as the culprit. Back to you.
All right, Erin, thank you so much. As she mentioned, crews are working around the clock to contain 2 deadly wildfires in New Mexico. Those efforts being complicated now by heavy rain and flash flooding, especially in the mountain village of Ruidoso, which is located between those 2 fires. Joining me now is the mayor of Ruidoso, Lynn Crawford. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for your time. I know this is an incredibly busy time for you. You said these fires, which reached your village earlier this week, have wiped out entire communities. Now you have this heavy rain coming in on Wednesday, triggering flash flooding. First and foremost, how is your community doing right now? Can you even get in there to see the extent of the damage?
Well, we just have our, local infrastructure folks that are working here, essentials. Of course, we have a lot of police presence, military, National Guard, people like that. But as far as residents, they're still evacuated to the surrounding local communities. And in fact, as far as Texas, it's very dangerous to get in right now. We still are actively fighting the fire. We have more firefighters arriving daily. And now then we are staging for the flooding that is predicted to come, which is going to be massive from all the radars and meteorologists, all the people that we have here, what they're showing us on radar. So we've got a lot of heavy equipment in from the National Guard, from the Department of Transportation, our own equipment, contractors that are staged just outside of the area so that they can be brought in immediately. We're just going to try to protect the homes that we have, the bridges that are still here. But it's predicted that over the next 2 or 3 days that we should probably lose a few of the bridges. And for a small community of around 10,000 people, we've got a lot of work ahead of us. We're a tourist community, so this is the height of our season, and this is very, very rough on our businesses and our citizens, to say the very least.
What is your biggest concern right now?
The biggest concern is that, we still have a lot of homes here, a lot of things to protect, that we protect those, and that we do not have any more loss of life. We have had some. And we just want our citizens, and that's who I'd like to speak to. I know your listeners all across the country, we're receiving a lot of donations, food, prayers, things of that nature, but specifically to the folks of Ruidoso that are displaced right now. Trust us, we're working hard to protect what we have. We've got the experts in, and I'm reminded all the time, I didn't get any smarter when I got elected to mayor. So we brought in the experts and our local people here that are trained in wildland fire. They are the experts, and that's who we're listening to.
Do you worry that there are people who haven't evacuated at all?
Absolutely, and we're trying to make sure that those people are aware of the situation, because we've had our partners with AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, others that have come in and put up these mobile towers so that we're able to get some signal here for cell phone, because the fire took out a lot of our electricity and infrastructure. So we've had our local electrical co-op here, P&M, has been out working along with our natural gas provider, ZIA. to make sure that the areas are safe, but we've got to bring in search and rescue teams to search for those that didn't make it out.
The fires are devastating enough, but then you add this flash flooding on top of that. I realize people might think, oh, rain, water, that's going to help, but that's certainly not the case. How is this impacting the fight?
Well, it could make it very treacherous for the firefighters on the ground, depending on where the rain falls. We're hoping that it doesn't fall directly heavily on the burn scar, because what that'll do is it'll just make it that much more difficult for the firefighters on the ground. It'll make it more unsafe for them, and their safety is, on the tip of our tongue. We're always talking about it and planning for their safety. It's a very difficult situation, and some people just don't understand how flash floods work. But the ground, after it's been burned with the ash, is hydrophobic, so it's not taking on any water. It just picks up logs and debris and builds a big wall of material that moves down the water column. And that's another issue. We're very concerned about our watershed and our drinking water. Currently, we're all secure. We have a lot of water that is stored in storage containers throughout the community. Our wastewater treatment plant is secure. We have backup generators in the event that we lose additional power. We want to prevent another disaster if the plant was taken over by the flood.
Certainly don't want a horrible situation to grow even worse. Mayor Lynn Crawford, we appreciate your time this morning. We are thinking of you and your community.
Thank you so much for having us.
Let's get to NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman for more on what we can expect this weekend. She has the forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And unfortunately, we're going to expect more of the same. We are looking at the chance for really dangerous temperatures continuing throughout the weekend into early next week. And then the projection for July looks to be above normal as well. So there's that intense heat once again in the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, the Northeast, and then extending into the Mid-Atlantic. The good news is northern New England getting a little reprieve today. You can see that line there with the blue and the red. That is a front that's situated. So north of that, we are much cooler. So a little bit of a break for them as we had heat indices in the triple digits in Bangor, Maine the past couple of days. Better today. We're looking at flooding and stormy conditions in portions of the northern plains into the upper Midwest. We're upper Mississippi Valley too. We're looking at the chance for some flash flooding there as well. So do be careful on this Friday. A flood threat throughout the Southwest into portions of the Intermountain West. And we're also looking at tropical showers throughout Florida. That's due to a disturbance right off the coast and then another disturbance in the Gulf. So we're going to add to the rainfall in parts of Texas once again. Then as we near tomorrow, the big story remains the summer scorcher throughout portions of the Mid-Atlantic into parts of the Northeast and also New England. Notice that green in parts of the Northeast, so we're expecting some showers as well. Some could be heavy in New England where you're seeing that yellow there with some thunderstorms. Severe storms are likely once again in the Great Lakes, the upper Midwest. Could see additional flash flooding there as well. And then you see that green still in Florida, still in southern Texas, and that's where we're expecting that disturbance to still bring some rain. There are two different disturbances off into the Atlantic and also the Gulf. The West is heating up as well. So we're looking at 92 million Americans across the country under heat alerts and 64 million in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic and also the Great Lakes. More record highs on Sunday. Plenty of sunshine throughout the northern plains, the central plains, the Midwest. So we're going to dry it out there, which is good news. Rainy still for southern Texas, also through Florida. So it's going to be a wet weekend in those spots. Let's sprinkle in a little bit of good news here because I know the weather's been a little daunting lately. We're looking at really nice conditions, a little bit warm for the PGA Championships. This is Sammamish, Washington. We're looking at 86 degrees today. Bright sunshine, sun and clouds on Saturday. Sunday, look at that, nice and cool at 66 degrees. Also looking at a few showers, but we're not expecting heavy rain. Speaking of the heat, 64 million Americans in the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, the Mid-Atlantic, also the Northeast under heat alerts because we're going to see those temperatures soaring once again into the 90s, into the triple digits by tomorrow for some spots. 96 degrees today in Evansville. You factor in that humidity, it's going to feel warmer than that. We're going to get close to record-breaking temperatures once again. We've already broken so many records. We're going to break monthly records as well. Also nighttime lows, daytime highs. That will be the same story as we go throughout tomorrow. 99 degrees in Washington. The record there is 101. Richmond, same story, right around the triple digits. We could certainly get to the triple-digit mark there, but we're forecasting 99. 96 in Peoria, and we're also looking at Peoria Peoria, and also looking at Chicago, really warm day there. We are trending cooler in quotes because it's still going to be really warm in New York City as we near Tuesday, but Sunday is going to be warm. Monday, 90 degrees. D.C., 99 on Sunday, Monday, 94, and Tuesday on 94 degrees, too. So, Joe, we need to be careful over the next several days. We are looking at dangerous heat continuing through the weekend and throughout the beginning of next week. Back to you.
Cooling down to 94 is still pretty hot.
Quotes.
All right. Michelle, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Agreed.
The Biden administration is once again clashing with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, this time over aid shipments for the country's war with Hamas. White House officials are denying they paused shipments after Netanyahu released a video accusing the U.S. of withholding weapons in recent months. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest on this. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So what we're seeing, actually, Benjamin Netanyahu has commented on this once again. He made some comments that were published today based on an interview with Punchbowl News, in which he said that he was grateful for President Biden's support, but that there were some outstanding supply issues that have not yet been resolved.
American officials firing back as the diplomatic dispute between the Biden administration and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu continues.
I didn't know what the Prime Minister was talking about or what he was trying to accomplish, and I'm happy to make the record clear.
White House officials still visibly annoyed by a video released by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu on Tuesday, scolding the administration for what he said were delays in American weapons deliveries.
It's inconceivable that in the past few months, the administration has been withholding weapons.
Netanyahu's still not backing down, this time writing on X, formerly known as Twitter, "I'm willing to absorb personal attacks if that's what it takes for Israel to get the arms and ammunition it needs in its war for survival." But Netanyahu faces his fiercest resistance at home, where families of dozens of hostages still being held in the Gaza Strip are raising pressure with a week of protests. One of them, Naama Levy, will celebrate her 20th birthday tomorrow in captivity. This year, her brother's wishes for her birthday are modest.
The most basic needs, like she would have something to eat on her birthday, that maybe she has a friend or two around her.
Images of Naama, bruised and bloody, have made her a symbol of the horrors young women have endured at the hands of Hamas. A symbol that's difficult for Amit to watch.
I woke up this morning, and I don't know how she woke up. I don't know if she even slept. I don't know what maybe these awful human beings that did awful things might still be doing these awful things. And sometimes it's really hard for me to breathe.
And, Joe, there's also new information saying that American aid may be reaching Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. The U.S. military announced yesterday that floating pier has now been reattached to the beach in the Gaza Strip and that aid is already being transferred. Joe?
All right, Matt, thank you so much. In the race for the White House, we are now less than a week away from the first presidential debate. But in our fast-paced social media culture, both the Biden and Trump campaigns are escalating their battles online, including using something the Biden team is calling cheap fakes. And for the first time, we're hearing former President Trump acknowledge he lost the 2020 election. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is here with all of the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Good morning. President Biden is at Camp David for the next few days to prep for that debate. But the first round is already being fought online, with both campaigns getting more aggressive, trying to shape the narrative.
This morning, the stage is set for next week's crucial debate. President Biden winning a coin toss, picking the lectern on the right side of the stage. Former President Trump will deliver the night's final closing statement. But ahead of the first 2024 debate, for the first time, Mr. Trump, in an interview for a new book, appeared to briefly acknowledge he lost the 2020 election when asked about his relationship to Geraldo Rivera.
And are you guys still close, or are you no longer?
No, I don't think so. He is... After I lost the election, I won the election, but when they said we won, he called me up 3 or 4 times.
Now, with their face-to-face meeting days away, the Biden campaign is accusing the Trump team of using, quote, cheap fakes.
What is a cheap fake?
Cheap fakes are these, deceptively edited videos, and they're a huge part of Donald Trump's campaign strategy.
At last week's G7 summit in Italy, this camera angle appeared to show President Biden wandering off before being pulled back to the group by the Italian Prime Minister. In reality, another angle showed the president was actually trying to greet skydivers who just finished a demonstration. But the Republican National Committee and conservative media quickly amplified the first angle, falsely claiming the president was confused.
These deceptive videos are out here because Donald Trump is desperate to distract from his unpopular agenda.
Still, it's among a string of clips some Republicans say raises concerns about President Biden's age and ability. This video shows President Biden standing still for several seconds on stage at a Hollywood fundraiser until former President Obama leads him off stage. In another, he also stands still as people dance around him during a Juneteenth celebration. The White House says the president did not freeze in these incidents, but was simply enjoying the moment. The Trump campaign insists the clips are not misleading.
The Biden campaign is trying to convince the American public not to believe their own eyes. We are simply posting these videos for the world to see and to come to their own conclusion.
The race for campaign cash is also heating up. Businessman Timothy Mellon gave a super PAC backing Mr. Trump $50 million, one of the largest contributions in history. The date of the contribution was the day of Mr. Trump's conviction in New York. Meanwhile, billionaire Michael Bloomberg gave about $20 million to groups backing President Biden, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. And you can watch the presidential debate hosted by CNN right here on NBC News Now next Thursday night. Coming up, celebrating a remarkable career. We're going to take a look back at the life and legacy of iconic film star Donald Sutherland, who passed away yesterday at the age of 88. How his son Kiefer is paying tribute next.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the banner commemorative.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good morning. We're coming on the air with breaking news, a major decision from the Supreme Court that could have larger implications on gun laws nationwide. The justices have ruled that people who are under domestic violence restraining orders cannot possess a firearm. The ruling upholds at least some limits on who can own a weapon. I want to go right to correspondent Laura Jarrett right now to explain. You've read through this decision. What exactly does it mean?
Yes, Lester, this is a major victory for the federal government that wanted to make sure that people who had been deemed dangerous because they had domestic violence restraining orders cannot possess firearms. There have been a slew of different lawsuits and examinations of the exact parameters of this federal law. The Fifth Circuit had tried to strike it down, but today the Supreme Court, by a division of 8-1, saying no, this federal law can stand. And I want to read a key portion of the decision where the Chief Justice explains the reasoning here. He says, when a restraining order contains a finding that an individual poses a credible threat to the physical safety of an intimate partner, that individual may, consistent with the Second Amendment, be banned from possessing firearms while that order is in effect. This had really been an examination, Lester, of a decision just 2 years ago where the Supreme Court gave sort of a redefining of the Second Amendment and the rights of individuals to possess firearms in public. And since that decision, Lester, there's been sort of a cottage industry of different courts grappling with what are those limits, what does it look like, how are we supposed to interpret history and tradition consistent with the Second Amendment. And today the High Court is saying, and we're going to work through the reasoning, but today the High Court is saying there are limits and that if someone is dangerous and has been deemed dangerous, they cannot possess a firearm. So again, a major victory for the federal government and the Biden administration.
All right, legal analyst Danny Savalos also here with us. What's the wider impact of this ruling?
The wider impact is that this is yet another in a series of very rare decisions by the Supreme Court on the Second Amendment at all. There are only a handful in the last 50 years. And recent decisions had said that the government can disarm people under the Second Amendment if they are not law-abiding and not responsible. The government here argued that that not responsible prong included people who are dangerous. And it's important to note that this doesn't apply to all domestic violence orders. Very specific domestic violence orders where there's a hearing and specific findings that someone is essentially a dangerous person. So the court looked back at historical precedent from the 1700s and 1800s and found analogs, similar laws where people who posed a threat for some reason or another were disarmed. And that gave them the historical basis under the new framework, the new guidance from the court, to conclude that the Second Amendment allowed this federal law, which disarms a number of different people. It's really important to note, Lester, this is just one subsection of many subsections of a federal disarmament law. And it's interesting because other parts of this law continue to be litigated, including in front of the Supreme Court, felon in possession and some of the other subsections. So this is just one prong of a law that is very much under attack.
All right, Danny, I'll ask you to stand by for more on the politics of all this. Let's bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Hallie, how will this be read in political circles?
Well, Lester, to be honest, based on what we know from the ruling so far, it upholds what is essentially the status quo here. After the Supreme Court had strengthened gun rights essentially within the last 18 months or so, this is a ruling that is obviously significant, a big win for the Biden administration. Politically, however, it is a real question as to whether it actually animates anybody where I'm sitting here in Washington. I will tell you that to the immense frustration of many Democrats who want to see further restrictions on gun laws, President Biden has repeatedly called for more restrictions on gun laws. There is not much of an animating force in Congress to do much about it, especially not in an election year. It is simply not seen as one of the bigger issues right now that has any chance of working through Congress. That has been the case even after a series of mass shootings in this country, Lester. Again, Democrats have been very vocal about wanting to see more done on this. So politically, not much of a jump ball here, but we're going to see how the Biden administration reacts to this significant ruling, Lester.
All right, Hallie, thank you. Our senior White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, joins us now. Gabe, has the White House responded to this ruling yet?
Hi there, Lester. Well, we're awaiting a statement from the White House any moment now, but so far we have not heard directly from White House officials on this ruling that just happened moments ago. But as Hallie was mentioning, Lester, this will be considered a major win for the Biden administration. It was back in 2022, just after the Uvalde shooting, that President Biden signed the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and that law broadened some gun restrictions, again, shortly after the Uvalde shooting, and it closed the so-called boy boyfriend loophole, which some critics had said was a loophole that allowed dating partners, not just spouses, to be able to acquire guns even though they may have been convicted of domestic abuse. So again, this, as Hallie was alluding to, this will be considered a win for the Biden administration, which has suggested that more gun restrictions are needed in order to keep communities safe. But Lester, we are awaiting any formal comment from the White House any moment now.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thanks. Let's go back to senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. You've been poring over this. What else stands out?
Yeah, it's interesting. The Chief Justice is really trying to give some guidance to lower courts here that have been grappling with how to read that decision back from 2022 that we've been talking about. And they say here the Second Amendment permits more than just those regulations identical to ones that could be found in 1791. So in other words, you don't have to look back to the finding only to decide whether or not this type of regulation is legal. They say holding otherwise would be as mistaken as applying the protections of the right only to muskets and sabers. So essentially recognizing this is not 1791, this is 2024, and there are some limits, again, on who can possess a firearm in this country.
And Danny, you had mentioned the court has not really delved into the Second Amendment much, but we saw the bump stock ruling last week, not a Second Amendment case, and not inconsistent then.
Not inconsistent. In fact, the bump stock decision had nothing at all to do with the Second Amendment. It was a statutory reading of a law defining whether or not a trigger pull or a trigger function defines a gun as a machine gun. So the Second Amendment in this case, the litigation is ongoing. There's another case called Range that is coming before the court on the felon in possession statute. Just to give you an idea, statistically, this subsection, the domestic violence subsection of 922 of the gun statute, is almost never prosecuted. Far more significant will be when Range, the felon in possession, when that comes before the court, and it is coming before the court because that is the one that the government prosecutes all the time in comparison to this one.
All right, Danny and Laura, thanks to you both. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and I'll have a full wrap-up tonight on NBC Nightly News. We're going to return most of you to the Today Show. I'm Lester Holt, NBC News, New York. Good day.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Tap magnifier. We can zoom in. Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all the wrinkles. The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As parts of the country deal with the scorching heat, 2024 is already set to possibly outpace last year when it comes to the price of recovering from natural disasters. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns takes a look at the strain not just on homeowners and their budgets, but on the government as well.
Should we get away from the windows?
Tornado outbreaks hitting states like Florida and Nebraska this spring.
We looked over to the northwest and the whole neighborhood's gone.
Wildfires in California and New Mexico. And now, an early season tropical storm, bringing heavy rain to Mexico and Texas.
And rain poured in practically all night.
Intense weather around the country wreaking financial havoc. Already costing more than $25 billion this year through mid-May, NOAA says. Not even halfway through the year, the data from the weather agency shows the country might be on track to match or even pass the cost of 28 individual billion-dollar weather disasters last year, with the most expensive season still to come.
That's the story of the summer of 2024, is we're seeing extreme weather in areas that are not used to it.
There's worry FEMA could run out of money by the end of the summer. Something former FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate says is not likely, although the hot weather could drain more taxpayer money. FEMA tells us in a statement it continues to work to ensure sufficient funding and support life-saving and life-sustaining activities.
FEMA's having to go back to Congress for additional appropriations, but we're also now seeing gaps that the program cannot address. The insurance model is breaking down. Increasingly, insurance is becoming unavailable or unaffordable.
And that can hit homeowners hard. Insurance prices spiking. faster than inflation overall in the last few years, soaring an estimated 20% from 2021 to 2023 due to climate catastrophes. And in fire and flood-prone areas like California, Louisiana, and Florida, some insurers are even pulling out, leaving homeowners with limited and costly options.
I think this increase in premiums is inevitable, right? Insurance companies have to make money. Some places are just in areas where the risk is growing quickly.
Our thanks to Bill Cairns for that report. Now, while many of us are opting to remain indoors to deal with this current heat wave sweeping the country, farmers do need to work outside. In Maine, many farm industries have been preparing for the unusually high temps. NBC News reporter David Guildford from our affiliate station in Portland, Maine, visited 2 farms to see how they're managing the heat.
We can go to the strawberries, we got the blueberries.
At Gossberry Farm in Mechanic Falls, Mike Goss has ways to keep the birds out of the merchandise.
And they were wondering if we're down here shooting stuff. It's like, oh no, that's my bird cannon. Oh, here we go.
But there's little escaping the heat.
I mean, if it was like gonna be more than like a week of this, then might be a little more concerned, but.
He's optimistic and doing well. The farm closed to berry pickers Tuesday because they had sold out. There are other berry farms in the area, so to mix it up, Goss uses plastic beds to retain heat under the strawberries, helping them ripen sooner. They'll be doing plenty of ripening this week.
They'll just ripen overnight. And then if you don't get the crowds to come out during the day because it's too hot, then they go by real fast in this heat.
He'll need more customers braving the haze and fast. Over in Durham at Old Crow Ranch, things move at a slow pace. Because of the heat, Steve Sinisi got up early to move his cattle to a nice shady field where they'll graze comfortably, minus the flies, for the week. Now it's time to harvest hay for them.
It's drying down faster than we can bale it right now, because I don't want like dry hay.
It's all well and good until it isn't.
Farming's hard work on a perfect day. Throw in a 105-degree temperature in the cab of that tractor, and the hay baling machine breaks down in the middle of your run while you're trying to get the winter's worth of cow feed in the barn. Maybe that's why not everyone's cut out for it.
And yet, they'll manage the heat like they managed the endless rain last year, with the right mindset.
I do it because I love it, and I do it because I want my kids growing up this way, and it's what I want to do.
Our thanks to David Guildford for that report. The American bald eagle is the symbol of America, but in the 60s, the beloved bird was on the brink of extinction. Well, now, with its population no longer threatened, NBC News correspondent George Solis has the story of one very special eagle and his keeper, making sure that success story continues.
We're good. Go ahead and cue.
This is not something you see every day. And you don't have to be an eagle-eyed viewer to see why.
Good job.
Up close and personal with an American bald eagle who seldom wings it. But remember, this is a wild animal.
He's taking his sweet old time today.
Meet Clark the eagle and his handler and longtime bestie of nearly 2 decades, Daniel Cohn.
You know where you're supposed to go, huh? Yeah.
During our visit, the dynamic duo getting their reps in during test flights at North Carolina's High Point University ahead of their commencement. Familiar territory for the pair who've been coming here for the past decade, rain or shine.
And now, as we end the ceremony, Clark, the American eagle, will fly over your heads, graduates.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies.
As awe-inspiring and entertaining as it is, each flight delivers an important message.
This species is our national symbol, and we almost lost it.
The 21-year-old eagle is a conservation ambassador for the species, a job you could say he was hatched for.
Do you feel that the work that you've done with Clark has had a direct impact on that conservation?
Absolutely.
Clark, who is pure muscle, boasts an impressive 6-foot wingspan and stands at a little more than 2 feet tall. He's the offspring of one of 2 eagles that were given to President Ronald Reagan back in 1982. Reagan kept the raptors until he donated them. One went to the National Zoo in D.C. Clark's father, Captain, lived out the rest of his life at the World Bird Sanctuary just outside St. Louis as part of the effort to save the eagle. It's where an already bird-obsessed teenage Daniel first met Clark.
Is that a journey you could have imagined taking?
Conservation and working with birds wasn't just a passion, it was a calling. There is a different level of love in the trust that you have. Like, he trusts me and I trust him.
From volunteer to now serving as the assistant executive director of the sanctuary, both Clark and Daniel have been inseparable over the last 18 years.
He was 3, I was 13, and we kind of just grew up together. Now, I mean, Clark is a member of my family. He's very much family to me.
In 2007, 4 years after Clark was born, the American bald eagle was removed from the list of threatened and endangered species. There are now an estimated more than 300,000 bald eagles in the lower 48 states, and the two travel the country, turning heads as they share the eagle success story.
I've spent more nights in a hotel room with this bird than members of my own family.
What's that like?
He sits on a perch, falls asleep, or watches cartoons.
Cartoons.
These are the photos to prove it. They are always happy to pose for photos with the TSA in public on their never-ending mission of conservation.
People wouldn't know that 20 minutes west of St. Louis City, there's an organization that is helping to save birds all around the world. If you lose the species, it's gone forever. There is no Jurassic Park to bring them back.
That resiliency and message of overcoming the odds is why High Point University, among others, remain drawn to Clark, Daniel, and the sanctuary.
You invite him back every year. Why?
High Point University gives you wings, your parents give you roots, and the combination of both is remarkably powerful, just like the eagle.
Forever soaring and inspiring.
You can't look at this species and not see majesty.
George Solis, NBC News.
Coming up, the Eras Tour reaches a very special stop. We're in London ahead of Taylor Swift's 8 concerts there, how fans are gearing up for the gigs, and why the capital city means so much to the singer who we all know loves a London boy. That's next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now. We're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As temperatures rise to dangerous levels across the country, it's also leading to a new warning for drivers of electric vehicles. A growing number of reports appear to show that because of scorching temperatures, people are having trouble simply getting into or out of their Teslas. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more on the potential safety issue, which many drivers may not know about.
Yeah, good morning, and it's been striking to hear from so many different drivers on this very same issue. One of them not mincing words in a public complaint, calling it a potential death trap after becoming locked inside their electric vehicle when they say the battery died. Now one firefighter is on a mission to educate as many people as they can on how they can help themselves if and when their power goes out.
With an estimated 3 million electric cars cruising on American roads, an urgent warning this morning following multiple reports of drivers getting stuck inside the vehicles or locked out of them if an onboard battery dies. Becky Liebau says she and her daughter were driving a rented Tesla when a 12-volt battery powering the car's electronics died, locking them inside. Unsure how to get out, they called a tow truck driver who didn't know either.
He had said he had never experienced that, and he wasn't sure how he was going to get us out.
Alice Moran says it happened to her, too, on a 97-degree day in Palm Springs.
If we had been on our way to Vegas, for example, that is a long, desolate stretch. And even if you call 911, we might have been dead by the time they got there.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration now urging the owners of electric vehicles to familiarize themselves with the vehicle's features, including the manual door release location, and immediately replace their 12-volt battery if they receive a low battery warning. Most electric vehicles have a main battery that powers the car and a smaller battery for onboard electronics, including the door release and windows. If that 12-volt battery dies, experts say neither will work.
So if the power goes out while you're inside, how do you get out? Well, in this Tesla, a Model 3, look to the armrest, find the unmarked latch, push up, and you're out. But if you're trying to get inside, that's a different issue.
Nobody's telling them about this.
Firefighter Paul Shoemaker now trains first responders on rescues specifically for electric vehicles due to the unique challenges they can pose.
It could be the difference between life and serious injury due to dehydration, or even death if it was something where it was like a drowning or a vehicle fire.
Since every electric car is slightly different, he says firefighters often end up breaking windows or tearing open doors to save those inside.
Now, we did reach out to Tesla. So far, we have not received an official response, but in the owner's manuals of the vehicles that we examined, they did have a clear indication of how you can manually open up that door. So make sure you check those out, because every model could be slightly different, not just for Teslas, but for all electric vehicles. We'll send it back to you.
Some good advice, Morgan. Thank you. The Eras Tour has arrived in London. Starting tonight, Taylor Swift is playing several sold-out dates in the UK capital, which, as fans know, is a city especially close to her heart. Crowds there have been lining up since yesterday. They do have tickets, right? The excitement is running high. NBC News international correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us from London's Wembley Stadium with more on the Taylor takeover. Megan, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Look, these fans have been waiting over a year for this moment. It's finally here. Are you guys excited? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Joe, just a little excited. Just a little excited. Look, they have painted London Taylor. Take a look for yourself here. You can see these steps are painted with her face, but this is just the start of what's expected to be an epic summer ahead.
We love Taylor! This morning, London is gearing up for Taylor Mania. Starting tonight, Taylor Swift playing a record 8 shows at the famous Wembley Stadium. And the fans, well, they're a little excited. While the Brits are stoked, Taylor's American fans do travel well. These devoted Swifties came all the way from LA.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how excited are you?
13.
Yeah. 13? Okay.
London hosting more performances than any other city in the world. And locals here think they own a piece of Taylor's heart. But is her connection to the city still intact after heartbreak with her so-called London boys? Swift living here part-time for 6 years while in a long-term relationship with British actor Joe Alwyn. Their breakup last year potentially influencing her latest record lyrics. Alwyn opening up for the first time about the relationship, telling the Sunday Times the difficulties that come with the end of a long, loving, fully committed relationship is a hard thing to navigate. But she left her mark in London through her music.
Camden Market is such a London staple. You can find me in the pub. What's more British than a pint? Yeah, thank you so much. In a pub.
This is Taylor's favorite kebab shop. She comes in and she gets, thank you very much, a chicken kebab with extra garlic sauce and salad on top. The tour's UK shows expected to boost the economy to the tune of more than $1 billion. London is welcoming Taylor with open arms, with new murals and these just unveiled Swiftie steps.
I want to keep secrets just to keep you.
The party here in London is just getting started.
Okay, Joe, so last week in Edinburgh at the concert there, the fans created seismic activity because they danced so hard. So I had a question for these guys. Can you top that?
Yeah!
Okay. Are you sure you can top that?
Yeah!
Okay. All right, Joe, I guess London's about to be rumbling here.
All right, get ready. Earthquake's coming. Megan, thank you so much. Enjoy the time there. All right, coming up, get ready to head out on the highway. We have all the entertainment you need to know about, from motorcycle movie The Bike Riders to a comedy about a 93-year-old vigilante. All that and more on your can't miss list coming up next.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Finally, this hour, it is Friday, which means it's time for your weekly can't miss list to look at all the films and shows and all the stuff you need to see this weekend if you want to be in the know when you get back to work on Monday. Andrew Freund is a television host and pop culture expert. He joins us now with what you can't miss. All right, so let's start off in the movie theaters. The Bike Riders.
Yes.
You've got Austin Butler, who I met this week and is lovely. You've got Jodie Comer, Tom Hardy, and it's actually based on a book of photos. Is that right?
Yeah, it's based off this 1968 photo book about this outlaw motorcycle group in Chicago. And you know, this movie takes some twists and turns. Also, Jodie Comer's accent in this is...
I've heard.
Yes, and it's stirring up. People are like, that's not real. But it actually, if you hear the real woman it's based on, it is dead on. Her accent, Jodie Comer, congrats. Like, we could see her getting an award nomination for this performance. I thought her performance was really, really spectacular.
Oh, that's good enough. She's already got an Emmy and a Tony, I think. So
she can do no wrong.
Almost to the EGOT. All right, so let's swap motorbikes for a mobility scooter for our next movie.
Yes.
A 93-year-old vigilante named Thelma. Is that it?
Yeah. So, you know, when you think of action heroes, you think of Tom Cruise, you think of The Rock, and now you think of June Squibb. And basically, this movie came about because the director's grandmother was scammed. And so he was like, well, what if my grandmother got back? And cut to, he makes this movie starring June Squibb, and she goes on a mission to get her $10,000 back. And she did her own stunts in the film.
What?
Yes, and she's 94 years young. June Squibb, you go on with your bad self.
Oh my gosh, she's a national treasure, so
Yes.
I love that. All right, let's talk about the documentary that we've been talking about for a couple weeks now. It's the one about Celine Dion, capturing her journey over the last few years, her battle with stiff person syndrome. You've seen it. What were some of the biggest moments in your mind?
I've been thinking about this movie. I saw the film on Monday, and now what day is it? It's Friday.
It is Friday. I know, it feels...
I can't honestly get it out of my head. It is the most kind of raw, compelling documentary we've seen about a star of that caliber. And, you know, I don't know if you watched Hoda's interview, but one of the things Hoda talked about was there is a scene where you actually see Celine, an episode where Celine has a seizure.
Okay.
And the camera does not go off of her. And it's probably one of the hardest things I've ever seen on screen to watch. And she has been through hell, but you know what? You root for her. Yeah. I hope she has the biggest comeback.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That she's sharing this with people too and being so open about it. It's pretty incredible.
Incredible. No makeup, and it's her raw, trying to get her voice back, trying to get her life back.
We can only hope that she does. I've interviewed her before. She's absolutely lovely too.
Yeah.
All right, this week we celebrated Juneteenth, and Netflix released a documentary about the history of the first black Barbie doll, which actually wasn't released until 1980.
I know, right?
We've been talking so much about Barbie over the last year. This is an important story.
Yeah, when I heard about this, I was shocked. It's produced by Shonda Land. Shonda Rhimes is a huge Barbie fan, but the documentary is really about 3 black women that worked at Mattel that really spearheaded in getting black Barbie to the market in 1980. There's also interviews with Gabourey Sidibe, but it's really a documentary about race, about identity, and about feeling valued, and it's fascinating.
All right, let's talk about a new special from HBO. It's streaming on Max. The full title is Slave Play, Not a Movie, a Play. This goes behind the scenes and digs into this play that was produced on Broadway a few years ago. It was a big thing. It was a little controversial.
Yeah.
Everyone wanted to see it. What should we know about this?
Yeah, so this was the second most nominated play in history, and this documentary is about the director going back and teaching new actors how to kind of be in the play. But of course, the play is very provocative. It did very well. I have not seen it yet, but I'm dying to see it, and I looked this up, and the play is about, and I quote, 3 interracial couples undergoing antebellum sexual performance therapy.
Got it.
So
I haven't seen it yet either.
Yeah.
It was kind of before I moved to New York, but I always heard so much talk about it. So a different way to check it out. All right.
Yes.
Andrew Freund, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us and walking us through all these things that you need to watch this weekend. All of it. It's hot. Just stay indoors and watch everything. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stick with us. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, good Friday. We're so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. Morgan Radford is off. NBC News Daily starts now.
Today is Friday, June 21st. Major ruling today. The Supreme Court upheld a law that says domestic abusers cannot own guns. What this means for the Second Amendment and the other gun laws moving through the courts.
Summer scorchers, stubbornly high temperatures across much of the country showing no signs of letting up, plus more storms on the horizon. We've got your weekend forecast.
Fighting Back TikTok says a new law that would ban the app here in the United States sets a dangerous precedent for free speech. We're breaking down the legal battle that lies ahead.
Vacation on deck. The summer travel season is in full swing, and Americans are looking to spend. Why people are increasingly opting for experiences, and which ones are the most popular.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Friday. We're going to start with breaking news. The Supreme Court has ruled that domestic abusers cannot own guns. In an 8-1 decision, the court upheld a federal law that bars people under domestic violence restraining orders from owning firearms. Justice Clarence Thomas was the only dissent.
This is a significant ruling for the court, the first major decision about the Second Amendment since it expanded gun rights in a 2022 ruling. That decision established the right to bear arms outside the home. Now, this time, in the majority opinion, Chief Justice John Roberts said that since the U.S. was founded, quote, our nation's firearm laws have included provisions preventing individuals who threaten physical harm to others from misusing firearms. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now with a closer look at the case. So, Ryan, walk us through this ruling and what stands out.
Yeah, I mean, so this case at the heart of it involved an individual who had this restraining order against him because of an issue of domestic violence and then went on a shooting spree. He was involved in a number of these different incidents, including firing off a gun into the air, firing at various individuals over a 2-month period. So the person at the center of this case, I think, sort of speaks to the harm that gun control advocates thought that could come about if this was taken back and if it was people with domestic violence restraining orders against them were allowed to just possess whatever weapons they wanted to here. But obviously the Supreme Court decided 8-1 that there could be bars on individuals who posed a threat here. You know, this is talking about temporarily barring someone from possessing weapons. So, you know, this idea of probably a lifelong ban is not something that the Supreme Court would necessarily support. But in this instance, they said that these temporary bans on individuals who pose a direct threat are constitutional.
Right, this is the court's first major Second Amendment ruling since 2022. Talk about the broader impact this decision could have.
Yeah, I think the courts, the lower courts have been sort of trying to figure out how the Supreme Court's ruling 2 years ago really applied. So this helps sort of, I think, establish sort of some guardrails around where it is ever since, as you mentioned up top, the expansion of gun rights outside of just the home. So, you know, obviously that was a big expansion. Now we're seeing a little bit of where those lines actually come down. And I think that should give some guidance to the lower court as they go about interpreting other laws, other gun control laws, and whether or not they're in compliance with that decision 2 years ago.
All right, NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. Ryan, thank you.
Now to the summer sizzler that is causing extreme temperatures for a large part of the country. Tens of millions of people from the Ohio Valley to the Mid-Atlantic are stuck under heat alerts yet again today. This heat dome is causing temperatures to spike 10 to 15 degrees above average, with highs in the 90s to around 100 degrees.
The scorching temperatures and dry conditions are also stoking wildfires out west. President Biden issuing a major disaster declaration for devastating wildfires in New Mexico. At least 2 people have died there, hundreds of homes have been destroyed, and thousands of people have been forced to evacuate. And while coastal Texas is still dealing with the aftermath from Tropical Storm Alberto, we're keeping a close eye on 2 areas in the tropics where more storms are brewing. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. So, Bill, what are you expecting as we head into this weekend?
We're going to see some extreme heat in areas that haven't seen it yet. And I think the tropics, I don't think we're going to have too much trouble. I'll explain why in a second. But first off, we're only in the noon hour on the East Coast, and these temperatures are just skyrocketing. The warmest spot that I felt, this is the heat index, temperature and humidity combined, how it feels. In the shade, 97 in Lexington. But look at New York City, 95 in Central Park. That's one of the warmest we've had so far this summer season. D.C. feels like 94. You get the idea. Almost everyone is into the 80s and 90s, and a few spots will get to 100 to 105 later this afternoon. And it's mostly going to be the city areas like Pittsburgh, Fort Wayne. We're under excessive heat warning still, and then the heat advisory spread into New York City this afternoon. Now, tomorrow, we're going to see the extreme heat shift a little bit further to the south again. Washington, D.C., 99. You're going to be close to your record high, which is 101. You'll also do the same on Sunday. Other areas, Columbus still very hot. Pennsylvania still hot. Richmond could be near 100 as we head through the upcoming weekend. And I mentioned D.C., 99 on Sunday, and then you quote-unquote cool it off into the low 90s early next week. Now, as far as the tropics go, we have 2 areas of interest that are close enough to home that we got to keep a close eye on them. Hurricane Center says this one has a 60% chance of development. It's in the southern Gulf of Mexico. It was would likely go somewhere far south of Texas and less rainfall with this one in Texas than Alberto. And then this little spin just off the Florida coast. Hurricane aircraft flew into it. They said there is an area of low pressure, but it's not really strong enough yet to be called a tropical depression. And you can see on the radar, you can see these thunderstorms right here. The center of it is right here. There's a broad rotation around it. All it really means is from our friends from Daytona Beach to Jacksonville, heading up to Brunswick, Savannah, maybe even areas around, I'd say possibly Hilton Head. Brief showers, rip currents are possible as we go throughout the next 2 or 3 days, and that's going to be kind of the gist of it. That's going to be the worst of it with that. And a closer view is, again, it's not showing any signs of developing. So as we head through the upcoming weekend, guy, here's your forecast. Saturday, cooling off with more storms in northern New England. We still have to watch that flood threat today from areas around South Dakota into Minnesota, and that'll continue into the weekend. But nothing too troublesome, though. As long as we can get through the heat the next 2 days, next week looks quieter.
We like it.
We like to hear that. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Well, TikTok is filing a new challenge against a law that would force a sale or ban the social media app here in the U.S.
In the lengthy legal brief that was released yesterday, TikTok claims it spent $2 billion to address the Justice Department's national security concerns. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now. So, Brian, in the court documents, TikTok claims the U.S. government refused to engage in any serious settlement talks beyond 2022. What else are we learning?
Yeah, some pretty interesting details that TikTok itself released basically to tee up this major court battle between TikTok and the U.S. government after Congress, you recall, passed that law that says TikTok would have to be divested by its parent company ByteDance within 9 months or face a ban in this country. Now, what TikTok shared was this draft agreement that they had with the U.S. government that said they would commit to barring Chinese access to U.S. data, that they would provide third-party monitoring for propaganda and disinformation, and also include, interestingly, a kill switch where the U.S. government could just shut down TikTok basically at the push of a button for non-compliance. This was an agreement that wasn't signed, but it was negotiated up until 2022, and TikTok is going to show this to a court to say, look, we tried to make a good faith effort to bargain with the government on how we should be able to operate in the United States. Instead, it seemed to go to the political side. What does the United States government say in response to that? I reached out to the Justice Department. They pointed to an earlier statement where they said that this legislation addresses critical national security concerns. It'll be a very, very interesting thing to see. But again, TikTok, their attorney, saying that that law sets a dangerous precedent.
You know, Brian, the clock is already ticking on all of this. When are things supposed to really ramp up from a legal standpoint? And frankly, are any other social media apps at risk at this point?
Yeah, well, I mean, for TikTok, right, and the court proceedings, basically, this is part of a brief that's going to tee up this case. The oral arguments are going to begin in September. That's really when things are going to ramp up. But with regards to other social media platforms, I mean, there is no other social media platform, either here in the United States or internationally, that's facing a ban like TikTok does here in the U.S., and that's because this law was very targeted in saying, look, TikTok needs to be divested by its Chinese parent company ByteDance within 9 months. And by the way, that's a reason why TikTok is saying we feel that this is unfair. Why is it the case that Instagram or Facebook or Twitter aren't facing the same type of targeting in one specific legislation from Capitol Hill? Whether or not that holds up in court is going to be an open question, because again, kind of hard to argue that when you have members of Congress on a bipartisan basis agreeing to this potential ban. We'll have to see.
One of the things they actually do agree on. All right, NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung. Brian, thank you so much.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute. An important deadline for student loan forgiveness is right around the corner. Borrowers have until June 30th to apply for loan consolidation, which could lead to quicker debt forgiveness.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, what do borrowers need to know right now ahead of this deadline?
Hey, happy Friday. Good morning, guys. Under the Biden administration policy, borrowers who consolidate will earn credit toward all their loans based on the one they've been paying off for the longest. They'll also earn credit for periods that didn't count in the past, including months spent in deferments or forbearance. And Toyota is recalling nearly 150,000 SUVs because of an issue with side curtain airbags that may not deploy in some situations. It applies to Lexus TX and Grand Highlander models. The company says it's working on a fix and owners will be notified by mid-August. And finally, neurotechnology startup Paradromics says it will put its brain implant into a trial next year. It would follow Elon Musk's company Neuralink, which implanted a chip in a patient's brain earlier this year, then later disclosed that part of the implant malfunctioned. Paradromics says its early focus will be on patients who have lost the ability to communicate, whether due to paralysis, diseases such as ALS, or spinal injury. I don't know if you guys have checked out some of the videos from Neuralink. It's pretty amazing what they're doing.
Yeah, life-changing potentially.
No kidding. All right, we're gonna have to check that out. Tech Check anchor Deirdre Boza, thank you so much.
Coming up, we'll take a look at the life and legacy of Donald Sutherland, how his roles in Clute, MASH, and the Hunger Games defined his storied career. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Celebrities are paying tribute to beloved actor Donald Sutherland. The 88-year-old legend died yesterday after a long illness. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has a look back at the iconic roles that cemented his legacy on stage and screen.
Hey there, Donald Sutherland's versatility on screen made him famous for dramatic, comedic, and thrilling roles. He even got the chance to share the screen with his son Kiefer Sutherland, and now his family, friends, and fans are mourning the loss of an actor who always delivered.
Could not have parted with humanity to anyone less worthy.
For Donald Sutherland, no role was out of reach.
I don't know your name, stranger, but your face is familiar.
The prolific actor conquered practically every genre on screen during his 6-decade-long career, as he appeared in nearly 200 films and TV shows.
I'm not joking. This is my job.
On Thursday, Sutherland's oldest son, Kiefer, announcing the 88-year-old has died. Calling his father one of the most important actors in the history of film, never daunted by a role, good, bad, or ugly. In 2016, the two shared the screen for the first and only time, aptly playing father and son in the film Forsaken.
He's someone that I wanted to work with for my whole career.
I didn't give you any advice, did I? I said be truthful.
The Canadian actor's big break came in 1967 with The Dirty Dozen.
Very pretty.
But can they fight? Yes, sir. I hope you're right.
A string of memorable film characters followed, including starring roles in MASH and alongside Jane Fonda in Clute.
Or maybe I can bring you some friends. I've got some terrific friends.
No, thank you.
His roles on the small screen earned critical acclaim, including an Emmy and Golden Globe for his role in Citizen X.
Welcome to the halls of power.
Sutherland found new fans in 2012 with his cunning portrayal of President Snow in The Hunger Games.
And may the odds be ever in your favor.
He spoke about his love for complex characters when he stopped by Today in 2016.
I don't play nice or bad or good. I just play the fella. So I can find something in everybody to play.
At the age of 82, Sutherland received an honorary Oscar, thanking his children and wife.
Thank you to Francine Rosset, from whom everything has come and to whom everything is owed.
Word of his death prompting touching tributes. Jane Fonda posting on Instagram, "We loved working together," adding, "I am heartbroken." And Michael Douglas writing, "What a lovely, talented, and curious man. Rest in peace." Sutherland's performances never predictable, but always passionate.
And I don't know what I'm going to do without that.
Kiefer writing, "He loved what he did and did what he loved, and one can never ask for more than that."
Donald Sutherland was just shy of his 89th birthday, and his talent agency says that his family plans to hold a private celebration of life for the acclaimed actor. And guys, we've also learned that Sutherland was about to start shooting a new movie in August. The director tells us that Sutherland had said it would be his last film. He'd even worked on some script revisions with the producers. He was working until the end. Back to you.
Chloe Malas, thank you. In Texas, an alleged drunk driver is now facing charges after hitting two men who were riding their bikes. Thankfully, both of those cyclists survived. NBC News correspondent has more on this incident that was all caught on camera. And we want to warn you, this video may be disturbing.
This is the terrifying moment that cyclist Tom Geppert says could have killed him. An SUV slamming into Geppert and a fellow biker, then running Geppert over near the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport.
I could have easily been in the ICU, or I could have been dead. We're here is definitely that one's quite deep.
The driver, who police identified as American Airlines cargo team member Benjamin Highlander, arrested for driving under the influence. Witnesses told police they followed Highlander to a gas station, demanding he return to the scene.
I have a bunch of abrasions that are some pretty deep. This one's pretty deep. And then I had a pretty bad concussion.
Geppert, who has been released from the hospital, furious at what he saw in the video of the incident.
I'm so angry. It looked like he could have stopped before he rolled over me. But then he sped up and went right over me. You know, and he just seems so callous and so disregarding of the fact that there was a human there.
Police say while treating Geppert, Highlander ran on scene, quote, hysterically, shouting, quote, "I'm sorry." According to the police report, officers found 6 empty beer cans and a backpack in Highlander's SUV, and his blood alcohol content was twice the legal limit.
Impaired driving is still a major crisis on our roads. It is a major public health crisis that we're facing.
Advocacy groups like Mothers Against Drunk Driving, or MAD, are pushing to end drunk driving with technology. The Halt Drunk Driving Act, which passed in 2021, will require all new cars to come equipped with smart technology that detects and stops impaired driving by 2027.
I think it's better than a breathalyzer. In fact, what it would actually do is passively detect impairment once the driver gets behind the wheel.
According to the Department of Transportation, in 2020, at least 34% of all crashes resulting in a bicyclist's death involved alcohol consumption by either the driver or the biker. Geppert says he spent decades helping people as a physician. Now retired, he says he won't let this crash stop him from riding again.
You know, I definitely want to be at least 2-3 weeks out before I try it again. It's huge because my friends are part of cycling a lot of the time.
Adrienne Bronis, NBC News.
Later this hour, a major warning for people with electric vehicles. The concerns from drivers in the face of power outages from dead batteries. You're watching NBC News Daily.
happened?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When it comes to post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, the Department of Veterans Affairs reports veterans have a higher prevalence of it than civilians. It makes sense. A survey by the Wounded Warrior Project found 76% of veterans self-reported having PTSD.
NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has the story of one veteran who's using music to battle back from the wounds of war and ended up on the biggest stage in country music.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the moment Sal Gonzalez has been waiting decades for. His debut at one of the most iconic music venues in the country, the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, Tennessee.
This one goes out to all you veterans. I hope you like it, and I hope it strikes a chord.
Those veterans, his brothers and sisters in arms. Gonzalez joined the Marines in the wake of the attacks on 9/11.
I was in English class in high school, and we watched the Twin Towers fall. And I knew all of a sudden that we were going to go to war, and I wanted to go do my part.
Gonzalez was serving as a machine gunner in Iraq in 2004 when his vehicle was hit with an improvised explosive device.
I'd been in a coma for a week. Both my lungs collapsed. I almost died a couple of times, and my leg was in shambles.
Months later, Gonzalez and his doctors made the difficult decision to amputate his left leg below the knee. It's now a very physical reminder of the toll of war, but there are mental scars too.
I thought it was normal to just go and drink myself to sleep because I didn't want to think about stuff. I think more than anything, the survivor's guilt was the thing that was hardest to deal with. Thinking of all these friends that I'd lost, not just my lieutenant who was killed in the explosion that took my leg.
Soon, Gonzalez learned to rely on the passion that he'd had since childhood, music, ultimately partnering with the Wounded Warrior Project to play for other veterans across the country.
Danny had a daughter that he'll never get to see, and I know that he was proud. He was only 23. Some of those vets were like, hey, that's awesome. You nailed it on the head. I couldn't have said those words myself. I'm just happy to get to be a part of that and get to give back to an organization that I'm pretty sure, had they not been around, I don't think I'd be around.
That passion quickly becoming more than just a pastime. Gonzalez moving to Nashville to pursue a career in music and even appearing on America's Got Talent in 2014.
No sunshine, seas gold. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away.
And just last month, that offer of a lifetime.
Making his Opry debut, let's give him a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Sal Gonzalez.
Gonzalez taking the stage with an original song written after one of his fellow veterans called him a hero.
I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but heroes ain't the ones who make it home. No.
The Opry crowd giving Gonzalez a standing ovation.
Thank you so much, folks. God bless. My name's Sal Gonzalez. It's hard to explain that moment, to be totally honest. I'm not special by any means. I'm just a normal dude. And some of the people that I served with that didn't come home were those exceptional people.
Gonzalez now working toward a full-time music career, even playing us a little bit of his latest original about being away from his family, playing music on the road.
These nights can get so lonely, but I never thought they'd own me. So I'm starting to hate the thing I love the most.
But no matter where his music career takes him, Gonzalez says he'll always make time to serve his fellow veterans. And for those who may be struggling, he hopes you'll remember this.
This world is better with you in it. Don't give up.
Ellison Barber,
NBC News.
Beautiful voice, beautiful story.
Truly.
Thanks, Allison, for that. 2 beluga whales have a new home in Spain after marine biologists rescued them from an aquarium in the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv.
Authorities transported Miranda and Plombear to a facility in Valencia. Biologists say the whales were not in the best condition for the journey and had slim chances of survival if they stayed in Ukraine. They were transported in large wooden crates full of water. We hope they fare better there in Spain.
And they are adorable. All right, you are watching NBC News Daily.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy. Green tea to calm acne. Tap magnifier. We can zoom in. Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all of the wrinkles. The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Buffalo. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. Prosecutors have dropped charges against a University of Southern California student who was accused of stabbing and killing a man on Greek Row. The Los Angeles District Attorney's Office says he was acting in self-defense when he confronted a suspected burglar who had broken into a car outside his fraternity house. The student told investigators he stabbed the man after he reached for his waist and told the student he had a gun.
The FAA is now investigating after a Southwest Airlines plane flew dangerously low over the suburbs of Oklahoma City. Tracking data shows the flight from Vegas was just 525 feet off the ground when it was still 9 miles away from the airport. Flight records show the plane regained altitude, circled around, reapproached the airport, and landed safely. Southwest says it's cooperating with the FAA's probe.
The FBI says DNA has solved the cold case murders of 2 women nearly 3 decades ago. The bodies of Julie Williams and Lolly Winans were found at their campsite in Shenandoah Valley National Park back in 1996. Federal agents say DNA testing has linked the killings to a convicted serial rapist named Walter Leo Jackson Sr. He died in prison in 2018.
We are now less than a week out from the first presidential debate in Atlanta. Right now, both candidates are huddling with their teams to prepare attacks and fine-tune their messages.
Meanwhile, the battle between the longtime rivals is already getting more aggressive online. The Biden campaign is now accusing the Trump team of editing videos to play up stereotypes about the president's age. NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist joins us now from Washington, D.C. So, Aaron, the Biden campaign is calling these so-called cheap fakes, and they say they're a huge part of Trump's strategy. How do they depict Biden? And really, is there anything in campaign regulations that bans these types of videos?
Well, this term cheap fakes is really one that the Biden campaign has come up with. It's not one that's been widely used otherwise. And they say that this is really the result of people who are deceptively editing these videos and then posting them on social media platforms to make President Biden look bad. We've seen some examples recently of the president. You're looking at some of the video from the G7 here where the president seemed to be wandering off or meandering the way the video is edited in this particular instance, or at least the angle that's shown here. There have been other videos where the president essentially looks sort of dazed and confused, and the campaign says that they are misleading videos and that it's going to be working aggressively to try to counter some of the narrative that's being generated by these videos. For the Trump campaign's part, they say that Republicans are posting these videos unedited, and they are just putting them there, putting them out there for people to see and to make judgments on their own. They've also said the Biden campaign has taken some of former President Trump's comments out of context and put those things out there for people to see. So it all seems, Vicki and Joe, to be fair game in some ways, and it's going to be on the voters sort of to be more discerning about what they consume on these platforms.
Aaron, we're also learning more details about the debate itself, which will be unlike anything we've seen recently. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, we learned that some elements of the debate are coming together now. We know there was a coin toss that President Biden won and was able to decide that he would be positioned on the right side of the debate stage. So that's the podium position that he will take. That also means that former President Trump will be able to make the final closing argument during the closing statement, I should say, during the debate. This week, President Biden is at Camp David in the Maryland mountains here, working on his debate prep. He was asked how that's going yesterday as he was leaving Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. He gave a thumbs up, Vicki and Joe.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist, thank you. And for those of you at home, you will be able to watch the first presidential debate, which is hosted by CNN next Thursday right here on NBC.
Well, another American tourist is going free after facing serious prison time for bringing bullets to the islands of Turks and Caicos. Ryan Watson was looking at more than a decade behind bars under the island's strict gun laws, but the judge just gave him a suspended sentence, and he can go home to his family in Oklahoma after he pays a $2,000 fine.
Watson is the third American to be sentenced and avoid prison time for bringing ammo to the islands. He says he accidentally left the bullets in his bag after a hunting trip. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock's been following this story, joins us now. Sam, Ryan Watson spoke to our crew as he left the courthouse. What did he have to say?
Yeah, you saw, Joe and Vicki, the smile on Ryan Watson's face as he was walking down from those court steps. The first thing, there he is, that he said to our reporter on the ground is, I just want to apologize to my two young children that my mistake put them through this, as he's hugging Sharita Greer there. She's another American who is detained and waiting her sentence. That's coming up next week. But they've just formed such a close bond. Look at that there, the jubilation among everyone that's involved. He's wiping away tears. You know, Ryan Watson walked into that courthouse earlier today with Valerie, his wife. She's behind him there, and several other members of his family. They didn't know what to expect, but they did know, Joe and Vicki, that the judge in this case, they were hardened by the fact, had issued sentences for two other Americans recently, and they avoided jail time. In this case, for Mr. Watson, he gets 13 weeks of prison time suspended for the next 9 months, which means as long as he doesn't commit another crime in Turks and Caicos in the next 9 months, no prison time for him, and a $2,000 fine, $500 for each bullet. Here's just sort of a window into his emotions right now in the immediate aftermath of that sentencing. Take a listen.
It's had just a huge impact on all of our lives, emotionally, physically, and financially.
When you first see your kids tonight, what are you going to say?
I'm sorry. Just that this mistake put him through that. So, but I love him.
You can understand why he would be at a loss for words there, guys. And the Turks and Caicos legislature recently, within the last week or so, amended its laws to take away that 12-year mandatory minimum sentence for weapons or ammunition possession. You can understand why. They get 1 million visitors every single year. Half of them are Americans, and clearly the intent of the law they're acknowledging here was not to detain Americans with young kids who accidentally took hunting ammunition onto the islands. Guys, back to you.
Well, that is great news for them. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, you've been following it from the start for us. Thank you.
If you own an electric vehicle, you might want to listen up. There have been a growing number of reports from people unable to get in or out of their vehicles. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky spoke to one driver who called the safety issue a death trap after she says she was locked inside her car when the battery died.
With an estimated 3 million electric cars cruising on American roads, an urgent warning following multiple reports of drivers getting stuck inside the vehicles or locked out of them if an onboard battery dies. Becky Liebau says she and her daughter were driving a rented Tesla when a 12-volt battery powering the car's electronics died, locking them inside. Unsure how to get out, they called a tow truck driver who didn't know either.
He had said he had never experienced that, and he wasn't sure how he was going to get us out.
Alice Moran says it happened to her, too, on a 97-degree day in Palm Springs.
If we had been on our way to Vegas, for example, that is a long, desolate stretch. And even if you call 911, we might have been dead by the time they got there.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration now urging the owners of electric vehicles to familiarize themselves with the vehicle's features, including the manual door release location, and immediately replace their 12-volt battery if they receive a low battery warning. Most electric vehicles have a main battery that powers the car and a smaller battery for onboard electronics, including the door release and windows. If that 12-volt battery dies, experts say neither will work. So if the power goes out while you're inside, how do you get out? Well, in this Tesla, a Model 3, look to the armrest, find the unmarked latch, push up, and you're out. But if you're trying to get inside, that's a different issue.
Nobody's telling them about this.
Firefighter Paul Shoemaker now trains first responders on rescues specifically for electric vehicles due to the unique challenges they can pose.
It could be the difference between life and serious injury due to dehydration or even death if it was something where it was like a drowning or a vehicle fire.
Since every electric car is slightly different, he says firefighters often end up breaking windows or tearing open doors to save those inside. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
We should note we reached out to Tesla for comment, have not received a response yet. But in each Tesla manual that we looked at, information on where to find those levers could be found. So if you are driving a Tesla, be sure to check that out. Vicki?
Good information, Joe. Well, vacation season is underway, and despite rising costs, Americans are still expected to set spending records this summer. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Bromans shows us how people in Maine are helping a small sailboat business flourish in the face of inflation.
Aboard the schooner Stephen Tabor, which set sail from Rockland, Maine, the summer is completely booked.
Schooner Stephen Tabor, Whiskey Delta Bravo.
Captain Noah Barnes, like his parents before him, ushering in guests.
Welcome aboard the Stephen Tabor. We're going to have a great time.
Vacationers pay just over $300 a night to eat, drink, and sleep aboard. 260! And pitch in.
Hoist the stage trysail. We've got pilots, and we've got lab techs, and we've got plumbers, and we've got cable installers. It's everybody.
So business is good.
So business is good.
Americans' summer travel budgets are up 18% overall from last year, and travelers are hungry for experiences.
My cell phone went off and just got thrown into the cabin, and it was just wonderful.
Below deck.
Today I'll be cooking breakfast for about 26 people, including crew. And yeah, just another morning in paradise.
Chef Gray Lideker serves it up.
We're having blueberry Dutch baby. We're having a maple sausage that is from a small farm in Iowa.
What's this job like?
Well, it's basically cooking all day long inside of a shaking box.
You must love boats.
Yes. It's a prerequisite for the job is must love boats.
Fenders, please.
For Captain Barnes, rising costs are a challenge he has to pass on to passengers.
I don't worry about our product. I worry about staffing. I worry about the cost of materials.
Do customers balk at the higher prices, or they're still coming?
We haven't seen a dip. I don't think we've met the place where people are resistant to pay it, but we don't want to find that spot.
To maintain crew, he has raised wages. Even still, Chef Gray and several deckhands live aboard when they aren't sailing. Housing costs on the mainland out of reach.
I couldn't find anything. It was phenomenally expensive, so staying on the boat just made economic sense.
Gray sleeps here, under the stairs. You can learn a lot about today's economy aboard a 115-foot wooden schooner built when Ulysses Grant was president.
Finish the sentence for me. The American economy is...
Seems to be doing just fine from where we're sitting. Well, there's something about this experience, being outside, being in good company, sort of reminds people the important things. It's good company, there's good food, there's cool boats.
A contrast on deck. For so many, affordability a challenge, even while travel and leisure are booming. Christine Romans, NBC News, Rockland, Maine.
Looks nice. Up next, pop icon Taylor Swift once said, "You know I love a London boy." We're going to take a look at how the UK leg of her Eras tour is energizing her fans across the pond. More NBC News Daily right after this.
London.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Get this, luxury car company Ferrari is betting big on the future of EVs. Today, it unveiled a brand new facility dubbed the E-Building, where it will manufacture its first electric car. Ferrari says it plans to launch the model sometime late next year. CNBC wealth editor Robert Frank joins me now from the Italian town where the company was first founded. Wow, tough assignment, Robert. I know you spoke exclusively with Ferrari's CEO about this company's new venture. What did he say about this drive toward an EV for Ferrari?
Well, Vicki, we're in Maranello, Italy, where it all started. And just like Ferrari's, this factory is beautiful and very expensive. They spent over $200 million. And what the CEO said he is most proud of is the flexibility. They can build any kind of Ferrari here. So this could be a traditional combustion engine Ferrari, hybrid Ferraris, which, by the way, now account for half of all Ferraris sold. And as you mentioned, they will eventually next year build the all-electric Ferrari. And the hope is that this will give them more supply. Right now, if you buy a Ferrari, you'll have to wait 3 years to actually get one. And the CEO said that's by design because Ferrari is ultimately a luxury product. Here's what he said about the Ferrari scarcity.
A luxury company is a company that is using, let's say, the technology, the innovation, the storytelling, the heritage, everything with the ultimate goal to feed that emotional side that we all have.
And Vicky, by the way, each Ferrari gets an average profit of $126,000. So for perspective, you've had to sell 6 BMWs or 27 Teslas just to get the same profit that you get from this car. And this car, by the way, is about $1 million car. And like many of them, they're sold out through the entire production run. So even at $1 million, you can't buy it because it's already sold out. That's why they have this new factory.
All right, well, I guess best start saving now if that is on your wish list. CNBC Wealth editor Robert Frank. Robert, thanks so much.
Taylor Mania is taking over London. Swifties across the pond are gearing up for the Eras Tour at Wembley Stadium. Swift kicking off the first of 8 shows in London tonight. NBC News International correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is there for all the fandemonium.
We love Taylor! London is gearing up for Taylor Mania. Starting tonight, Taylor Swift playing a record 8 shows at the famous Wembley Stadium. And the fans, well, they're a little excited. While the Brits are stoked, Taylor's American fans do travel well. These devoted Swifties came all the way from LA.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how excited are you?
13.
Yeah. 13? 13? Okay.
London hosting more performances than any other city in the world. And locals here think they own a piece of Taylor's heart. But is her connection to the city still intact after heartbreak with her so-called London boys? Swift living here part-time for 6 years while in a long-term relationship with British actor Joe Alwyn. Their breakup last year potentially influencing her latest record lyrics. Alwyn opening up for the first time about the relationship, telling the Sunday Times the difficulties that come with the end of a long, loving, fully committed relationship is a hard thing to navigate. But she left her mark in London through her music.
Camden Market is such a London staple. What's more British than a pint? Yeah, thank you so much. In a pub.
This is Taylor's favorite kebab shop. She comes in and she gets, thank you very much, a chicken kebab with extra garlic sauce and salad on top. The tour's UK shows expected to boost the economy to the tune of more than $1 billion. London is welcoming Taylor with open arms, with new murals and these just unveiled Swiftie steps.
I don't want to keep secrets just to keep you.
The party here in London is just getting started. Megan Fitzgerald, NBC News.
You're watching Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Well, this Pride Month marks 55 years since the Stonewall Uprising, which sparked the modern LGBTQ rights movement. And soon there will be a new place to learn about all of that history.
I got a sneak peek at Stonewall's Visitor Center, expected to be a home base for park rangers and an interactive experience for the public.
The Stonewall Inn has been attracting visitors for decades, so perhaps it's only fitting that the bar's new next-door neighbor is a visitor center.
When this space became available, everything became a green light.
Anne-Marie Gothard and Diana Rodriguez, partners for 39 years, are the driving forces behind this project. They've raised more than $3.2 million to create an educational pit stop for those visiting the Stonewall National Monument, a rainbow-coated park right across the street.
We think it's important to have this space that's a safe space, that's home for people to really walk in and learn, but also to share their stories.
How do the park rangers feel about it?
They're so excited. This is where they can start their tours. This is where you can get your passport stamped. Aside from us, I think they're probably the most excited for us to open.
Among the highlights, this jukebox, the same make and model as the one that was in Stonewall 55 years ago. You see, back in 1969, this space was actually the other half of the original Stonewall Inn.
It's emotional.
Where Mark Siegel first visited right after moving to New York at the age of 18.
And this was a safe place to come. Might have been a dive, might have watered down drinks, but it was safe. And that night, the place that I felt safe in became violent.
Back then, police raids on gay bars were common, but when the NYPD showed up on June 28, 1969, an uprising was born.
It was us finally fighting back. It was us saying we want to be treated equally.
That anger fueled several nights of protest, becoming a catalyst in the battle for LGBTQ+ rights.
Tired of NBC's bigotry.
Which led to this moment in 1973 when Siegel crashed a live broadcast of Today to protest unfair coverage.
I'm sorry about that interruption. I assure you we had nothing to do with it.
He returned to the show in 2019 as an invited guest.
We were 100 gay activists in 1969. Today we are millions. How else could you say we're visible that I'm on this very show today?
His lifetime of change-making activism is rooted in Stonewall.
Everything that we have today, everything, comes back to this building.
Which is why Siegel wanted to play a role in the creation of this visitor center, curating the panels about Stonewall's legacy.
Mark and so many like Mark are the reason we can do things like this. And I don't think the man's ever been truly given his credit. What you have here is a first-hand account of Stonewall. People can experience Stonewall through him.
55 years later,
do you feel proud?
Yes.
The emotions have not faded.
I'm proud of where we've come, but I also realize the difficulty of the road we've traveled. I also think of the people who didn't make it.
Dishonors them, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
That includes Tony Torres, a Vietnam veteran who was Rodriguez's uncle.
He was a gay man. He became very ill when he died of AIDS. No one from his military unit and no one from his place of employment came to his funeral.
Now, the flag that was draped over his coffin is one of the first things visitors to this center will see.
It is specifically designed to be there. So when people walk in, you automatically are hit by what people went through. It's meant to kind of tug at the heartstrings and to understand what sacrifice really can be.
Is this your way of giving long overdue recognition to your Uncle Tony?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
He was the best guy in the world.
Acceptance in a place where all visitors are welcome, a space that, to so many, is hallowed ground.
We should note the Stonewall Inn and the Visitor Center are separate entities, though folks will probably want to visit both when they're in the area. The Visitor Center is a partnership with the National Park Service and Pride Live. That's a social advocacy organization created by Rodriguez and Gothard. It's going to be open a week from today, the Visitor Center, on June 28th. That is exactly 55 years after the Stonewall Uprising began.
What an incredible story, and to see that gentleman come back 50 years later on the Today Show was really remarkable, too.
It is.
I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hey, everyone. So glad you're with us this Friday. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Joe Fryer, and for Morgan Radford, NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, June 21st. Gun rights decision. The Supreme Court ruling people accused of domestic violence can be restricted from owning firearms. What it means for future gun laws.
Buyer beware. New warnings of counterfeit weight loss drugs posing as Ozempic and Wegovy. How to spot the fakes and the threats they could pose to your health.
Power problems, new concerns over the safety of electric vehicles as the temperature outside heats up. What you need to know if your car's power goes out.
Buy nothing, a new movement popping up in communities across the country. Neighbors giving away their goods instead of throwing them out or selling. How you can save a lot of money.
That's a fun discussion. Anyone familiar with these groups is obsessed, Joe.
All right, that's good to know. Maybe
we'll get to that
soon, too.
Yes, indeed. But we start with the major decision from the Supreme Court today. The court ruling that accused domestic abusers cannot own guns. The justices voting 8-1 in favor of a federal law that bars people under domestic violence restraining orders from owning firearms. Justice Clarence Thomas was the only dissenting vote.
This is a significant ruling for the court, the first major decision since it expanded gun rights in a 2022 ruling. That decision established the right to bear arms outside the home under the Second Amendment. Now, in today's ruling, Chief Justice John Roberts, writing for the majority, said an individual found by a court to pose a credible threat to the physical safety of another may be temporarily disarmed, consistent with the Second Amendment. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos will help us break down what it means for future gun cases. Let's start with NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley in Washington. So, Ryan, walk us through this decision and how the court arrived at this ruling.
Yeah, so the important part here is that that temporary ban can really is what the court upheld, meaning that these individuals who have a restraining order against them for an issue of domestic violence cannot get weapons. And obviously, I think that comes as a relief to a lot of the groups that were out there in support of this. This is a major part of federal law for the past 30 years, this idea of keeping guns away from people who pose a threat. And the underlying facts of this case are really fascinating because it's an individual who assaulted someone in a parking lot and then went on sort of a shooting spree over the course of 2 months. There are 5 separate incidents in which this individual fired a weapon. So sort of not probably the poster child that I would imagine that some Second Amendment supporters would want to have brought forward in this case. But what the court found here by the 8-1 ruling was that that this law is, that the way that this has been construed is fine and they can go forward with this, keeping these guns away from individuals who pose a threat to the public.
You know, Ryan, what does this decision mean for gun rights as well as victims of domestic abuse?
Yeah, so 2 years ago, the court really expanded, as I mentioned up top, the gun laws basically allowing for guns outside of the home, saying that there's a constitutional right to that. And a lot of the lower courts have sort of had to figure out what exactly the court was going for here. So I think that this gives more of a track for lower courts to follow in terms of what the guidelines of this could be and what gun laws could be upheld and where exactly those guidelines essentially are as this goes forward.
So, Ryan, after the court's 2022 decision on guns, there did seem to be a bit of confusion about what that ruling meant. Does today's decision seem to give a clear definition when it comes to gun regulations?
I think so. It gives it a little bit more guidance for lower courts to look at here because, there was a lot of sort of up in the air that lower courts and these federal appeals courts had to decide in that 2-year period. And this was one that bubbled up pretty quickly to the court. So the court, coming back here saying that in particular, this law was allowed under the history, because essentially what the court had said 2 years ago or what a lot of the lower courts had interpreted was that this the laws, it had to be routed in history. It had to be routed in our, original Second Amendment. So the question was whether more modern laws like this one that has been in place for 30 years were applicable or allowed under the Constitution. And the court came here pretty definitively saying that this law at least could go forward. So it does give, I think, guidance to those lower courts.
All right, NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley, thank you. We want to bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos now. So, Danny, let's talk about today's ruling. Is it consistent with how the court has ruled in firearms regulation cases in the past? And what stood out to you in the dissenting opinion from Justice Thomas?
Yes, it's consistent with the history and traditions, and that's the analysis the court had to do. They looked back at laws from the 1700s and 1800s to find what's called an analog, a comparative law that would support disarming people who are under a domestic violence restraining order. Because here's the thing to keep in mind. People under domestic violence restraining orders are not criminals. They haven't broken the law. And the question is, are they not responsible? That was challenging because that's what the Supreme Court has said you can disarm, someone who's not responsible. So the government kind of pivoted that argument from not responsible to dangerousness. And if it's a dangerousness analysis, not only is there historical support for disarming potentially dangerous people, this is clearly an example of somebody who, after a hearing, was deemed to be dangerous. And that's really where the court arrived, that there's precedent for this. And if somebody is dangerous, adjudicated dangerous, and under this statute, it's not anyone under any domestic violence restraining order. Very specific findings of credible threats and dangerousness. And the court concluded that, yes, you can disarm these people temporarily.
But what about Thomas? Why did he dissent? What did he say was the key argument for him?
First, this wasn't a surprise. This case was either going to be 9-0 or 8-1, and the predictable dissenter was going to be Justice Thomas. And really the essence of the dissent is the idea that, not rooted in history and traditions. But the key here is that this statute, this subsection, is a very narrow, rarely prosecuted subsection of this federal statute. Far more significant is going to be the felon in possession statute, which is on its way to the Supreme Court. That is prosecuted far more often than this domestic violence subsection, which is prosecuted maybe a handful of times a year.
With this ruling now complete, do we think the justices will take on more firearms cases now or no?
You could say they've broken the seal in a sense that they decided Bruin a few years ago. They have had a few Second Amendment cases, which compared to the last several decades is many, many more than they have, because they virtually never decided Second Amendment cases until the last decade or so. So, yes, this could signal an interest in these cases. We already know a case called Range is coming down the range. It is the felon in possession under challenge, and that is a much more significant case than this one. They're all significant, but felon in possession, vast majority of these prosecutions.
Excellent. More people.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, thank you so much.
Thank you, Danny. TikTok's pending legal battle against the U.S. is starting to take shape. The company filed a brief yesterday urging a federal court to strike down a law they say will ban the app in early 2025.
In the documents, TikTok says the U.S. government refused to engage in any serious settlement talks beyond 2022. It also claims to have spent $2 billion to address the Justice Department's national security concerns. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now. So, Brian, TikTok made public a redacted version of this draft agreement it made with the U.S. government. What exactly did it say, and why does the social media giant think it helps their case?
Yeah, it was a draft agreement that wasn't ultimately signed. It was apparently dropped off at some point in 2022, after which TikTok alleges that this basically took on a political tone with Congress and also the Biden administration wanting to take aim at TikTok through legislation that ultimately was passed. This is teeing up what could be a very interesting legal case later on this year between TikTok and the U.S. government, taking beef with the legislation that was passed by Congress on a bipartisan basis that would force its Chinese parent company ByteDance to divest the company TikTok or else face a ban in the United States. Now, what was inside of this draft agreement? There were provisions like, for example, TikTok committing to barring Chinese access to U.S. data. They also said that they would have third-party monitoring for any sort of misinformation or propaganda. And interestingly, it included a kill switch that would allow the U.S. government to stop TikTok and take it down for non-compliance with that agreement, which I want to remind you was not signed. TikTok releasing these documents in court to tee up their argument in this legal battle, trying to say that, look, they tried to make a good faith effort to negotiate with the U.S. government, and they turned away from the table. The Justice Department says that they felt the legislation was fair for national security concerns. We'll see where a court lands on that issue.
You know, Brian, when will this go to the legal process in earnest? Were you saying maybe September?
Yeah, oral arguments will begin in September. So again, the brief that we saw from TikTok is basically setting up their case in advance of those oral arguments. Again, we'll have to see where this court lands on this issue. But we have to remember, this is not just some agency that decided they were going to put this pressure on TikTok. It was a bipartisan bill that was passed through both the Senate and the House, and also signed by the president, saying that ByteDance has 9 months to divest this company. We'll have to see if TikTok can defend themselves in court.
All right, NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung. Brian, thank you.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Home prices soaring to record highs. The National Association of Realtors is reporting that the median price for existing homes in the U.S. rose to $419,000 in May. That's up nearly 6% from last year.
CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. So, Steve, yesterday we were just reporting the number of mortgage applications didn't move very much last month. How are the high prices affecting those numbers?
Yeah, Vicki, it's all part of a bigger picture where home prices are high, mortgage rates are sitting around a steep 7%, and then, of course, inventory of homes on the market is low. It's just not a good climate right now for home buyers, and the new data today shows sales of previously owned homes are sitting at a 30-year low. Meantime, American Express is buying restaurant booking platform Tock for $400 million in an all-cash deal. The credit card giant acquired rival reservation platform Resy back in 2019, and the buyout of Tock will add another 7,000 restaurants, wineries, and other hospitality businesses to American Express's network. And Starlink, that's the SpaceX internet service, is offering a new backpack-sized mini antenna so people can take their internet connections on the go. The company will offer a limited number of the antennas for about $600 each in an early access release. That only includes the cost of the hardware and doesn't cover the monthly subscription fees, which go up to $150 a month. SpaceX says its goal is to reduce that price to eventually make the device more affordable. Joe,
that's so fascinating. Yeah. So you're saying that could be for people who don't have great internet access. Maybe they live somewhere rurally, they get that thing, and then boom, they got internet?
That's exactly right. And more importantly, they say it's the size that it can fit into your backpack. So if you're going camping or something, you can just pack it up and take it with you and have internet.
You'll essentially be a modem yourself, just walking.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I know.
All right.
That defeats the purpose of going camping and unplugging, but okay.
Steve, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, the World Health Organization is now warning about fake weight loss drugs. How to know if you have the real thing. That's next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The World Health Organization is out with a new warning about counterfeit versions of weight loss drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy found in the U.S.
NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson explains how the high demand for these medications is prompting more bogus ones.
Are now a global phenomenon.
I went down 4 pant sizes.
This country accounting for 71% of semaglutide sales, the active ingredient in Wegovy and Ozempic, a diabetes drug. But high demand breeds counterfeits that could jeopardize your health. The World Health Organization warning that it found fake batches of Ozempic in the U.S., U.K., and Brazil last year.
It could have contaminants that could actually harm you.
UC San Diego professor Tim Mackey and his team of researchers bought counterfeits of semaglutide online to find out what's being sold.
And when we purchased 6 of these products from online pharmacies, 3 were scammers, and another 3 sent us products that had questionable quality safety issues associated with them.
And so if somebody had taken any of these drugs, could they have ended up in the hospital or ill from the drugs?
Yeah, so patients, 1, could have been scammed out of thousands of dollars, and 2, they could have taken a product that had too much semaglutide in them and could have been injured from that as well.
Lilly also warning about fake versions of tirzepatide, the active ingredient in Mounjaro and Zepbound, its diabetes and weight loss drugs. Lilly says it does not sell these drugs on social media and warns illegal online pharmacies selling fakes put people at risk. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Joining us now with more is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, always great to see you. So what are some of the top red flags that you may be taking a fake version of Wegovy or Ozempic?
Yeah, Vicky, Joe, it can be hard to tell. So as you can see from some of the graphics we have here, you have to really look at the fine print. Look for very common errors, just like things like spelling, things that don't look right, words that don't look right. But then you need to even take a closer look. The FDA has marked different lots as fake. You can look for those lot numbers to see if it matches up. And then you should even look for little things like, for example, the real needles that are included with Ozempic have a certain name to them. The tabs to get those needles out only have the lot number on there and not a lot of other text. But Vicky, it's easy to see how confusing it can be to tell real from fake if you're just starting.
So, Dr. Patel, where is the first place you should go to get these weight loss medications and know that they are legit?
Yeah, so absolutely, I encourage patients who, one, you're working with like a licensed authorized provider, preferably somebody that you have a relationship with. So it could be in person, but it could be online. But then you're using a pharmacy. We like to tell patients that we love the brick and mortar pharmacies because you can see a person, you know where they're getting their product from, you can talk to somebody. But I will not, I absolutely think there are online pharmacies that are legitimate. I recommend everyone go to the FDA.gov. They have a long running list. You can search in there and just put in the name of the pharmacy if it's an online one, and make sure it's an FDA verified pharmacy so that you can be sure that where you're sending that prescription or where you're calling in that prescription is a legitimate place to get that drug. And then always ask. Never be shy about asking, where did you get this drug from? Did it come directly from the manufacturer? Is it a compounded medication? And if so, where did you get that from? Where are the ingredients from? People will quickly realize, especially scams or counterfeiters, that you are trying to seek the proper drug, and they won't engage if that's the question that you're asking them.
That is great. What if you're sitting at home listening to all these tips and you realize, wow, Dr. Patel, my Wegovy or Ozempic might be counterfeit. I've already taken it. What should you do?
Yeah, so obviously stop taking it. The half-life on these drugs, whether it's Wegovy, Zepbound, Ozempic, all of these drugs have a long half-life, so it can be several days to kind of get it out of your system. Wow. So stop taking it. Call your healthcare provider or even call poison control, because in some cases that might be the way you need to at least understand, you know, should I panic? Should I not panic? I tell everyone, though, that at the end of the day, also make sure you're reporting this into the FDA's Adverse Watch system. It's a public online consumer safety reporting mechanism. It's actually how the FDA is finding out and how the World Health Organization is finding out about many of these counterfeit products. So it's an incredible public service. First, take care of yourself, and then you can try to report this in so we can be aware of what's out there.
That's an important point. We're in this new world right now, so we need to share as much information as possible.
Right.
All right, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel, thanks as always for your advice.
There are new safety concerns about electrical vehicles during heat waves, why one owner is calling them a potential death trap. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it just did.
When it comes to post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, the Department of Veterans Affairs reports veterans have a higher prevalence of it than civilians. It makes sense. A survey by the Wounded Warrior Project found 76% of veterans self-reported having PTSD.
NBC News correspondent Allison Barber has the story of one veteran who's using music to battle back from the wounds of war and ended up on the biggest stage in country music.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the moment Sal Gonzalez has been waiting decades for. His debut at one of the most iconic music venues in the country, the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, Tennessee.
This one goes out to all you veterans. I hope you like it, and I hope it strikes a chord.
Those veterans, his brothers and sisters in arms. Gonzalez joined the Marines in the wake of the attacks on 9/11.
I was in English class in high school, and we watched the Twin Towers fall. And I knew all of a sudden that we were going to go to war, and I wanted to go do my part.
Gonzalez was serving as a machine gunner in Iraq in 2004 when his vehicle was hit with an improvised explosive device.
I'd been in a coma for a week. Both my lungs collapsed. I'd almost died a couple of times, and my leg was in shambles.
Months later, Gonzalez and his doctors made the difficult decision to amputate his left leg below the knee. It's now a very physical reminder of the toll of war, but there are mental scars too.
I thought it was normal to just go and drink myself to sleep because I didn't want to think about stuff. I think more than anything, the survivor's guilt was the thing that was hardest to deal with. Thinking of all these friends that I'd lost, not just my lieutenant who was killed in the explosion that took my leg.
Soon, Gonzalez learned to rely on the passion that he'd had since childhood, music, ultimately partnering with the Wounded Warrior Project to play for other veterans across the country.
Danny had a daughter that he'll never get to see, and I know that he was proud. He was only 23. Some of those vets were like, hey, that's awesome. You nailed it on the head. I couldn't have said those words myself. I'm just happy to get to be a part of that and get to give back to an organization that I'm pretty sure, had they not been around, I don't think I'd be around.
That passion quickly becoming more than just a pastime. Gonzalez moving to Nashville to pursue a career in music and even appearing on America's Got Talent in 2014.
No sun shines, it's gold. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away.
And just last month, that offer of a lifetime.
Making his Opry debut, let's give him a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Sal Gonzalez.
Gonzalez taking the stage with an original song written after one of his fellow veterans called him a hero.
I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but heroes ain't the ones who make it home. No.
The Opry crowd giving Gonzalez a standing ovation.
Thank you so much, folks. God bless. My name's Sal Gonzalez. It's hard to explain that moment, to be totally honest. I'm not special by any means. I'm just a normal dude. And some of the people that I served with that didn't come home were those exceptional people.
Gonzalez now working toward a full-time music career, even playing us a little bit of his latest original about being away from his family, playing music on the road.
These nights can get so lonely, but I never thought they'd own me. So I'm starting to hate the thing I love the most.
But no matter where his music career takes him, Gonzalez says he'll always make time to serve his fellow veterans. And for those who may be struggling, he hopes you'll remember this.
This world is better with you in it. Don't give up.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Beautiful voice, beautiful story.
Truly.
Thanks, Ellison, for that. 2 beluga whales have a new home in Spain after marine biologists rescued them from an aquarium in the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv.
Authorities transported Miranda and Plombear to a facility in Valencia. Biologists say the whales were not in the best condition for the journey and had slim chances of survival if they stayed in Ukraine. They were transported in large wooden crates full of water. We hope they fare better there in Spain.
And they are adorable. All right, you are watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand with everything.
All right, it just fit too.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Kansas City, Missouri, and 1:30 in Dover, Delaware. Great to have you with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. Making news right now. New York Governor Kathy Hochul signed a bill into law yesterday limiting access to social media feeds for minors. The bill will allow parents to block their children from seeing, quote, addictive posts suggested by a platform's algorithm. The law now heads to the state's attorney general, who will create tools to verify a user's age and parental consent.
The Border Patrol says the number of arrests at the U.S. border is down. New data shows arrests dropped by 25% in the 2 weeks following President Biden's announcement of new rules restricting asylum. Immigration remains a top concern for voters heading into the 2024 presidential election.
And the Boston Celtics held their victory parade today. The team and their fans hit the streets to celebrate their win over the Dallas Mavericks in this year's NBA Finals. More than 1 million people were expected to attend those celebrations.
Looks like an awesome turnout. Well, electric vehicle owners have been reporting a growing number of issues with their cars, some even saying they're unable to get in or out.
One driver called the safety issue a death trap after being locked inside her car when the battery died. Hey, here's NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky with more on what you need to know.
With an estimated 3 million electric cars cruising on American roads, an urgent warning following multiple reports of drivers getting stuck inside the vehicles or locked out of them if an onboard battery dies. Becky Liebau says she and her daughter were driving a rented Tesla when a 12-volt battery powering the car's electronics died, locking them inside. Unsure how to get out, they called a tow truck driver who didn't know either.
He had said he had never experienced that, and he wasn't sure how he was going to get us out.
Alice Moran says it happened to her, too, on a 97-degree day in Palm Springs.
If we had been on our way to Vegas, for example, that is a long, desolate stretch. And even if you call 911, we might have been dead by the time they got there.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration now urging the owners of electric vehicles to familiarize themselves with the vehicle's features, including the manual door release location, and immediately replace their 12-volt battery if they receive a low battery warning. Most electric vehicles have a main battery that powers the car and a smaller battery for onboard electronics, including the door release and windows. If that 12-volt battery dies, experts say neither will work.
So if the power goes out while you're inside, how do you get out? Well, in this Tesla, a Model 3, look to the armrest, find the unmarked latch, push up, and you're out. But if you're trying to get inside, that's a different issue.
Nobody's telling them about this.
Firefighter Paul Shoemaker now trains first responders on rescues specifically for electric vehicles due to the unique challenges they can pose.
It could be the difference between life and serious injury due to dehydration or even death if it was something where it was like a drowning or a vehicle fire.
Since every electric car is slightly different, he says firefighters often end up breaking windows or tearing open doors to save those inside. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
We should note we reached out to Tesla for comment and have not received a response, but in each Tesla manual we looked at, information on where to find those levers could be found. So if you're driving a Tesla, make sure to look out for it.
Well, another American tourist is going free after facing serious prison time for bringing bullets to the islands of Turks and Caicos. Ryan Watson was looking at more than a decade behind bars under the island's strict gun laws, but the judge just gave him a suspended sentence, and he can go home to his family in Oklahoma after he pays a $2,000 fine.
Watson is the third American to be sentenced and avoid prison time for bringing ammo to the islands. He says he accidentally left the bullets in his bag after a hunting trip. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock's been following this story. Joins us now. Sam, Ryan Watson spoke to our crew as he left the courthouse. What did he have to say?
Yeah, you saw, Joe and Vicky, the smile on Ryan Watson's face as he was walking down from those court steps. The first thing, there he is, that he said to our reporter on the ground is, I just want to apologize to my two young children that my mistake put them through this, as he's hugging Sharita Greer there. She's another American who is detained and waiting her sentence. That's coming up next week. But they've just formed such a close bond. Look at that there, the jubilation among everyone that's involved. He's wiping away tears. You know, Ryan Watson walked into that courthouse earlier today with Valerie, his wife. She's behind him there, and several other members of his family. They didn't know what to expect, but they did know, Joe and Vicky, that the judge in this case, they were hardened by the fact, had issued sentences for two other Americans recently, and they avoided jail time. In this case, for Mr. Watson, he gets 13 weeks of prison time suspended for the next 9 months, which means as long as he doesn't commit another crime in Turks and Caicos in the next 9 months, no prison time for him, and a $2,000 fine, $500 for each bullet. Here's just sort of a window into his emotions right now in the immediate aftermath of that sentencing. Take a listen.
It's had just a huge impact on all of our lives, emotionally, physically, and financially.
When you first see your kids tonight, what are you going
to say? I'm sorry. Just that this mistake put him through that. So, but I love him.
You can understand why he would be at a loss for words there, guys. And the Turks and Caicos legislature recently, within the last week or so, amended its laws to take away that 12-year mandatory minimum sentence for weapons or ammunition possession. You can understand why. They get 1 million visitors every single year. Half of them are Americans, and clearly the intent of the law they're acknowledging here was not to detain Americans with young kids who accidentally took hunting ammunition onto the islands. Guys, back to you.
Well, that is great news for them. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, you've been following it from the start for us. Thank you.
Now to the race for the White House and the intensifying battle heating up between the rival campaigns online. The Biden team is denouncing what it calls cheap fake videos, while the Trump team is warning against censorship All of this just days before the first presidential debate, which is next Thursday. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Washington. So, Gabe, what are cheap fakes, a term being used by the Biden campaign? What are they saying about it?
Oh, hi there, Joe. Good afternoon. Well, the Biden campaign is claiming that cheap fakes, as they call it, are deceptively edited videos. The Trump campaign, meanwhile, insists that some of the videos that they've been posting and the Republican National Committee has been posting are not misleading at all. They're just up for interpretation, and they're posting the videos so that voters can see them. Now, one of the ones in question was a video taken, you see right there, that was during the G7 summit in Italy last week. And you see that video with President Biden appearing to wander off before being pulled back to the group by the Italian prime minister. Well, if you look at another angle, you can see that the president is not confused, that he's actually going to greet some skydivers who had just finished a demonstration. The Biden campaign says that that video was deceptively put online in order to make the president appear confused, when in fact that wasn't the case. Now, there are some other videos that are being posted online that are causing some confusion as well. You look at that video from a fundraiser several days ago where President Biden is standing still for a few moments before he's led off stage by President Obama. Another video shows the president at a Juneteenth celebration at the White House standing still for several moments while people dance around him. Well, the Republican National Committee and the Trump campaign, they claim that he froze in those moments. However, the Biden campaign in the White House, they didn't freeze at all, that he was just enjoying the moment and that he was just standing still for a few moments. No big deal. In any case, there's this increasing debate, Joe, about what is a so-called cheap fake and what are just videos that voters will have to interpret for themselves.
So, Gabe, for the first time, we're hearing former President Trump acknowledge he lost the 2020 election. It happened during an interview for a new book when Trump was asked about his relationship to journalist Geraldo Rivera. Let's listen.
And are you guys still close?
No, I don't think so. He is, after I lost the election, I won the election, but when they said we won, he called me up 3 or 4 times.
So, Gabe, what's the reaction to these comments?
Well, Joe, the Biden campaign hasn't officially come out with anything just yet, but this is speaks to their larger point that former President Trump, in their view, and this is a message you've been repeatedly hitting on the campaign trail the last few weeks and months, that they say former President Trump is a threat to democracy, and that is a message that we expect to hear a lot from President Biden at the debate next week, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. And for those of you at home, you can actually watch the first presidential debate hosted by CNN next Thursday right here on NBC. Vicki?
Well, Joe, Americans love a great garage sale to find bargains or to get rid of what they don't need. But a new trend online is supercharging the old-fashioned tag sale. And the best part, it is all free. It's called the Buy Nothing Project. It's a way to save money, help the environment, and build community with your neighbors. No money involved.
One of my favorite money-saving tips is to find a Buy Nothing group.
Call it the summer of frugal. With inflation still sitting above 3%, Americans are turning to Buy Nothing groups on Facebook to meet their needs without spending a penny.
Buying a whole patio set is costly these days, and we were able to just get one from someone who was just giving it away.
Jennifer Schluning is a member of a Buy Nothing group in Cranford, New Jersey. We toured her backyard.
This is a whole garden you have going,
which is made up entirely of items she received for free.
We have spinach, tomatoes, basil, mince.
That looks amazing. These are really healthy.
Courtesy of her community.
What would you say to someone who's interested in joining a group like this?
I would say, if you need something, you might as well just ask for it. You never know who is around who's willing to give you something.
But Jennifer doesn't just receive, she gives too, and showed us how these groups work.
So you're giving away this vase, these little flowers, and this picture frame?
Yes. And all you do is you basically just take a quick pic of the items that you want to post and say that you're giving it and hit post, and then you just see who wants to come and get your items. So Vicki just left and someone responded to my post. So now I'm gonna put it on my porch for them to come and pick up.
There are more than 8,000 Buy Nothing groups worldwide on Facebook, with 10 million neighbors who've joined. In the groups, members post items up for grabs, everything from soon-to-be expired bread to jewelry, baby toys, and used furniture. It's all part of a movement to reduce waste and use what's already in our homes and backyards.
I want to show you guys something beautiful that I found today. She is a 1976 Kenmore machine, and I got her for $0.
Think of us as a department store before you go out and actually go to buy that.
Lisa Clark is the co-founder of the Buy Nothing Project. She helps communities create these social media pages, and the project launched an app for those not on social media.
There's someone in your community that could use exactly what it is that you may no longer need.
It's not just about saving money and reducing waste. The group is also a place neighbors turn to when they need help.
Funny goes hop, hop.
Mom of two, Lauren Jebwin, ran out of a specialized formula for her daughter, so she posted in the Cranford Buy Nothing group.
Not just one person responded, like multiple people respond. And that I think is the most amazing thing. Like the generosity is just, it doesn't end. There's no judgment. There's no like, oh my goodness, you don't have formula. It was, here, I have it for you.
What started as a social experiment has led to successful connections, friendships, and stronger communities.
This is mutual aid. We are taking care of each other by sharing the things that we might not no longer need, but it will make a world of difference to a nearby family.
And saving money and the environment at the same time.
There you go. That's it.
It is so cool. In addition to building community, that we do want to remind folks that when it comes to connecting, if you're picking up an item from someone you don't know, always make sure someone knows where you're going. Check in when you get back and bring a buddy if you can. If you're giving away something and you don't want to leave it on your front porch, you can always say, hey, let's meet in a public place. But the idea is to get to know the people in your community.
Right. And on top of that, you get to save a little money on top of that.
Yeah, people
Great idea.
furnish their whole homes this way. It's amazing.
That's incredible. All right. Coming up, splitting the tab and how much to tip. What to do the next time you're eating out and how to navigate some awkward situations. Next, more NBC News Daily right after this.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We have all been there. You are having a meal with friends or family when it comes time to pay the bill.
In Asian cultures, it's not an issue because someone's sneaking out trying to pay that bill. But among friends, it can be. Everyone's sort of avoiding contact. There's a disagreement maybe over who pays. Take a look at this.
I'm not responsible for paying everybody. I got the birthday girl.
You invited everybody. You invited all of us.
I didn't invite you. Ernestine invited you. Okay, I'm responsible for who I brought.
Okay.
Okay. Etiquette expert Thomas Farley, known as Mr. Manners, joins us now. So we want to get your advice in a couple different scenarios. So first, how about this one? You're out to dinner with a friend who, you know, they always want to split the bill, fine. But then they start ordering the most expensive stuff on the menu, and you're like, I can't really afford this. What do you do in that scenario?
Yes, Vicki, we all have a friend like that. So usually when groups of adults go out, there are going to be situations where perhaps you order a little bit more, I order a little bit more. It kind of balances out. But where you are going out, you're socializing with someone who is a regular over-orderer, you really want to make sure that they step up to the plate. And ideally, if you are that person who's over-ordering, you want to make sure that they say, you know what, I realize I had 4 cocktails, you had a club soda, let me pay the tip. Let me pay a little bit more. If that doesn't happen, if the person doesn't step up to the plate, what I do recommend, there are a couple of ways you can go about it. One is you put it out there right up front when you place your order, I'd like a separate check. Although a lot of people find this to be a little bit tacky or uncomfortable, you shouldn't be subsidizing someone else's meal to the tune of $40 or $50 or more dollars simply because you're embarrassed. And new restaurant software makes it easier to track individual seats by what they order than it ever has been before. Right. The second thing that I recommend is enlist a wingman or wingwoman at the table who will speak up on your behalf. So maybe you don't drink at all. Have someone else say, oh, you know what, Vicki only had an appetizer, we should all chip in more. That way you don't look like the petty one piping up for yourself, someone else on your behalf.
Okay, this is fun. Here's another one. You're standing at a bar with friends, you order for everyone, no one offers to put the card down. The thought of paying it all makes you a little uncomfortable. What do you do?
Yeah, so although it's nice to be seen as the person who's so generous and that round is going to be on you, if this is not happening, nobody's anteing up, I'd really question why is it that they are not putting their card down? Was one of you the special occasion individual? Maybe it's someone's birthday, is someone a boss? But if no one's doing it, you need to take the bull by the horns if it's time to wrap and go home and say, we should all probably get the check, everyone. You get that check and start passing that bill folder around so that people can put their credit cards in.
What about this scenario where it's someone's birthday and maybe everybody decided to go and there's talk about covering that person's meal? If you can't afford to do that, how can you politely decline? Are you too committed at that point? Should you have said something in the beginning?
I think it's very important because there are a couple of different ways that someone's birthday celebration might happen. And maybe you're invited to a really expensive restaurant, or maybe it's not even a restaurant, maybe it's a getaway weekend for someone's birthday. It's important for the organizer, be it the birthday person or the person planning the event, to put it out there in advance so you can make that determination based on your own budget. Can I afford it or can I not? So hopefully you're not in that situation. If you suddenly are, maybe too late and you may have to pay up, but lesson learned for the next time.
All right, Mr. Manners, etiquette expert Thomas Farley, thank you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I can go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Well, this Pride Month marks 55 years since the Stonewall Uprising, which sparked the modern LGBTQ rights movement. And soon there will be a new place to learn about all of that history.
I got a sneak peek at Stonewall's Visitor Center, expected to be a home base for park rangers and an interactive experience for the public. The Stonewall Inn has been attracting visitors for decades, so perhaps it's only fitting that the bar's new next-door neighbor is a visitor center.
When this space became available, everything became a green light.
Anne-Marie Gothard and Diana Rodriguez, partners for 39 years, are the driving forces behind this project. They've raised more than $3.2 million to create an educational pit stop for those visiting the Stonewall National Monument, a rainbow-coated park right across the street.
We think it's important to have this space that's a safe space, that's home for people to really walk in and learn, but also to share their stories.
How do the park rangers feel about it?
They're so excited. This is where they can start their tours. This is where you can get your passport stamped. Aside from us, I think they're probably the most excited for us to open.
Among the highlights, this jukebox, the same make and model as the one that was in Stonewall 55 years ago. You see, back in 1969, this space was actually the other half of the original Stonewall Inn.
It's emotional.
Where Mark Siegel first visited right after moving to New York at the age of 18.
And this was a safe place to come. It might have been a dive, might have had watered down drinks, but it was safe. And that night, the place that I felt safe in became violent.
Back then, police raids on gay bars were common, but when the NYPD showed up on June 28, 1969, an uprising was born.
It was us finally fighting back. It was us saying we want to be treated equally.
That anger fueled several nights of protest, becoming a catalyst in the battle for LGBTQ+ rights.
Part of NBC's biggest.
Which led to this moment in 1973 when Siegel crashed a live broadcast of Today to protest unfair coverage.
I'm sorry about that interruption. I assure you we had nothing to do with it.
He returned to the show in 2019 as an invited guest.
We were 100 gay activists in 1969. Today we are millions. How else could you say we're visible that I'm on this very show today?
His lifetime of change-making activism is rooted in Stonewall.
Everything that we have today, everything, comes back to this building.
Which is why Siegel wanted to play a role in the creation of this visitor center, curating the panels about Stonewall's legacy.
Mark and so many like Mark are the reason we can do things like this. And I don't think the man's ever been truly given his credit. What you have here is a first-hand account of Stonewall. People can experience Stonewall through him.
55 years later,
do you feel proud? Yes.
The emotions have not faded.
I'm proud of where we've come, but I also realize the difficulty of the road we've traveled. I also think of the people who didn't make it. This honors them, doesn't it? Yeah, it really does.
That includes Tony Torres, a Vietnam veteran who was Rodriguez's uncle.
He was a gay man. He became very ill when he died of AIDS. No one from his military unit and no one from his place of employment came to his funeral.
Now, the flag that was draped over his coffin is one of the first things visitors to this center will see.
It is specifically designed to be there. So when people walk in, you automatically are hit by what people went through. It's meant to kind of tug at the heartstrings and to understand what sacrifice really can be.
Is this your way of giving long overdue recognition to your Uncle Tony?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
He was the best guy in the world.
Acceptance in a place where all visitors are welcome, a space that, to so many, is hallowed ground. We should note the Stonewall Inn and the Visitor Center are separate entities, though folks will probably want to visit both when they're in the area. The Visitor Center is a partnership with the National Park Service and Pride Live. That's a social advocacy organization created by Rodriguez and Gothard. It's going to be open a week from today, the Visitor Center, on June 28th. That is exactly 55 years after the Stonewall Uprising began.
What an incredible story, and to see that gentleman come back 50 years later on the Today Show was really remarkable, too.
It is.
I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ellison Barber. Kate, Enz, and Clay are off. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, June 21st, 2024, breaking news: gun law upheld. The Supreme Court rules domestic abusers with restraining orders cannot own firearms. How the justices explained their decision and the lone justice who disagreed. Welcome to summer. It is the hottest day of the week for millions of Americans on the first full day of the season. Why relief is not coming anytime soon. Fighting back, TikTok reveals what it offered the federal government to avoid a potential ban in the United States. The new documents unveiling those negotiations. And Slim Shady, the new warning about counterfeit weight loss drugs as demand surges. What could happen if you end up taking a fake? To begin this hour, we begin this hour with breaking news and a major ruling from the Supreme Court on guns. The justices upheld the federal law that says people who are subjected to domestic violence restraining orders cannot have firearms. This case was seen as a test to some to see how far the conservative majority court would be willing to go on gun rights. Every justice, except for one, Clarence Thomas, ruled in favor of the Biden administration, which was defending the law. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is following this breaking news and joins us now from D.C. Yamiche, how is the court explaining this ruling? And bottom line, what does it mean for the average American?
What it means is that if you're someone who has violated a federal domestic violence law or someone who has a domestic violence restraining order against you, you could at least temporarily lose access to your firearms. I want to read to you part of the majority opinion here that was written by Chief Justice John Roberts. He writes in part, when a restraining order contains a finding that an individual possesses a credible threat to the physical safety of an intimate partner, that individual may, consistent with the Second Amendment, be banned from possessing firearms while the order is in effect. And as you noted, the lone dissenter here was Justice Clarence Thomas. I want to read part of what his opinion said. He wrote, not a single historical regulation justifies the statute at issue. Therefore, I respectfully dissent. Now, he's talking about history and tradition here. A number of the women on the court, including Justices Amy Coney Barrett, as well as Justices Ketanji Brown Jackson, Allegra Cannon, and Justice Sotomayor, they all wrote their own concurring opinions here. And they all said essentially that the Second Amendment does have limits and that that limit should be in part because of for people who have violated domestic violence laws in this country, Allison.
And Yamiche, today's ruling comes 2 years after a landmark Supreme Court decision that expanded gun rights and actually played a role in today's ruling. It also follows last week's Supreme Court overturning of a ban on bump stocks, although that case did not directly deal with the Second Amendment. When you look at all of these cases, all three of these cases, does it tell us anything about how this Supreme Court views gun rights?
Yeah, when you look at these cases together, what it tells you is that this Supreme Court really views the Second Amendment as not absolute, which is what Amy Coney Barrett wrote in her concurring opinion. In 2022, the Supreme Court did say for the first time that Americans have a right to bear arms outside of their homes, but they're putting limitations on that, Allison.
Yamiche, talk to us about the reaction there in D.C. I imagine we've heard a lot from lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
We've heard a lot from lawmakers and a number of domestic violence organizations praising this decision. I want to read part of what the president had to say. He said in part, as a result of today's ruling, survivors of domestic violence and their families will still be able to count on critical protections just as they have for the past 3 decades. He went on to say, Vice President Kamala Harris and I remain firmly committed to ending violence against women and keeping Americans safe from gun violence. So a lot of reaction to this, most of it saying that this is the right decision by the Supreme Court to say if you've really violated domestic violence laws in this country, you should be seen as someone who's dangerous and not someone who should be allowed to possess firearms, Allison.
Yamiche Alcindor, thank you. The record-breaking temperatures tens of millions are dealing with, they are not going anywhere. Around 90 million people from coast to coast remain under heat alerts, likely to stretch into the weekend. The weather caused an absolute nightmare for commuters at one of the nation's busiest travel hubs yesterday, New York's Penn Station. Amtrak said a power outage combined with a brush fire caused massive delays. And in Texas, they are still grappling with the fallout from Alberto, which was, of course, the first named storm of the hurricane season. But people in Florida, they are on high alert for another system that's developing off the coast. We have team coverage tracking it all for us. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent George Solis in Philadelphia. George, a code red heat emergency is in effect in Philadelphia. What is the city doing to try and make sure people are able to stay safe?
Yeah, hey, Allison. Heatadelphia is sort of the term of the day when you talk about these scorching temperatures and the heat dome that has sort of just fallen here on the city. Several days now of these temperatures, not just where the temperature stands, but what it actually feels like as well. And that is the real concern. Behind me, you can see where people are spending their time on this very, very hot day. This pool, I wish I could go jump in at the moment, but at this juncture, we'll stay out here in the shade where it is also recommended to be. Hydration, of course, that shade, and wearing those cool, comfortable layers to make sure that you don't overheat. Caught up with some folks a little bit earlier trying to beat the heat here during this health emergency. Take a listen to what they said.
We have to recognize that it is happening more often, which means that we have to prepare sooner. We have to make sure our pools are open, as early as possible. And when it's code red, our facilities are ready to accommodate the people that need to be in a cooler place.
Yeah, Elson, so for those that don't have AC or can't get to one of these pools, the cooling centers in the city are open right now, a great resource for anyone trying to beat this heat. And of course, again, we cannot stress this enough, making sure you stay hydrated and listen to your body if you start seeing those signs of heat exhaustion or hypothermia. Allison?
Marissa, let's bring you in because you are in Jacksonville, Florida. It is the beginning, the very beginning technically of summer, but if people there are planning to go to the beach, their plans might be a little disrupted by the storm that is coming. Tell us more.
Hey, Allison. Yeah, I mean, imagine you've been spending months dreaming of your dream Florida beach vacation, and this is what you find instead. Not exactly what probably a lot of people had in mind, but nothing close to what we have seen so far with Alberto, right? We saw storm surge there. That was a big concern here. The biggest concern is not going to be the winds. It's not going to be the storm surge. Frankly, it is inside of the water behind me. So I spoke with a lifeguard. You can see over my shoulder back out here live. You have those red flags. They're asking people to not go in the water, and only people who are with a surfboard or very experienced swimmers here are allowed to go in the water. But they're keeping a really close eye because they have a couple of rip currents going through here as we speak. That lifeguard telling me he has already seen people getting swept away in that, and we have already unfortunately seen this turn deadly. 2 parents just 4 hours south of here drowned because of a rip current, Ellison. So that is the big concern, the main thing that everyone is watching as we're waiting to see what happens with that system just off the shores here.
Yeah, and I read that they had 6 children there with them. A really tragic story, but an important reminder. Marissa, thank you. Bill, let's bring you in here. Break it down for us. What should people expect heading into the weekend?
More of the same, Ellison. The heat's not really going anywhere for the areas that have been suffering. And I was looking to see if anyone had gotten up towards 100 yet. Columbus, Ohio, it feels like 99 in the shade. That's the heat index. That's the temperature and humidity kind of combined. DC's 96, Philadelphia's 93. Even Central Park in New York City is up to 97. So this is unusually hot. And for those reasons, for the northern areas, we are under the heat advisory. The Pittsburgh area is still under the excessive heat warning along with Fort Wayne. And now DC to Charlottesville has been issued for a heat advisory. Also, tomorrow we're going to be near record highs. DC, the actual temperature in the shade will be close to 100. The record is 101. And if DC doesn't do it on Saturday, it will likely do it on Sunday. Again, near 99 degrees. Some areas do cool off, though. Northern portions of the Ohio Valley, northern New England, you cooled off yesterday, so that's good. As far as the tropics go, about 60% chance of development for these 2 areas. But I'm happy to report this little spin off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, Ellison, not showing any signs of developing rip currents and some downpours tonight. That's the big issue.
All right. Bill Cairns, George Solis, Marissa Parra, our thanks to all of you. Former President Trump's lawyers are back in Florida in court today with a new dispute over the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. At question is whether the appointment of the special counsel who oversaw the investigation was constitutional. This is just one of a number of hearings Judge Eileen Cannon, a Trump appointee, has approved. She has still not set a date yet for the trial. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian is outside of the courthouse in Fort Pierce, Florida. Ken, talk to us about the number of hearings we've seen so far. What is happening today? Is this normal in what we all know and keep saying is a very abnormal case, abnormal situation?
Well, look, Ellison, pretrial hearings are, of course, normal and happen in every criminal case. What's questionable here is the extent to which Judge Cannon is holding a hearing on every single matter of dispute. On issues that many judges, legal experts say, would have just decided what they say, how they call it, on the paper, just based on the briefings that are submitted to them. Instead, Judge Cannon has burned hour after hour of court time, and today she's doing something extraordinarily unusual. She's hearing from friends of the court, outside parties who aren't even involved in this case, but wanted to come in and argue that Jack Smith's appointment as special counsel was unconstitutional, or the opposite of that question. So that's what's taking up half of the day today. This is the 11th pretrial hearing. And the other thing to note, Ellison, is that many of the issues in this case have not been resolved at all, particularly thorny issues around how classified material will be handled in this case. So they have a long way to go and a lot more matters to resolve, Ellison.
Ken Delanian, thank you. It is time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Costco recalls thousands of portable chargers, and Netflix launches its own line of popcorn. CNBC's Steve Kovac joins us now. Hey, Steve.
Hey there. Let's start with Texas. Electricity demand could nearly double over the next 6 years. That's according to the state's main electric grid operator. The forecast moved higher as a result of more demand from large data centers and oil and gas companies that are electrifying their operations. In addition to that, the state's population continues to grow. It also comes as Texas recorded its hottest year ever in 2023. The Consumer Product Safety Commission issued a recall for nearly 600,000 Costco exclusive portable chargers yesterday. 3 models of the My Charge Power Hub all-in-one chargers are included. Federal regulators say there have been 120 points of the chargers overheating, with 2 incidents resulting in home fires. And Netflix is launching its own popcorn line called Netflix Now Popping for $4.50 a bag. The popcorn is coming to Walmart stores and various other retailers nationwide in a partnership with Popcorn Indiana. 2 flavors so far, cheddar kettle and cinnamon kettle. I don't know why they don't have movie theater butter, but there you go, Allison.
Yeah, we need movie theater butter. That's a baseline for any popcorn
Exactly.
company.
It's a movie company. Come on.
Get it together, Netflix. We need the movie butter popcorn. Steve Kovac, thank you.
Thanks,
I appreciate it. All right, coming up, the new hot trend this summer, maybe buy nothing. How you can get a good deal right now without spending a penny. Plus, the incredible rescue of 2 beluga whales from the middle of a war zone. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy. Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Tensions between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the White House continue to escalate after the Israeli leader accused the U.S. of withholding weapons in its war with Hamas. Both sides are trading new jabs, with Netanyahu facing a widening rift with his own military leaders. But he's doubling down on his comments about the Biden administration. NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now with more. So, Josh, Prime Minister Netanyahu, I understand, just addressed this controversy in an interview with Punchbowl News. What did he have to say?
Well, if there were any doubt, Allison, that Prime Minister Netanyahu intended, when he released that video a couple days ago, to really ruffle feathers with the Biden administration, those doubts were put to rest by this new interview today with Punchbowl News, a D.C. publication right in President Biden's backyard, where he said it was absolutely critical that he air this grievance with the U.S. in public. He said he tried in private to work out this problem, which he says involves aid from the U.S. slowing down to a trickle, but that he couldn't solve it. And so he decided to go go public with that announcement. He says that Secretary Blinken at this point has promised him that the U.S. is working to clear that backlog. But we should point out that is at odds with what the U.S. has been saying publicly, which is that there's only one shipment of really large bombs that the U.S. held up, and that when it comes to Netanyahu claiming that all of these weapons are not showing up, that the White House simply doesn't know what he's talking about. But this is not coming in a political vacuum for Netanyahu, because it's coming as he is now also at odds with his military about whether it's even possible to accomplish the main goal of the war, which is to defeat Hamas.
Josh, another main goal of the war was to return all of the hostages who were abducted in that October 7th terror attack. Families incredibly frustrated that more have not been home yet. What are those families saying, and any word on a possible ceasefire?
Well, many of those hostage families have been protesting outside of Netanyahu's residence. And I want you to hear from Amit Levy, who's the brother of Naama Levy, one of the hostages in Gaza, who will be turning 20 tomorrow. This is what she had to tell our NBC team in Israel.
The most basic needs, like she would have something to eat on her birthday, that maybe she has a friend or two around her. I woke up this morning and I don't know how she woke up. I don't know if she even slept. I don't know what maybe these awful human beings that did awful things might still be doing these awful things.
And Ellison, I wish I could tell you that there were signs of progress in getting a hostage deal, but really, since President Biden announced that plan, that proposal a few weeks ago, other than a few exchanges of delegations back and forth between Israel to Qatar and other countries, we have not seen any major progress towards a deal, Ellison.
Josh Letterman, thank you. Right now in Ukraine, war is still threatening the lives of everyday people. But it's not just people, animals too. In fact, a group of animal caregivers just took a daring and heroic mission. Their mission was getting 2 beluga whales out of Ukraine. They succeeded. Here's NBC News Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell.
The Russian offensive is in full force in Kharkiv, the local aquarium at risk, home to 2 beluga whales, 15-year-old Plombier and 14-year-old Miranda. The battle was closing in. Whale food, fresh squid, herring, and mackerel increasingly scarce. Caregivers knew they had to get them out of the war zone.
Were you afraid that you and the whales would come under attack?
Certainly the risk of rockets and things it was on our mind, for sure.
The challenge, how do you move 2 1,500-pound whales in 20,000-pound tanks, almost 3,000 miles to their new home in Spain? Very carefully. The Ukrainians, with experts from the Georgia Aquarium, SeaWorld, and Oceanographic de Valencia, came up with a plan. From Ukraine to Spain, with caregivers calming them down along the way.
Are Plombier and Miranda friends? Are they even a couple? Can I be so bold as to ask?
It's an adult male and an adult female. They seem very bonded, very close.
How do you feel now that you've accomplished this? Daniel?
Taking these animals out of the war is probably one of the life experiences that I put in my grandkids.
Now safe in their new habitat and looking happy. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington.
Coming up, the new effort from Alec Baldwin to get his involuntary manslaughter charge dismissed. You're watching NBC News Daily. We'll be right back.
Kelly, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
This Pride Month marks 55 years since the Stonewall Uprising, which sparked the modern LGBTQ+ rights movement. And soon there will be a new place to learn about that moment in history. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer has a sneak peek.
The Stonewall Inn has been attracting visitors for decades, so perhaps it's only fitting that the bar's new next-door neighbor is a visitor center.
When this space became available, everything became a green light.
Anne-Marie Gothard and Diana Rodriguez, partners for 39 years, are the driving forces behind this project. They've raised more than $3.2 million to create an educational pit stop for those visiting the Stonewall National Monument, a rainbow-coated park right across the street.
We think it's important to have this space that's a safe space, that's home for people to really walk in and learn, but also to share their stories.
How do the park rangers feel about it?
They're so excited. This is where they can start their tours. This is where you can get your passport stamped. Aside from us, I think they're probably the most excited for us to open.
Among the highlights, this jukebox, the same make and model as the one that was in Stonewall 55 years ago. You see, back in 1969, this space was actually the other half of the original Stonewall Inn.
It's emotional.
Where Mark Siegel first visited right after moving to New York at the age of 18.
And this was a safe place to come. Might have been a dive, might have had watered down drinks, but it was safe. And that night, the place that I felt safe in became violent.
Back then, police raids on gay bars were common, but when the NYPD showed up on June 28, 1969, an uprising was born.
It was us finally fighting back. It was us saying we want to be treated equally.
That anger fueled several nights of protest, becoming a catalyst in the battle for LGBTQ+ rights.
Tired of NBC's bigotry.
Which led to this moment in 1973 when Siegel crashed a live broadcast of Today to protest unfair coverage.
I'm sorry about that interruption. I assure you we had nothing to do with it.
He returned to the show in 2019 as an invited guest.
We were 100 gay activists in 1969. Today we are millions. How else could you say we're visible that I'm on this very show today?
His lifetime of change-making activism is rooted in Stonewall.
Everything that we have today, everything, comes back to this building.
Which is why Siegel wanted to play a role in the creation of this visitor center, curating the panels about Stonewall's legacy.
Mark and so many like Mark are the reason we can do things like this. And I don't think the man's ever been truly given his credit. What you have here is a first-hand account of Stonewall. People can experience Stonewall through him.
55 years later,
do you feel proud?
Yes.
The emotions have not faded.
I'm proud of where we've come, but I also realize the difficulty of the road we've traveled. I also think of the people who didn't make it.
This honors them, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
That includes Tony Torres, a Vietnam veteran who was Rodriguez's uncle.
He was a gay man. He became very ill when he died of AIDS. No one from his military unit and no one from his place of employment came to his funeral.
Now, the flag that was draped over his coffin is one of the first things visitors to this center will see.
It is specifically designed to be there. So when people walk in, you automatically are hit by what people went through. It's meant to kind of tug at the heartstrings and to understand what sacrifice really can be.
Is this your way of giving long overdue recognition to your Uncle Tony?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
He was the best guy in the world.
Acceptance in a place where all visitors are welcome, a space that, to so many, is hallowed ground. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Still to come, the Marine using the power of music to overcome the trauma of war. in his debut on one of America's most famous stages. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, we are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live: Peacock, Hulu, Fire TV, Samsung Plus, Roku, Xfinity, all the options. The news continues right after this.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Right now in Ukraine, we're going to actually shift gears and tell you some of our stories that are making headlines on NBC News Daily. The number of illegal border crossings is down. U.S. Customs and Border Protection just released new numbers for May. It shows the Border Patrol had more than 117,000 encounters with undocumented immigrants crossing the southwest border illegally. This is a 9% decrease from April. It means that the normal increase in illegal border crossings we see in the spring did not happen this year. An American man charged with bringing ammunition to Turks and Caicos has avoided jail time. Ryan Watson can now return home to Oklahoma after paying a fine. He says he did not intend to pack the hunting ammunition found in his baggage back in April. Turks and Caicos typically has a minimum sentence of 12 years for firearm charges. But today, a judge ruled that Watson's circumstances warranted an exception to that law. In recent months, 2 other Americans have also been granted leniency after being detained for the same charges. And cue the duck boats. Boston sports fans have a lot to celebrate today. The city held a parade for the Celtics, honoring their 18th NBA championship. Thousands of fans lined the streets with the city's famous duck boats rolling through, carrying Celtic players. Boston is used to this kind of fanfare. This is the 13th time this century that the city is holding a rally to honor one of New England's 4 major sports teams. Attorneys for Alec Baldwin are once again trying to get his involuntary manslaughter charge dropped in the Deadly Rust movie shooting. Today, a judge denied a request from prosecutors to allow the film's armorer to testify at Baldwin's trial. Baldwin pleaded not guilty in the 2021 shooting death of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins. Baldwin's defense attorneys, they are calling for the whole case to be dismissed. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has been covering this, and she joins us now. Dana, prosecutors wanted the armorer on set. She was convicted recently of involuntary manslaughter, and they wanted her to testify at Baldwin's trial under very specific circumstances, right, or very specific conditions. What happened with that request today, and what did the judge have to say about other potential witnesses?
Yeah, so Ellison, essentially the prosecution wanted to give Hannah Gutierrez Reed immunity for her testimony against Baldwin in his upcoming trial next month. And the judge ruled that Hannah Gutierrez Reed has made it clear that she does not intend to cooperate, because during a pretrial interview, she kept asserting her Fifth Amendment rights. And so the judge says she's obviously not going to cooperate, and I'm not going to hold her in contempt. She doesn't want to have a, quote, mini trial within a trial. And so she told the prosecutor that she's not going to be able to give her this immunity deal. Well, the prosecutor says, well, I still plan and intend to call her to the witness stand. So how that plays out and if that plays out will be a major question. But as of right now, the judge is not forcing her to testify. Ellison?
And Dana, the judge is also weighing a request from Baldwin's defense attorneys who say this trial should not go forward. Walk us through their argument.
Yeah. So there are two defense motions to dismiss those indictments, so to dismiss the indictment against Baldwin. One, because they said that the prosecution didn't have a criminal case here because Baldwin did not know that that gun was loaded with a live round. His defense attorneys argued that there was no way he would have known that that weapon was dangerous. Well, the judge denied that motion because involuntary manslaughter, the definition of it, goes to knowing that there could have been a present danger. And the prosecution even argued that knowing that a live gun was on set meant that there was a potential danger there. So even if he didn't know there was a live round, he knew the dangers of working with live weapons on the set. And so that motion has been denied, but we're going to hear another hearing coming back after the lunch break. They also want to dismiss the charges because they say that the prop gun was damaged by the FBI when they did their analysis on that weapon. And we heard that during the armorer's trial. They hit that gun with the mallet to try to see if they could get it to misfire. Well, they broke the gun, and so now the defense wants to get the indictment thrown out simply because of that. Ellison?
Dana Griffin, thank you. TikTok is firing back against the U.S. government in response to the Biden administration's new law that forces a sale or ban of the wildly popular app. In a court brief filed this week, attorneys for TikTok call the law an act of political demagoguery, and they say that it silences free speech. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now to break this down. Brian, walk us through this brief. What are some of the key nuggets that stood out to you?
Yeah, so Ellison, this brief is really setting the stage for what could be a really interesting legal battle between TikTok and the U.S. government. This concerns that law that was passed on a bipartisan basis, I want to remind people, in Congress that forces ByteDance, which is the Chinese parent company of TikTok, to sell TikTok to another buyer within 9 months, or it would be banned nationwide. Now, we're not there yet, and this legal battle could change the fate of that outcome. And what TikTok is trying to argue, based off of the brief that they released yesterday, is, look, we tried to negotiate in good faith with the U.S. government. There was a draft agreement between TikTok and the U.S. government that would basically offer a number of provisions that would have allayed the U.S. government's fears, according to TikTok. So things like, for example, a kill switch, that if TikTok was in violation of whatever national security agreements they had with the U.S. government, that the government could just hit a button and make TikTok go away. That draft agreement was never signed. It was dropped in August of 2022. That was the last time any progress was made on that front. But TikTok is trying to show a court and say, look, this was something that was already in writing. It wasn't signed, but this shows that we were trying to work with the U.S. government. Maybe that would make a court sympathetic to TikTok's arguments. We'll have to see.
Have we heard anything from those U.S. lawmakers who do want to see a ban or this to be sold?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Justice Department is essentially the defendant in this case because, again, it's the U.S. government versus TikTok. And they have said that this legislation that was passed by Congress is legitimately addressing national security concerns. So in response to the brief that was filed by TikTok yesterday, the Justice Department referred to a statement they had already sent basically after the bill was passed, saying that we think that this is a good way to protect U.S. interests. But again, it could be up to a court to decide whether or not that legislation was unfair in singling out TikTok. Does it infringe on their free speech. Again, we'll have to see once those oral arguments begin in September, Allison.
All right, it'll be interesting to watch in terms of what it means right now for the everyday user of TikTok. Nothing is going to change.
Nothing is going to change. I mean, the earliest that you essentially wouldn't be able to use this would be after the election next year, and that's unless a court doesn't choose to stay whatever is in the bill. We'll have to see.
All right, Brian Chung, thank you. We appreciate it. We are now less than a week away from the first presidential debate of the 2024 election. Both the Biden and Trump campaigns are ramping up their attacks as they battle for voters' attention. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez reports on the debate preparations.
The stage is set for next week's crucial debate. President Biden winning a coin toss, picking the lectern on the right side of the stage. Former President Trump will deliver the night's final closing statement. But ahead of the first 2024 debate, for the first time, Mr. Trump, in an interview for a new book, appeared to briefly acknowledge he lost the 2020 election when asked about his relationship to Geraldo Rivera.
And are you guys still close, or are you no longer?
No, I don't think so. He is... After I lost the election, I won the election, but when they said we won, he called me up 3 or 4 times.
Now, with their face-to-face meeting days away, the Biden campaign is accusing the Trump team of using, quote, cheap fakes.
What is a cheap fake?
Cheap fakes are these, deceptively edited videos, and they're a huge part of Donald Trump's campaign strategy.
At last week's G7 summit in Italy, this camera angle appeared to show President Biden wandering off before being pulled back to the group by the Italian Prime Minister. In reality, another angle showed the president was actually trying to greet skydivers who just finished a demonstration. But the Republican National Committee and conservative media quickly amplified the first angle, falsely claiming the president was confused.
These deceptive videos are out here because Donald Trump is desperate to distract from his unpopular agenda.
Still, it's among a string of clips some Republicans say raises concerns about President Biden's age and ability. This video shows President Biden standing still for several seconds on stage at a Hollywood fundraiser until former President Obama leads him off stage. In another, he also stands still as people dance around him during a Juneteenth celebration. The White House says the president did not freeze in these incidents, but was simply enjoying the moment. The Trump campaign insists the clips are not misleading.
The Biden campaign is trying to convince the American public not to believe their own eyes. We are simply posting these videos for the world to see and to come to their own conclusion.
Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News.
In Baltimore, officials are ready to replace the Francis Scott Key Bridge just 3 months after it collapsed. With the shipping channel cleared of debris and the port fully reopened, the state is now planning to build an even better bridge. It's a project that could cost billions and might just position the state of Maryland as an infrastructure hub in the wake of that deadly collapse. CNBC special correspondent Scott Cohn has been following this major project and joins us now from Baltimore. Scott, when it comes to rebuilding this bridge, are things running on schedule at this point?
Well, they are, Ellison, but with a caveat that it's very, very early on in the schedule. They have accomplished quite a bit in the just about 3 months since the bridge collapsed, and they've got a lot more to go, complicated by the fact that they're trying to look beyond the bridge.
C-13 dispatch, the whole bridge just fell down.
From an unimaginable disaster comes the chance to reimagine a critical piece of American infrastructure.
This is going to be an important opportunity for our state to look at all of our infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our tunnels. Our critical infrastructure is imperative for our economic growth and development.
The Port of Baltimore is reopened for business.
With the harbor now reopened, they're collecting proposals on how to rebuild the bridge, a key link not just for Baltimore, but for the whole eastern seaboard. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the new bridge will be better than the old one that stood for 50 years.
We know things that we didn't know in the 1970s about how to put up a bridge. It does bring an opportunity and I would say a responsibility to get things right for the future.
A bridge that's not only sturdy, but sustainable in the face of climate change, all at a reasonable price.
fix.
Well, we need to get the right bang for the taxpayer buck.
Upwards of $2 billion taxpayer bucks, state officials say, with plans to rebuild the bridge in 4 years, record time. But in many ways, this is just a fast-motion version of what every state is dealing with. Not just roads, bridges, ports, and airports, but connectivity and utilities in the race to rebuild U.S. manufacturing.
I don't think the fix is going to be a short-term fix. I think it's going to be, 5+, 10+ years before we really get it to a point where we feel good about it.
And in fact, infrastructure is really the big topic in economic development circles, which we follow on CNBC's America's Top States for Business. How big of a deal is it? Secretary Buttigieg says it's not too early to start thinking about the next bipartisan infrastructure law. This one has $500 billion in new spending. Allison?
Scott Cohn from CNBC, thank you. Still ahead, the new warning about bogus weight loss drugs and their health risks. You are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, an important alert about weight loss drugs like Ozempic and Mounjaro. Officials are warning some dangerous counterfeits might be on the market. Here's Ann Thompson.
Weight loss drugs are now a global phenomenon.
I went down 4 pant sizes.
This country accounting for 71% of semaglutide sales, the active ingredient in Wegovy and Ozempic, a diabetes drug. But high demand breeds counterfeits that could jeopardize your health. The World Health Organization warning that it found fake batches of Ozempic in the U.S., U.K., and Brazil last year.
Could have contaminants that could actually harm you.
UC San Diego professor Tim Mackey and his team of researchers bought counterfeits of semaglutide online to find out what's being sold.
And when we purchased 6 of these products from online pharmacies, 3 were scammers, and another 3 sent us products that had questionable quality safety issues associated with them.
And so if somebody had taken any of these drugs, could they have ended up in the hospital or ill from the drugs?
Yeah, so patients, 1, could have been scammed out of thousands of dollars, and 2, they could have taken a product that had too much semaglutide in them and could have been injured from that as well.
Lilly also warning about fake versions of tirzepatide, the active ingredient in Mounjaro and Zepbound, its diabetes and weight loss drugs. Lilly says it does not sell these drugs on social media and warns illegal online pharmacies selling fakes put people at risk. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
All right, we all want to save money, right? Turns out you can get a deal without spending a dime. Our Vicki Nguyen shows us how to buy nothing.
One of my favorite money-saving tips is to find a buy nothing group.
Call it the summer of frugal. With inflation still sitting above 3%, Americans are turning to buy nothing groups on Facebook to meet their needs without spending a penny.
Buying a whole patio set is costly these days, and we were able to just get one from someone who was just giving it away.
Jennifer Schluning is a member of a Buy Nothing group in Cranford, New Jersey. We toured her backyard.
This is a whole garden you have going.
Which is made up entirely of items she received for free.
We have spinach, tomatoes, basil, mince.
That looks amazing. These are really healthy.
Courtesy of her community.
What would you say to someone who's interested in joining a group like this?
I would say, if you need something, you might as well just ask for it. You never know who is around who's willing to give you something.
But Jennifer doesn't just receive, she gives too, and showed us how these groups work.
So you're giving away this vase, these little flowers, and this picture frame?
Yes. And all you do is you basically just take a quick pic of the items that you want to post and say that you're giving it. And hit post, and then you just see who wants to come and get your items. So Vicki just left, and someone responded to my post. So now I'm gonna put it on my porch for them to come and pick up.
There are more than 8,000 Buy Nothing groups worldwide on Facebook, with 10 million neighbors who've joined. In the groups, members post items up for grabs, everything from soon-to-be expired bread to jewelry, baby toys, and used furniture. It's all part of a movement to reduce waste and use what's already in our homes and backyards.
I want to show you guys something beautiful that I found today. She is a 1976 Kenmore machine, and I got her for $0.
Think of us as a department store before you go out and actually go to buy that.
Liesl Clark is the co-founder of the Buy Nothing Project. She helps communities create these social media pages, and the project launched an app for those not on social media.
There is someone in your community that could use exactly what it is that you may no longer need.
It's not just about saving money and reducing waste. The group is also a place neighbors turn to when they need help.
Funny goes hop, hop.
Mom of two, Lauren Jebwin, ran out of a specialized formula for her daughter, so she posted in the Cranford Buy Nothing group.
Not just one person responded, like multiple people respond. And that I think is the most amazing thing. Like the generosity is just, it doesn't end. There's no judgment. There's no like, oh my goodness, you don't have formula. It was, here, I have it for you.
What started as a social experiment has led to successful connections, friendships, and stronger communities.
This is mutual aid. We are taking care of each other by sharing the things that we might not no longer need, but it will make a world of difference to a nearby family.
And saving money and the environment at the same time.
There you go. That's it.
Vicki Nguyen, NBC News.
There's more news ahead. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
A former Marine is using the power of music to fight the trauma of war. Sal Gonzalez left the Marines after losing his leg to an explosion in 2004. Since then, his career as a songwriter has taken him to one of the most famous stages in country music. We spoke with Sal about the motivation and the message behind his music.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the moment Sal Gonzalez has been waiting decades for. His debut at one of the most iconic music venues in the country, the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, Tennessee.
This one goes out to all you veterans. I hope you like it, and I hope it strikes a chord.
Those veterans, his brothers and sisters in arms. Gonzalez joined the Marines in the wake of the attacks on 9/11.
I was in English class in high school, and we watched the Twin Towers fall. And I knew all of a sudden that we were going to go to war, and I wanted to go do my part.
Gonzalez was serving as a machine gunner in Iraq in 2004 when his vehicle was hit with an improvised explosive device.
I'd been in a coma for a week. Both my lungs collapsed. I'd almost died a couple of times, and my leg was in shambles.
Months later, Gonzalez and his doctors made the difficult decision to amputate his left leg below the knee. It's now a very physical reminder of the toll of war, but there are mental scars too.
I thought it was normal to just go and drink myself to sleep because I didn't want to think about stuff. I think more than anything, the survivor's guilt was the thing that was hardest to deal with. Thinking of all these friends that I'd lost, not just my lieutenant who was killed in the explosion that took my leg.
Soon, Gonzalez learned to rely on the passion that he'd had since childhood, music, ultimately partnering with the Wounded Warrior Project to play for other veterans across the country.
Danny had a daughter that he'll never get to see, and I know that he was proud. He was only 23. Some of those vets were like, hey, that's awesome. You nailed it on the head. I couldn't have said those words myself. I'm just happy to get to be a part of that and get to give back to an organization that I'm pretty sure, had they not been around, I don't think I'd be around.
That passion quickly becoming more than just a pastime. Gonzalez moving to Nashville to pursue a career in music and even appearing on America's Got Talent in 2014.
No sunshine, seas gold. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away.
And just last month, that offer of a lifetime.
Making his Opry debut, let's give him a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Sal Gonzalez.
Gonzalez taking the stage with an original song written after one of his fellow veterans called him a hero.
I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but heroes ain't the ones who make it home. No.
The Opry crowd giving Gonzalez a standing ovation.
Thank you so much, folks. God bless. My name's Sal Gonzalez. It's hard to explain that moment, to be totally honest. I'm not special by any means. I'm just a normal dude. And some of the people that I served with that didn't come home were those exceptional people.
Gonzalez now working toward a full-time music career, even playing us a little bit of his latest original about being away from his family, playing music on the road.
These nights can get so lonely, but I never thought they'd own me. So I'm starting to hate the thing I love the most.
But no matter where his music career takes him, Gonzalez says he'll always make time to serve his fellow veterans. And for those who may be struggling, he hopes you'll remember this.
This world is better with you in it. Don't give up.
And before we go, it is time for today's Daily Snapshot. Times Square, it is probably the last place you would expect to see this. It's people relaxing. New Yorkers took part in a yoga session there to celebrate the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. The event has been held every summer solstice for the last 22 years. The organizers aim to promote peace and calmness in one of the busiest intersections in the world. I'm Ellison Barber, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ellison Barber. Kate and Clay are off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, June 21st, 2024. Breaking news. The gun ban remains. The Supreme Court rules domestic abusers with restraining orders cannot own firearms. What the decision says about the court's views on gun rights and the justice who was the lone dissenter. Scorched earth, massive wildfires burned thousands of acres in New Mexico and California. Hundreds of buildings have been destroyed. Our team is on the fire line. TikTok fights back. The Chinese-owned social media app calls its potential ban in America unconstitutional. The urgent message from some of the platform's content creators. And split decision when the dinner check shows up. Who pays? Should it be 50-50? How you can de-escalate the tension when it comes time to settle the bill. Happy Friday. We are so glad you're with us. We're going to begin this hour with breaking news and a major ruling from the Supreme Court on guns. The justices upheld the federal law that says people who are subjected to domestic violence restraining orders cannot have firearms. This case was seen as a test to some to see how far the conservative majority court would be willing to go on gun rights. Every justice except for one, Clarence Thomas, ruled in favor of the Biden administration, which was defending this law. I want to bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos for more on this. Danny, walk us through the ruling. What stood out to you specifically in the court's opinion? And in terms of the average everyday American, how will this ruling impact them?
This ruling was not a surprise. I had it at either 8-1 or 9-0, Clarence Thomas being the only dissenter. And it's one of those rare occurrences where I was actually right. But I wasn't alone. Many other people figured that this statute, the disarming statute under federal law would survive. And under this particular subsection, it had to do with domestic violence restraining orders. And what the court had to decide is whether or not in the history of the United States, there is a tradition of disarming dangerous people. It concluded that there were such statutes that disarmed dangerous people. There was some doubt on some of the issues because it's kind of a convoluted analysis, but the bottom line is that in all likelihood, especially with Zaki Rahimi, who was the party in this case, who was unquestionably a very dangerous person, that it was likely that the federal firearm disowning or disarming statute would survive, at least this particular subsection. There are other challenges coming down the road, particularly to the felon in possession part of that same statute.
So this ruling, it really did focus on a very specific group and is not something that would impact American gun owners at large necessarily.
Exactly right. In fact, you can look at the numbers. The actual numbers of prosecutions of people who are under a domestic violence restraining order and they're prosecuted for violating this law, we're talking a handful. Far more important will be the felon in possession part of the statute, which is coming before the Supreme Court. That is a portion of the statute that is charged all the time, every day, thousands of times. It is a much more significant portion. This is the appetizer. The real meal is coming up down the pike.
Does this give us any indication, this most recent ruling, and there are a couple other recent ones kind of along the lines of this, in terms of where they may rule on that next bigger gun case?
It's hard to say because, on the one hand, this is a different analysis. The felon in possession part of the statute, we've always been able to disarm felons. That's an easy case. But on the other hand, that case involves someone whose felony was very minor and many, many years ago. So it might really be a slightly different constitutional analysis. But on the whole, the fact that the Supreme Court is even deciding Second Amendment issues is a marked departure from its approach in the last several decades. It's only in the very recent history started deciding these cases. So very significant, because gun owners in the United States will get a better idea of what their Second Amendment rights really are in the very near future.
All right, Danny Savalos, thank you so much. We appreciate it. New Mexico is officially in disaster mode at this hour. Firefighters are racing to contain a pair of wildfires that are ripping across the state. So far, more than 24,000 acres have been scorched. The fires have killed at least 2 people and forced thousands more to evacuate. President Biden has issued a disaster declaration for the southern parts of the state. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is in New Mexico for us. Also here is NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Steve, let's start with you. Are firefighters there making any progress?
Yeah, I just spoke to an information officer with the U.S. Forest Service. They are making progress, Allison. That not enough to add to the containment numbers. Both of these fires in this area is still burning out of control. But as you may be able to see, the weather has let up significantly. It is raining. It has been raining all day. Humidity has increased. Temperatures have cooled. Perfect conditions for fighting a fire. Again, not going to put the fire out. Firefighters, about 1,000 of them engrossed in this battle. 1,400 structures lost. 500 of those possibly homes. 2 people dead. This fire has been immense. It has been terrible. It has been burning on both fronts. But firefighters are starting to get at least a foothold, and we should see containment increase a little bit, hopefully over the weekend. Allison?
Steve, do we know what this new disaster declaration from the president will actually lead to? How soon can it help?
Yeah, so this was a declaration that was called upon by the entire congressional delegation of New Mexico. They wrote Biden a letter. The president, of course, responded, declaring this, I believe, at some point yesterday. What it essentially does is it frees up federal resources. So if you lost a business, you lost a home, you can apply for assistance. And it's important specifically to this fire because not only does it apply at the state level, not only does it apply at the local level, it also applies at the tribal level. The tribal land is as maybe about a few feet behind me. A large swaths of tribal land were affected, specifically by the salt fire, which is sort of the southern burning fire. But really, both of these fires burning on tribal land, they need that assistance, and I'm sure they're happy to have it. Ellison.
All right, Bill, and in terms of New Mexico, there's some potential there for storms in parts of the state, right? What would that mean for this fire effort?
It's good and bad for this fire effort in the West. What you see behind Steve is perfect. You don't have any lightning. You just have steady rain, cooler temperatures. That's ideal for knocking the blaze back, getting it control, and getting the containment lines around it. But we also have a big severe thunderstorm watch over the Four Corner region. And this is that time of year you get the lightning and you get new fires started when we get thunderstorms. We're going to have to wait and see how that progresses. But specifically looking at the flash flood watches, these are the same areas that are getting the storms today. We also have a flash flood warning right where Steve is located because we have the burn scars, and any rainfall, you get rapid runoff on that. So this is the Roswell, right where my finger is here. We'll go in closer, and this is where Studio is, and this is where those fires were, and this is where Steve is. So it's a light soaking rain. So that's perfect right now. Other areas of the West are extremely warm. Interior California, 28 million people are in heat advisories. Once again, we got a few spots like Phoenix, and also a little sliver there in California that's under excessive heat warnings. And over the weekend, we are going to see this continued weather pattern. California is going to stay very warm, and the heat's actually going to be spreading to many areas. By the end of the week, in areas like Salt Lake City could be 100. Still some of that monsoonal flow in New Mexico and southern Arizona, some isolated rain on Saturday. That continues on Sunday, but I noticed those temperatures going up. Boise, 100. Salt Lake City, 100. Vegas, 109. So it's that time of year, Ellison, where you really can't win. We like the rain, but we don't want the thunderstorms because they usually do start new blazes as we go throughout this time of year.
All right, Steve Patterson and Bill Cairns, thank you both. We appreciate it. It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Toyota recalls thousands of SUVs, and what was on the shelf at a popular discount chain? CNBC's Steve Kovac joins us now. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Ellison. Toyota is recalling 145,000 Lexus TX and Toyota Grand Highlander SUVs over an airbag issue. Toyota says the driver's side curtain airbags may fail to deploy during certain crashes, and the automaker says it's working on a fix. Owners will be notified by mid-August. Also, Dollar Tree failed to remove applesauce packets that contain contaminated lead, according to a letter released by the FDA. The letter says public health officials still found the pouches, which contain 200 times the FDA-approved amount of lead, up to 8 weeks after they were recalled. The discount chain now has 15 days to respond to the letter with a plan to avoid having recalled products on shelves in the future. And neurotech company Paradigmics plans to put its brain implant on trial next year. The company anticipates the devices will sell for about $100,000 each, and it follows competitor Neuralink's move to implant a chip into a patient's brain. Neuralink was, of course, co-founded by Elon Musk. Ellison, it's just easier to buy an iPhone, but you can do the brain chip instead.
Really interesting stuff, though. Steve Kovac, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Happy Friday.
You too.
All right, new and next on NBC News Daily, a key hearing today in former President Donald Trump's classified documents case, why his lawyers are trying to get the whole case dismissed. But first, new developments in the deadly shooting on the set of the Alec Baldwin film Rust. The major testimony prosecutors want the jury to hear. You're watching NBC News Daily.
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Attorneys for Alec Baldwin are once again trying to get his involuntary manslaughter charge dropped in the deadly Rust movie shooting case. Today, a judge denied a request from prosecutors to compel the film's armorer to testify at Baldwin's trial. Baldwin pleaded not guilty in the 2021 shooting death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Baldwin's defense attorneys are calling for the entire case to be dismissed. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has been covering this case since the beginning and joins us now. Dana, break this down. What in court is happening right now? What do people need to know?
So this is the last hearing of the day where the judge will decide whether or not to throw out the indictment, because the defense claims that the prop gun that was used that ultimately fired that deadly round was destroyed by the FBI during their testing of the weapon. This is nothing new. We've heard about this before in the previous trial of the armorer. So right now, the state is questioning one of the lead detectives about what was the state of that weapon when they showed up the day of that shooting. And so far, that detective has said that the weapon was not damaged. So that could be pretty hurtful for the Baldwin case, because they are trying to use this alleged damaged gun to try to get out of charges. Ellison?
The judge is also weighing a request from Baldwin's defense attorneys about this question, their proposal, their suggestion, argument that this trial should not go forward. Can you break down exactly what they are saying supports their case here?
Yeah, I can tell you that one of the elements that they brought up was the fact that they say that that the state gave them some 361 phone recordings of Hannah Gutierrez Reed, the armorer in this case that was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter for loading that live round of ammunition into Baldwin's gun. And they said that, the prosecution was trying to kind of work the system and to hinder their case by giving them that much information, and that it would take 15 days to even listen to those calls. And one of the last things that we heard in the last hearing was the judge decided not to give Hannah Gutierrez Reed immunity in this case because they want her to testify in the upcoming trial that's expected to happen next month. And the judge said she's already proven to be uncooperative. She's already said in jailhouse conversations that she does not want to testify on Baldwin's behalf because he didn't show up for her, and that during a pretrial interview, she pleaded the fifth several times, even when she didn't need to, according to the prosecutor. So the judge has decided that she will not hold Hannah Gutierrez Reed in contempt if she shows up to court and decides not to testify. Ellison?
Dana, a lot of people are following these updates and I think saying, wait a second, this happened so long ago. We're talking about something that happened in 2021. We've seen hearing after hearing for Alec Baldwin.
Yeah.
Is there actually a date for when this could go to trial, or do we think we'll be in this hearing phase for a bit longer?
It's hard to tell what's going to happen next, Ellison, because there are these last-minute motions that keep coming up, including several to dismiss the indictment against Alec Baldwin. So this is just really a last-ditch effort before his trial is expected to start. We've already got a date on the calendar, July 10th. It's expected to last through the 19th, so that's at least a week and a half of this trial. But of course, leading up to that, you're probably going to see more motions and more things that come out to try to get this case dismissed, which is something that any good defense would do to try to get their client off of these charges. So we'll just have to wait and see if anything else comes up. But as of right now, Baldwin is slated to go to trial next month. Ellison?
Right. Dana Griffin, excellent reporting as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tensions between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the White House are escalating after the Israeli leader accused the U.S. of withholding weapons in its war with Hamas. Both sides are trading new jabs, with Netanyahu facing a widening rift with his own military. However, he's doubling down on his comments about the Biden administration. NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman joins me now. Josh, Prime Minister Netanyahu has just addressed this controversy, right? Where did he do it, and what did he have to say?
Well, he did it in an interview with Punchbowl, which it's notable is a Washington, D.C. publication. This is right in President Biden's backyard. And typically, these kinds of disagreements between two countries are kept behind closed doors, Ellison, especially when you have a relationship like the U.S. does with Israel, where America is the most important ally for Israel at a time that it is under growing pressure and doesn't have that many allies around the world. But Netanyahu really pointedly critiquing the Biden administration for what he says is an inability and a failure to deliver the weapons that he says Israel needs to defend itself and to continue its war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. And there had been a lot of speculation that he was really just referring to one shipment of bombs that the Biden administration had put on hold over concerns about how it might be used in Rafah in a way that could cause serious numbers of civilian casualties. But Netanyahu, in this new interview, is making clear he believes this is much bigger than one shipment. He says that aid deliveries have slowed down to a trickle, and he says he is counting on the U.S. to change that as fast as possible.
And Josh, Netanyahu is also facing increased pressure from the families of hostages who have been protesting all week. What are we hearing from those families, and is there any movement on a possible ceasefire?
Yeah, those families of hostages, which still include about 5 Americans, have been out and about very publicly criticizing the Netanyahu administration. They've been protesting outside his residence. And I want you to hear from the brother of one of those hostages, Naama Levy, who turns 20 years old tomorrow in captivity. This is what her brother had to tell NBC.
The most basic needs, like she would have something to eat on her birthday, that maybe she has a friend or two around her. I woke up this morning, and I don't know how she woke up. I don't know if she even slept. I don't know what maybe these awful human beings that did awful things might still be doing these awful things.
Ellison, there have been no recent signs of progress on a hostage deal, but those families say they are not giving up hope.
Josh Lederman, thank you. We appreciate it. Coming up, TikTok fires back how the Chinese-owned social media app is taking on the U.S. government. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This Pride Month marks 55 years since the Stonewall Uprising, which sparked the modern LGBTQ+ rights movement. And soon there will be a new place to learn about that moment in history. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer has a sneak peek.
The Stonewall Inn has been attracting visitors for decades, so perhaps it's only fitting that the bar's new next-door neighbor is a visitor center.
When this space became available, everything became a green light.
Anne-Marie Gothard and Diana Rodriguez, partners for 39 years, are the driving forces behind this project. They've raised more than $3.2 million to create an educational pit stop for those visiting the Stonewall National Monument, a rainbow-coated park right across the street.
We think it's important to have this space that's a safe space, that's home for people to really walk in and learn, but also to share their stories.
How do the park rangers feel about it?
They're so excited. This is where they can start their tours. This is where you can get your passport stamped. Aside from us, I think they're probably the most excited for us to open.
Among the highlights, this jukebox, the same make and model as the one that was in Stonewall 55 years ago. You see, back in 1969, this space was actually the other half of the original Stonewall Inn.
It's emotional.
Where Mark Siegel first visited right after moving to New York at the age of 18.
And this was a safe place to come. It might have been a dive, might have watered down drinks, but it was safe. And that night, the place that I felt safe in became violent.
Back then, police raids on gay bars were common, but when the NYPD showed up on June 28, 1969, an uprising was born.
It was us finally fighting back. It was us saying we want to be treated equally.
That anger fueled several nights of protest, becoming a catalyst in the battle for LGBTQ+ rights.
I'm tired of NBC's bigotry.
Which led to this moment in 1973 when Siegel crashed a live broadcast of Today to protest unfair coverage.
I'm sorry about that interruption. I assure you we had nothing to do with it.
He returned to the show in 2019 as an invited guest.
We were 100 gay activists in 1969. Today we are millions. How else could you say we're visible than I'm on this very show today?
His lifetime of change-making activism is rooted in Stonewall.
Everything that we have today, everything, comes back to this building.
Which is why Siegel wanted to play a role in the creation of this visitor center, curating the panels about Stonewall's legacy.
Mark and so many like Mark are the reason we can do things like this. And I don't think the man's ever been truly given his credit. What you have here is a first-hand account of Stonewall. People can experience Stonewall through him.
55 years later,
do you feel proud?
Yes.
The emotions have not faded.
I'm proud of where we've come, but I also realize the difficulty of the road we've traveled. I also think of the people who didn't make it.
This honors them, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
That includes Tony Torres, a Vietnam veteran who was Rodriguez's uncle.
He was a gay man. He became very ill when he died of AIDS. No one from his military unit and no one from his place of employment came to his funeral.
Now, the flag that was draped over his coffin is one of the first things visitors to this center will see.
It is specifically designed to be there. So when people walk in, you automatically are hit by what people went through. It's meant to kind of tug at the heartstrings and to understand what sacrifice really can be.
Is this your way of giving long overdue recognition to your Uncle Tony?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
He was the best guy in the world.
Acceptance in a place where all visitors are welcome, a space that, to so many, is hallowed ground. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Still to come, the Marine using the power of music to overcome the trauma of war in his debut on one of America's most famous stages. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, we are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live: Peacock, Hulu, Fire TV, Samsung Plus, Roku, Xfinity, all the options. The news continues right after this.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Banner in Everett.
All right, it just me too.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
We are live here at Mad Butcher in Fordyce, and there's a shooting going on.
We are following breaking news out of Arkansas. 2 people are dead and 7 others injured in a grocery store shooting in Fordyce, that is south of Little Rock. State police say the shooter was injured after being shot by officers and has now been taken into police custody. 1 officer was also shot but is expected to be okay. We'll bring you updates as we have them. All right, turning to the American man charged with bringing ammunition to the Turks and Caicos. He has avoided jail time. Ryan Watson can now return home to Oklahoma after paying a fine. He says he did not intend to pack the hunting ammunition found in his baggage back in April. Turks and Caicos typically has a minimum sentence of 12 years for firearms charges. But today, a judge ruled that Watson's circumstances warranted an exception to that law. In recent months, 2 other Americans have also been granted leniency after being detained for the same charges. And cue the duck boats. Boston sports fans, they have a lot to celebrate today. The city held a championship parade for the Celtics. The team won their 18th NBA championship on Monday night. Thousands of fans lined the streets with the city's famous duck boats rolling through, carrying Celtics players. Boston is used to this kind of fanfare. It's the 13th time this century the city is holding a rally to honor one of New England's 4 major sports teams. Former President Donald Trump's lawyers are back in a Florida court today with a new dispute over the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. At issue today is whether the appointment of the special counsel who oversaw the investigation was constitutional. This is just one of a number of hearings Judge Eileen Cannon, a Trump appointee, has approved. She has still not set a date for the trial to begin. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian is outside of the courthouse in Fort Pierce, Florida. Ken, talk to us about the hearing today. Is it normal to have so many hearings before a trial? And what are the chances we actually see this trial start before the general election?
Slim to none is what most legal experts say on that second question, Ellison. Look, it's normal to have pretrial hearings. Those are par for the course for any criminal case. But it's been a year since Donald Trump was indicted in this case, and this is the 11th pretrial hearing, and there are many, many matters still as yet unresolved. And what legal experts say is that it's not normal to have a hearing on every single disputed motion, no matter how thinly argued by the defense. And today's motion was a case in point. It's an argument that the appointment of the special counsel was unconstitutional. It has been tried and it has failed in previous special counsel cases. There's a slightly different wrinkle in this one in that Jack Smith was never confirmed by the Senate, so they may have a novel issue. But many legal experts say this is something that Judge Cannon could have resolved by reading the legal briefs and making a decision. And said she chose to conduct a day-long hearing, and even more extraordinary, she allowed friends of the court to come in and argue, lawyers who are not a part of this case, which almost never happens in a criminal case. And there are 2 more hearings scheduled for Monday and Tuesday on other pretrial issues. And again, no trial date set a year after the indictment, so very, very unlikely that this case could go to trial before November. Ellison?
All right, Ken Delanian in Florida, thank you. With just days to go until the first head-to-head debate of this election cycle between President Biden and former President Trump, Vice President Kamala Harris is weighing in. She sat down with Morning Joe co-host Mika Brzezinski in an exclusive interview.
Joe Biden and this debate will make clear the contrast. You know, of the many issues in our country and our world that are complex and nuanced, November of 2024 is binary. And when you look at the difference, I would ask people to really imagine what the world will be like on January 20th, 2025. On the one hand, you have Joe Biden, who has spent his life and career fighting for the well-being of other people, including health care, On the other hand, you have the former president who spent full time when he was president trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which, if he is successful as president again, would mean over 100 million people would be stripped of health care coverage. You have, on the one hand, Joe Biden, who under his leadership, bipartisan support for the first meaningful gun safety legislation in 30 years. And on the other hand, the former president, who, when speaking of survivors of horrendous gun violence, says, get over it, and will proudly talk about how, to the NRA, about how he did nothing on the issue. And I could go on and on. I think that the debate is going to make clear the contrast between our president, the current president, who works on behalf of the American people, fights for the American people, and the former president, who pretty much spends full time fighting for himself.
And you can watch the full interview on MSNBC's Morning Joe this Monday at 6 a.m. Eastern. TikTok is firing back against the U.S. government in response to the Biden administration's new law that forces a sale or ban of the wildly popular app. In a court brief filed this week, attorneys for TikTok called the law an act of political demagoguery, and they say that it silences free speech. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now with more. Brian, walk us through this brief. What does it say?
Yeah, well, this brief is setting the stage for the legal battle between TikTok and the U.S. government. We have to remember that this is all stemming from that legislation that Congress passed. I want to remind our viewers on a bipartisan basis earlier this year that basically says ByteDance, the Chinese parent company of TikTok, would have to sell and divest this company within 9 months, or it would be banned nationwide. So we're not there yet, but TikTok is trying to ask a court to basically strike down this law and say it's unconstitutional for a number of reasons, free speech being one of them, another one of them being whether or not the government was unfairly targeting one specific company. So TikTok has alleged, as you mentioned, they say this is political demagoguery. They also say that, look, this law sets a dangerous precedent, allowing the political branches to target a disfavored speech platform. Now, what is interesting is that TikTok also pointed to an agreement that they were working on with the government that was up until at least August 2022, something that could have allowed the U.S. government to use what they call a kill switch to basically take TikTok down at the push of a button if they found they were in violation of the national security agreement that was never signed. But TikTok wants to bring that to court to say, look, there were conversations happening between TikTok and the U.S. government, but the U.S. government didn't follow through. We'll see if a judge sides with them.
It's interesting, too, to hear you use the term that TikTok used, describing themselves as a disfavored speech platform. The U.S. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, their argument the whole time has been, no, you're different because of the way businesses have to operate in a place like China. Have we heard from D.C. on this latest brief from TikTok?
Yeah, well, the Department of Justice had a statement yesterday that basically was a repeat of the statement following the legislation being passed, in which they say they feel that the legislation properly addresses national security concerns if it is indeed the case that China can get into U.S. data. Now, for what it's worth, we have to remember that really this court is not trying to litigate whether or not China has access to U.S. data through TikTok. What they're trying to litigate is whether or not the legislation that was passed by Congress is constitutional in the way that it addresses those national security concerns. So that proceeding is set to begin in September. That's when oral arguments are going to begin. We'll probably hear more of the U.S. argument. But again, the Justice Department pointing to the legislation that was passed, again, on a bipartisan basis in saying that that's what we're trying to argue in court once that happens in September.
September is the big time. It'll be a really interesting case. Yeah. Brian Chung, thank you. We appreciate it. An alleged drunk driver is facing charges after slamming into two bicyclists in Texas. Both of those cyclists thankfully survived, and one of them is now speaking out. NBC News correspondent Adrienne Broaddus has this story and a warning. The images, they are disturbing.
This is the terrifying moment that cyclist Tom Geppert says could have killed him. An SUV slamming into Geppert and a fellow biker, then running Geppert over near the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport.
I could have easily been in the ICU, or I could have been dead. We're here is definitely that one's quite deep.
The driver, who police identified as American Airlines cargo team member Benjamin Highlander, arrested for driving under the influence. Witnesses told police they followed Highlander to a gas station, demanding he return to the scene.
I have a bunch of abrasions that are this one's pretty deep, and then I had a pretty bad concussion.
Geppert, who has been released from the hospital, furious at what he saw in the video of the incident.
I'm so angry. It looked like he could have stopped before he rolled over me, but then he sped up and went right over me. You know, I mean, it just seems so callous and so disregarding of the fact that there was a human there.
Police say while treating Geppert, Highlander ran on scene, quote, hysterically, shouting, quote, "I'm sorry." According to the police report, officers found 6 empty beer cans and a backpack in Highlander's SUV, and his blood alcohol content was twice the legal limit.
Impaired driving is still a major crisis on our roads. It is a major public health crisis that we're facing.
Advocacy groups like Mothers Against Drunk Driving, or MAD, are pushing to end drunk driving with technology. The Halt Drunk Driving Act, which passed in 2021, will require all new cars to come equipped with smart technology that detects and stops impaired driving by 2027.
I think it's better than a breathalyzer. In fact, what it would actually do is passively detect impairment once the driver gets behind the wheel.
According to the Department of Transportation, in 2020, at least 34% of all crashes resulting in a bicyclist death involved alcohol consumption by either the driver or the biker. Geppert says he spent decades helping people as a physician. Now retired, he says he won't let this crash stop him from riding again.
You know, I definitely want to be at least 2-3 weeks out before I try it again. It's huge because my friends are part of cycling a lot of the time.
Adrienne Bronis, NBC News.
Coming up, dinner with friends. It can turn into a game of math once that check arrives. So what are some of the best ways to split the bill without making it a big issue? Our expert joins us with some tips. That's next on NBC News Daily.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
We're going to turn back to that breaking news out of Arkansas. At least 2 people are dead after a shooting at a grocery store. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us with more. Sam, we understand this took place at a grocery store in a city called Fordyce. Walk us through what we know right now.
Sure. So, Ellison, it looks like we're seeing some images from the scene right now. All of the information that we haven't granted, it is limited information, is coming from Arkansas State Police, who confirm that 11:30 local time this morning, a shooter opened fire at the Mad Butcher not clear if it was inside or just outside of it. What you're looking at right now is video from a witness that was captured right near that scene, where you actually hear a series of gunshots. They go off, there's a space, and then maybe 10 or 15 seconds later, more gunfire after that. In terms of who was affected, here is what we know right now. There were 7 civilians who were shot. 2 of them, as you mentioned, who have been killed. They said 9 people were shot total, so that also includes a law enforcement officer who was shot but suffers non-life-threatening injuries, and it includes the shooter. Not clear his background, his or her background, or why they opened fire, but the shooter has been detained, according to Arkansas State Police, and we are expecting a briefing from the state police sometime in the next 45 minutes to an hour. Those are the basics of the information that we have right now. Fordyce, by the way, is roughly about an hour's drive south of Little Rock. And in terms of response from government, from the community members there, still waiting to hear from witnesses on scene. But the governor, Governor Sanders, did say, she issued a statement, I should say, wanting to provide her prayers for the victims and all those impacted. And she says, I've been briefed on the tragic shooting in Fordyce. I'm in constant contact with state police at the scene. I am thankful to law enforcement and to first responders for their quick and heroic action to save lives. Big picture now. Let's widen the scope. There were roughly 9 mass shootings just over the weekend across the country. Also, that includes a shooter opening fire at a splash pad in Michigan, injuring 9, including an 8-year-old child at Round Rock, Texas. 2 people were killed celebrating a Juneteenth party over the weekend. So obviously, this just kind of fits into the pattern of mass shootings, 230 plus for the year, Ellison. And we're following, obviously, the latest details on this.
All right, Sam Brock in our Southern Bureau. Thank you for breaking that down for us again. What we are following is a story out of Arkansas. 9 people have been shot. 2 at least have been confirmed dead by local authorities there. They also are saying that the suspect in this was shot by officers and is now in police custody and being treated at a hospital. This all happened at or in a supermarket in Fordyce, Arkansas. We will keep following this and bring you updates as we have them throughout the day. We're going to switch gears now and talk about today's mental health check. It is something that can sometimes feel awkward, even if you're with friends, and that is splitting the bill. It happens a lot, especially in the summer, right? We all want to go outside, hang with our friends, but all of a sudden you're sitting there wondering, should I split the check down the middle, or should everyone pay for only what they ordered? Does anyone have a calculator? And then there's that question of how much should everybody tip? Elaine Swan joins us now. She is a lifestyle and etiquette expert. Elaine, it's good to see you. Okay, help us out, because I think a lot of us love to try and have brunch with friends on the weekend, but the check moment can be awkward because sometimes people have different ideas on how it should be done. What's your advice for making that bill split less awkward?
Yeah, one of the things that folks can do is to get the information clear before you even get started. It feels awkward, but my recommendation is to embrace the awkward moment and say, hey guys, how are we going to split the check? Do you want to split it evenly? What are we going to do? So this is where you want to get that out in the open as you have your menus open, as you're looking. Sometimes the server will come over and ask, but if they don't ask, just make sure you get it out in advance. So that's the first thing. If you have determined that you're going to split the check evenly, and this is where people just really get bent out of shape, there's the thought process that, hey, I just had a salad and a water, and this one had the champagne, the mimosa, the appetizer, all of that along with it. You really want to make sure that you're being fair in the process. Pay your fair share. And when you do split that check, make sure that you're not only splitting the check, but also the tax and the tip as well.
All right. What about that moment when one person says, okay, I've got it, but we'll settle later, or the restaurant's like, we can only take one card. And so somebody puts it on and they want everybody else to obviously pay their part or Venmo later, but you don't get it from some of the people. How do you ask them to pay you back without being rude?
You're not being rude. And that's the thing. Sometimes we take that on for ourselves and we think, oh gosh, am I being rude? You're not. you're asking for your money back. And so you simply send that person a quick message and say, hey, just want to give you a gentle reminder about sending over the exact dollar amount. Make sure you tell them that exact dollar amount and remind them to send it to you. So there's nothing wrong with shooting a text or even utilizing whichever app you're going to use and sending a request to that person for that meal. Don't feel awkward, just push past it and get your money.
All right, and very quickly, what if you are on a date? Is there a 2024 golden rule for split or who pays?
If you're on a date and someone is courting you, then they are the one who is supposed to pay. That's what it looks like. That's what it should be. That's definitely someone. Don't, especially for the person who is being courted, don't be so grateful that someone is taking you out that you feel like you have to pay. Let them go ahead and treat you.
I like that advice. Elaine Swan, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And thank you for watching. There is more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
A former Marine is using the power of music to fight the trauma of war. Sal Gonzalez left the Marines after losing his leg to an explosion in 2004. Since then, his career as a songwriter has taken him to one of the most famous stages in country music. We spoke with Sal about the motivation and the message behind his music.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the moment Sal Gonzalez has been waiting decades for. His debut at one of the most iconic music venues in the country, the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, Tennessee.
This one goes out to all you veterans. I hope you like it, and I hope it strikes a chord.
Those veterans, his brothers and sisters in arms. Gonzalez joined the Marines in the wake of the attacks on 9/11.
I was in English class in high school, and we watched the Twin Towers fall. And I knew all of a sudden that we were going to go to war, and I wanted to go do my part.
Gonzalez was serving as a machine gunner in Iraq in 2004 when his vehicle was hit with an improvised explosive device.
I'd been in a coma for a week. Both my lungs collapsed. I'd almost died a couple of times, and my leg was in shambles.
Months later, Gonzalez and his doctors made the difficult decision to amputate his left leg below the knee. It's now a very physical reminder of the toll of war. But there are mental scars, too.
I thought it was normal to just go and drink myself to sleep because I didn't want to think about stuff. I think more than anything, the survivor's guilt was the thing that was hardest to deal with. Thinking of all these friends that I'd lost, not just my lieutenant who was killed in the explosion that took my leg.
Soon, Gonzalez learned to rely on the passion that he'd had since childhood, music, ultimately partnering with the Wounded Warrior Project to play for other veterans across the country.
Daddy had a daughter that he'll never get to see. And I know that he was proud. He was only 23.
Some of those vets were like, hey, that's awesome. You nailed it on the head. I couldn't have said those words myself. And I'm just happy to get to be a part of that and get to give back to an organization that I'm pretty sure, had they not been around, I don't think I'd be around.
That passion quickly becoming more than just a pastime. Gonzalez moving to Nashville to pursue a career in music and even appearing on America's Got Talent in 2014.
No sun shines, he's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away.
And just last month, that offer of a lifetime.
Making his Opry debut, let's give him a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Sal Gonzalez.
Gonzalez taking the stage with an original song written after one of his fellow veterans called him a hero.
I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but heroes ain't the ones who make it home. No.
The Opry crowd giving Gonzalez a standing ovation.
Thank you so much, folks. God bless. My name's Sal Gonzalez.
It's hard to explain that moment, to be totally honest. I'm not special by any means. I'm just a normal dude. And some of the people that I served with that didn't come home were those exceptional people.
Gonzalez now working toward a full-time music career, even playing us a little bit of his latest original about being away from his family, playing music on the road.
These nights can get so lonely, but I never thought they'd own me. So I'm starting to hate the thing I love the most.
But no matter where his music career takes him, Gonzalez says he'll always make time to serve his fellow veterans. And for those who may be struggling, he hopes you'll remember this.
This world is better with you in it. Don't give up.
And before we go, it is time for today's Daily Snapshot. Times Square, it is probably the last place you would expect to see this. It's people relaxing. New Yorkers took part in a yoga session there to celebrate the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. The event has been held every summer solstice for the last 22 years. The organizers aim to promote peace and calmness in one of the busiest intersections in the world. I'm Ellison Barber, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Friday, new NBC News reporting that former President Donald Trump's vice presidential shortlist is getting shorter while his campaign war chest is getting bigger, potentially toppling President Biden's cash advantage in the race for the presidency. Plus, with major decisions still pending, the Supreme Court upholds a federal law barring domestic abusers from owning firearms, handing the Biden administration a victory on the key issue of gun safety ahead of November. And long-shot arguments and days of haggling in hearings, raising new concerns over a Florida judge's approach to the classified documents case against former President Trump that still has no trial date in sight. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Peter Alexander here in Washington, and we begin today with significant developments for Team Trump in the race for the White House. We have got fundraising reporting, new reporting showing the massive amount of cash that the Trump campaign brought in the month of May. We also have new reporting that the former president is now narrowing down his choices for running mates. This new reporting comes from my colleagues, and it shows that North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance have emerged as the top finalists to join Mr. Trump on the Republican presidential ticket. Both men fielded questions about the potential VP slot this week and spoke glowingly about the man at the top of the ticket.
We're so lucky in the Republican Party that we've got so many strong bench of people that are coming up, so many people that are out there making a difference in campaigning for President Trump. And when he makes that decision, it's solely up to him, and he's the guy that controls the criteria.
I know Trump very well. I like him. He's in very good health. And so I think whoever he selects as vice president is going to have a real opportunity to be a very good vice president for the country for the next 4 years. Yeah. And there are a lot of good people who could serve that job.
Sources tell NBC News that Florida Senator Marco Rubio remains in contention, but there are doubts about his enthusiasm for the job and concerns about the constitutional requirement that he and Mr. Trump be from different states. Of course, they're both from Florida. And according to this new reporting from NBC News, there's also an ongoing discussion right now on the topic of when the VP pick will be announced, with some favoring an announcement around the RNC convention in Milwaukee. That kicks off on July 15th. Others are pushing to reveal the pick around Mr. Trump's July 11 sentencing for his Manhattan hush money conviction, perhaps a way to try to eclipse what could be a negative news cycle. But that guilty verdict was positive news, at least on the financial front, for the campaign, sparking a rash of campaign donations that helped the Trump campaign close what really was a significant fundraising gap with President Biden. NBC News has learned from FEC reports that businessman and former RFK Jr. backer, Timothy Mellon is his name, wrote a $50 million check to a pro-Trump super PAC on the day of Mr. Trump's conviction last month. That was the largest single contribution recorded this cycle. Campaign finance data released last night shows former President Trump and the RNC outpacing President Biden and the DNC in the month of May. Of course, all the caveats apply. This is an incomplete snapshot of the money situation without other big money affiliated groups. And when it comes to the key metric of how much cash they have on hand, here's what each campaign is saying that they have in their war chest. For the first time this year, Mr. Trump's political apparatus appears to have more cash on hand than its Democratic rivals, potentially carving into one of President Biden's biggest advantages this cycle. And joining me now on set is Ben Camisar with more on those campaign cash numbers. Dasha Burns is in Philly for us, the latest on the Trump Veep stakes she's watching. And Gabe Gutierrez is at his post outside the White House with the very latest from the Trump campaign as well. Let's start with you, Ben, because you're in person, so we'll get going. You have gone through all of these numbers as best you can. You've crunched the data for us. Tell us what we know and what we don't know when it comes to the campaign fundraiser. And ultimately, the biggest takeaway here is that there has been very much an evening in terms of this race.
Exactly. I mean, for months and months, really since the start of the campaign, the Biden campaign, its broad apparatus, has been out fundraising the Trump campaign. It has said that this has been such a strength for them. It's allowed them to really just build this massive operation while Trump was sort of mired in legal concerns or mired on his primary fight. Now, in these last few months, we've seen things sort of shift. Now, as you said, this is new reporting just in this hour. Trump and his affiliated committees now say that they have more cash on hand than what the Biden campaign and its affiliates say. Your caveats are important. We don't know everything. We can't see everything, but it all kind of checks out from what we can look into. And this really is a fundamental shift and something that really takes a blow to Biden's one of his strengths.
So let's break down sort of the details behind this, right? It looks like that conviction on those 34 felony counts for Donald Trump was a business boom, as it were, right? They just started seeing all sorts of donations rush in.
Yes, it's a double-sided coin. I would imagine he probably would not have wanted to be convicted for his legal liability. However, it is clear that it's been a massive fundraising boon. You talked about that Timothy Mellon donation. That's huge. It's one of the largest donations individual we've seen in a while. And in the 24 hours after the conviction, Trump was able to bring in more than $50 million. Just that one period is according to the campaign. So there's some caveats there, but it bears out of the fundraising. It really does look like this has sort of supercharged his fundraising in a way that's pretty unprecedented.
The Trump campaign, obviously, they appear to have evened things out, but the advantage early on certainly was to Biden's camp. They have spent and are spending a lot of money right now. I remember, you talk to campaigns, the Romney campaign, this was an issue for them. They were stuck in a primary against Obama. They got beat up by the Obama folks before they could really engage on the other side. How much has the Biden folks, that team, really emphasized this early on to try to redefine or, again, emphasize the definition, as it were, of Donald Trump?
No, it's a good question. And really, this is what the Biden campaign points to as a long-held, durable advantage. They say, sure, we all knew that Donald Trump would catch up. But that's why we, speaking as Biden campaign, have been building out this large organization in swing states with tens of millions of dollars in messaging and millions of dollars in organizing on the ground in the key battlegrounds. So they say that, they knew this was going to happen, and that's why they put in all the early work. The question is going to be ultimately what bears fruit, the early work or sort of this last minute spike.
And it's sort of interesting, right? Because Donald Trump, part of the thinking behind his VP pick was who's going to be able to help him raise some money. He may not need all that help these days, but I do want to talk about, Ben, thank you, the VP conversation right now with Dasha Burns again in Philadelphia ahead of the president's former president speaking there. Burgum and Vance now at the top of the pack, according to our reporting. What are we learning, and what are the strengths that Trump world views them as offering here?
Well, yeah, Peter, we started with a list of more than a dozen, and now we're down to 2, maybe 3, of course, with the caveat, as always, that it is former President Trump, and he could always pick a dark horse candidate we don't know about right now. But according to our reporting, it is Burgum and Vance that are the top 2, with Rubio sort of in that third-place position. Look, you've been seeing Governor Doug Burgum around a lot lately. He's been with Trump on the campaign trail. He went and visited him at the courthouse in New York twice. He's been fundraising for him. The former president likes that he is a good-looking guy. This is something that's important to him. He talks about central casting all the time, right? He's someone who has experience in business. He's wealthy, all pros for the Trump column. And he's also, a respectable governor, but not a sort of threatening figure, not someone who might overshadow the former president. On the other hand, you have J.D. Vance, the senator from Ohio, who is more of a MAGA firebrand. He has the benefit of having the backing of the former president's son, Don Jr. They are very close. Don Jr. is a huge proponent of Vance. He's young. He's been a pretty fierce defender of the former president on the airwaves, so that's a plus in his column. But he does have some baggage and some of the negative criticisms that he's put out there of the former president back in 2016. Marco Rubio, the Florida senator, still on the list, Peter, but he has that complication of also being a fellow resident of Florida. And there's this constitutional rule that delegates cannot vote for a president and a vice president from the same state. So it would take a little bit more work. It would be a little bit more complicated if Rubio were the choice, which is a knock against him. But again, he is still on the table.
So, Dasha, let's talk a little bit about the timing here, right? Because the conventional wisdom, and Donald Trump had said this publicly in some of his interviews, was that he was leaning toward trying to make this a big flashing announcement that would come at the convention to take place next month in Milwaukee. But now there's some reporting that that those in Trump world are looking at the option of doing it sooner than that. What is the thinking?
Yeah, so Peter, according to our sources, this is all still very much up for debate. They are laying out the different options and playing with the pros and cons of each. The first option is announcing before July 11th. Really, sentencing is playing a key role here. How do they work around the sentencing of the former president in New York? Do they announce beforehand and have an extra news cycle where they can do more fundraising around that? But then maybe the con to that is that the sentencing could step on that news cycle. Do they decide to announce right around the sentencing date and try to potentially get away from a damaging news cycle? Or do they go the more conventional route and do a sort of show-stopping, glitzy announcement at the convention? And even if it's the convention, which day do they do it? So all of that is still under debate, Peter.
And again, of course, a big conversation about how much value there is in the VP pick these days. Of course, there is one debate between the vice presidential candidate and the current vice president, so for good reason, we'll all be watching. Dasha, thank you. Gabe, to you at the White House, if I can. President Biden, as we know, is at Camp David. He's prepping for this debate. Walk us through their preparations, which are said to be a bit more formal than the less formal preparations of Mr. Trump.
Yeah, that's right, Peter. President Biden expected to be at Camp David through at least Monday, and that debate prep is already underway. The president was asked on his way to Camp David yesterday by a reporter how the prep was going. He gave a thumbs up, and that debate prep is being led by his former chief of staff, Ron Klain. And we're told that the Biden team really sees this as an opportunity to reach an audience that may not have been tuning in so far during this election cycle. And they really want to establish that contrast between President Biden and his opponent, former President Trump. Now, after winning a coin toss, Peter, as you know, President Biden has chosen a podium on the right side of the stage. We're told that that was his preference. And also, former President Trump will deliver the last closing statement. President Biden will deliver the first closing statement, Peter.
And Gabe, you've done some reporting, and you have new reporting with the Biden team and about how they are dealing with what they call these cheap fake videos. What are they telling you, and how big of an issue is this? This is something that I think is going to increasingly become on the radar for a lot of Americans.
Yeah, that's right. And this election cycle, especially over the last couple of weeks, there's been an uptick in these types of videos that have been posted, and the Biden campaign has been responding more aggressively. And yes, as you said, we spoke with a Biden campaign official at their headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware, and this comes as both sides are fighting this online war ahead of the debate aggressively, trying to own the narrative.
The video went viral faster than usual. President Biden at the G7 summit in Italy, surrounded by world leaders, appearing to wander off before being pulled back to the group by the Italian prime minister. In reality, another camera angle showed the president was actually trying to greet skydivers who just finished a demonstration. But the Republican National Committee and conservative media quickly amplified the first angle, falsely claiming the president was meandering. The Biden campaign is calling it a, quote, cheap fake.
What is a cheap fake?
Cheap fakes are these, deceptively edited videos, and they're a huge part of Donald Trump's campaign strategy. I think anytime you see, a viral video like this, you should approach it with a level of skepticism, because this is part of a deliberate strategy to deceive and distract voters from his historically unpopular agenda.
Rob Flaherty is Biden's deputy campaign manager, who's overseeing the escalating digital war and slamming the Trump campaign, saying it's increasingly taking videos out of context.
We have to be more aggressive about monitoring, about intervening, about taking action against it, because it is just going to be such a centerpiece of how he's communicating.
And how do you make that decision? Which videos do you choose to push back on? Why did this one trigger that type of response?
Well, we're always looking for what is starting to pick up velocity on the internet, how quick are things moving, and you need a whole campaign approach to push back, right? This is not just a thing that happens online, it's a thing that happens in the mainstream media, it's a thing that happens in people's social networks. So, we need to bring every tool to bear to be able to push back, because these things are going to be coming in so frequently and so hot and heavy, because it is such a feature of Donald Trump's strategy, because this is what he talks about when he has nothing else to run on.
That G7 video is among a string of clips that some Republicans say raises concerns about President Biden's age and abilities, like this clip of President Biden standing still for several seconds on stage at a Hollywood fundraiser until former President Obama leads him off stage. And another where he also stood still as people danced around him during a Juneteenth celebration. The White House says the president did not freeze in these incidents, but was enjoying the moments. The Trump team insists the videos are not misleading and were not digitally altered.
These are real, factual, visual representations of Joe Biden. The Biden campaign is trying to convince the American public not to believe their own eyes. We are simply posting these videos for the world to see and to come to their own conclusion on, which the American public has. There is nothing misleading about posting a video and allowing voters to decide how they feel about it.
The Trump campaign argues the Biden team has taken the former president's words out of context.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line. Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath.
By claiming that comment referred to political violence instead of economic pain.
Then he said if he loses, it's going to be a bloodbath.
It's called the bloodbath hoax, taking my words completely out of context.
There's always been misinformation during campaigns, but this election cycle, cyber experts expect much more of it, including AI-generated deepfakes. Current and former officials tell NBC News that the FBI and Department of Homeland Security have no firm plan to alert the public about deepfakes or other false information during the 2024 election, unless it's clearly coming from a foreign actor and poses a sufficiently grave threat. A digital battlefield raising questions about free speech, censorship, and partisan politics. In such a close campaign, do you think that these types of videos could make the difference?
Well, in a close campaign, anything can make a difference. But with these videos in particular, we have to be vigilant because they are going to come at us quickly and frequently. And that's why people watching at home need to be skeptical of things that they see going viral, because these things are not there by accident.
And a big question will be, Peter, who in fact will decide what is misinformation and what isn't? You heard the reporting there that the Biden administration, the FBI, Homeland Security don't have a firm plan to alert the public about false information. But it's a big question as this campaign moves into these next few months, Peter.
Dave, good reporting, and thanks you for sharing that with us. We do want to share some breaking news right now, and this is coming to us from Arkansas, where 8 people have been shot, and 2 of those victims, we are told, were killed in a shooting that took place at a grocery store in Arkansas. Police say someone opened fire inside this store in Fortis, Arkansas. It happened at about 11:30 their time this morning. That's about 70 miles. This community is south of Little Rock. A law enforcement officer is among the 8 people who were shot. Police say that officer is expected to survive. Police also say that the shooter was shot and critically injured by law enforcement when they responded. That shooter has been taken into custody. We do expect a news conference from there in Arkansas, expected to happen in about 15 minutes. And when it does begin, we will bring it to you right here on Meet the Press Now. But up first, delay while the judge in former President Trump's classified documents case is raising eyebrows with her time-consuming and unusual legal approach. We are live outside the courthouse where the first in 3 day-long hearings just finished up. Plus, top progressives are rallying behind endangered incumbent Congressman Jamal Bowman as he fights a centrist Democratic challenger in what is one of the most expensive House primary races ever. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. As we await the Supreme Court's decision on whether Donald Trump has immunity in the federal election interference case, it has been another eventful day in the special counsel's other case against him. Judge Eileen Cannon just wrapped up a hearing on Mr. Trump's motion to dismiss the classified documents case, with the former president's lawyers arguing that special counsel Jack Smith's appointment was unconstitutional. The judge seemed skeptical of the defense's argument that the special counsel was subject to Senate confirmation. Most legal experts were skeptical before today's hearing even took place. But the hearing itself highlights the scrutiny that Judge Cannon is facing on how she has conducted this case to this point. There is still no trial date in sight with the judge whom Mr. Trump appointed, and is continuing to hold hearings that some legal experts say are unnecessary and even dilatory. The New York Times is also reporting that she rejected suggestions to step aside from two fellow federal judges in South Florida. And we are joined now by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney, and he is outside the federal courthouse there in Fort Pierce, Florida. Also joining us now is former U.S. Attorney and current NBC News legal analyst Carol Lamb. So, Ken, let's put this in simple terms for folks that are not paying as close attention. What was the purpose of this hearing today?
Hey, Peter. So the purpose was to hear arguments about the defense motion that this case should be thrown out because Jack Smith's appointment as special counsel was not proper under the Constitution's appointment clause. And there's a lot of complicated arguments behind that, but one of the interesting ones and novel ones is that Jack Smith was not Senate confirmed and that he's actually what's known as a principal officer under the Constitution, not an inferior officer. And he's exercising a lot of power, and the founders didn't intend for someone with that kind of power to use it without having been reviewed by the legislative branch, by the Senate. So therefore, it's unconstitutional. So that's a different argument than was made about Robert Mueller and David Weiss. Those people were also a subject of arguments that they were appointed unconstitutionally, and those lost at the appeals court level. And so that's why a lot of people are questioning why the judge is having this day-long hearing. Another extraordinary thing that happened today is that the judge allowed so-called friends of the court, outside lawyers who are not litigating in this case, to come into her courtroom and argue about this constitutional issue. That never happens in a criminal case at the trial court level. It might happen at the appeals court level, but not at the trial court level. That really raised a lot of eyebrows and suggested that Judge Cannon is really dragging this thing out. She's a very inexperienced judge. This is her 5th trial since she's taken the bench. And, you know, her defenders say that she's just trying to ensure fairness here, but the result is that, you know, there are many unresolved disputes that still haven't been the subject of hearings yet. We're a year after the indictment. There's no trial date set and none in sight, Peter.
Ken, thank you. I want to ask Carol about this for a second. Carol, take a step back for us who don't really understand this. In your experience as a federal prosecutor, have you witnessed a federal judge, the way some characterize it, slow walk a case the way that Judge Cannon has? How sort of remarkable, unusual does this appear to you?
Well, Peter, this is unusual. But look, she's a federal judge. She's appointed by a president. She's been Senate confirmed. She can take this time to do it if she wants. But what is concerning here is she's taking such a large amount of time to deal with these issues that she's really ignoring another huge part of her job. She is a trial judge. There's a reason why trial judges are appointed to the trial court, and that is because they have the responsibility for developing facts on the trial level that and have a jury or the judge herself make actual findings of fact. These issues that she's taking days to hear argument about, these are legal issues. There's no evidence being taken. There are no people taking the stand and testifying about facts. And so she seems to be conflating her role as a trial judge with the role that an appellate court might play, or the Supreme Court, which is just looking at legal issues. And that's a problem because although, yes, she can take time and she can, of course, making legal decisions are important. What people want from a trial judge, first and foremost, is they want them to make a decision and get the show on the road so that facts can be determined. And she is ignoring a very large part of her job right now.
So, Carol, let me ask you what a former federal prosecutor in Florida, John Sale, is saying in defending Ken. And this is part of what he told Ken during Ken's reporting on the story. He said, "For the life of me, I don't understand why she's criticized for holding hearings in a case that's extraordinarily important, that the whole world's watching." He adds, it shows she's giving careful thought to it. If you take politics out of this, there should be no rush to judgment. So is it possible she's just being very meticulous on what is such a closely watched case?
Yeah, well, again, I think she's misapprehending the real importance of her role because she's not a law professor. She's not an appellate court judge or justice. She needs to get these facts done because what the judge doesn't seem to understand is that she can hand-wring about these issues, these legal issues, but whatever she decides, whether she decides that Jack Smith was constitutionally appointed or not constitutionally appointed, she's not going to be the last word. There's a reason why the trial judge is just a single person, because she has to manage the court and get a trial underway. There's a reason why the appellate court, which revisits the legal issues, has 3 people on that panel. It's because our system does not really have confidence that a single judge is always going to come up with the right legal answer. And there's a reason why our Supreme Court has 9 justices on it, because, as you can see, they debate among themselves and they don't always agree. But Judge Cannon needs to do her primary job, which is being a judge who manages her courtroom so that facts are developed and evidence is taken.
So, Ken, practically speaking, what does this mean, right? If the desire was to delay things, as it has been publicly, they've acknowledged as much, the Trump side, it appears that they have at least succeeded in that, right?
That's right, Peter, 100%. This judge's approach to this case has played right into Donald Trump's hands. Whether that was intentional or whether that was the result of her meticulousness is really immaterial, because the bottom line is it's really inconceivable that this case could reach trial before November, because there's so many other issues still to be hashed out about the classified documents, which are very complicated and take place behind closed doors. So the bottom line is Judge Cannon's approach here means that the voters won't get this information about whether a jury thinks that Donald Trump is guilty of compromising national security and obstructing justice. Peter.
And Carol, if I can, just last question to you, which is there any higher court that could serve as a check on Judge Cannon in this way? Is there any way that she could be compelled to step aside, or is this just what it's going to look like, I think?
Peter, it just hasn't gotten to that point yet. This is the way our system is built. She has life tenure. She can manage her courtroom the way she wants to manage it until there's an identifiable breach of a party's right. And at this point, we haven't gotten there yet.
And she was selected for this case randomly, isn't that right?
Fairly random, but if you actually look at the way she ended up with the case, Jack Smith had to actually say that the events in this case occurred at Mar-a-Lago, which was actually in a certain area of the district that kind of put her as one of maybe 5 or 6 judges who could potentially get the case. And the way the wheel was drawn, she got it. It wasn't a good day for Jack Smith. I'm sure he wasn't happy about it, but that's, when you're a litigator, those are the things that happen. You have to just sort of deal with what you're dealt.
Yeah, so there was a wheel, but it was a smaller wheel based on where this case was basically focusing. Carol Lamb, I always appreciate your expertise. Ken Delaney, and thanks for your new reporting today, my friend. Coming up next right here at 8-1 decision today at the Supreme Court, upholding the federal gun restrictions that bar domestic abusers from owning firearms, what it says about the justice's thoughts on gun rights, plus the key rulings that we are still waiting for this term. That's all ahead next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, while we are still waiting on several major decisions from the Supreme Court, the court did issue its opinion in a closely watched gun case today. This was an 8-1 decision, and the court upheld a federal law prohibiting people subjected to domestic violence restraining orders from having firearms. Justice Clarence Thomas, he was the lone dissenter here. And writing for the majority was the Chief Justice, John Roberts, who said the ruling was consistent with the Second Amendment, adding, quote, "Since the founding, our nation's firearm laws have included provisions preventing individuals who threaten physical harm to others from misusing firearms." Today's decision is a win for the Biden administration just a week after the high court struck down a ban on bump stocks. And joining me now on set is NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor, who was outside the court when the decision came down. Yamiche, walk us through this decision in favor of the government. In some ways, this really is a step back from a previous ruling that found a broad right to possess firearms.
That's right. In 2022, the Supreme Court said that Americans have a right to bear arms outside of their homes. That was seen as a big, big step and a big win for Second Amendment rights activists. That being said, today, the Supreme Court is really saying there is a limit to that. And it's interesting, this 8-1 decision, because we talk a lot about the fact that there's a 6-3 conservative majority here, but the majority of the court obviously were siding on one side here. And we heard a number of concurring opinions, and a number of the justices wrote concurring opinions. So you had someone like Justices Kagan and Sotomayor saying that really, that even if that our nation's founding, there were abusive husbands who maybe had more protections in the laws than their wives that they were abusing, we shouldn't stay that way. You also had Ketanji Brown Jackson writing that the court really needs to think about how the laws that they're doing and the decisions that they're making play into real life. And then you had Amy Coney Barrett saying the Second Amendment is not absolute. That being said, of course, you had the dissent, which was Clarence Thomas, and he wrote that this is really a violation of the Second Amendment. He also said that people who are subject to this, which of course are people who have violated domestic violence laws, that they aren't getting the due process that they're needed. So a split here, an interesting one, but the court really making limitations on the Second Amendment.
And it's notable you talk about the 8-1 ruling here on mifepristone, of course, the abortion pill that's used in more than half of abortions in this country right now. It was a 9-0 ruling by the court, basically saying that they didn't have standing, right? So they knocked it down to a lower court. The White House says, let's be clear, mifepristone is not protected just yet. What does that tell you about this conservative court amid so many of the concerns among more progressive liberal Americans, including the president himself?
It's interesting. I think you can't really glean what the future holds for this court, but it tells you that there are issues where they can agree on. And with mifepristone, it was that the doctors and anti-abortion groups just didn't have the standing. They couldn't show that they were going to be harmed by this abortion pill being on the market. But it also tells you that there's a lot of other decisions that sort of could swing either way. And if we could sort of put it up for folks, there are a number of decisions that I want to walk through, because they're looking at the abortion-related case. It deals with Idaho and whether or not their near total ban on abortion conflicts with federal law on emergency care. You also have...
that one's big because that one relates right to women who, if there is an emergency, if they can have an abortion in those circumstances. So this has the potential to really explode this issue again to the fore.
Exactly. You have the federal government saying emergency care at times can mean you have to have an abortion. Idaho is saying, well, there's an exception for the life of the mother, but the government's saying, well, there's the health of the mother, there's her future fertility, so someone could survive but maybe have their whole uterus taken out. So that's a big one. The other one that we're looking at is the January 6th case that's dealing with obstruction of justice and whether or not that will stand. There's an opioid-related case dealing with the Sackler family and OxyContin. And then there's the big one, which of course is the Trump immunity case, whether or not the former president can be seen as absolutely immune from criminal prosecution, him and of course all the other presidents that would come behind him.
The term normally ends at the end of June. This thing could spill into July. We may still have have several important
Well, it's hot,
weeks.
so I'm hoping that it stays into June, but we'll see.
Yeah, as the person who's outside the court, that's a good thing to hope for. Yamiche, I appreciate your reporting here. Thank you. And after the break, one of Capitol Hill's biggest names in progressive politics is hitting the trail in New York right now to rally support for Democratic Congressman Jamal Bowman, who is in the midst of a massively expensive and highly competitive primary race. This is getting national attention. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. The divide between progressives and centrists within the Democratic Party will be back on full display next Tuesday in New York's 16th congressional district. That's where Congressman Jamal Bowman is trying to fend off a primary challenge from the Westchester County executive, George Latimer. Today, Bowman is getting a boost from Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, who joined Bowman on the campaign trail ahead of a rally with fellow progressive New Yorker Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tomorrow. It's been expensive, this race, a whopping $24 million spent on the airwaves alone. Here's a sampling.
Jamal Bowman keeps attacking President Biden, and it's hurting New York. Bowman called President Biden a liar. He voted against the president's Infrastructure Act.
Mega donors are spending millions to smear Jamal Bowman.
George Latimer criticized for taking money from Trump donors, opposition to Biden agenda.
I used to be for Jamal Bowman, but not anymore.
Bowman put his extreme ideology ahead of us.
Latimer has sold out to Republican donors, supporting Netanyahu's unpopular war over Biden's calls for peace. But Jamal Bowman always stands up for what's right.
That's what we call a mashup. That can make you dizzy, but it happens back to back on the airwaves in New York these days. Joining me now for more on this race, NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, how worried are progressives about this challenge from Latimer, and how much are both candidates really trying to paint themselves as the one true ally to President Biden?
Oh, they're worried, Peter. You don't bring in Bernie Sanders and AOC in the final run-up to an election if you are coasting to renomination, without much of a challenge. This is a very serious threat to Congressman Jamal Bowman, backed by millions and millions of dollars, eye-popping sums of money, which are unusual to see in a Democratic primary. And the reason progressives are taking this so seriously is that they're eager to hold the line with their now 9 squad members. They worry about what message it could send, what impact it could have on other progressives if one of their own gets taken out. Remember, it's been 6 years since the squad was effectively formed, and its members keep facing primary challenges, and they've always beaten them back. They've never lost a single one of their members, and this would be, if Bowman loses, the first loss. A recent poll did find Bowman down by double digits, but polling is sparse in this race, and it's still unclear what the outcome will be. There have been thousands of votes cast early, and this does seem to be striking a chord when you've got someone like Hillary Clinton jumping in this race to endorse against the incumbent Jamal Bowman. She backed George Latimer. Now, Latimer's allies are accusing Bowman, as he showed in this, in that mashup, of going after President Biden, voting against his Infrastructure Act. They're trying to make this kind of a referendum on him, and Bowman, for his part, is trying to counter that, touting his support for Biden, touting his support for his measures on climate change, his attempts to combat gun violence, and saying his position on Israel, which is a huge flashpoint in this race, is about standing on moral conviction.
Let me ask you, Sahil, very quickly about that topic. Bowman, obviously an outspoken critic of the war, in Gaza right now. That this really amplifies larger divisions that exist between the president and progressives right now. How does that weigh into this race?
Yeah, it absolutely does. And the issue of Israel and Hamas, that war, is the single biggest flashpoint in this race, because that's what's driving so much of the money that's coming in from pro-Israel groups, including AIPAC affiliates. It's what has prompted progressives to cobble together their own millions of dollars to try to defend Jamal Bowman. And it's also creating consternation within the New York Democratic delegation, even in fellow New York City area blue districts. That includes a spat between Bowman and Congressman Richie Torres. Let's show a tweet that Richie Torres put up after Bowman accused him on a recent podcast of being calculating with his pro-Israel position. Torres says, quote, "I care as much about his opinion on me as I do about his opinion on how to properly pull a fire alarm." That's referring to a recent incident that Bowman had last year, or his opinion of how to remain in Congress. He says his opinion of me is worse than a rubber stamp, leaves no impression like his legislative record, Peter.
So let's leave it there and get right to our panel on this topic. Joining us here is Idris Kaloun, Washington Bureau Chief for The Economist, Maria Teresa Kumar, President and CEO of Voto Latino and an NBC News political analyst, and Mark Short, former Chief of Staff to Vice President Mike Pence, also an NBC News contributor. Idris, let's ask you first. Bernie Sanders is out. Hillary Clinton endorsed Latimer. This is like the 2016 campaign just revisiting itself right now on the Democratic side.
Yeah, and it matters a lot, right? So Cori Bush is also facing a primary along these lines. Bowman is the most vulnerable squad member. He's got millions of money from AIPAC affiliates. He's also, poor guy, got the crypto lobby going after him. I mean, he's really taking it on, and it looks like he's losing in the polls. At least that's what we know from now.
And Maria Teresa, I mean, obviously the challenge here for Democrats, right, is this just amplifies the divisions within the party, particularly as it relates to the situation between Israel and Hamas right now. This week you've seen the sort of blowing up of the relationship between Netanyahu and President Biden. This is a real challenge for Democrats at a key time.
Well, but I do think what it does do is that it demonstrates that democracy is actually playing out with the parties, right? You actually have debate within the Democratic Party. You actually have opposition, and they're battling it out, and the voters will decide. And that's more to be said than what you see on the Republican side, where Republicans have a tendency of all falling in line, and they happen to be falling in line all under Donald Trump. That is a challenge.
Mark, you know that falling in line behind Donald Trump is something you've witnessed on your party side right now, but on this occasion, I think this demonstrates, it's usually the party that's united is the party that's succeeding. These divisions have the potential to hurt Democrats.
I think for sure they do. I think the reality is that there's a lot more energy with the base when you have Bernie Sanders and AOC come out, but I think it's representative of his situation that he needs that. And I think that for the Democrat Party, they're probably concerned about things he'll say that'll hurt other candidates in the general election. when you're denying the reality of the attack on October 7th and saying they really didn't rape women and kill children, that's a real problem for Democrats. And so I think that that's the dynamic that's playing out, is they're concerned how this hurts them in the general election come November.
Mondaire Jones, another race that we're watching not far away there as well. He's up against Mike Lawler in the state. Your thoughts on that as we keep a close eye on some of these more progressive Democrats?
Well, I mean, the same thing with Mondaire Jones. I think the biggest challenge that the Democrats are going to have overall is how are you going to continue differentiating yourself and making sure that what Biden has been doing is creating progress in the communities. When you talk to a lot of these progressive young voters, they don't see the results yet. And that is the biggest challenge going into November, is how do you actually explain to them what they've actually been able to do, like student loans, like lowering the cost of insulin, and the list goes on. But right now, there's still that communication gap. So while we see these debates happening, I think they're fine. Right now, that looks like the Democrats are going to take the House back. The Senate is much more tenuous, and it's going to see what does Biden do when it comes to his communication strategy.
You're smiling.
Well, I mean, I think the reason that their communications have failed is because the record has failed. It's hard to communicate when your record is as bad as the Biden administration's is. So it's not a surprise they're having a hard time convincing younger voters, minority voters, about their success.
But where do you see, when you talk about the record has failed right now, like I recognize that messaging hasn't been good, but doesn't the Biden campaign have a good story to tell on bipartisan achievements? You talk about infrastructure. You can talk about a variety of things that his predecessor was unsuccessful in achieving here. Expanding NATO. I recognize there's a war that didn't pre-exist. But where do you think is the biggest weak spot that Joe Biden's going to have to defend when he's on the debate stage?
Sure. I think that the biggest challenge for Joe Biden is he promised to say, I'm going to restore normalcy. I'm tired of the drama the Trump administration provides. And what you wake up, you look at, Peter, is you look and you say, okay, I got war in Eastern Europe. I have war in the Middle East. I have inflation driving our economy. I have a crisis at the border. I have campus unrest. And I think it tends to people to say, you know what, this isn't really normalcy that I was hoping for.
Idris, let me ask you about the fundraising totals right now, because to the points that both of these two are making right now, there's obviously always going to be a ton of money in this race, but now all of a sudden the money game is a lot closer to even than it was before. Donald Trump really didn't benefit legally, but politically from what happened in Manhattan, the 34 felony convictions. He saw what appears to be more than $50 million just surge into the campaign coffers right now. Does that change things, his access to more money at this point?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just a few months ago, the Biden campaign was touting how much cash they had on hand, the advantage they had over the Trump administration, or sorry, the Trump campaign, I should say, and saying basically that they were comfortably ahead. The polls looked a little bit better then than they do now, and now they have the cash disadvantage as well. They could make the claim that their campaign is maybe a little bit more advanced in the swing states, but in a lot of respects, they look behind. And I think that this goes to the policy question that we were talking about. If you look at the president's campaign website, there isn't a policy page, which is it's like a remarkable thing. There is one on Donald Trump's website, even though, as you said, there's a lot that he's done in the last 4 years that he would like to talk about. But we don't really see that happening. He's running as though he's, I think, a few points ahead, and really it doesn't seem like he is.
Well, so the biggest moment, money aside, right, is it's free earned media when they're on the debate stage this week. They're both going to get, what is it, next week, next Thursday. Going to get, gosh, it's hard to keep track, right? Are we still in June? Where are we in this race? But it's the first chance, 90 minutes, where each of these two are side by side. The Biden campaign wanted this June race, as you know well, Maria Teresa, because they wanted to shake up things, because it's been a largely static race right now. And also, frankly, because they think there are a lot of Americans that don't realize Donald Trump's going to be on the ticket, and they're hoping to reinforce some of the negatives he has that I dare say some Americans may have moved past, or there's a memory hole about his challenges. So what does Joe Biden need to accomplish most clearly on the debate stage on Thursday?
I think one is contrast, because when you talk about what we had under Trump, there was so much anxiety of him being at the wheel. And he was able to demonstrate that he did everything he promised to do except infrastructure week. Biden has been able to complete that. But, you know, it was interesting. You start seeing Donald Trump and break down what he was saying at his most recent rally. It's the very first time that he started lowering expectations of his ability to actually go toe-to-toe with Joe. And that tells you that he himself is nervous, because he's not sure he's in the position that he would want to be going into the debate.
Mark, you're going to be watching for what?
Well, I think I'm looking for Joe Biden. I think he has more upside and more downside from this. The reality is that if Donald Trump has a poor performance, his base isn't going to leave him. It's locked in. Whereas I think people want to know, does Joe Biden have the stamina? Is he able to sit there for that long of a period of time and continue to go with coherent answers back and forth? And so I think he has more upside, but I think he also has more at risk.
Idris, let me ask you one last thing. What we were talking about earlier, what the Biden campaign calls these cheap fakes right now. And what's so challenging, we work in the journalism business, is now people's information streams come from a variety of different places that do not come from us often, right? So the campaigns are as motivated as ever. Certainly the Trump campaign has tried to put out what at times have been some misleading videos showing Joe Biden appearing to wander off when in fact he was saying hi to some to some skydivers. There was another video that was more concerning, it appeared to a lot of people, because it didn't appear to be edited, where he appeared to just sort of have Barack Obama walk him off stage. How challenging is this climate right now? Because it really is a Wild West world out there in terms of getting a hold of those low information voters and changing their minds.
Yeah, it also shows you don't need AI to make deep fakes, right? you can just crop the video in the right way, and suddenly you create a bad impression. I think it has a lot of effects in the campaign. I think it reinforces a kind of bunker mentality for Biden's folks. You know, they're really worried about not making this kind of scene appear, and making sure that he walks in a certain way and doesn't stumble and all the rest. But you know, I think it just shows that this is the kind of thing we're going to be talking about. It contrasts a lot with the polls, which have been like relatively flat for like these last few months. I mean, it's going to be a lot of this.
We talk about high stakes. I think this one, the stakes are particularly high, right? There are a lot of Americans. There's still some undecideds out there. We're going to meet them over the course of the next week for some of our reporting. You know, what do they want to see, and what do they see once they see the two men on stage together? Idris, nice to see you in person. Mark, as always. Maria Teresa, thank you. And up next, deep disappointment and fraying relations. I'm going to talk to a veteran diplomat to the Middle East about what is next for U.S.-Israel relations as Prime Minister Netanyahu faces mounting pressure and pushback on a variety of fronts. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Welcome back. The Biden administration and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu keep clashing over claims that the U.S. is withholding weapons to Israel. The White House, the State Department, the Pentagon, all reiterating that U.S. policy has not changed, and that with the exception of the high payload 2,000-pound bombs, the U.S. continues to provide weapons to Israel. But Prime Minister Netanyahu remains defiant, and in a statement in Hebrew on X, formerly Twitter, he wrote that he was willing to suffer personal attacks in order to secure the transfer of those weapons. And joining me now is Ambassador Dennis Ross, the former U.S. envoy for the Mideast region and an NBC News Foreign Affairs analyst. I want to ask you, if I can, about this in particular. We have witnessed what I think is a dramatic low point in the relationship between Israel and the United States right now. Prime Minister Netanyahu at odds with the White House, at odds with his own military, it appeared in recent days. What do you make of what you're seeing right now? What is behind what we're looking at, what we've been witnessing?
I think the key to understanding what's going on right now are Prime Minister Netanyahu's internal politics within the coalition itself. He has extreme members, extreme right-wing members of his coalition who want to see he's going to stand up to the United States. He has a military that is, for the first time, really questioning and highlighting the gaps between their views and the prime minister's. He has religious parties who are unhappy that a rabbi's bill is not going ahead. And he is in a place where he has very little maneuvering room. And I think he's trying to show the right wing that he is someone who can stand up to the United States when it's required. I think he hopes that will create a coalescence within the right wing and in a sense, reduce some of the friction within the current coalition. He realized he doesn't have a big margin to spare. So I think what you're seeing right now is more an internally driven set of concerns than anything else.
And Ambassador Ross, we have witnessed the sort of alienation, the isolation of Israel on the global stage right now. The U.S. is stuck with them, with the exception of that one review that's taking place related to 2,000-pound bombs. The U.S., President Biden, has been providing them all the aid that they have wanted, has now okayed more additional billions of dollars in military aid to Israel right now. But as it relates to Prime Minister Netanyahu, is he, in this moment, is he helping make Israel stronger, or is he ultimately making Israel weaker by sort of changing the way it is viewed globally?
You know, I would even focus specifically on this issue of raising questions about the delivery of American equipment. You are facing an increasing level of an increasing level of conflict in the northern border. You are facing Sinwar and Hamas. The last thing in the world you want to do is convey an image that there's a breach between the United States and Israel. For Nasrallah in Lebanon and Hezbollah, that tells him that if there's a problem between the U.S. and Israel, Israel's really not going to go to an all-out war with Hezbollah. If you're Sinwar and you see a breach between the United States and Israel, that tells you the time is on your side. So I would put it very much in the context of how is this affecting Israel's deterrence against those that it's fighting right now, or those who it wants to deter from a larger conflict.
Ambassador Dennis Ross, I very much appreciate your expertise and your perspective on this issue. Thank you very much. We're going to be keeping a close eye on it right now. I do want to say to our viewers that we are keeping a very close eye on another situation. This one is playing out in Arkansas right now, about 70 miles south of Little Rock. Officials there are about to provide an update on the shooting that took place at a grocery store that killed 2 people, injured 6 others earlier today. We are anticipating hearing from the Arkansas State Police just a matter of moments from now. Mike Cavanaugh, our expert on all things related to police and law enforcement, is joining us now as well. Mike, if you can walk us through, Jim Cavanaugh is the former ATF special agent. Sorry, I was thinking about Mike, who I had spoken to earlier in our broadcast. I just want to ask you, Jim, specifically on this topic right now and what we witnessed. It looks like there was a shootout with law enforcement. They arrived quickly. What more can you tell us about what we've been learning from the situation there?
Well, there was earlier reports it was a rifle used in the attack, Peter. So, it'll be interesting to see what the state police and the sheriff tell us about that. What was the kind of weapon used? We have the report of 2 dead and 6 wounded and an officer injured as well. So it looks like the police officers, as patrol officers become the point of the spear, if you will, or the first soldier in the trench when these active shooters go. It's the first patrol car. It's not a SWAT team. It's the 911 dispatches the nearest deputy, the nearest police officer or state trooper, and they're the ones that usually intervene and get out and, will tell us what happened. That's the Arkansas State Police there, so
yeah, Jim.
We'll see. I'm sure we'll have a host of federales and the state police.
Yeah,
and
they're all
sheriff
getting in place right now.
what
We'll keep this conversation going until we hear from them. We expect to hear from a colonel with the Arkansas State Police in just a moment. Let's see if we can listen. Let's listen now.
The Secretary of Department of Public Safety and the Director of the Arkansas State Police. We're going to give a brief statement of facts, not answer any questions at this time. First, this situation is secure and it's contained. There are no active threats to the community. At approximately 11:38, 911 calls were received that there was an active shooting situation at the Mad Butcher grocery store in Fordyce. Law enforcement responded immediately and exchanged gunfire with a lone suspect. Unfortunately, we can confirm that 11 innocent civilians were shot, and 3 of those are deceased. 2 law enforcement officers were injured in the exchange of gunfire. The suspect was also shot and taken into custody. The injuries to the officers and the suspect are not considered life-threatening. The remaining civilian injuries range from non-life-threatening to extremely critical. The investigation is in its early stages, and we have no information or no more information that we can release at this time. The Arkansas State Police will be the lead investigative agency, and all media inquiries should be routed through our communications department. We do anticipate a further news release later in the evening. I've been in constant contact with Governor Sanders. She's committed any resources needed to aid in this investigation or any support needed for the community of Fordyce and Dallas County. To reiterate the total numbers, we had 11 civilians shot. 3 of those are deceased, and we do have some that are critical. We have 2 law enforcement officers that were shot. Neither of their injuries are considered to be life-threatening, and we had 1 suspect that was shot, is in custody. His injuries are also not life-threatening. Just on behalf of state police, the law enforcement community, all public and first responders, it's tragic. Our hearts are broken. Our prayers, along with Governor Sanders, the entire state of Arkansas, will be with this community and with those affected victims. Thank you.
Good day, I'm Tom Costello. We're coming on the news, as you saw, with breaking news, and the Dateline here is Fordyce, Arkansas, the latest spot for a mass shooting here in this country. The Arkansas State Police giving an update on the shooting at a grocery store where, according to police, 11 people have been shot, 3 people dead, 2 police officers also wounded, with sustaining non-life-threatening injuries, as well as the shooter who has been shot. NBC's Marissa Parra is following this very closely. Marissa, what else do we know about this response? And there's some video out there that captured some of this as it happened.
Hey, Tom. So to kind of recap here on what we know, which is very little, and that is pretty much what we see in incidents like this, especially to this scale. As you just mentioned, 11 civilians shot, 3 people dead. They further elaborated that 2 law enforcement officers injured, the suspect also shot, taken into custody. But they did say that those who are remaining, their injuries are ranging from non-life-threatening to critical. They said that this happened around 11:30 this morning, local time in Arkansas. It was a grocery store called Mad Butcher. And so we're still waiting to learn more on what exactly unfolded there. But you mentioned some of that video, and I hope we can pull some of what we have gotten in-house on your screen, and we can show you some of what we've seen. Heavy police presence, as always expected in these moments. I also want to share some of the reaction that we're hearing. Of course, an outpouring of support for the victims and praise for people who responded so quickly. We heard from Sarah Huckabee Sanders, of course, that is the governor of Arkansas. She said, in quote, in part, and hopefully we can pull up her response on your screen in just a moment there. I'm going to wait for it, and we may not have it, so I'll read it for you directly. She said, quote, "I have been briefed on the tragic shooting in Fordyce." She continues, "I'm in constant contact with state police at the scene. I'm thankful to law enforcement and first responders for their quick and heroic action to save lives." She continues, "My prayers are with the victims and all of those impacted by this horrific incident." Now, Tom, in these moments after a mass shooting. And unfortunately, you and I have more experience than we would like in these moments. And there are so many questions. There's always a lot of speculation, a lot of videos pouring in that we have to do the work to verify and also make sure is not too graphic to show. But I would say that from what I have seen, we're seeing people very emotional at the scene. I have seen images of people hugging. And of course, we don't know what their specific story is, but no doubt an emotional day for people that were there, that witnessed this. And again, it was at a grocery store from what we're hearing from Arkansas State Police. We're still waiting to hear more details. We didn't get a lot of them from that presser. It was very brief, as you just heard and saw, but it was a grocery store. So you can only imagine the possibility of someone just trying to go out and shop for their groceries when yet another mass shooting in our country unfolded right in front of them, Tom.
Marissa, stand by. Again, we're talking about the shooting in Fordyce, Arkansas that happened at about 11:30 Arkansas time today. We have some video. We're going to show it once. We're not going to repeat it. And this is video from the scene, and it allegedly shows the shooter who was involved in this attack. We'll watch it now.
Oh, my God, baby. There's somebody over in the goddamn Moab Butcher parking lot shooting a goddamn shotgun. Oh my God, baby. There's somebody over.
This is a shooter, obviously, who appears to have a high-powered weapon. Apparently, according to that witness, a shotgun. Again, to recap what the state police are reporting, 11 people were shot. 3 are dead. 2 police officers who responded are also wounded but are expected to survive. And the suspect also shot with non-life-threatening injuries. As this story continues to develop, we will continue to bring you those updates as they come in. The Arkansas news coming as there is a rare win for gun safety as the Supreme Court today ruled to uphold a law that keeps guns out of the hands of people accused in some domestic violence cases. The divided and very conservative majority court was almost unanimous on this one, ruling 8-1. Chief Justice John Roberts writing in the opinion that, quote, preventing individuals who threaten physical harm to others from misusing firearms fits comfortably within the tradition. The court has seen a slew of gun cases since it tilted sharply to the right during the Trump administration. Back in 2022, it drastically expanded rights for gun owners by finding for the first time that they have a right to bear arms outside of their homes. NBC's Ali Rafa is joining us now, but we start with legal analyst Laura Jarrett. Laura, the timing here is poignant. What did this 8-1 ruling today tell you about how this court sees gun rights right now?
Tom, the majority here very concerned with the fact that the person at issue had already been deemed dangerous by a court. He had a domestic violence restraining order against him. He is somebody who had assaulted his ex-girlfriend, according to prosecutors, and police had said that he also was accused of firing a weapon. And so because he had already been deemed dangerous, the court here thought this is somebody who needs to be disarmed and can be disarmed. Justice Thomas, the lone dissenter there, saying because he hadn't actually been criminally convicted, he was more concerned about his due process rights being infringed here, but he was the lone dissenter, Tom. So it does show that there are some limits when it comes to Second Amendment rights here.
Interesting. Ali, this is a rare win on the gun rights, or the issue of guns, I should say, for the Biden administration, right?
Yeah, Tom, this is an administration that's been at odds with so many of this conservative majority court's decisions recently, specifically last week on the matter of bump stocks, the court upholding that ban, Trump-era ban on bump stocks, rather. And in the wake of this decision, the Biden administration is really touting this as a victory, not just for the federal government, but also for victims of domestic violence, for gun control advocates who had all called for the court to uphold this decision. And in the wake of this decision, we saw the Biden team really react and praise it. We saw the president and vice president, both in separate statements, tout this and talk about really how they've used this to reauthorize and strengthen the Violence Against Women's Act that was championed by then Senator Joe Biden. They also talked about the fact that President Biden signed the most comprehensive gun legislation in roughly 3 decades into law. And of course, the Biden campaign bringing the politics of this into it, saying that former President Trump, if elected to a second term, would reverse all of this progress. So the Biden team today seeing this as a major victory, Tom.
Laura, the court still has 14 more cases to decide before the break for the summer. What's at the top of your watch list?
A bunch of blockbusters still left to come here. Of course, Tom, the most significant, perhaps the one against the former president in the case where he's been accused of trying to overturn the last election. He says he's completely immune. The federal government, the special counsel, Jack Smith, says absolutely not. But even if the court says he's not completely immune, Tom, it appears by all accounts that the court is going to say that the lower courts still have to do some work here to figure out exactly what is immune and what's not immune. And anything that requires more work is going to require more time, which is a strategic win for him. There's also a case that involves essentially the fate of a bunch of prosecutions of January 6 rioters. And then, of course, there's a big case still left to come on abortion, Tom.
And by delaying that case for Mr. Trump, obviously the idea being that ultimately, if you move into next year and Mr. Trump is reelected, he could essentially kill the case against him.
The entire case goes away.
Yeah. All right. Ali and Laura, thank you both very much. All right. Now to the record-breaking heat wave that is baking most of the country. Wherever you're tuning in from, it's probably hot. I mean, really hot. Tens of millions of us are still under heat alerts, with states up and down the East Coast breaking records with their sky-high temps. And if you're commuting and all of this, good luck. Amtrak now says the high temperatures may make trains operate at lower speeds, leading to delays of up to an hour. We've also seen some violent storm pockets. Check out Fenway Park in Boston during a Lana Del Rey concert last night. People started heading out of the stands after the stadium delayed the show and told people there to seek shelter from thunderstorms. And speaking of thunderstorms, one is expected to hit New Mexico, potentially bringing both relief but also flooding, as firefighters are still battling out of control deadly wildfires there. Our team is all over this story. NBC's Steve Patterson is in New Mexico right now. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is with us. But we start with NBC's George Solis in a very sizzling Philly. George, Philly has declared a code red heat emergency as the heat wave grows even more intense. But a lot of cities say this is now an EMS emergency priority. What's Philly doing as they head into a long, hot weekend?
Hey, Tom. Yeah, as my daughter just recently learned to say, it is muy caliente here in Philadelphia. Heatadelphia, if you will. Behind me, that pool looking certainly inviting. Kids are just out and about right now getting some ice cream, which they deserve, but that pool is open right now, and that is one thing the city is doing, making sure these places are staffed so people can beat the heat. The other thing, those critical cooling centers, places that can keep people cool and take a break from this hot, hot sun that's been baking the people here in Philadelphia for the last several days. Those feel like temperatures just brutal. And again, this has come on pretty quickly. People are having a hard time acclimating. Earlier today, we spoke with one of the people here in charge of just making sure people stay safe. Take a listen to what they're telling people how to beat this heat.
Whether it's the elderly, whether they're young people in a home and there are no air conditioners, Philadelphia is set up to accommodate those families. It's important because of the temperature that we have as many pools open as possible.
Yeah, Tom, and we can't stress it enough. Staying hydrated, of course, very critical when you have oppressive heat like this, wearing those light fabrics and finding shade. And as you know, right now it's not, we can't report any fatalities, thankfully, but that is really a big concern when you talk about days of heat like this, especially if you're not taking those proper precautions, Tom.
Okay, amigo, stay cool, as they say. We appreciate it. Let's go to Steve Patterson, who's in New Mexico right now. Steve, these fires are still 0% contained. So what's making them so hard to fight, and what are firefighters hoping for with the thunderstorms?
Well, with that thunderstorm, I know you've been speaking about it. We are in it right now. It has been falling, the rain, pretty solid all day long. We're expected to get at least 2 inches. They're hoping, as we've been hearing, that it will lead to sort of a softening of the spread of the fire, which undeniably it has to happen. The humidity is much higher. The rain has been falling all day, and there's just so much moisture, more moisture on the ground. It saturates sort of what's happening as far as the firefight. So we're hearing from climatologists that that will lead to the slowing, won't lead to it stopping, but certainly slowing. What they don't want, obviously, lightning strikes. We're not hearing about any at this point. And then when the ground does get this saturated, when you have burn scars, it rolls right off soil like that, right? So the potential for flash flooding, the potential for more disaster on top of just the flames is very, very high. There are flash flood warnings in effect as we speak. The police behind me won't let us through primarily because of the rain, not necessarily the smoke and the fire. Meanwhile, though, that fire is difficult for many, many reasons. First of all, it's actually two fires, the South Fork fire and the Salt fire, burning in sort of similar directions, but two very different geographic areas very close together and pincering the town, which has already seen so much destruction. The estimate is somewhere around 1,400 buildings have been destroyed. The estimate on top of that is that 500 of those are homes. 2 people dead. This fire, though, still burning, well out of control. There is still so much fresh vegetation for it to chew up. Again, the hope is the rain will soften some of that, but that doesn't mean it will stop the slow and steady march that has been going on really this entire week. Residents here hoping with a federal disaster declaration that they will see some relief. Business owners hoping for that same relief. Tribal associations hoping for that same relief. All affected, and they will return to find a widespread destruction when some of these evacuation orders are lifted. Tom?
Okay, Steve, thank you very much. Let's go now to Bill Cairns, who's watching it all from the map. I used to live right down the road from Ruidoso. I mean, wow. It is dry this time of year typically. When the heck is all of this heat going to stop, and will the rain help? Because you could also have thunderstorms that, you know, tick off another fire.
Yeah, that time of year when we get, you know, it's a blessing to get the rain, but you get a lightning strike that's in an area that's outside the storm that doesn't get the rain, you get a new fire. So here, let's start with the heat in the east. This encompasses 67 million people. We've had some relief for a few lucky folks, but it is baking from the Ohio Valley all the way through the Mid-Atlantic, and now we've included D.C. to Richmond all the way down to Virginia Beach and Norfolk. So, Tom, congratulations. Nashville and Washington, D.C. are the 2 warmest cities right now. 98 degrees is the heat index. That's how it feels in the shade right now in those 2 cities. But you notice everybody here is in the mid-90s for the most part. We're all in this together. Earlier today, Newark Airport hit 100 degrees, by the way. And the only areas that are cooling off is northern New England yesterday and now central and southern New England. But you are paying the price for it. Big thunderstorms are rolling through Massachusetts. Hartford is under a flash flood warning. Big thunderstorms are just kind of lingering over you. So that's going to be a very difficult evening commute on a Friday, especially everyone heading out towards the Cape and getting to their vacation spots for the weekend. And these storms will make their way down to southern Connecticut shortly. Tomorrow, we're going to see near record heat. We may do it in D.C. 101 is the record high. We're going to be about 99 to 100. Richmond, same for you. And right through the Ohio Valley, everyone near record highs. It will trend cooler for some spots like Detroit and Chicago, but D.C. 99 on Sunday and then 93 and 93 on Tuesday. So, you know, a little better, but the humidity is going to be high too. New York City gets a little improvement also towards Monday. I know we've been talking about the tropics after Alberto. We have these 2 areas of interest. I'm not making much out of either of these. The one near the coast of Jacksonville, Florida here, northeast Florida, it's spinning. The waves are high. Rip currents are dangerous. But as long as you're out of the water, everyone is just fine and safe. The other area will head into Mexico as we go through the weekend, bringing more heavy rain for them. But much of Texas should be okay. And finally, as we've been talking about, that rain, here's New Mexico, and here's Ruidoso. This is where we've been watching a flash flood warning all day long because of the burn scars, the light rain over the area. What we don't want to see is any heavy rain because then you get the mud and debris flows. So we're watching this closely. We don't want to get over the top of any of these yellows or oranges, but those are heading that way, Tom. So, you know, it's good that this is helping firefighters. They are so happy, but we don't want any debris and mud flows to do significant damage.
Yeah, this time of year, they just have their hands full. Bill, thank you very much. Right now, actor Alec Baldwin's legal team is trying and so far failing to get his trial thrown out related to the deadly shooting on the set of the movie Rust back in 2021. With another hearing to get the case thrown out still happening as we are on the air. Baldwin's lawyers are down to the wire on this one, with his trial set to start next month. He's charged with involuntary manslaughter and the death of the movie's cinematographer. As you know, her name, of course, is Halyna Hutchins. Baldwin pleading not guilty. NBC's Dana Griffin joins us now. Dana, it was a packed day on the case, I understand. The judge also decided that the movie's now convicted armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, doesn't have to testify at the trial. So what went into that decision?
So the state wanted to grant Hannah Gutierrez-Reed immunity for her testimony because they say that she has information that could help prove their case, allegedly that he was not paying attention during her firearms training and that he was reckless and rushed her during some of those scenes. Well, the judge took that into note. And we also heard from her attorney, who talked about what it might look like if she testifies. Listen to what he had to say.
If Ms. Gutierrez-Reed testifies, there's no current restrictions about what could be asked of her, including on cross-examination. That testimony will undoubtedly be watched by millions of people. She doesn't want to be cooperative in this case. She does not want to answer the questions.
And so this is why the defense is, or excuse me, why Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's attorney is concerned about that, because she's also facing another weapons-related charge connected to her time in New Mexico, where she allegedly brought a firearm into a nightclub. That's a whole nother story. So they don't want anything she says to kind of taint their upcoming case. Well, the judge says that she's not going to compel Hannah to testify, because usually when you're brought into, you're subpoenaed, you're brought in, you have to take the stand, but you could plead the fifth. But you could also be held in contempt. The judge says, I'm not going to hold her in contempt because it's clear she doesn't want to testify. But the prosecutor said, hey, we still want to keep her as an option, and we will likely call her. And there's probably more motions that'll come out in the next couple of weeks. So it'll be interesting to see if she actually takes that stand. Tom?
Okay, Dana, we'll watch it. Thank you very much. Now to some breaking news just coming into us. We are learning a Nevada judge has dismissed a case against 6 fake electors who declared former President Donald Trump won the 2020 presidential election. The judge says that the state filed the case in the wrong jurisdiction. We're hearing from the state's top prosecutor that he or she is planning to appeal immediately. Remember, this decision comes after a grand jury in December indicted 6 Republicans as part of an investigation probe into the 2020 presidential election. We'll be keeping an eye on this and bringing you more as we get it. Today, the federal judge overseeing former President Trump's federal classified documents case seemed to sound skeptical about the Trump team's legal argument that the indictment should be thrown out altogether. The Trump team is arguing that the special counsel's appointment itself is unconstitutional because he wasn't appointed by law or by Congress. Mr. Trump is accused of holding on to classified documents after leaving office, despite repeated requests from the government for him to return the documents. The case has been moving at a snail's pace. The judge seems to be in no rush, throwing out a trial start date without scheduling a new one. So there's virtually no chance that we will see a trial before the November election. NBC's Ken Delaney is outside the courthouse in Fort Pierce, Florida, where 3 days of hearings are taking place. So, Ken, the judge doesn't seem like she's going to go for this argument from Mr. Trump's legal team. Is that surprising, given what we think is kind of her bias in this case?
No, Tom, it's not surprising. What's surprising is that she held this hearing at all. Many legal experts said that this was not really a close question. This argument has been made in the context of other special counsels, including Robert Mueller and David Weiss, the special counsel who's prosecuting Hunter Biden, and it lost on all counts, even at the appeals court level. So legal experts were really surprised that Judge Aileen Cannon devoted a day of hearings to this issue, and they were even more surprised that she allowed so-called friends of the court, outside lawyers, to come in and argue this constitutional question before her. They say that she's acting more like an appellate judge than a trial judge, because whatever she rules on this, she's not going to be the last word. This will be appealed, and it may go up to the Supreme Court. So there's no reason for her to have this huge day-long hearing with all this argument about it and briefing papers. And the way she's handling this and other issues is the reason that this case is taking so long. It's not normal. She's not using the magistrate, for example, that she has at her disposal to dispense with some of these motions. She's keeping it all to herself. So that's drawn a lot of raised eyebrows among the legal community, Tom.
Well, to pick up on your point about how this whole thing seems strange, part of a pattern of really unusual decisions by Judge Cannon, right? Can you talk us through that?
Yes, so many, Tom. For example, she asked the parties to prepare competing sets of jury instructions, one of which was going to sort of reflect the Trump defense view that he was justified under the Presidential Records Act in keeping those documents. People found that extraordinary. A few weeks ago, the special counsel made a motion to ask her to order Donald Trump to stop lying and saying that the FBI was authorized to use deadly force when it raided his compound at Mar-a-Lago. That was based on a misapprehension of a document. And her response to that was to tell them that they didn't fully consult with Donald Trump's lawyers and they needed to refile the motion. So they did that. She still hasn't ruled on it. She's going to hear arguments on that on Monday. But there's growing frustration in the special counsel's office with her rulings and the way she's handled this case. But she's not done anything, legal experts say, that would really merit a motion to throw her off the case, Tom.
But in very, very quickly, Ken, it feels like she's slow walking this case.
That's what a lot of people believe, whether it's because she's inexperienced and meticulous or whether it's because of bias, nobody knows. She says it's because she's trying to be fair to all sides, Tom.
Ken Delanian, thank you very much. And a reminder, you can watch the first debate between President Biden and Mr. Trump on Thursday right here on NBC News Now. Now to some important housing news. New data out today shows home prices in the United States hit a record high in the month of May. Listen to this, up 5.8% from last year. The National Association of Realtors reports the median price of an existing home selling for more than $419,000. That's the national median. Now, here's what's interesting. The new record comes even with mortgage rates still so high. So here's the breakdown then. A mortgage payment on a typical home today is more than double what it was about 5 years ago, and home prices are more than 50% higher. How could this be happening? Well, basically, sales have stalled, falling for the third straight month during what's traditionally the busiest time of year. CNBC's Diana Quick is here to help us understand. Diana Olick, sorry, is here to help us explain all of this. Diana, is this supply and demand? It's hard to understand. If rates are high, sales are falling, why are home prices going up?
Yeah, Tom, at face value, it doesn't make any sense, right? Usually when you have a market situation like this, you do see home prices come down. But there are really two factors at play here. And one is, as you say, that supply and demand. The market is still very lean. Even though we're seeing supply go up, it's coming up from a record low supply. Why? Because we had this rush on housing during the first couple of years of the pandemic. But even just before the pandemic, the market was very lean because the home builders had not yet recovered, believe it or not, from the great financial crisis. Remember the subprime mortgage crisis? They all just basically stopped building for a while and were building at very, very low levels. So you had this market deficit in supply. Then you had this massive demand from 2020 through 2023. Even now, there's still a lot of demand and still very low supply. But there's also something else going on in this realtors report on prices. You said it, it's the median. The median is the middle of where the prices are selling, and it's being skewed higher because the top of the market is what's selling. Just to give you an example, homes priced below $250,000, they're way down from a year ago. Homes priced between $250,000 and $500,000, which is where that median is, they're just up 1% year over year. Homes priced over $1 million, they're up 23% year over year. The high end of the market is selling. There's more supply, and buyers are not as influenced by mortgage rates.
Boy, that is such an interesting point. I mean, obviously, if you're wealthy and you're buying a house that's expensive, you may not need a mortgage or you can afford the higher interest rate. So what can home sellers and prospective buyers then expect from the market in the coming months? There's a lot of talk about maybe the Fed will cut rates. We don't know yet.
Yeah, I think it's a hurry up and wait. I really think a lot of buyers and sellers are going to sit on the sidelines. We're hearing that from real estate agents because we're waiting to see, will the Fed lower interest rates? Will that have an impact on mortgage rates? Do I want to buy now if I'm at a higher rate? Do I want to maybe date the rate and refinance later if rates come down? Only if you have that kind of money to do it. But really, a lot of buyers and sellers are sitting on the sideline because, remember, sellers don't want to trade up to a 7% mortgage rate if they don't have to. The vast majority of homeowners now have rates around 3%. So maybe if it gets into the 6%, that's not as painful for a seller. And for a buyer, they might want to wait not just for mortgage rates to come down, but to see where the economy is going. And don't forget that presidential election that has some people edgy about their finances as well.
Yeah. Dating the rate. That's a new one for me. Diana, thank you very much. Coming up, a major first from the FDA approving menthol e-cigarettes in the U.S. Why the agency says the move could actually help adult smokers. Plus, what's going on with that mysterious monolith that popped up outside of Las Vegas? Look at that thing. What's up with that? Who did that? We'll get into that when we come back.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Okay, all your boyfriends and girlfriends, husbands and wives, can you sue if somebody promises to take you to the airport and then doesn't? One woman in New Zealand who sued her boyfriend just found out the answer. That's coming up in our 5 things. But first, the FDA is giving the go-ahead to market the first menthol-flavored electronic cigarettes for adult smokers, signaling that vaping can actually help reduce the harms of traditional tobacco smoking. The agency is authorizing 4 products from the company Enjoy, but, and this is a big but, the FDA is still saying that these products are not safe and people who don't already smoke should not use them. But the move is part of a sweeping FDA review aimed at putting the multi-billion-dollar vaping industry under the microscope after years of regulatory delays here. Dr. Akshay Syal joins me now to talk through this. Doctor, what does today's decision mean? I mean, trying to follow the FDA lately has been kind of like a ping pong ball, right? First, they moved to ban e-cigs, and now they come back and they're saying we're not going to ban menthol e-cigs.
Hey, Tom. Yeah, so to summarize here, for those who haven't been following this, it's essentially a balance, right? It's a balance between giving people effective options to help them quit smoking and also this public health sort of emergency that we've seen recently where our youth has been addicted to these vape cartridges. And what you're seeing the FDA here, Tom, released tonight, I think we have a statement here. I'm essentially saying that the benefits of getting people to quit smoking are in their mind, outweighing the youth to the risk to the youth. And I think, you know, a lot of eyes are going to be on this, Tom, right? You're seeing a lot of public health outrage over this, and a lot of people are going to be watching. How are they going to be marketing this product? Is it something that kids are going to be attracted to? Is it something that's really going to maintain in the world of quitting smoking? But to answer your question, you're absolutely right. It has been a ping pong ball, and you're really trying to see in the FDA balance between getting people to quit smoking and the risks to our youth.
So to be clear, they're not arguing that e-cigs are healthy. Are they arguing that it's a way to wean yourself off of traditional tobacco? Is that the point?
Exactly, that's the point. We don't want people who aren't using either of these to start vaping, but if you are somebody who is smoking, there's about 30 million smokers in this country, Tom, and only less than 1 in 10 of them actually are able to quit every year. So if you are one of those people and you are looking for an alternative, the FDA today is saying that this is something that you should try. This is something that, in their mind, can get you to quit smoking. But to be clear, Tom, if you're not already a smoker, this isn't something the FDA is recommending that you go out and give a try.
All right, Dr. Syal, thank you very much. Let's get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, former Trump advisor Steve Bannon asking the Supreme Court now to keep him out of prison while he appeals his conviction for contempt of Congress. He was sentenced to 4 months in prison 2 years ago. He is supposed to report on July 1st. Number 2, more than 500,000 portable battery chargers sold exclusively at Costco are being recalled after reports that they can overheat and catch fire. The devices, called My Charge Power Hub All-in-One, have allegedly caused at least 2 house fires. The company says there's been no report of any injuries requiring medical attention, but if you have one, the company says stop using it immediately and contact it for a free replacement. Number 3, Justin Timberlake set to perform in Chicago tonight for the first time after being arrested. The singer was charged with driving while intoxicated in New York earlier this week. He pleaded not guilty, and he will be back in court late in July. Number 4, police in Vegas have removed that mysterious metal slab we told you about that just appeared on a hiking trail. These monoliths started showing up around the world during the pandemic. Police say they took this one down because of public safety and heat concerns. They still don't know who put it there or how or why. Number 5, a woman in New Zealand, here we go, claims her boyfriend breached a verbal contract after he said he would drop her off at the airport, and then he didn't do it. When he never showed up, the woman missed her flight. She told the New Zealand Disputes Tribunal that she wants compensation for a new plane ticket and other costs. The tribunal ultimately dismissed her claim, saying the man's promise fell short of being an actual contract. We don't know if the couple are still a couple. When we come back, police in Wisconsin stopping to watch a building on the move where it's going very slowly. Plus, something to chew on. The viral men's beauty trend that's got some parents concerned. Does your jawline need some work? That's coming up in our original.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Okay, we're back. $1.5 billion cleanup may be down the drain in France. What the really filthy pollution in the Seine River means for swimming events at the Olympics next month. More on that in just a minute. But first from us, NBC covers hundreds of stories each day. And, you know, it's awfully tough to read, watch, or listen to everything. So our bureau teams have done it for us. This is what they tell us is going down in the regions, and we call it the local. Out of our Midwest Bureau, take a look at this. A power plant in Michigan, demolished by explosives today, collapsed in less than a minute. The plant had been active for nearly 100 years, but was officially retired 2 years ago. It's now being demolished to make way for redevelopment plans. Also from our Midwest Bureau, crews had to physically move a 400-ton apartment in Wisconsin. Why? Local media say it's to make way for a new apartment building. Folks on the street had to just stop and watch. Of course, nobody is living in the building right now. The move is costing the owner just over $500,000. Out of our Northeast Bureau, Celtics fans are packing the streets in Boston to celebrate the team's championship win. Of course, the Celtics beat the Mavericks Monday night, winning their 18th title, the most in league history. Some of the team's star players sat on floats as they rode through and were celebrated as heroes today in Boston. So listen to this. The people testing the water on the Seine River right there in Paris ahead of the Olympics, they say it's still too dirty, filthy, really, for people to swim in, potentially throwing a massive wrench in organizers' plans to host swimming events in the river. Testing found high levels of bacteria, including E. coli. The health announcement comes before a scheduled protest in the French capital where attendees will supposedly, brace yourselves, they're going to do number 2 in the river, meant to draw attention to what protesters say is wasteful spending on the games, as if doing number 2 won't cost more money. NBC's Josh Letterman is following this for us. So, Josh, still not clear if this protest will happen. It certainly wouldn't help the situation, right? But is it too late for organizers to do anything about how filthy that river is? The games are just a month away.
Yeah, and this is a huge deal, Tom, because it's not just the swimming parts of the Olympics that could be affected by this, but they are also planning to hold the opening ceremony for the Olympic Games in Paris on the Seine River, with hundreds of thousands of onlookers expected to watch from the riverbeds. And so if this is a no-go zone, that would be hugely problematic. They've spent, as you said, $1.5 billion to retrofit old pipes, to build a overflow reservoir for potential sewage. But so far, along the 4 sites that they have been routinely testing, the levels are routinely still too high, both of E. coli and another contaminant that is found, frankly, in feces. And so the good news is they are not giving up yet. The Olympic organizers say that a lot of this contamination is caused by heavy rainfall that they have had that brings some of the overflow sewage into the river. They are hoping that as we move further into the summer, they will have less rain ahead of those Olympic Games and that the water will clear up in time. But the bad news is, if it doesn't, there is no backup plan, Tom. There is no other location where they can move these events, including the open swimming competitions as well as parts of the triathlon. And so if that were to happen, really the only things they could do would either be to cancel those parts of the competitions or wait a few days in hopes that the water clears up. Tom?
There is no way I'd be swimming in that river, dude. I have seen it up close and personal. It's been gross forever. For 100 years, it's been gross. All right, well, good luck. I hope they figure out a solution here. Josh, thank you. To tonight's original now, with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. A new beauty trend on TikTok hitting teenage boys for You pages and encouraging them to chew special gum for the, quote, perfect jawline. Who doesn't want that? Here's NBC's Yasmin Vasugian with more.
You know how we do it. Tonight, a new beauty trend taken off on TikTok, targeting boys who want their jawlines to appear more masculine.
Male model secret. You can actually grow your jaw. Here's how. Chewing super duper tough gum.
Paid ads for this harder to chew gum, part of a so-called looks-maxing trend, encouraging young men to change their physical appearance to fit a certain beauty standard, promising to, quote, elevate your overall attractiveness or train at least 50 face and neck muscles to, quote, change your look in no time. It's concerning for parents.
He said, Mom, if I chew this gum, I'm going to get a really strong jawline. And I was like, okay, first of all, who's checking out your jawline? You're 12 years old.
And also for mental health experts.
We always focus on girls because we notice their mental health and the impact of all of these beauty trends on girls more easily, but it's not new for boys.
Let's check out this anti-aging kit.
The male beauty industry has taken off in recent years, valued at $55 billion in 2021 and projected to double that by 2030. And on TikTok, men's beauty content gets millions of views, with the hashtag men's grooming reaching nearly 50 million views this week alone. Experts say this could signal a shift in gender norms around self-care. But it's a slippery slope.
I think for some boys, there is this opportunity for it to build confidence because they start to step into who they might want to be and what that looks like. But it's when it breaks down the confidence and where the obsession takes over that we then have more problems.
Brands like Jawliner and Rockjaw that make this product say it's 2 to 15 times stronger than regular gum, suggesting that's what transforms the jawline. Experts question that.
That doesn't necessarily lead to a better, well-defined jaw, and it doesn't change the shape of the jaw.
And say they can even cause damage.
Typically, teeth that have large fillings in them will break. It's also hard on the joint, and when that is damaged and you're chewing a lot of gum, you're just going to make it worse.
This gum also more expensive than regular gum, about 60 cents more a piece. Rockjaw's founder telling NBC News he believes it's time for critics to accept this industry is here to stay. And, quote, on the fundamentals of equality, there are two options: either eradicate all unnatural procedures or to be inclusive of holistic practices. And that their customer base is mostly, in his words, corporate professionals, athletes, and CEOs of companies, not teenage boys. Jawliners saying their gum is not meant for everyday use and don't recommend it for people who have jaw issues.
I think our young men wants to have a sexy, nice jawline and wants to have a I think, a more masculine look in general.
And they also don't recommend it for another group.
I would not recommend to do this for people which are younger than 18 years, yes.
But concerns over how this impacts young men's idea of masculinity and their mental health are not going away for parents.
If I have a 12-year-old who feels like his jawline has to look a certain way, what is that ingraining in his psyche of what he should or shouldn't look like a couple of years from now?
Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
Listen to the dentist. Coming up from us, a record number of people set to travel for July 4th this year. So how can you get the most bang for your buck? We're talking about it coming up next.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
We're back. A massive software outage, now in its third day, could have thousands of car dealerships across the country and Canada slamming the brakes on sales. The software from company CDK Global is used at some 15,000 dealers. Its products handle everything from records to scheduling. It says 2 cyber incidents forced it to shut down its systems, leaving thousands of dealerships unable to access information about deals and customer appointments at a time when, guess what? Summer car sales are heating up. CNBC's Eamon Javers has more.
That's right. Today is the third full day of fallout for auto dealerships across the country after a cyber attack at retail technology and software provider CDK, which makes software that powers many dealers across the country. Now, CDK says this was a 2-tiered attack hitting the company on Tuesday and Wednesday. The company told the Reuters news service that it's working to reinstate its service and get dealers' businesses back to normal as soon as they can. The company says it works with more than 15,000 retail locations across North America. Celebrity motor car company owner Tom Maioli described what dealers are facing.
It's a disaster. I have to tell you, customers are coming in, consumers are coming in. You know, we're selling cars, but we can't book the deals. We can't finance the deals. We can't get them to the banks.
In a statement, the National Automobile Dealers Association said dealers are very committed to protecting their customer information and are actively seeking information from CDK to determine the nature and scope of the cyber incident so they can respond appropriately. So far, no word at all today from the company on who may have been responsible for this attack, whether any ransom has been demanded, or when dealers will see their services restored. Back over to you.
Okay, Eamon Javers, thank you very much. So are you planning to travel this summer? If so, you're not alone. And what's on everybody's mind is how much is all going to cost. AAA expects a record number of people heading out on trips this year, nearly 71 million Americans traveling, up 5% from last year. And while you might expect all those people would drive prices higher, the good news is the cost of travel actually is coming down. Everything from gas to airfares to rental car prices are down compared to this time last year. NBC's Brian Chung joins us now. So, Brian, we're talking pretty big numbers here and a huge part of the economy. Tell me, what are you seeing about some of the spending trends and how folks can get the most bang for their buck this summer? Is it too late?
Yeah, well, Tom, happy summer to you and happy summer to all the Americans that are planning out their travel this season. When it comes to how much is expected to be spent, well, one estimate from Allianz expects $221 billion to be spent for summer vacation. Now, that, though, might stretch a little bit farther this year when you talk about that average spend being about $2,800 per vacationing household. And that's because the cost of traveling is going to go a lot farther because it's cheaper. When you talk about airfares down 2%, according to government data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, car rentals are down 8.8% compared to this time last year. And hotel rates, as far as we're hearing, are about flat, which means that hopefully that budget can get you a little bit nicer in terms of accommodation and just travel to get there. Now, when it does come to obviously the uniqueness of each vacation itinerary, of course, it's going to depend on where you're going. But broadly speaking, across the board, Tom, we are seeing cheaper prices and also gasoline prices, even for those that are traveling by car. A little bit cheaper, down about 14 cents compared to this time last year.
Yeah, and importantly, we always note, we know you're paying a heck of a lot more out in California, but the national average right now has really come down. Let's talk about international, right? How would somebody go about looking for lower rates if you're going international?
Yeah, well, I mean, when it comes to what experts are telling us, they're saying if it comes to domestic trips, you want to really plan a month or two beforehand to make sure you're getting the best rates. International, you're going to want to wait even have a little bit more lead time, 3 to 4 months. But when it comes to strategies for trying to get the best bang for your buck, yes, it is indeed the case that according to Hopper, prices are cheaper for airline fares. The average ticket about $305. That's about $20 less than this time last year, and that includes both domestic and international airfare. But they say the best way to save, try to book on a Tuesday or Wednesday. Again, Hopper's saying you'll save about $50 per ticket by picking those days as opposed to, of course, the peak days of Friday and Sunday, and avoid the holidays if you can, Tom.
Yeah, and listen, if you're with a family of four, that adds up. That's $200 right there. Brian, thank you very much. Brian Chung. Still.com, we are live in London as Taylor Swift kicks off the first of 8 shows tonight. How much the tour is expected to boost London's economy. That's called the Swiftie effect. Coming up next.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's
crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Okay, right about now, global superstar Taylor Swift is wrapping up her first of 8 shows at London's Wembley Stadium as the Eras economic tour de force sweeps through Europe. Because along with a nearly 4-hour-long concert, she's bringing hundreds of thousands of fans to the UK and the mainland. Americans traveling overseas where tickets for shows were usually cheaper and easier to get than here at home, and they're spending a lot of cash on airfare, on hotels, on restaurants, proving that she will never go out of style. See the reference there? Danielle Hamanjan is joining us now. Danielle, when the Eras Tour was here in the United States, local cities saw big bumps in revenue and even inflation as Taylor Swift came through. Friends of mine just flew to Paris, put everybody up in hotels, plus the tickets, plus the meals, transportation. We're talking big money.
We're talking big money, and I could spend the next half hour going through a long list of mind-blowing numbers when it comes to this woman, but I'll stick to these facts. 3 shows this weekend, another 5 in August. Combined, they're looking at a boost to the London economy of $380 million. You said it. They're spending money on flights, on hotels, on restaurants. Yeah. Needless to say, Sadiq Khan, the London mayor, is delighted that she is performing here. More shows than anywhere else in the world. This is the only city where she's coming back twice. She's performed in Wales. She's performed in Scotland, where she literally caused an earthquake. The fans dancing so hard they caused the ground to shake. But they think, or, the Swiftonomics believe that combined, her shows in the UK could be worth more than $1 billion to the UK economy.
Yeah, and the UK economy needs it. It's struggling. So talk to me about how is London celebrating?
Well, I'll show you what you might know, the London Underground map. It's been tailored, pun intended. Now like every line is an album. You see what I did there? It's now a Taylor Swift album. Every station is now a Taylor Swift song. The London Transport says they have combined 2 icons. Speaking of iconic, take a look at Buckingham Palace. They wanted it on the action today.
Yeah, I hear it.
And the first few words of that song, I go on to